About me, the semi-emperor and a lowly master who overheard my thoughts. Shen Xuan, a prodigy unparalleled since the dawn of time, achieved the rank of semi-emperor at the tender age of 20. Yet, amidst his struggle against a dark invasion, he was betrayed by those he trusted most, leading to his demise. Meanwhile, a meteor descended upon the lower realm, shrouding the surroundings in dust. As Shen Xuan emerged from the haze, he locked eyes with a pair of watery orbs. An idea flickered in his mind. A little loli? Luo Xiaoxue was taken aback. Who was speaking? Was a little loli. Thus began the hilariously chaotic life of Shen Xuan and his master, Luo Xiaoxue. Chapter 1. A Disciple from the Sky. Shen Xuan's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the gaping wound at his abdomen. He had been ambushed by his most trusted subordinate. You. Why? A surge of spiritual power coursed through him as he attempted to repel his attacker, only to despairingly realize that his dantian was shattered, rendering him incapable of harnessing his semi-emperor strength. Don't bother trying. Since I've made my move, I won't grant you the chance to resist. The voice behind him boomed with laughter. After a moment, the laughter subsided and the tone turned cold. Did you ever imagine it? The most gifted individual in history, achieving semi-emperor status at merely 20, is about to perish here. Someone, capture him! Shen Xuan commanded the other cultivators who accompanied him, yet they remained unmoved, coldly allowing the betrayal to unfold. Understanding dawned upon Shen Xuan, and he turned to face the traitor, his expression shifting from hatred to calm. So, it appears I'm surrounded by betrayers, but why did you choose to strike at such a crucial moment in our fight against the Dark Invasion? Shen Xuan's gaze bore in him. It's no harm telling you. Do you recognize this? The man chuckled sinisterly, suddenly emanating wisps of black mist from his body. Shen Xuan's expression shifted to one of disbelief. You are an outsider. This black mist was a unique power belonging to outsiders, akin to the spiritual energy within the bodies of celestial domain cultivators. He had never anticipated that a spy from the outside realm would infiltrate his ranks. At that moment, this outsider had demanded a share of the celestial domain, which the celestial Emperor Luo had naturally denied, leading to the outsider's demise. However, not long after, a wave of black mist seeped into the celestial domain, and many outsiders emerged from it. Upon their entry, they unleashed a bloody massacre, sparing no one, not even the weak or the elderly. Despite the elite forces of the celestial domain uniting to form a coalition against the outsiders, their bizarre powers led to catastrophic losses in the first confrontation, with nearly 100,000 cultivators and over 200,000 beasts perishing. Among them were formidable beings of the spirit's sovereign realm. To regain territory and bolster morale, the celestial domain organized a large-scale counteroffensive. As one of the top-tier combatants, Shen Xuan was tasked with leading a legion against the northern defenses, yet he never anticipated being betrayed at such a critical juncture. The heavens shifted, and a torrential blood rain fell. Some outsiders caught the crimson droplets, their spirits soaring. Meanwhile, the celestial domain cultivators and beasts were plunged into despair. The descent of blood rain signaled an omen, only visible upon the fall of an individual above the semi-emperor rank. Moreover, only the fall of a semi-emperor from the celestial domain would manifest such a phenomenon. The outsiders, being non-native, would not invoke any signs even if an imperial figure fell. This rain bore a message to the world. An imperial powerhouse had perished. In the lower realm, a meteor-like object descended upon a dense forest, the force of its impact creating a crater nearly 10 feet deep, with trees within a 10-meter radius. Shattered. Host body reconstruction in progress. Host body reconstruction completed. Host dantian repair in progress. Current repair level 0.0001. A cold voice echoed in Shen Xuan's mind, abruptly awakening him from the depths of unconsciousness. What? Did he hear correctly? Host? Could this be the legendary system? A jolt coursed through Shen Xuan as he recalled his journey to the celestial domain, devoid of a system or golden fingers, starting without any advantages. Nevertheless, his prodigious talent allowed him to ascend to the semi-emperor realm in just over a decade. He believed that a system would never grace his life. Yet just as he faced impending doom, it suddenly appeared. Hello, system. From now on, I shall be a mastered host. Please take care of me. Shen Xuan was overwhelmed with excitement, wishing to rely on an extraordinary system, effortlessly becoming a supreme master. Regrettably, the heavens had not granted him this opportunity during his previous life, forcing him to endure the trials of society alone to reach the semi-emperor level. The world saw his brilliance, but remained unaware of his desire to simply become an unparalleled master without all the struggles. If given a second chance, he would certainly avoid the path of the genius some, the path of prodigies. Ahem! Shen Xuan coughed as dust filled the air, realizing he was still in the pit, and quickly covered his mouth and nose with his sleeve, preparing to climb out. By the way, why does my backside feel a bit chilly? As he lowered his hand from his face to feel his rear, his eyes inadvertently met a pair of large, expressive eyes. Are you all right? A voice as melodious as a spring bird rang in his ears, making Shen Xuan feel as if he might faint. A small head peeked over, two lively eyes set in a delicate, rosy face, with two strands of blue hair cascading down, releasing a sweet fragrance that filled the air. How utterly adorable! A thought sparked in Shen Xuan's mind. A blue-haired little loli? Almost simultaneously, the girl suddenly looked around, alert as if searching for something. Strange, who is speaking? What is a blue-haired loli? The girl nervously gripped the heavy weapon behind her, aware that this was the outer region of the myriad beast forest where many cultivators sought resources or treasures, and where killings and thefts were common. Unaware of her thoughts, Shen Xuan pondered for a moment before asking, "Little girl, where is this place?" "Little girl?" The girl frowned, her slender brows twitching adorably. She leaped down, standing before Shen Xuan with hands on her hips, pouting indignantly. "I'm already 23. Shen Xuan examined her. She barely reached his chest. Could this be the fabled legal loli? So cute. One punch, and she'd probably cry for a long time, Shen Xuan mused. The girl, like a wary little leopard, scanned the surroundings. Why did it seem someone was speaking? But besides her and this disheveled, muddy boy, there was no one else around. Could it be she was hearing things? Shen Xuan felt inexplicably baffled. What is this little loli staring at? Am I not handsome enough? Hey, did you hear someone speaking? The girl edged closer, tugging at his sleeve, her voice tense. No, you must be hearing things. Oh, all right then. The little loli harbored no doubts and immediately scrutinized the boy before her, her sparkling eyes roaming over Shen Xuan, making him quite uncomfortable. My name is Luo Xiaoxue. What about you? I'm Shen Xuan, 20 years old, and I've been drinking Wangzai goat milk for 21 years. The two individuals awkwardly introduced themselves to one another. Suddenly, the rustling of leaves indicated that something was approaching. Moments later, two figures emerged above the pit, one male and one female, both standing with swords in hand. Luo Xiaoxue, what are you doing here? The female swordswoman asked, her expression revealing her displeasure. The male swordsman snorted, unleashing a wave of sword energy that struck the ground beneath Luo Xiaoxue, stirring up a cloud of dust. You! The little girl's face flushed with anger, yet to Shen Xuan's eyes, her pouting expression appeared irresistibly adorable. If you're dissatisfied, then send a disciple to compete for a spot in the top 10 at tomorrow's martial arts tournament. Just a reminder, although you are an elder of our sect, you have not sent any disciples to participate in the tournament for 4 consecutive years. According to sect regulations, if you fail to send a disciple for 5 consecutive tournaments and do not secure a place in the top 10, you risk losing your position as elder. The female swordwoman chuckled. If you are dismissed as elder, you could come serve as my sword attendant. With that, the two soared away on their swords, vanishing into the horizon. Ding! Recognizing Luo Xiaoxue as a master and assisting her in securing a top 10 position in the tournament can accelerate the host's meridian recovery process. What? Forcing a prospective emperor to acknowledge a little girl as a master? Shen Xuan was taken aback. Luo Xiaoxue. Had she heard that correctly once again? Ahem, Xiaoxue. May I discuss something with you? Shen Xuan leaned closer to her, involuntarily inhaling the sweet fragrance of her twin ponytails. Wow, nice. Shen Xuan swore to the heavens that he was not some pervert. He merely appreciated the delightful scent, nothing more. Luo Xiaoxue looked at him in surprise, her small mouth emitting a clear, youthful voice. What do you wish to discuss? Shen Xuan grinned, suddenly kneeling on one knee. Master, please allow your disciple to pay his respects. Apologies were in order to expedite the restoration of his strength. The dignity of this prospective emperor could be cast aside. Besides, he bowed to no one but the heavens, and the earth kneeling before a little girl was trivial. At worst, it could be viewed as an act of the system. Chapter 2. Adorable master, you want to be my disciple? Luo Xiaoxue covered her mouth, unable to believe it. She had previously taken on 3 disciples, yet each had fled shortly after their instruction began. Luo Xiaoxue had reflected on her teaching abilities, concluding that perhaps she was not suited to instructing disciples. I may not be very good at teaching, she admitted candidly. It's all right. Allow me to rest. I merely wish to be a carefree fish in the sea. Shen Xuan thought, yet he declared with righteous fervor. As the saying goes, a master leads one through the door. But cultivation depends on the individual. I assure you, I shall diligently practice and will not hinder your progress. Luo Xiaoxue. Who was it that wished to do nothing? Look at this young man. So mature and understanding, did the one who spoke so privately not feel ashamed? Very well. If you place your trust in me, I shall not disappoint you. Luo Xiaoxue wiped away non-existent tears from her eyes, striving to adopt a commanding tone, but no matter her efforts, her voice remained soft and adorable. Ding! Successful apprenticeship hosts Meridian Recovery accelerates. Recovery progress. 0.00015. Wow. Is this how the acceleration works? At this rate, it will take ages to fully restore my meridian. Shen Xuan could not help but complain, yet if he could simply lie back and recover, then a slower pace was of little concern. Speaking of which, having a little girl as a master feels rather stimulating. Kneeling, Shen Xuan was nearly eye to eye with the petite, soft-spoken new master, and he felt an impulse to lift her high in the air. Luo Xiaoxue raised her eyebrows slightly. Unsure of the meaning behind his words, she struggled to understand. It hardly seemed like an auditory hallucination. Could it be that she had awakened some ability to hear the voices of spirits? After all, ghosts did exist in the world, and some practitioners of dark arts could summon spirits. Hence, it would not be strange if she could hear them. Luo Xiaoxue concocted a reasonable explanation for herself. Ordinary ghosts were formless and harmless, so she was not particularly afraid. Rise, my disciple. Luo Xiaoxue quickly shifted into her new role, helping her newly accepted apprentice to his feet, sparing him the need for 3 kneelings and 9 prostrations. Disciple, let us wash up, she said, tugging on Shen Xuan's sleeve as she prepared to leap out of the pit, resembling a little girl pulling her father along to buy candy. No way, we just met, and now we're bathing together? Are today's girls so bold? Shen Xuan's mind wandered elsewhere. Luo Xiaoxue, with a fierce expression, scanned her surroundings. Which ghost is speaking? Shen Xuan stroked his chin, thinking it a joke. As the strongest genius of the celestial domain, his spiritual roots were undoubtedly exceptional. Following the usual narrative, the testing stones for spiritual roots would likely crack under his prowess. Alas, it was truly vexing. He was averse to showing off, yet his strength did not allow for such modesty. Luo Xiaoxue suddenly burst into laughter. Who is this ghost? They are quite amusing. Claiming to be the emperor. If you are indeed an emperor, then I, Luo Xiaoxue, am the great emperor's master. Shen Xuan followed Luo Xiaoxue to a nearby stream. Master, would you like to wash up with me? Shen Xuan tilted his head, looking down at the ponytailed girl. Luo Xiaoxue. Huh. The little girl's face flushed crimson, a rosy hue that made her disciple Shen Xuan yearn to plant a kiss on her cheek. What are you thinking, disciple? Luo Xiaoxue raised her hand, intending to tap her disciple's head, but realized her height was insufficient. She tiptoed for another attempt and gave up. Shen Xuan watched her efforts with a faint smile. His new master was too adorable. What would happen when the heart of a prospective emperor was melted by such cuteness? Chapter 3. Dazed by handsomeness, 2 gleaming sights came into view, so bright that they nearly blinded the little girl. Ah! Luo Xiaoxue screamed, her high-pitched voice startling the birds perched in the trees, sending them flapping away in fright. Shen Xuan turned to her, puzzled. I haven't even undressed. Why are you screaming, master? What? Luo Xiaoxue covered her eyes with one hand, struggling to articulate a single word. Shen Xuan? What was this girl doing, cursing? Upon hearing the voice of the ghost, Luo Xiaoxue blurted out the rest of her thoughts. Your backside with that. She hastily ran away, not daring to linger. Shen Xuan, surprised, touched his own backside, only to find not the texture of clothing, but rather a smooth and soft sensation. He froze, his mind blank. Could it be that since falling into this pit, he had been moving around with two shiny, bare mounds? Did this mean his dignity as a prospective emperor had just evaporated? Oh heavens, let me just die. At that moment, a sudden clap of thunder echoed in the clear sky. Shen Xuan, forget I said anything. A true man can be flexible and resilient. What does the dignity of a prospective emperor matter? I could throw it away without a second thought. After a while, Shen Xuan finished bathing. With no clothes to change into, he had no choice but to wrap his tattered garments around his waist like a skirt. Everything else was fine, except that he felt a draft below, quite chilly. Meanwhile, Luo Xiaoxue cradled her flushed cheeks in her hands, her thoughts racing. Yet the most prevalent thought was of that pristine white. It seemed so bouncy. No, she was not that kind of person. Lost in thought, Luo Xiaoxue did not notice Shen Xuan approaching. Master, what are you thinking about? Shen Xuan's clear voice reached her ears, sounding rather endearing. Luo Xiaoxue jumped, gazing at the newcomer, her eyes, like sparkling crystals, fixated on Shen Xuan's face, unable to look away. He's just too handsome. The little girl could think of nothing else, captivated by his finely chiseled features and calm, elegant demeanor, as if he were a child of the heavens. Embodying all that is beautiful. Handsome guy, who are you? A single droplet of water cascaded down his face, tracing a path along his elongated neck. Luo Xiaoxue's gaze followed the movement of the droplet, gliding downward over his chest and merging into the distinct contours of his well-defined abdominal muscles. She swallowed hard. Was this truly the same disciple who had earlier resembled a muddy monkey? Master, are you all right? Shen Xuan leaned closer, his face mere inches from Luo Xiaoxue's. A droplet fell from the tip of Shen Xuan's nose, gently landing on Luo Xiaoxue's cheek, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. Heavens! She was certainly not the kind of perverse master who would covet her disciple's beauty. Luo Xiaoxue felt her head growing increasingly warm, her vision beginning to blur. Finally, she closed her eyes and succumbed to unconsciousness. Shen Xuan was startled, quickly supporting the petite girl. At that moment, he realized she likely weighed no more than 40 kilograms. However, this was not the time for such thoughts. He channeled a bit of spiritual energy into Luo Xiaoxue's body to investigate. Fortunately, it appears to be merely a feint caused by an accelerated heartbeat, elevated blood pressure, and temporary vascular insufficiency leading to insufficient cerebral blood flow. She should awaken shortly. Shen Xuan let out a sigh of relief, conjuring a water mirror in his palm, which reflected his strikingly masculine visage. Indeed, he appeared even more handsome than before, seemingly rejuvenated by a few years. With this in mind, his rather embarrassing predicament should remain undisclosed. Chapter 4. The charming disciple Shen Xuan meticulously observed the appearance and physique of his inexpensive master, finding everything to be perfectly aligned with his aesthetic sensibilities. Indeed, it was merely a matter of aesthetics, devoid of any other sentiments, and he would swear to the heavens on this. After contemplating the sky for a moment, he ultimately abandoned the notion of proving his innocence. After all, it would be quite unfortunate if the heavens mistook him for someone deserving of retribution. Time passed unnoticed until Luo Xiaoxue gradually regained consciousness, her eyes meeting the nearly flawless visage before her. What happened to me? The little girl inquired, bewildered. Shen Xuan's gaze shifted away from her, inwardly concluding that it was simply his infatuation with his disciple's beauty that had overwhelmed him. Upon hearing his thoughts, Luo Xiaoxue shivered, suddenly invigorated. Who claimed she was enamored with her disciple's looks? She was not that kind of master. Clearing her throat to mask her embarrassment, she redirected the conversation. Disciple. How long was I unconscious? Shen Xuan pondered for a moment. About half an hour, I suppose. A sly grin spread across his face as he added, serving my master is my duty as a disciple. Nodding slightly, Shen Xuan felt a surge of joy within. Blissful thoughts filled his mind. His lazy life as the king of leisure was about to commence, and he would no longer be burdened by arduous cultivation. In this serene moment, Luo Xiaoxue furrowed her brow. King of leisure? Could this spirit be a manifestation of some enlightened dog? Shaking her head to dispel the thought, she grasped the heavy ruler's handle strapped to her back, channeling her spiritual energy through it. wielding the ruler with the grace of swordplay. "Disciple, come here." She beckoned Shen Xuan, simultaneously cautioning him to hold on tightly, lest he fall. Shen Xuan readily complied, but just as he was about to approach, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. Ding. If the host engages in affectionate behavior with Luo Xiaoxue, the progress of the Dantian's restoration can be accelerated. Startled, Shen Xuan's body tensed. What? Is the system encouraging me to commit improprieties? However, as a guardian of the righteous path, a champion of justice, and a grave digger of evil forces, he held a plethora of honorable titles. A person of his integrity would never dare to indulge in such shameless acts. Even with a legally recognized little girl. Feeling the warmth emanating from behind him, Luo Xiaoxue's face flushed. "Disciple, what are you doing?" Shen Xuan feigned innocence. "Master, didn't you say to hold on tightly? I feel secure only when I support you." His intentions were innocent. He merely wished to tease his master. Luo Xiaoxue's cheeks reddened to the point of almost bleeding, wisps of white mist escaping from her head as she nearly fainted again. "King of Leisure, don't say such things. My disciple is not like that." However, if this continued, she would lose her focus and control over the heavy ruler. "Disciple, please don't act like this." Ding. The host has engaged in affectionate behavior. Reward, Primary Dantian Restoration Accelerator. Would you like to use it? Elated, Shen Xuan thought, I must use it immediately. The Primary Dantian Restoration Accelerator has been activated. Current restoration progress, 0.0000151. Shen Xuan's expression darkened. Wait, this primary accelerator only adds another decimal place? Alas, he resolved to remain calm. As a slacker, he had no need for anger. Along the way, Shen Xuan continued to tease the little girl. Though it seemed the rewards could not be triggered repeatedly in a short span, so he moderated his antics. After approximately half an hour, they beheld a magnificent structure shrouded in mist atop a distant mountain. Ahead lies the Qingyan sword sect. Luo Xiaoxue sighed with relief. If things continued as they were, she would truly be overwhelmed. The Qingyan sword sect, situated in the far west of the eastern spirit continent, served as the national guardian sect of the mortal realm known as Qingyan. There were thousands of such nations across the eastern spirit continent, rendering Qingyan sword sect merely one of countless sects, albeit a prominent one within its own territory. Typically, the sect only recruited disciples on specific days of the year. However, if an elder took a liking to someone, they could gain entry through a series of evaluations. Chapter 5. The Obstructing Monk. The Qingyan sword sect, Shen Xuan mused, stroking his chin. In his perception, the strongest presence emanated from a cultivator at the spirit pill realm. In this world, cultivation was categorized into 11 realms, ranging from body forging to spirit emperor. In this lower realm, the spirit sea realm was already a pinnacle existence. At the height of his power, Shen Xuan had reached the threshold of the spirit emperor realm, also known as a Quasi-Emperor. Currently, my Dantian has been restored to 0.0000151. Approximately equivalent to a cultivator at the harmonization realm. Does this mean I can now languish without concern? Luo Xiaoxue stumbled slightly, nearly losing control of the heavy ruler. Had she heard correctly? The King of Leisure claimed to be at the harmonization realm? In the entire eastern spirit continent, harmonization realm cultivators were exceedingly rare, typically serving as guardians for mighty factions. Why would such an important figure come to this desolate far west? The audacity of this King of Leisure was beyond belief. As they approached the Qingyan sword sect, Luo Xiaoxue was filled with trepidation, yet she did not want to appear unsettled in front of her disciple, fearing he might consider her a lunatic. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, a long staircase stretched before them, leading to the midsection of the mountain, adorned with lush greenery, and the resplendent palace gates were visible from afar. The little girl hopped off the heavy ruler, stowing it away, and cheerfully announced, "Disciple, we must walk up the mountain. The Qingyan sword sect has protective formations, and flying without an official token will provoke the sword array." "Understood, Master," Shen Xuan replied, with no sense of a disciple's decorum, instead gazing up at the staircase's summit with a haughty demeanor. A mere sect boasts such a lengthy staircase? Do they look down on anyone? For now, I shall keep a low profile and refrain from showing off. Luo Xiaoxue's expression shifted. She was displeased with the King of Leisure's arrogance. If you have the guts, reveal your true form and give it a try. Accompanying her petite master to the palace gates, they encountered an elder seated on a stone bench, casually drinking alone from a gourd. "Old Shen," Luo Xiaoxue greeted. But the elder seemed disinclined to acknowledge her. Unfazed, the little girl continued, knowing this elder had guarded the gate for ages. rarely engaging with anyone beyond the scope of his duties. Just as she was about to usher her beloved disciple inside, the bare-chested Shen Xuan caught the attention of the gatekeeper. Entry is prohibited for those improperly attired, the elder declared, blocking Shen Xuan's path. Raising an eyebrow, Shen Xuan discreetly assessed the elder. Oh, how surprising. Is this not the legendary monk? A practitioner at the initial stage of the spirit infant realm. He was indeed a minor adept in this realm. However, Shen Xuan was on a trajectory far superior to that of the monk, and he doubted the elder could impede his progress. Luo Xiaoxue was taken aback, though she did not comprehend much of what Shen Xuan had said. She grasped that the gatekeeper was at the spirit infant realm. Could it be true? He is indeed at the spirit infant stage. Even the sect leader of Qingyun Sword sect was merely at the mid-level of the spirit pill realm. Doubtful and skeptical, Luo Xiaoxue thought. No one has ever witnessed the gatekeeper in action, and considering the King of Leisure's tendency to boast, the credibility of this claim is questionable. Old Shen. He is my newly accepted disciple. His clothes were torn by a beast, and he currently lacks a change of attire. Might you extend a little leniency? Luo Xiaoxue implored, glancing at Shen Xuan and signaling him to approach. Why does this girl keep winking at me? Is her eyelid twitching? I can treat that with a punch. Shen Xuan mused, standing still and offering his master a sweet smile, pondering his next move. The heartfelt thoughts of an individual were clearly heard by Luo Xiaoxue. The little girl's expression darkened as she yearned to drag the dog king out and administer a thorough beating, allowing it to experience the consequences of its mischief. Unbeknownst to her, her beloved disciple was none other than this so-called dog king. Shen Xuan pondered whether it was too damaging to his illustrious image to be standing outside the door bare-armed. He stroked his chin. Perhaps it was time to reveal a modicum of his power. Hey, old man, don't block my way, or I'll make you regret it. A strand of divine consciousness echoed in the mind of the elderly gatekeeper, akin to a thunderclap, sending waves of pain through his head. Old Shen, what troubles you? In front of Luo Xiaoxue, the gatekeeper suddenly groaned, clutching his head as he trembled. His mind was filled with dread. Merely a wisp of thought laced with a hint of mental pressure had nearly shattered his composure. To what extent had the hidden individual's strength reached? Which esteemed elder has graced our Qingyun Sword sect? He managed to utter with great difficulty, suppressing his headache while gazing towards the heavens, cupping his fists in a respectful gesture. All you need to know is that this dashing, refined, an elegant young man of 18 centimeters in stature seeks entry into your sect today. Consider it a tremendous fortune for you. Should you dare to deny him entry, the Qingyun Sword sect would lose its relevance altogether. Shen Xuan did not conceal his threatening tone. After a moment of contemplation, he added that henceforth, they should regard him as an ordinary disciple and refrain from disseminating any information regarding his identity. Otherwise, the unspoken implication was clear to the gatekeeper. The elderly gatekeeper felt he had grasped the essence of the situation, for such tactics were quite popular these days. Rest assured, esteemed elder. Our Qingyun Sword sect shall provide utmost care, he replied with palpable excitement. He understood that as long as this young man remained within the sect, it would serve as an invisible shield against any calamity that might befall them. Agreeing to this arrangement was advantageous for the Qingyun Sword sect, with no downside whatsoever. Moreover, did he even have a choice in the matter? Luo Xiaoxue was left utterly bewildered by the gatekeeper's expressions of agony followed by exuberance. Could it be that old Shen had suddenly succumbed to a seizure? Yet, he did not appear to be in that state. Ahem, you may enter now. The elder cleared his throat, stepping aside while indulging in a drink. Had Luo Xiaoxue's plea truly made a difference? Chapter 6 Shen Xuan exposed? Master, we have arrived. Shen Xuan approached and patted Luo Xiaoxue on the head, feeling a bit euphoric after his display of power. The little girl paused, sensing something amiss. Had her disciple just patted her on the head? It was over. She would never grow tall again. No, that wasn't the main concern. Disciple. Who is the master here, you or I? Luo Xiaoxue exclaimed in exasperation, chasing after him, her short legs making a valiant leap in an attempt to return the gesture. Unexpectedly, Shen Xuan swiftly clasped his hands behind his back, and the little girl, caught unawares as she jumped, found herself hoisted onto his back, warm and soft. Luo Xiaoxue's face flushed. Although she wanted to struggle, she was momentarily reluctant to dismount from Shen Xuan's broad, warm back. Ding. Detected affectionate behavior between the host and Luo Xiaoxue, awarding the intermediate accelerator for Dantian restoration. Would the host like to use it? Use it immediately. Intermediate accelerator for Dantian restoration has been activated. Current progress of Dantian restoration, 0.0000161. The effectiveness has increased tenfold compared to the basic accelerator, which is quite commendable. Shen Xuan felt a rush of excitement. His face slightly reddened, though it was solely due to the increase in his power, not because he was carrying Luo Xiaoxue. Such a righteous disciple would never harbor ill intentions towards her sweet and lovely master. Crossing the threshold, the two soon arrived at a vast plaza, its ground paved with slabs of blue stone. In the center stood a towering statue of a figure, over 10 meters tall, bearing a long sword. With sword-like brows and starry eyes, his flowing beard lending him an air of vitality. Despite being a statue, he appeared almost lifelike, with a subtle aura of sword energy surrounding him. Disciple, this is the founding ancestor of our sect, Master Yanqingyang. Legend has it that he ascended to the heavens over 10,000 years ago, one of the most formidable powers of that era. Luo Xiaoxue exclaimed, perched on Shen Xuan's back, pointing at the statue with admiration gleaming in her eyes. This man seems somewhat familiar, Shen Xuan mused quietly. When suddenly a realization struck him, Yanqingyang, was this not the name of the sword cultivator under his command? During the battle against the foreign warriors, countless celestial warriors perished. Yet many others, like Yanqingyang, rose to prominence. He had once slain a foreign warrior comparable to an early-stage spirit sovereign with his perfected cultivation in the spirit realm, which had captured Shen Xuan's attention. He recalled rewarding him with a spirit sword at that time. Luo Xiaoxue's expression suddenly soured, as if drenched in cold water. Dog King, do you truly believe yourself to be an emperor? If the ancestor were to appear before you, you'd be too terrified to move. At that moment, several disciples clad in uniform azure robes, with long swords at their waists, approached. Sister Zhao, look at that fellow. His physique is quite impressive, though it's a shame we can't see his face from this distance. One of the female disciples exclaimed excitedly, tugging at another nearby girl. Upon hearing this, the male disciples accompanying them wore displeased expressions. What a lack of decorum to roam the sect in disarray. One of the male disciples interjected discontentedly. Why is he carrying a little girl? The earlier female disciple ignored her fellow disciple's reprimand, gazing longingly in Shen Xuan's direction. The girl referred to as Sister Zhao frowned. That seems to be Elder Luo. Upon hearing this, the group focused their attention, and indeed, the girl on the man's back was clad in blue robes, her distinctive petite figure confirming that she was none other than the uniquely positioned Elder Luo Xiaoxue of the Qingyun Sword sect. No way. Someone is that close to Elder Luo? As an unconventional presence within the sect, Luo Xiaoxue had always been marginalized by the other elders and disciples. Previously, some disciples, unable to find anyone willing to instruct them, had reluctantly approached her as a master, but all had fled within 3 days, leaving no one willing to study under her. The reason for this was likely her lack of swordsmanship. The heavy ruler she carried constantly indicated that her true strength lay in the art of the ruler. However, this was the Qingyun Sword sect, a sword sect. How could someone adept with a heavy ruler, devoid of the complete set of corresponding techniques, teach disciples? Had it not been for the sect's regulations protecting her, even with her perfected cultivation in the spirit foundation realm, she would have long been removed from the elder roster. Thus, as an outlier, Luo Xiaoxue had mostly acted independently, with no one willing to approach her. Realizing that she was still perched on her disciple's back, she blushed and hastily jumped down. Shen Xuan turned his face to regard the newcomers, and as his handsome features, perfectly blending masculinity and charm, came into view, several of the female disciples felt their hearts race. I'm finished. If an unattractive person were to roam the sect bare-chested, it would be considered scandalous, and they would be punished. However, if it were a strikingly handsome individual like Shen Xuan, it was akin to the breath of spring. Contrary to the female disciples' reactions, the male disciples wore grim expressions. Shen Xuan's presence seemed to mock their own appearances. They wished they could tear away this visage of extreme beauty. One male disciple stepped forward, coldly stating, "Junior, do you realize the impropriety of your disheveled appearance in the sect? Get lost." A fairly attractive girl stepped forward, pushing the speaking male disciple aside. She immediately turned to Shen Xuan, her demeanor shy and bashful as she inquired, "Senior brother, hello, my name is Fang Ye. May I ask if you have a partner?" Shen Xuan was taken aback. The current generation of young ladies seemed overly forward, perhaps too enthusiastic. He smiled gently, his warmth akin to the sun melting the chill of winter. "I have a master." Luo Xiaoxue? The other disciples? Everyone appeared bewildered, sensing the weight of his words. The girl who had just asked Shen Xuan, seemingly reluctant, pressed on, "Senior brother, Who is your master? Shen Xuan gently placed his hand on the little girl's head, his gaze softening as he looked at her. Luo Xiaoxue is my master. Luo Xiaoxue looked up into her disciple's eyes, feeling her forehead heat up, nearly igniting. Beep, beep, beep. The host is overly flirtatious. Please exercise restraint. Or Luo Xiaoxue may faint due to overheating of the brain. Beep. The advanced accelerator for repairing the Dantian has been activated. Would the host like to use it? Please activate it immediately. Advanced Dantian repair accelerator successfully activated. Current progress 0.0000261. Shen Xuan felt a surge of joy. This advanced accelerator was quite effective, propelling him to nearly the late stage of the harmony realm. The boy withdrew from the spiritual realm, cleared his throat, and clarified. What I meant earlier is that I am currently wholly absorbed in cultivating the Tao, wishing only to work diligently under my master. The crowd remained skeptical, while Luo Xiaoxue sighed in relief, her head gradually cooling down. Though she felt inexplicably disappointed, such negative emotions were swiftly cast aside. This clever twist was exceptionally astute. Repairing the Dantian while simultaneously cooling down her young disciple was a strategy worthy of being documented in textbooks. Shen Xuan felt a surge of pride, thinking perhaps only he could devise such a brilliant solution in such a short time. Luo Xiaoxue furrowed her brow. Repairing the Dantian? Young master? What did this mean? Did he truly have a master named Young Lady? Yet, she had an inkling that the young master mentioned by the Dog King might be referring to her. Chapter 7. Spiritual Root Testing. Luo Xiaoxue shifted her gaze towards Shen Xuan's profile, sensing a hint of peculiarity. You all may continue with your tasks. I must take my newly accepted disciple for a spiritual root test. She dismissed the other disciples. Wei Xiaoxue, what are you looking at? Hurry up. The male disciple who had attempted to reprimand Shen Xuan but was pushed aside noticed his good friend continually sneaking glances backward and became enraged, tugging at his collar to drag him away. I sense a sword intent from this person. If I could spar with him, my swordsmanship would surely advance by leaps and bounds. Wei Xiaoxue allowed himself to be dragged away but kept his eyes on Shen Xuan, filled with fighting spirit. At a mere 20 to 30 meters away, Shen Xuan, with his cultivation, could easily overhear their conversation. His expression darkened. Damn it, if you walk any slower, I might just cleave you in two. Luo Xiaoxue felt puzzled. Sparring was sparring, but why the foul language? Now, her gaze toward Shen Xuan brimmed with suspicion. Sensing a connection between the Dog King and her disciple, her twin ponytails swayed in the breeze as she clasped her chubby little hands, pondering for a moment before saying, Disciple, let us proceed with the spiritual root test. Yes, master. Shen Xuan grinned foolishly. Ah, the moment for me to show off has arrived. Alas, I wish to be low-key, yet my strength does not permit it. Luo Xiaoxue, hearing his inner thoughts, remained composed. The two departed the plaza, meandering until they arrived at a secluded hall, the only structure in sight, appearing particularly lonely. This is the spiritual root testing area, however. It is typically only used during the Sword Sect's annual recruitment, so it is usually quite deserted, Luo Xiaoxue explained as she led Shen Xuan into the hall. Stand here. Once the formation activates, your spiritual root level will be revealed. The little girl guided Shen Xuan to a low stone platform. Testing the spiritual root with a formation. Would this be impressive? Others had stones that shattered from their astounding talents. Surely, the formation should explode under the weight of my extraordinary abilities, Shen Xuan mused internally. Luo Xiaoxue was now testing her disciple, and according to the Dog King, those participating in the test seemed to resemble the Dog King himself. Could it be that her disciple was the one who had been speaking in her mind all along? The little girl reached a startling conclusion but immediately dismissed the thought. With her disciple being so young, how could he possibly possess the cultivation of the harmony realm? Moreover, he often appeared somewhat foolish, not resembling someone with a meticulous mind. Luo Xiaoxue smiled sweetly at her beloved disciple, who noticed her gesture and responded with a silly grin. See, I told you my disciple is quite silly. How could he possibly be the arrogant and ostentatious Dog King? What is with this silly girl? She smiles like a blooming chrysanthemum. Luo Xiaoxue's smile suddenly stiffened, her lips twitching imperceptibly. You're the one who is a chrysanthemum. Your entire family is a chrysanthemum. The little girl felt a surge of anger, but concealed it well. Now, it seemed she could not entirely dismiss the possibility of her disciple's identity. Shen Xuan cleared his throat and asked, Master, may we begin the spiritual root test? Luo Xiaoxue withdrew her smile, her expression turning serious as she nodded. Very well, I shall activate the formation now. With that, she brought her chubby little hand down sharply onto the formation activation area, causing the entire hall to tremble. Wow, what is with this little girl's violence? She startled me. Shen Xuan internally complained just as the formation began to operate, enveloping him in a protective barrier of spiritual energy. The colors of the energy shifted through a spectrum before finally settling on colorless. It's colorless! Luo Xiaoxue exclaimed in her adorable voice, astonished. Oh dear. The little girl seems quite shocked. It appears that colorless must represent the utmost talent. However, why has the formation exploded upon encountering such a breathtaking talent? Shen Xuan observed the changes in Luo Xiaoxue's expression, pondering. Blast you, you dog head. Master, is my spiritual root the best of the best? Shen Xuan blinked at his little master, who, if not for her stunning looks, would indeed seem quite foolish. Luo Xiaoxue pondered for 2 seconds, uncertain whether to reveal the harsh truth to her disciple, before finally speaking slowly. Disciple, your spiritual root is indeed unprecedented, since the establishment of the Qingyun sword sect. There has never been a person whose spiritual root could not be detected. Chapter 8. The consequences of Shen Xuan's miscalculation. Shen Xuan's facial muscles twitched, forcing himself to remain calm. Master, you must be mistaken. Colorless should represent my disciple's extraordinary talent, should it not? Luo Xiaoxue shot him a glance. Disciple, you are overthinking it. Shen Xuan fell silent suddenly. It didn't make sense. In the heavenly domain, he had reached Quasi-Emperor status in just over a decade. How could a talent as astonishing as his possess no spiritual root at all? The little girl inside chuckled, achieving Quasi-Emperor status in just over a decade? Aren't you afraid of the wind blowing your tongue? Wait, the Dog King has no spiritual root at all. But the one being tested is clearly my disciple. Heavens, could the Dog King truly be my disciple? Luo Xiaoxue clutched her chest, her heart racing. No, this must be a misunderstanding. Master, if I have no spiritual root, does that mean I cannot remain in the Qingyun sword sect to cultivate alongside you? Shen Xuan inquired. Do not worry, disciple. Even if you cannot enter the Qingyun sword sect, having taken me as your master, I will be responsible for you until the end, the little girl reassured, patting her little chest. This nearly brought Shen Xuan to tears. He never expected his little master to be so kind. Should he squeeze out some tears to express his gratitude? Perhaps not. If he acted too convincingly, this little girl would likely burst into tears. And he wouldn't know how to console a young lady. However, if I cannot remain by the side of my inexpensive lowly master due to the issue of my spiritual root, how long must I wait for the restoration of my dantian? I must devise a way to overcome this. Shen Xuan pondered, completely oblivious to the changes in Luo Xiaoxue's expression. Upon hearing the first thought, Luo Xiaoxue felt a flicker of emotion. But little did she know that the tone would soon shift, calling her a little girl and saying she cried like a baby. Now she was certain that the Dog King's true form was indeed her newly accepted disciple. Should I call you disciple, Dog King, or Dog Disciple? Luo Xiaoxue bit her teeth in silence, not expecting that her seemingly innocent disciple was, in fact, a despicable two-faced individual. Why does this little loli's gaze seem somewhat menacing? It resembles the look of the vicious dog I once raised when it was deprived of its meat bun. Is someone stealing her meat bun? Shen Xuan finally noticed Luo Xiaoxue's expression, a hint of surprise crossing his features. Luo Xiaoxue's forehead throbbed with veins, her complexion reddening, her breath growing increasingly rapid, yet her gaze softened in the blink of an eye. A disciple that betrays their master dares to describe their teacher in such a manner. Luo Xiaoxue's heart was tumultuous, yet she resisted the urge to strangle her seemingly obedient disciple. I cannot let this dog disciple know that I can hear his thoughts. Luo Xiaoxue gritted her teeth in silence, determined to see just how many surprises her obedient disciple could bring her. Shen Xuan observed the lowly master's gentle gaze, which seemed no different from usual, feeling somewhat puzzled. However, he soon set aside these thoughts. The immediate priority was to pass the spiritual root test. Who would have thought that this wretched formation could not detect his exceptional spiritual root? Suddenly, an idea sparked in Shen Xuan's mind. Luo Xiaoxue sneered internally. Just him? This formation was left by the esteemed ancestor Yun Xingyang. How could a dog disciple like him damage it? Shen Xuan then said, Master, could you please activate the formation again? I wish to try once more. Luo Xiaoxue thought to herself, all right, I will let this boy face a significant setback. Yet, even if Shen Xuan failed the spiritual root test, she would still plead with the sect leader on his behalf, as he was her only disciple. Shen Xuan focused his mind, awaiting the formation's reactivation. Let me see, this formation is merely for testing, its strength roughly at the level of a second-tier formation. With my current power, utilizing 1/millionth of my strength should suffice to destroy this formation. Luo Xiaoxue was taken aback. What? 1/millionth of his strength? Could it be that her disciple had lost his mind? Very well, she was curious to see what kind of trouble this dog disciple would stir up. The little loli struck her palm against the activation zone, her spiritual energy flowing through her hand into the formation's energy core, reactivating it once more. Wait a minute. Oh no, I miscalculated. Luo Xiaoxue suddenly heard her disciple's startled thoughts, her brow furrowing. What is all this fuss about? If it doesn't work, then it doesn't work. Pretending otherwise is quite insincere. Suddenly, the energy enveloping Shen Xuan began to change color at an astonishing rate. And the spiritual energy shield expanded like a balloon, swelling to dozens of times its original size in mere moments, nearly filling the entire hall. Following this, the hall shook violently, the ground fracturing inch by inch. With a resounding boom, the underground formation finally could not withstand the pressure and exploded. This is bad. Shen Xuan thought swiftly, lunging toward the still-dazed Luo Xiaoxue. In the next moment, the entire hall disintegrated as if struck by a ton of explosives. A small mushroom cloud rising into the sky, carrying fragments of the hall in all directions, even from 1,000 meters away. The deafening sound of the explosion could be heard. Chapter 9, Trouble Brought by Showing Off as the Dust Settled. A pit with a diameter of several dozen meters had formed at the center of the hall, and within it knelt a bare-chested figure, hunched over, with a petite girl underneath him. How embarrassing. 1/millionth was the data when my Dantian restoration was at 0.00001, based on my current strength. I should have utilized 3/millionths of my power. Damn it, my true strength is about to be revealed. Shen Xuan was filled with frustration. Fortunately, before the explosion, he had already summoned his spiritual energy to protect Luo Xiaoxue, so she was unharmed, merely startled by the earlier chaos. Master! Master! Are you all right? Shen Xuan climbed to his feet and shook Luo Xiaoxue's frail shoulders. Luo Xiaoxue rolled her eyes, showing no reaction. No way, did my dear master faint from the explosion? It seemed he would have to use that legendary technique, the slap to wake you up, by repeatedly slapping her cheeks to stimulate her nerves, thereby awakening her brain. In essence, it was just slapping her face until she regained consciousness. Luo Xiaoxue thought, this dog disciple, just as Shen Xuan's large hand was about to land on her delicate, baby-faced cheeks, Luo Xiaoxue's eyes regained their clarity. Disciple, what are you about to do? Shen Xuan's hand awkwardly hovered a few centimeters from her exquisite face. But then a spark of inspiration struck him, and after a brief pause, he gently caressed her cheek. Master, you're finally awake. Shen Xuan instantly donned a gaze filled with affection, his warm hand softly brushing against Luo Xiaoxue's face. Even though the little loli was already aware that this was merely a facade and that her disciple was far from simple, her heart still raced at his gesture. No, I must not be deceived by this dog disciple's delicate appearance. Luo Xiaoxue remained vigilant internally, though her face bore a look of surprise. Disciple, what just happened? Luo Xiaoxue, do you think I look like a fool? However, speaking of which, she suddenly felt a pang of anxiety. Before the formation exploded, her disciple's thoughts had indeed revealed a lot of information. Did he truly cause such extensive damage using merely 1/millionth of his strength? If that were the case, just how powerful would he be at full strength? Impossible. If this dog disciple were truly that formidable, why would he seek out my mentorship to enter the Qingyan Sword sect? Luo Xiaoxue shook her head in silence, pondering that perhaps he possessed some special trait. Like having found a storage ring with an ancient elder inside? Could it be? Shen Xuan glanced at his own body, completely unscathed. Not even a speck of dust on him, which seemed implausible given the violent explosion. Luo Xiaoxue thought, you foolish child, I should strangle you, this dog disciple. Just as the little loli finally calmed her thoughts, several powerful presences rushed toward them. Moments later, several figures clad in blue and black robes appeared before Shen Xuan and his master, the leader being a middle-aged man in a black robe, his hair streaked with gray, sporting a long black beard, exuding an air of ethereal grace. Sect Master. Upon seeing the arrival, Luo Xiaoxue quickly stood and bowed, transmitting thoughts to Shen Xuan, disciple. This is Sect Master Yunqing Xian. The others are elders of the sect. Shen Xuan stepped forward, bowing respectfully, recognizing that if he was to survive, he must fully commit to the act. The middle-aged man raised an eyebrow, casting a curious glance at Shen Xuan. Realizing he did not recall such a person among the sect's disciples, but now was not the time to dwell on that. The other elders similarly regarded Luo Xiaoxue with discontent. Sect Master, this Luo Xiaoxue. Luo Xiaoxue was at a loss for words, unsure of how to begin. Shen Xuan sighed internally. He had to take responsibility for his own show of bravado. He stepped forward and addressed, esteemed sect master and honored elders. The testing formation here unexpectedly exploded, leveling this place. Yunqing raised an eyebrow, displeased. The spiritual root testing formation was left by the esteemed ancestor Yunqing. Even a nascent soul realm expert would find it difficult to damage it. How could it be so easily destroyed? Shen Xuan pondered for 2 seconds. Perhaps it was due to the disciple's exceptional talent that the formation was unable to register it, leading to a self-detonation. The crowd was left speechless. Have you become overly self-satisfied? Nonsense. This formation can accurately detect even the highest grade spiritual roots. How can your spiritual root, no matter how strong, surpass that? An elder with graying hair scolded. Luo Xiaoxue felt like covering her face. Her disciple was showing off in front of her. But now he was attempting to impress the sect leader and others. Yunqing scrutinized Shen Xuan and spoke solemnly. You are not a disciple of our sword sect. How did you end up here? All disciples of the sword sect study the Qingyan sword technique upon entry, even without carrying the sect's token. They can confirm each other's identities through the unique sword energy generated by their training. However, Shen Xuan exhibited no trace of the Qingyun sword technique or even any fluctuation of spiritual energy. He was, quite simply, an ordinary mortal, apart from his appearance. Upon witnessing this, Luo Xiaoxue hurriedly explained, Sect leader, he is my newly accepted disciple and has yet to complete the formalities to join the sect. As soon as she spoke, several elders burst into laughter, as if they had heard the grandest joke. Elder Luo, are you accepting disciples in hopes of tomorrow's martial arts competition? But what use is a completely powerless boy? One elder mocked. Shen Xuan observed the scene, internally lamenting that his master was indeed not well regarded by the sect. How could they not see how adorable this little loli was? Hearing these thoughts, Luo Xiaoxue felt a warmth in her heart. Her disciple was not entirely heartless. Yunqing raised a hand to silence the crowd. In any case, are you prepared to take responsibility for the damage to the formation? His gaze was piercing as he looked at Shen Xuan. Is this uncle planning to deal with me? Hold on, my Dantian has tea even recovered yet. If a scuffle breaks out, what if I accidentally blow the entire sect to smithereens? Shen Xuan's mind raced, wishing only to survive, yet fate seemed determined not to grant him that chance. Luo Xiaoxue's heart tightened, not because of Shen Xuan's thoughts, but because she genuinely feared Yunqing would take action against him. If Shen Xuan confessed to damaging the formation, he could be imprisoned for life or even face execution. Whether he had the ability to destroy the formation became irrelevant. The sect merely sought an explanation. Immediately, Luo Xiaoxue positioned herself in front of Shen Xuan, her lovely face displaying an unexpected resolve. Sect leader, the formation was damaged because of me. It has nothing to do with him. Yunqing snorted coldly, his sleeves sweeping aside, sending a sharp wave of spiritual energy that knocked Luo Xiaoxue aside. Faced with Yunqing's mid-level alchemy cultivation, she had no power to resist. As an elder of the sect, you shield a scoundrel. You shall be confined to the back mountain for 6 months. Yunqing's voice was deep as he fixed his gaze on Shen Xuan. As for you, young man, you shall accompany us. He reached out again to seize Shen Xuan. Oh dear, should I intervene? Never mind. It seems I need to. Before Shen Xuan could act, a booming voice echoed through the air, stop. At that moment, a sword energy surged forth, aimed directly at Yunqing. The clash of the long sword against this sword energy sent ripples through the air as if it had been shaken awake. Yunqing staggered back several steps before regaining his footing, and the person who intervened landed right in front of Shen Xuan. Upon seeing this individual, everyone present, except Shen Xuan, displayed expressions of sheer astonishment. How could it be you? An elder exclaimed, his voice laced with disbelief. For the newcomer was none other than the reclusive old man who guarded the gate. Though Yunqing was equally surprised, it was not due to the gatekeeper's identity. Elder Chen, why have you intervened on his behalf? Unlike the others, Yunqing clearly recognized Elder Chen. The elder snorted, do not concern yourself with my reasons for intervening. Suffice it to say, this lad is already a disciple of our sect. Anyone who dares to lay a hand on him will have to face my wrath. Yunqing's expression changed, yet he dared not utter a word of protest. Elder Chen was the sect's first genius from his grandfather's generation, and had since protected the sword sect for hundreds of years. Even as the sect leader, Yunqing dared not act with any insolence in front of Elder Chen. But Elder Chen, how shall we explain the destruction of the testing hall? Elder Chen shot him a displeased glance. You are the sect leader. You can sort it out yourself. Yunqing forced a bitter smile. The hardest part was indeed sorting it out. After chastising a few individuals, Elder Chen turned around and spoke kindly to Shen Xuan. Young man, I have high hopes for you. Shen Xuan nodded expressionlessly, while the elder's intervention was thunderous. It was not as impactful as it could have been. If he had acted himself, the main peak would have been uprooted. Forget it. Survival is paramount, Shen Xuan thought, wishing to avoid further trouble. Thus, the dispute ended, and Shen Xuan became a mere ordinary disciple of the sword sect. Should I have the janitor make me the chief senior brother? Shen Xuan pondered, ultimately deciding against it, as it would be too ostentatious and not in line with his low-profile principles. Lousy, please stop pretending. The little loli led Shen Xuan to the inner hall, where they collected 2 sets of exclusive blue robes for sect disciples, along with the sect token, and of course, a basic sword for disciples of the sword sect. Dressed in the attire of a sword sect disciple, Shen Xuan's robust physique became more refined. Although he exuded less of a potent aura, he appeared even more ethereal, akin to a celestial being. For a moment, Luo Xiaoxue found herself entranced, while the female disciple on duty in the inner hall looked at him with starry eyes, almost rushing forward to devour him. My charm is truly remarkable. Even my adorable master is rendered speechless, Shen Xuan narcissistically mused. Master, we should be on our way. Shen Xuan patted the little loli's head and called as he exited the inner hall. Meanwhile, she was still trying to comprehend the meaning of his words. Indeed, she often heard many strange phrases from her dog-like disciple. Though she was curious, she refrained from asking, fearing it would alert him. Luo Xiaoxue looked at Shen Xuan with a peculiar expression. Disciple, were you just touching my head? Shen Xuan was startled. Could it be that he had been discovered? By the way, touching the head is quite pleasant. Not that I was touching anywhere else. Master, it must be your imagination. How could I commit such an unfilial act? Shen Xuan vehemently denied. If I hadn't heard your thoughts clearly, I might have actually believed you. Dog disciple, you asked for it. The little loli chased him outside and, with a small leap of her legs, barely managed to reach his head. A triumphant grin spread across Luo Xiaoxue's face, resembling a little imp. However, just as her chubby little hand was about to touch Shen Xuan's head, a large hand suddenly grasped her wrist, while another arm wrapped around her slender waist, pulling her into an embrace. Master, that's not allowed. Shen Xuan leaned close to the little loli's ear, his voice so gentle it could melt her. Disciple, what are you doing? Luo Xiaoxue's cheeks turned as red as a ripe apple, her eyes shimmering like water, her mind entirely blank. Beep. Host, please exercise restraint to avoid detection. Reward, Intermediate Dantian Restoration Accelerator. Based on big data analysis, the probability of immediate use by the host is 99. 99, thus the system will automatically use it for the host. Current Dantian restoration level, 0. 0000271. Shen Xuan felt satisfied. The system was becoming increasingly humanized, even utilizing big data. Yet, he hadn't even begun to flirt, and he was already at risk of detection? Wait, this is a different world. Who would come to investigate my affairs? Nonetheless, better safe than sorry, Shen Xuan, determined to maintain a low profile, refrained from pursuing further flirtation. Gently placing the little girl down, it took her quite some time to regain her composure. Luo Xiaoxue was taken aback by Shen Xuan's sudden change in expression. Why was this child crying? Woo-woo, master, you bully me. The little girl pouted, her tiny fists covering her eyes as she sobbed, her long twin ponytails swaying with her movements, presenting an utterly pitiful sight that would tug at anyone's heartstrings. Shen Xuan felt overwhelmed. Having been single in 2 lifetimes, he had no idea how to comfort a girl. My dear disciple, if you have wronged me, I shall punish you, and you shall have no complaints. Really? The little girl peeked through a small gap in her hands, glancing at Shen Xuan. A gentleman's word is his bond. Shen Xuan replied with utmost certainty. Good. When the subject of punishment arose, Luo Xiaoxue instantly perked up, her fatigue forgotten, her spirit renewed. And the tears vanished completely. Kneel, my obedient disciple. Shen Xuan was taken aback. Chapter 11. Luo Xiaoxue's good disciple seeing the little master with no trace of tears left on her face. Shen Xuan could only express his astonishment with exclamations of disbelief. Who would have thought that a dignified future emperor could be outsmarted by a little girl? He was rendered speechless. My disciple, did you not say you would accept any punishment? Luo Xiaoxue huffed, her delicate hands clasped behind her back, striking a pose of authority. I dare not defy you. Shen Xuan knelt down without hesitation, having seen precedents set before him. After all, kneeling before one's master was a natural obligation. Luo Xiaoxue secretly gritted her teeth, realizing that the only time her disciple treated her as a master was when he knelt. However, observing her disciple's obedient posture satisfied her, and she reached out a small hand to gently pat his head. After a moment's thought, she felt this gesture was insufficient. So she ruffled his hair until it resembled a bird's nest, feeling a sense of enlightenment thereafter. Shen Xuan stood in a daze. Had a little girl just patted his head? The future emperor had been patted on the head by a little girl? His dignity was in shambles. At that moment, a sudden thunderclap echoed through the serene blue sky. "Excuse me for the interruption," Shen Xuan mumbled, feeling embarrassed. Luo Xiaoxue secretly observed the changes in her disciple's heart, nearly bursting into laughter. She cleared her throat to mask her amusement. "Well, the punishment has been administered. You must take this as a lesson and never repeat the offense." That detestable blue-haired little girl. If only the emperor could find an opportunity, she would surely hang her up and give her a sound spanking. Enough to make her bottom swell and unable to fit into her little undergarments. Luo Xiaoxue amused, realizing she hadn't expressed her affection for her disciple deeply enough. She would need to think of ways to shower him with affection in the future, affection that would be quite intense. "All right, my dear disciple. Come with me to see your future residence," Luo Xiaoxue said nonchalantly. Shen Xuan scratched his head. "Master, did I just hear something strange?" "Nothing of the sort. You must have misheard," she replied. "Oh, perhaps my hearing is not so good lately." They had just traversed the main peak. While the Qingyun sword sect consisted of 36 peaks, each corresponding to an elder. The thousands of disciples of the sword sect resided atop these peaks according to their respective elders. Luo Xiaoxue was the master of the last peak, the 36th, and thus the last elder in the sect, often referred to as the tail-end elder. However, aside from Luo Xiaoxue, there was no one else on this 36th peak. Even though she could enjoy the spiritual energy of an entire peak alone, no one envied her, for this peak was the most remote. With spiritual energy so thin it was nearly indistinguishable from that of an ordinary mountain, as they soared several hundred feet in the air. Luo Xiaoxue's blue ponytails whipped against Shen Xuan's face, occasionally tickling his nose, leading him to suspect whether this blue-haired girl was doing it on purpose. Yet, it smelled quite pleasant, though it made him want to sneeze. Would it be so bad if he accidentally sprayed saliva and mucus on his master's head? Surely she wouldn't hold it against him, would she? Unbeknownst to him, his master's expression had darkened considerably. At such heights, if his disciple were to accidentally fall, the consequences would be dire. Luo Xiaoxue thought expressionlessly. A quarter of an hour later, Shen Xuan safely arrived at the final peak. "My disciple, from here on, you shall cultivate alongside me," Luo Xiaoxue announced. Shen Xuan nodded obediently, surveying the area and finding it quite agreeable, although the spiritual energy was lacking. The picturesque scenery of green mountains and flowing waters, accompanied by the melodious songs of birds, made it feel like a paradise for retirement, especially since it was just the two of them. As for the spiritual energy, he would be better off using a mid-grade accelerator for restoring his dantian than relying on the thin energy of the entire Qingyun sword sect. Luo Xiaoxue let out a quiet sigh of relief, realizing her disciple did not seem to mind the lack of spiritual energy as she had feared. "My disciple, since we have not yet built a new dwelling, you shall reside in that one for now," she said, pointing to the only small house nearby. Shen Xuan was left dumbfounded, his mind swirling with turbulent thoughts. Heavens, the little master was asking him to sleep with her. How bold was that? What if she slipped him some sort of drug at night, and he lost his purity? However, if he refused, the little master would surely be heartbroken. As a good disciple, how could he bear to see her sad? Perhaps he would have to sacrifice his own purity for her sake. Hastily wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth, he declared with righteous fervor, "Master, sharing a room like this, wouldn't it be inappropriate?" Luo Xiaoxue chuckled. Chapter 12. The master's breath makes one plump, my dear disciple. It seems you have misunderstood something. Luo Xiaoxue pointed toward a small wooden structure resembling a doghouse adjacent to the main house, measuring no more than 3 feet in length and width, akin to the space beneath a desk. "What I meant was, that one is your dwelling." Shen Xuan's eyes nearly popped out. "Are you certain that isn't a doghouse?" "Aha, master, you must be joking. Please do not tease your disciple," he replied, his smile strained. Luo Xiaoxue flashed a sweet smile, her voice ringing with the clarity of a bell. "My dear disciple, I am not jesting." Internally, she scoffed. "Let us see how I can make you submit." Shen Xuan thought, this little girl has gone too far. Why did it seem like this blue-haired girl had suddenly lost her mind? It felt as if she had been targeting him ever since the spirit root test concluded. Wait, could it be that he had inadvertently revealed his strength? After all, Having no spiritual power and emerging unscathed from such a significant explosion would naturally raise suspicions. Upon hearing this, Luo Xiaoxue, who had just begun to feel slightly better about scolding her disciple, was once again on the verge of an explosion. This treacherous disciple. She felt an overwhelming urge to deal with him immediately. After some contemplation, Luo Xiaoxue decided it was too soon to punish him. She should take it step by step, gently nurturing him like a frog in warm water to cleanse his wicked heart thoroughly. My disciple, what I truly meant was to build another small house for you. She resolved to ease up on the pressure. Shen Xuan breathed a sigh of relief. He thought to himself, of course, my beloved master wouldn't actually be so cruel. But sharing a space would indeed be quite suitable, with no need for an additional house. Master, constructing a small house isn't a matter of a day or two. Why not let your disciple stay with you for now? Shen Xuan blinked innocently, envisioning the many opportunities to deepen their bond and hasten the restoration of his dantian. As a guardian of cosmic justice, how could he harbor ill intentions toward an adult little girl? He merely wished to appreciate beauty through an artistic lens. His deceitful disciple was indeed harboring ulterior motives. Luo Xiaoxue silently chided herself, wondering why her heart felt a flicker of anticipation. She involuntarily recalled the striking visage of her disciple by the riverbank, his handsome face so close, in the whiteness of the snow. No. What was she thinking? She must be influenced by her disciple's wicked thoughts and needed to purify him thoroughly. Her humble abode was too small to accommodate two. But there was no need for concern. She could simply build a new room. Wait here for a moment, she instructed her disciple while covering her slightly flushed cheeks. And then she soared into the forest with her measuring tool in hand. Shen Xuan watched the retreating figure of his blue-haired master, lost in thought. The contrast of the large timber and the petite figure created an endearing scene that made him chuckle. His adorable blue-haired master was truly charming. Should he reward her with a lift later? However, due to the distance, Luo Xiaoxue did not hear Shen Xuan's musings. Once the little girl had piled the wood aside, Shen Xuan approached her. Master. With an elegant smile, he suddenly reached out, effortlessly lifting Luo Xiaoxue above his head. What are you doing, disciple? The little girl was startled, her voice becoming notably sharper. Lifting you high, of course. Shen Xuan replied matter-of-factly. Beep, detected affectionate behavior. Intermediate accelerator has been activated and is automatically applied to the host. Current host dantian repair progress, 0.0000281. Shen Xuan felt a surge of joy. He had not anticipated that lifting her could yield rewards. It seemed he would have to do it more often. Not only to gain rewards, but also to strengthen his arm muscles. Master, please don't be angry, Shen Xuan said awkwardly as he set her down. However, he couldn't help but think about how delightful her soft touch was. What if he found it too endearing to resist? Wiping away the tears from her eyes, Luo Xiaoxue smiled and shook her head. I was merely reminded of my childhood. It has nothing to do with you. Shen Xuan breathed a sigh of relief. Glad to hear that. Otherwise, he would miss the opportunity to lift her again, losing a great method for accelerating his dantian repair. Yet, soon he fell into contemplation. Why does it feel like my little master is heavier than before? She hasn't eaten anything since morning. Could she possess the legendary ability to gain weight just by breathing? Well, if that is true, how impressive would that be? My master could gain weight just by breathing. That sounds incredibly powerful. This time, Shen Xuan's thoughts were quite clear. Luo Xiaoxue's forehead twitched with anger, and she suddenly no longer felt sentimental. Chapter 13. Shen Xuan's cozy doghouse. With her peak spiritual foundation, Luo Xiaoxue quickly erected a simple hut using her spiritual power. However, blue-haired little girl, could you make the house look a bit more presentable? It resembles a large beast cage, Shen Xuan exclaimed, and the wood is raw and damp. Do you realize how significant the gaps are between these two pieces of wood? A little girl like you could fit right through them. Oh, if you plan to sneak in at night to sleep with me, then I have no objections. Shen Xuan gazed at his makeshift home, momentarily at a loss for words. All right, I'll let it slide this time, considering my little master hasn't studied civil engineering. Luo Xiaoxue was on the brink of losing her mind. After painstakingly gathering wood from the forest to build him a new house, her ungrateful disciple had the audacity to nitpick. Shen Xuan sighed, realizing that his beast cage still needed a roof. He had no expectations of his foolish master. The young man grasped the basic sword bestowed by the sect and began to chop at a piece of wood. I must chop slowly, pretending to be a novice in body refinement, so as not to let my master discover my ability to utilize spiritual power. However, surely this foolish little girl won't notice, right? Luo Xiaoxue was taken aback. Foolish and brainless. That wretched disciple, I shall punish you severely, she thought, envisioning a fitting retribution. Meanwhile, on the adjacent 35th peak, some disciples gazed in astonishment at the smoke rising from the 36th peak. Who was cooking over there? That smoke seems unusually thick. Unbeknownst to Shen Xuan, his little master was already seething with rage, while he was dedicated to feigning weakness to survive. With each swing of the sword, he managed to slice into the wood a mere inch deep. At this rate, it would be dark before he finished. Luo Xiaoxue was left speechless. Her disciple was not merely pretending to be weak. He was akin to an ant trying to consume an elephant. All right, enough. I will help you chop, the little girl exclaimed, her urgency evident. Thank you, master. Shen Xuan grinned, quickly giving her the space to showcase her strength. Wait, did I just hear master give me a peculiar title? He pondered. Could it be my imagination? Perhaps I'm just so hungry that I'm hallucinating. I wonder if the sword sect has a cafeteria. If so, I could raid it tonight. If not, I might have to catch a few spirit beasts for dinner. In truth, cultivators at the spiritual foundation level could already survive without food, but Shen Xuan was unwilling to forego the pleasure of eating. Master, place a board here. Master. And here too, he directed. Luo Xiaoxue was infuriated. Her disciple-esque command struck at the core of her irritation. Under his guidance, the wooden beast cage, the wooden hut, was finally completed. Ah, if I had a more capable assistant, this hut wouldn't look so ugly. Perhaps I should offer my little master a course in construction. Then together we could transform the 36th peak into a beautiful and prosperous place. Shen Xuan mused, completely oblivious to Luo Xiaoxue's murderous gaze. Few dared to make their master do manual labor. And even fewer had the audacity to turn the tables and instruct their master to be the laborer. I could eat that disciple and turn him into something foul. Luo Xiaoxue ground her teeth. Now that your doghouse is completed, I shall begin teaching you the Qingyun sword technique. Shen Xuan nodded, though the term doghouse felt quite awkward. Chapter 14. Shen Xuan's aspiration to be a master suddenly. Shen Xuan recalled that his master used a heavy measuring tool. He looked at the little girl with a hint of skepticism. Can this little girl truly teach swordsmanship? But even if she cannot, it matters not. I am a master of the sword myself, able to sever the sun and moon with a single strike. How humble of me to say so. As I could easily achieve mastery on my own. Luo Xiaoxue trembled slightly. Her disciple claimed he could sever the sun and moon with a sword? Oh heavens! You truly amuse me, disciple, she thought, biting her lip to suppress a laugh. Her foolish disciple was becoming increasingly boastful, seemingly unconcerned about the consequences of his grand claims. With a flick of her wrist, she tossed a sword manual to him. Shen Xuan caught it, noting the title, Qingyun Sword Technique, Basic Edition. Clearly a foundational sword technique for all newly initiated disciples. All right, disciple, take this manual and practice on your own, Luo Xiaoxue instructed, clapping her hands. Master, are you not going to teach me? I do not practice swordsmanship myself. How could I teach you? The little girl crossed her arms, her long blue ponytails swaying in the wind, her face devoid of any shame. Besides, didn't you say, a master leads you to the door? But the practice depends on the individual. I have already led you to the door. Now it is up to you. Luo Xiaoxue felt a sense of pride swelling within her. Disciple, did you not claim to be a master of the sword path? Did you not assert that you could achieve greatness through self-study? If that is indeed the case, then I shall wholeheartedly support you. Shen Xuan was at a loss for words. Surely, you refer to that door guarded by the sweeping monk, do you not? He shook his head and replied. Disciple shall faithfully adhere to the teachings of the master. As an exceptionally obedient disciple, Shen Xuan harbored no doubts about his lowly master's intentions. It was entirely normal for someone with her somewhat simplistic mind to be incapable of wielding a greatsword. After all, not everyone possessed his level of genius. Although he regarded this sword technique with disdain, he understood that in order to cultivate a sword aura akin to that of his peers in the sword sect, he must practice it, however minimally. Shen Xuan promptly stored the sword technique away, planning to let its contents seep into his mind as he rested on it that night. By the way, discerning fellow disciples through their sword aura felt oddly reminiscent of dogs sniffing each other's behinds. Suddenly, a peculiar thought crossed the young man's mind. Luo Xiaoxue nearly choked, almost losing her breath. What on earth is going on in my disciple's head? What kind of bizarre reasoning connects sword aura to canine communication? Thankfully, she was not a practitioner of the sword path. After dismissing various humorous thoughts, the little loli straightened her face and said, Disciple, there will be a martial competition at the sect tomorrow. You shall represent our peak in battle. Each peak would send forth a disciple, many of whom had only recently begun their training. Since becoming an elder, she had not sent a disciple to compete. And if her disciple were to fail to secure a position in the top 10, she would be stripped of her elder status. If that were to occur, they would be rendered homeless. Luo Xiaoxue's tone grew increasingly serious. She had no choice but to provoke her overly cautious disciple, lest he underperform tomorrow. Shen Xuan frowned, pondering the misfortunes of her elder position. However, if the blue-haired loli were to be removed from her elder role, could it be that he might seize that position for himself? Becoming an elder seemed rather appealing, and with such authority, he could take her as his disciple. Once their roles were reversed, he could mold her as he pleased. The young man believed his intellect had reached unparalleled heights, conjuring such a flawless scheme. Luo Xiaoxue chuckled. You cunning disciple, how can you be so clever? Shen Xuan's musings did not end there. Let me consider how best to mold her. He discreetly surveyed his master's petite figure, vowing that this was not to indulge his own desires. As a dutiful disciple, he merely wished to expedite the restoration of his dantian, harboring no ill intentions toward his adorable lowly master. Perhaps we should consider a certain surgical procedure for this clever disciple, Luo Xiaoxue mused. Shen Xuan suddenly felt a chill beneath him, as if the sect had issued some larger undergarments. And perhaps he should search the inner hall for something more suitable. Thus, the night at Qingyan Sword Sect was tranquil and serene. Aside from the occasional sound of swords clashing from various peaks and the calls of beasts in the forest, everything seemed perfect. At that moment, within his humble abode, Shen Xuan lay quietly like a salted fish, resting his head on the only piece of furniture he owned, a certain sword technique. He gazed blankly at the wooden crevice that could accommodate a petite loli. Why hasn't my master come to join me yet? I'm starting to feel peckish. Hearing this, Luo Xiaoxue gritted her teeth. Does he think I'm foolish? What is that grinding noise? Shen Xuan vaguely heard a sound from next door and became curious. Could it be that the blue-haired loli grinds her teeth in her sleep? Medically, teeth grinding may stem from prolonged stress or anxiety, but it could also indicate a problem with one's mental state. The thought sent a shiver down Shen Xuan's spine. Could it be my master is mentally unstable? No, while she was certainly silly, her behavior did not suggest any mental deficiencies. Upon hearing this, Luo Xiaoxue barely managed to suppress the urge to knock some sense into her disciple. Wait a moment, silly may not be the most flattering descriptor. At this juncture, Shen Xuan's voice echoed again. Let me think. Perhaps it's that time of the month for my master? EW, that possibility seemed quite high. No wonder she was so temperamental throughout the day. If it were indeed her monthly cycle, then he could forgive her. Sigh, there are few disciples as magnanimous as I. Surely, my master should cherish me. The little loli was at her wit's end, tugging at her long blue twin tails, which flailed about like oversized wind wheels. Shen Xuan rose, stretching lazily. Well then, I might as well search for something to eat. Food is not a necessity for cultivators above the spiritual foundation stage. Shen Xuan merely felt a simple craving. With a swift movement, he vanished silently into the night. Luo Xiaoxue sensed something amiss and rushed outside to investigate. But he had already disappeared without a trace. He runs quite fast, the little loli pondered, refraining from pursuing him. Though she was curious whether that despicable disciple would speak ill of her behind her back, she found herself infuriated whenever she heard such things. Shen Xuan unleashed his formidable spiritual sense, enveloping the entire Qingyan Sword Sect, absorbing all matters both grand and trivial into his mind. This young man's sword seems a bit short. Why is this fellow so quick? Oh dear. Someone is spying on female disciples bathing. I must document this to expose that old lecher. Damn it. Those two rascals are practicing fencing. My eyes are going blind. Shen Xuan hastily shielded these thoughts, protecting his pure and innocent heart from corruption. At that moment, an enticing aroma wafted into his nostrils. How delightful. Shen Xuan's spirit lifted, and he immediately followed the alluring scent. At the foot of a peak, a chubby boy was flipping a roasted chicken over an open flame. Golden drippings cascading from the meat, igniting the charcoal below. With a brush in one hand, he coated the chicken with sauce, releasing an intoxicating blend of flavors into the air. My good fellow, your culinary skills are impressive. A head emerged from behind the boy, inching closer to the sizzling chicken. Inhaling the mouth-watering aroma deeply, the chubby boy trembled, losing his grip on the chicken, which fell to the ground. A flash of sword energy pierced through the air, saving the chicken from its fate. The boy nearly suffered a heart attack, trembling as he pointed at the sudden apparition. Who are you? Shen Xuan grinned mischievously. I am known as Wei Xiaoxue, The boy's expression froze, skepticism dawning upon him. That's impossible. I know Wei Xiaoxue. I just fenced with him today. Shen Xuan raised an eyebrow. What a small world. Is it really so common to encounter a fencer at every turn? Looking at the boy's stout frame, he suddenly felt a loss of appetite. Just kidding. I am Xian. He improvised, fabricating yet another name. The boy's face darkened as he cast aside his fear. Do you take me for a fool? Xian is our sect's leader. Shen Xuan paused, realizing why he had spoken so fluently earlier. It was indeed the name of that old coot, nearly forgotten in his mind. Clearing his throat, he blushed slightly and moved past that topic. My dear chubby friend, that chicken seems rather large. I doubt you can finish it all. Why not share some with me? This way, we can avoid waste. The boy thought he had misheard. Could there truly be someone so brazen as to attempt to mooch off him? If only Luo Xiaoxue were present, she would surely hear Shen Xuan's inner thoughts. Hand it over. Chapter 16. The failed theft of a chicken. This fellow. This chicken is the fruit of my arduous endeavors. A result of enduring countless perils. The rotund man's gaze fixated hungrily on the roasted chicken in Shen Xuan's hands, implying, if you don't share, then just leave. However, Shen Xuan seemed entirely oblivious to his insinuation, chuckling, I understand. Brother, I shall consume this roasted chicken with utmost reverence. With that, he seized the chicken and took a hearty bite. How delightful. The rotund man felt his heart bleed. Noticing his distress, Shen Xuan glanced at him. What's the matter? Brother Fat? Do you have any objections? Meeting his dark, penetrating gaze, the rotund man felt as though he were staring into the eyes of an ancient beast. Instinctively shuddering and nearly losing control of himself. This was a master. Even in the presence of his mentor, he had never felt such pressure. He quickly waved his hands. No. This chicken is fortunate to be offered to you, great brother. The rotund man, lacking any sense of dignity, had completely abandoned the resolve typically held by a sword cultivator. Moments later, he swallowed hard and tentatively asked, Brother, might you spare a bit of that chicken for me? I haven't eaten all day. As he spoke, his round belly let out a gurgling sound, as if to corroborate his claim. In just a few bites, Shen Xuan had reduced the chicken to nothing but bones, finally turning to the nearly tearful rotund man. Why the tears? What is your name? Shen Xuan casually inquired, using the tip of his sword to pick at his teeth. With a sorrowful expression, the rotund man, intimidated by Shen Xuan's might, reluctantly replied, Little brother Luo San. A disciple from the 30 Peaks. Shen Xuan nodded thoughtfully, pausing for a moment before stating, From now on, you shall be my little brother. To demonstrate your loyalty, tell me if there is a place to raise spirit beasts. This elder brother was indeed quite formidable, one to be reckoned with. Shen Xuan interrupted him, Just take me there. 2 minutes later, the two arrived at the mountainside, where they could see the spirit bird garden, enclosed by a fence. The garden was expansive, divided into several sections, each housing different species of spirit birds. Senior sister, do you think that chicken thief will return tonight? One must not be complacent. This thief has already stolen 8 chickens. If he succeeds again, what face will we have left? The white-clad female disciple replied sternly. That chicken earlier, it wouldn't be one you stole, would it? Upon hearing this, Luo San's face twitched, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He quickly shook his head. Brother, you can't say that. That chicken was an accident. It ran into a tree, and I just happened upon it and roasted it. Shen Xuan raised an eyebrow, realizing the rotund man was attempting to deceive him. Luo San, here is your chance to prove your loyalty. Go divert those people. Did I just hear something odd? And I don't want to prove my loyalty. Shen Xuan disregarded his objections, pushing him out from the thicket while shouting, I, Xian, am here to steal chickens. All unrelated individuals, stand back. He was still kind enough not to reveal the rotund man's name, leaving a trace of spiritual energy on Luo San to ensure he wouldn't truly get caught. At the main peak, within the sect leader's hall, Xian suddenly shivered and sneezed, accidentally spraying saliva and mucus onto the beautiful woman lying across from him. Xian, you scoundrel. I devoted my youth to you. And this is how you repay me? Indeed, all men are swine. Now that I am aging and no longer appealing, you find me repugnant, do you? You no longer love me? The affection has faded? Xian, beset by her outburst, was left utterly bewildered. Who am I? Where am I? Meanwhile, Luo San was fleeing in tears, evading the pursuing disciples, cursing the one who had pushed him out. Once Shen Xuan saw that the coast was clear, he strolled leisurely into the spirit bird garden. With his prowess, even if the entire sword sect were guarding the garden, he could pilfer the spirit birds without a trace. However, as a quasi-emperor, how could he engage in such a lowly act as theft? He preferred to capture the spirit birds openly, simply for the thrill of it. He peered into every enclosure, counting the different types of spirit birds, contemplating what to feast upon that night, perhaps one of each. At that moment, he suddenly looked up to the sky, noticing a massive celestial crane hovering above him. It circled twice before diving down, aiming directly at Shen Xuan. The formidable aura of the Spirit Foundation realm emanated from the crane, suggesting it intended not merely to capture Shen Xuan, but to obliterate him. This majestic bird appeared far more delectable than an ordinary spirit bird. Shen Xuan licked his lips, enhancing his already handsome features with a touch of allure. If any female disciples witnessed this scene, they would likely swoon and faint. With a casual flick of his spiritual sword, he unleashed a wave of sword energy that struck the crane's body, causing it to tremble and plummet to the ground. Its fate sealed before it could ever realize that the power of its Spirit Foundation realm was no match for a mere youth's blade. Tonight, it would be his meal. Meanwhile, Luo Xiaoxue was desperately fleeing, cursing under his breath, when suddenly a force pulled him into the woods, transporting him hundreds of meters away in an instant. The pursuing disciples from the sword sect stood dumbfounded. Where had he gone? How could a living person just vanish into thin air? The white-clad female leader clenched her fists, her teeth grinding in frustration. Having dispatched a dozen people, yet failing to catch a mere thief was akin to slapping her own face. "Sister, what should we do?" one disciple asked. The white-clad woman fumed. "Damn it, little thief. I've memorized your figure. You better not fall into my hands again." Chapter 17. Shen Xuan's scheme. After being flung a considerable distance, Luo Xiaoxue was finally halted by a tree. At that moment, a figure approached, as silent as a specter. Turning to look, he realized it was that man again. "3 fat, big brother. I've caught a bird. It's up to you to roast it. Remember, it should be crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, golden and crunchy, making me salivate at the sight." Shen Xuan chattered on. Luo Xiaoxue felt utterly miserable. The joy of the day had vanished in an instant. If only he had foolishly ventured out to steal. He wouldn't have encountered this rogue. Shen Xuan tossed the crane's corpse to him and sat down, waiting expectantly, nearly ready to grab chopsticks and dig in. As Luo Xiaoxue looked at the crane in his hands, he felt an odd sense of familiarity, though he didn't dwell on it. After plucking its feathers and cleaning it in a nearby stream, he set it over the fire to roast. Before long, an enticing aroma filled the air, with traces of spiritual energy emanating from the meat, invigorating Luo Xiaoxue with every inhalation. This meat must surely be exquisite. He had never encountered such a premium ingredient. Nearly drooling in anticipation. "3 fat, don't let your saliva drip on it," Shen Xuan remarked nonchalantly. Once the crane meat was perfectly roasted, Luo Xiaoxue respectfully presented it to Shen Xuan, though his incessant swallowing betrayed his eagerness. Suddenly, Shen Xuan drew his sword, and at that moment, Luo Xiaoxue's hair stood on end, fearing he was about to be silenced. To his surprise, the blade merely sliced through the crane's leg, severing it cleanly. "Here you go. I'll be back for more another day." Luo Xiaoxue watched Shen Xuan's retreating figure. An inexplicable feeling washing over him. No matter how hard he tried to chase, he would never be able to catch up. It felt as if the distance between them was both infinitesimally close and unfathomably far. With only the massive crane leg in his hand reminding him that this was no dream. In a state of hunger, Luo Xiaoxue thought little of it as he eagerly devoured several mouthfuls of fragrant crane meat. Suddenly, he froze, feeling a surge of potent spiritual energy rising from his abdomen and spreading throughout his limbs. At that moment, he broke through to the 7th level of body refinement. Overjoyed, Luo Xiaoxue was about to express his gratitude to Shen Xuan, only to find that the latter had vanished without a trace. Shen Xuan, meanwhile, was savoring a crane leg as he soared through the air on his sword. Yet, the crane meat appeared to be in excess. Perhaps he should share some with others? After pondering for a moment, he deemed this a splendid idea, intending to bribe the higher-ups of the sect. Once the blue-haired loli was ousted, he could effortlessly ascend to her position as an elder. At that time, he chuckled to himself. He wasn't a wicked disciple betraying his master. He merely wished to inherit his master's legacy, with no ill intentions whatsoever. The elderly gatekeeper received the aromatic meat from Shen Xuan, his expression one of confusion. "Old man, having eaten my bird, remember to cast a vote for me." That phrase sounded rather peculiar, didn't it? Nonetheless, the meat was indeed delicious. A similar scene unfolded across several peaks, though the offerings were delivered via sword energy accompanied by a voice transmission in the name of the gatekeeper. Shen Xuan was quite adept at borrowing others' names for his own purposes. Upon returning to the 36th peak, Shen Xuan knocked on his master's door. "Master, dear, please open up quickly. Your disciple wishes to enter." Luo Xiaoxue was momentarily taken aback, wondering what on earth he was saying. It felt as though he were attempting to coax a little girl. Soon after, she heard her obedient disciple's inner thoughts. "I left such a generous piece of meat for my master. She surely won't mind if I seek her support, right?" "Seek support?" Luo Xiaoxue frowned, sensing her disciple had some dubious scheme in mind. She opened the door without a sound, only to see Shen Xuan burst in, brimming with excitement, as if he were at home, utterly devoid of any modesty. "Disciple, what brings you to seek me at this late hour?" the little loli inquired, her expression unreadable. Luo Xiaoxue was at a loss for words. Surely, this foolish disciple hasn't slipped something into the meat? Yet, upon reflection, that seemed quite thrilling. Wait a moment, she wasn't anticipating anything strange. Shen Xuan, oblivious to his master's thoughts, was already imagining the scenario after his defeat in the martial competition the following day, where his master would be dismissed from her position as an elder, allowing him to take her place. Luo Xiaoxue felt a vain pulse on her forehead, wisps of white smoke rising from her head. This foolish disciple truly could not reform. Still plotting against his master? Chapter 18. The martial arts tournament. Luo Xiaoxue realized that this could not continue. If her foolish disciple truly performed poorly tomorrow, it would be a minor issue for her elder position to be at risk. But if that detestable disciple gained power, it was infuriating just to think about. Obedient disciple, you must give it your all tomorrow. Before the competition, I will announce that if you fail to make it into the top 10, we will voluntarily withdraw from the sword sect. The little loli had a sudden flash of inspiration, employing a strategy to undermine him. Shen Xuan's expression stiffened. "Master, why are you involving me in this? I will surely give it my all," he replied helplessly. Yet, he had no intention of slacking off, as entering the top 10 was one of his tasks. The following morning, the sound of drums resonated from the main peak, accompanied by a commanding voice issuing from the sect's token. The annual martial arts tournament for the outstanding disciples begins. Generally, only the strongest disciples from each peak could participate, resulting in a mere 36 contestants. Even so, this event drew countless disciples to spectate. This was a clash between the elite of each generation, and even ordinary disciples could gain invaluable insights merely by observing from afar. The venue for the martial arts tournament was atop the main peak. Upon hearing the summons from the sect's token, countless disciples soared into the air from their respective peaks, most being carried by senior brothers and sisters, as the majority of disciples lacked the cultivation required to wield flying swords. "This time, our first peak must seize the championship." Confidence echoed from the disciples of the first peak, who had narrowly lost to the second peak the previous year, leaving them unable to hold their heads high for an entire year. This time, they were determined to cleanse their shame. Meanwhile, the disciples of the second peak laughed heartily. "You can keep the title of first peak. The rise of the second peak is unstoppable." The disciples of the third peak declared, "I am not targeting anyone here. All of you are trash. This year's champion will undoubtedly be from the third peak. Fourth peak, spare us. Every year, your third peak makes the same claim. Yet you always end up in third place. Is it entertaining?" From the 30th peak, an elderly figure donned in blue robes soared into the sky on a flying sword. It was the elder Imo Mozi, ranked 30th. Coincidentally, another elder was also heading to the main peak. Upon seeing Imo Mozi riding a flying sword, he asked in astonishment, "Elder Imo, why aren't you riding your celestial crane today?" Mentioning this caused Imo Mozi's expression to darken considerably. He snorted coldly, disregarding the elder, and accelerated toward the main peak. The remaining elder was left bewildered, pondering if he had inadvertently offended Imo Mozi. Speaking of which, that roasted meat from last night was truly delightful. I wonder if Elder Chen has any left. At the 36th peak, Shen Xuan exclaimed, "Master, allow me to accompany you." The foolish disciple thought to himself, "This little loli is quite amusing." With a silly grin, he felt a sense of pride in his acting, completely unaware that he had been thoroughly scrutinized by his master. The youth sighed inwardly, then skillfully wrapped his arms around the slender waist of the little loli master. "Master, I've got a good grip. You can fly with confidence," Shen Xuan declared earnestly, yet his mind wandered elsewhere. "Indeed, my master's way seems a tad rounder now. Remarkably, it has only been a day since our last embrace. How could she have gained so much in such a short time? My master is truly exceptional in the matter of gaining weight." Unbeknownst to him, he wondered if his charming and handsome appearance had caused her to blush and breathe heavily. This was not a sustainable situation. He feared being investigated for slacking off, yet he found it difficult to let go. What to do? Luo Xiaoxue thought. This foolish disciple is becoming increasingly audacious. A faint blush still lingered on her cheeks, though the strong heartbeat reverberating from behind was indeed somewhat embarrassing. Why did it have to reach her ears? How did this detestable disciple manage to maintain an outward demeanor of respect while internally concocting all sorts of fantasies about his beautiful, kind-hearted, and statuesque master? I want to hit him. What should I do? Luo Xiaoxue ground her teeth, unable to recall how many times she had felt this way. Master, please be cautious while flying. Your most cherished disciple is about to be shaken off. Shen Xuan's voice echoed in her ear. Oh, if I fall, I might as well be buried right there. What did you just say, Master? The wind is too strong. Your disciple didn't catch that. I said, obedient disciple. Hold on tight. Luo Xiaoxue almost squeezed those words out. As soon as she finished speaking, the flying sword suddenly accelerated, and the two solitary figures shot skyward, heading toward the main peak. Chapter 19. The Lottery. When Shen Xuan and his master arrived at the main peak, the martial arts arena was already teeming with people. A rough estimate revealed at least 3,000 to 4,000 spectators bustling around. In addition to the newly arrived disciples, many seasoned disciples had come to witness the event. Not far behind the arena, a tall pavilion rose, with 37 chairs arranged upon a dais. The sect leader occupied the central position, while the 36 elders were seated on either side. Luo Xiaoxue led Shen Xuan directly through the crowd to the front of the martial arts arena. Their actions drew the attention of numerous sword sect disciples. After all, the little loli's blue elder robe stood out starkly against the sea of green and white, easily noticeable to anyone who wasn't colorblind. Isn't that Elder Luo? Who is that person accompanying her? Elder Luo has always been a solitary figure, unlikely to have anyone approach her closely. Yet, I find my heart seemingly stolen. I declare, from this day forth, he shall be my husband. Your husband? Bring him forth. An increasing number of young maidens fixed their gazes upon Shen Xuan, whose ethereal demeanor unmistakably embodies the essence of a dream lover. Meanwhile, the male disciples naturally regard Shen Xuan as the ultimate antagonist, nearly brandishing their swords to vanquish him. Shen Xuan remains unfazed, not feigning calmness. In truth, his heart is devoid of turmoil. Luo Xiaoxue perceives the predatory stares converging upon her from all directions, eliciting an inexplicable pang of jealousy. Disciple, await the commencement of the competition here. I shall take my seat first, and then it will be your turn to shine. The little girl raised her tiny hand, offering Shen Xuan an encouraging gesture, poised to leap into action. Blue-haired girl, are you attempting to flee already? Before Luo Xiaoxue could escape, Shen Xuan had already grasped her small hand. The girl, caught off guard, was pulled into his embrace. Master, your words of encouragement are rather insufficient. Shen Xuan leaned down, drawing closer to Luo Xiaoxue's face, a wicked smile gracing his lips. The warmth of his breath brushed against her skin, and as she beheld her disciple's nearly flawless visage, the little girl's cheeks flushed crimson, even her delicate earlobes tinged with a hint of pink. The nearby disciples of the sword sect stirred, their hearts shattering with the tumult of emotions. Disciple, what are you doing? Luo Xiaoxue's sparkling eyes misted over, her pitiful expression momentarily causing Shen Xuan's heart to skip a beat. At that moment, a system notification jolted him from his reverie. Ding. Intermediate accelerator for Dantian restoration has been credited. Intermediate accelerator for Dantian restoration has been utilized. Current progress of hosts Dantian restoration 0.0000291. Shen Xuan gently released Luo Xiaoxue, smiling radiantly. All right, master, the next part is in your capable hands. His expression appeared relaxed, yet his breathing quickened slightly. That was close, nearly slipped up. Luo Xiaoxue, her face aflame, hastily retreated to the elder's seat, bewildered by her mischievous disciple's antics. At that moment, a powerful voice resonated from the pavilion. Silence. Everyone turned to see the sect leader, Yun Qingxian, rising, his gaze sweeping over the assembled disciples before he slowly spoke. The martial arts tournament is about to commence. Each peak shall send forth one newly initiated disciple to compete, totaling 36 participants. The strongest among the new generation shall emerge from these 36. As Yun Qingxuan's words concluded, murmurs of disbelief rippled through the crowd. What? How can there be 36? Just a few years ago, there were only 35 competitors. How could there be one more this year? I've heard a rumor that Elder Luo of the 36th peak recently accepted a new disciple. The surrounding disciples exhibited astonishment. The notion of someone becoming Elder Luo's disciple evoking a stir. Some pondered aloud. Could her disciple be that boy seen with her? No wonder that striking youth seemed so familiar. However, the nature of their master-disciple relationship felt rather complex. Xian, having overheard the discussions among the disciples, felt displeased and immediately admonished, "Silence." Once the disciples quieted, he continued, "The participating disciples will draw lots to determine their opponents. The victors shall advance to the next round. Remember, do not resort to lethal force during the battles. Now, all participating disciples, ascend the stage." With his command, disciples began to leap onto the arena. Shen Xuan, unhurried yet determined, grasped the edge of the stage, straining to pull himself up. The gathered disciples were left in utter shock. Wait, did I see that correctly? Is there truly a disciple of our sword sect who cannot ascend the stage? The height of the arena was merely 6 feet, equivalent to an average person's height. Even a disciple at the first level of body refinement should be able to leap up. This individual is certainly bringing shame to our sword sect. I suddenly no longer wish for this husband. Next, exclaimed a female disciple who had previously called him husband. A pretty face alone cannot suffice in this world without matching strength. The expressions of the sect leader and the elders above were quite peculiar. The elder who had boasted of making Luo Xiaoxue her sword attendant glanced at the little girl, mockingly stating, "Elder Luo, it seems this is your disciple? You truly have opened our eyes." Luo Xiaoxue remained expressionless, ignoring her, and instead focused on Shen Xuan. Although the distance prevented her from hearing her disciple's thoughts, she felt certain he was inwardly chuckling, perhaps narcissistically reaffirming his invincibility. "Hee, disciple, you dare to perform. Had I not known your true nature, I might have been deceived by your acting." The little girl remained unperturbed, simply waiting for the competition to begin. Meanwhile, Shen Xuan struggled with great effort, finally gasping for breath as he managed to climb onto the stage, where over 30 competitors awaited, all eyes now fixed upon him. Their gazes varied. Some were mocking, others astonished, a mix of infatuation and disdain, while one gaze was filled with sheer terror. "Oh dear, my apologies for being overly convincing as an old hand at this. I simply cannot stop once the acting begins. The path of survival is long and lonely. How solitary it is to be invincible." Just as Shen Xuan reveled in his own cleverness, he heard a familiar voice call out, "Big brother." Shen Xuan turned to the source of the voice, only to find his beloved companion, the chubby dog, approaching. Before he could speak, bamboo sticks flew from the pavilion towards the stage, hovering in front of the 36 competitors. Once again, the voice of sect leader Xian rang out, "Competing disciples, please check your numbers. When Elder Meng Jia calls your number, step onto the stage to begin the duel." Just as he finished speaking, a gaunt, stern-faced elder rose and gracefully leapt onto the stage. "Disciples who drew numbers 7 and 18, remain on the stage. The rest shall exit and await your turn." Elder Meng Jia's voice was as chilling as his expression, causing hearts to tremble. To issue bamboo sticks to others is truly malicious. Shen Xuan received his stick, glanced at it, and noted it was number 18. 18. Quite fitting for my stature, he mused inwardly. Soon, only he and a robust disciple with a square jaw and blue robes remained on the stage. 7th peak, Zhao Qingfeng. This individual proclaimed his name with an air of pride, his muscular physique exuding an imposing presence simply by standing there. As his words fell, a wave of cheers erupted from the disciples of the 7th peak. "Brother Zhao is the strongest. The 7th peak shall surely prevail." A white-robed senior spoke with conviction. His words instilled greater confidence among the crowd, and the cheers crescendoed. In response, Shen Xuan merely smiled nonchalantly. Clad in flowing blue robes, with long hair dancing in the wind, he exuded an ethereal grace, akin to a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. 36th peak, Shen Xuan. His voice was clear and soft, imbued with magnetism, captivating countless maidens and a few brave men, as if their very souls were drawn towards him. The throng of thousands stirred, captivated not only by Shen Xuan's demeanor but also by his status as a disciple of the 36th peak, which was a topic of great interest. Indeed, he was a disciple of the 36th peak, though his prowess may be lacking. How could such a strikingly handsome young man exist in this world? Several maidens clutched their hearts, as if trying to prevent them from soaring towards his imposing figure. Among them was a male disciple, clutching his spirit sword, his gaze fixed on Shen Xuan with unwavering determination. This individual was none other than Luo Xiaoxue, a well-known prodigy in the sword sect, having achieved the pinnacle of body refinement within a mere year of joining, and renowned for his relentless pursuit of swordsmanship, earning him the moniker Sword Prince. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, as Elder Ming Jie issued the command, the first battle of martial arts commenced. Faced with Shen Xuan, Zhao Qingfeng displayed unabashed disdain in his eyes. The pale youth, who had to crawl onto the stage, truly failed to ignite any sense of combat interest within him. Moreover, having his own cheers suppressed by such an insipid figure was exceedingly irksome. Brother Shen, I suggest you concede and step down. After all, swords have no eyes. Should you injure that handsome face of yours, it would be quite unfortunate. Zhao Qingfeng chuckled, feigning concern for his opponent. Laughter erupted from the audience, predominantly male voices, for Shen Xuan's striking appearance was a hard blow to them, lacking any points of attack. They could only resort to mocking his abilities. On the stage, Shen Xuan glanced at Zhao Qingfeng's robust physique, which even his voluminous robe could not conceal. He nodded thoughtfully. Brother Feng has a point. I too share this sentiment. His words incited an uproar among the crowd. Could he truly be considering surrendering? This was the first match. I believe he possesses a keen self-awareness. Judging by prior performances, the disparity between them is evident. Even if 100 Shen Xuans were to unite, they would still not match Zhao Qingfeng, someone commented. Humph. I, a proud disciple of the sword sect, shall not bend like a mere reed. How could there be someone who concedes before the fight has even begun? It is a disgrace to my sect. On the high platform, Luo Xiaoxue shot a glare. Is it really necessary for you to be so cowardly, my foolish disciple? Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Shen Xuan sighed and spoke again. I am acutely aware of my meager cultivation, which is hardly worth mentioning. However, as per my master's command, I am unable to concede, even if I wished to. This declaration prompted yet another wave of laughter. What sort of peculiar disciple has emerged from the 36 peaks? Is he merely a clown here to entertain? Zhao Qingfeng's expression darkened. If you refuse to surrender, you could have said so earlier instead of wasting time with this prattle. And please, do not refer to me as Brother Feng. It sounds so awkward. Seeing the two fail to engage in combat, Elder Ming Jie voiced his displeasure. Are you two waiting for a meal, or will you commence your battle? Zhao Qingfeng quickly apologized, then with a flick of his wrist, unleashed a flurry of swordplay, immediately following with a swift strike aimed at Shen Xuan. Yet, Shen Xuan stood motionless, appearing lost in thought. This bewildered the audience. They wondered if he had been rendered speechless by fear. However, the youth remained composed. Give me a break. Just as that thought crossed his mind, Zhao Qingfeng felt as though something had snagged at his feet, causing him to stumble and fall flat on the ground. What a pity. If only my master were to fall, it would be far more amusing. Shen Xuan lamented internally. The audience fell silent at the spectacle. Perhaps the sheer number of spectators made Brother Zhao nervous, leading to an unfortunate slip. Someone attempted to rationalize, though they themselves were skeptical. Zhao Qingfeng hastily rose, glancing at his feet, yet found no stones or obstacles. How peculiar, he muttered, before once more attacking Shen Xuan. Bang! Another dull thud echoed as he fell again. The crowd was left in disbelief. Both ordinary disciples and high-ranking sect members stared at the fallen figure once more. Zhao Qingfeng was engulfed by humiliation. These two consecutive falls had completely obliterated his prior momentum. Dusting himself off, he picked up his sword and, with unyielding determination, charged at Shen Xuan again. Bang! The onlookers could hardly bear to watch. A third fall had now transpired. Zhao Qingfeng, you truly are a little genius. Does your family know just how remarkable you are? The expressions of the sect leaders and Elder Ming Jie were particularly peculiar. They had previously used their spiritual senses to investigate, but found nothing amiss. Thus, they could only attribute these mishaps to Zhao Qingfeng's own lack of coordination. Ahem, Brother Feng. There is truly no need to perform such elaborate gestures of submission to me. My master has yet to consider taking on a disciple. Shen Xuan coughed lightly, offering a kind reminder. You. Zhao Qingfeng glared at Shen Xuan, his forehead bruised and swollen from the falls. I have a leg injury, if you are capable. Then come over. Zhao Qingfeng sneered, secretly commending his own cleverness. Shen Xuan chuckled heartily, accepting the invitation. Since Brother Feng insists, I shall not be remiss. The youth stepped forward, yet to everyone's astonishment, Zhao Qingfeng, who had been standing still, inexplicably stumbled yet again. His fall was identical to the previous three. Brother Feng, I told you there is no need for such formalities. Your master is watching from above. She will be disheartened, Shen Xuan said with a gentle smile, reiterating his kind reminder. Elder Zhao Jie's expression darkened. Zhao Qingfeng, if you continue this way, I shall consider you to have forfeited. Zhao Qingfeng felt wronged. This was truly not his fault. He quickly regained his footing, adjusting his stance, even positioning his sword before him as a third leg for stability. This time, he was determined not to fall again. Zhao Qifeng's gaze was fixed intently on Shen Xuan's movements as he lifted his foot, stepped forward, and landed. As Shen Xuan completed his second step without incident, Zhao Qifeng felt a momentary relief. However, just then, it felt as though something had tripped him again. His expression changed drastically. Just as he was about to act, he found himself inexplicably losing control and tumbling forward once more. Thus, he once again fell in a most undignified manner. Elder Meng Jie, witnessing this, was infuriated enough to wish to strike Zhao Qifeng down. He immediately declared, "The first match is won by Shen Xuan of the 36 Peaks." With the result announced, thousands of disciples felt as though they were in a dream. Shen Xuan victorious? The novice who had to crawl onto the stage had triumphed over the genius disciple of the 7th peak? In that instant, those who had previously mocked Shen Xuan felt as though an invisible hand was mercilessly slapping their faces. It turned out the fool was indeed one of their own. As the victor, Shen Xuan waved towards the direction of the pavilion, adorned with an innocent smile that was at odds with his ethereal demeanor. Although no disciples from the 36 Peaks were present, scattered cheers from infatuated admirers could still be heard. Luo Xiaoxue let out a sigh of relief. Despite the somewhat ambiguous nature of the first victory, at least her disciple had not lost. My foolish disciple certainly harbors many secrets. I wish I could see what he conceals beneath his trousers. The little girl's long blue pigtails swayed joyfully in sync with her glee. On stage, Shen Xuan felt an inexplicable chill at his backside, furrowing his brow. Who is pondering my rear? There are too many sword enthusiasts in the sword sect. A boy like me must learn to protect myself when out in the world. Zhao Qifeng glared fiercely at Shen Xuan. He was utterly perplexed by how he had been defeated, nearly driving him to madness. "So, Shen Xuan of the 36 Peaks, I shall remember you," he spat, preparing to leave the stage. However, recalling the bizarre circumstances, he hesitated. Could it be that he would stumble again? Tentatively, Zhao Qifeng took a step forward, but this time, nothing unusual occurred. Beside him, Shen Xuan chuckled. "Brother Feng, given your leg injury, allow me to assist you down from the stage." Zhao Qifeng shot him a glance. His face flushed with embarrassment and hurriedly exited the stage, blending into the crowd. Thus, the first battle of martial arts concluded in this exceedingly comical fashion. In the second battle, as Elder Meng Jie announced, the 16th and 35th contenders stepped onto the stage. Concurrently, the disciples from the 3rd and 5th peaks erupted in thunderous cheers. "Go, Sister Feng. The 3rd peak shall prevail. Brother Su, crush them. Brother Su, you're exceptional." The cacophony of voices resonated as the disciples from both peaks exuberantly expressed their fervor, with many from other peaks also rallying in support. For these prodigies were renowned throughout the sword sect. On the stage, the two combatants exchanged formal bows. From the 3rd peak, Feng Shui. From the 5th peak, a strikingly beautiful girl with an icy demeanor, her expression as unyielding as a glacier. Opposite her stood a handsome young man, adorned with a gentle smile. Albeit not as striking as Shen Xuan, yet still a notable figure. As he gazed at the frigid beauty before him, a flicker of fervor ignited in his eyes. "Brother Su." Upon announcing his title, a wave of chuckles arose from the audience, particularly from the 3rd peak disciples. It was not the first time they had heard this name, but every time he referred to himself as Brother Su, it evoked a peculiar humor. Su's forehead twitched. Yet he had grown accustomed to this scenario, managing to maintain a semblance of his warm smile. "Sister Feng, please." Feng Shui, possessing considerable strength and beauty, remained aloof, leaving even a seasoned flatterer like him at a loss. This duel presented an excellent opportunity for him to showcase his grace. With a calm demeanor, Feng Shui grasped her sword's hilt. In an instant, her gaze sharpened, cutting through all obstacles before her like a blade. She advanced with a ghostly grace, closing the distance in the blink of an eye, before thrusting her sword towards Su's chest. Su hastily retreated 2 steps, raising his sword to parry the attack. The clash resonated with a crisp metallic sound, sending Su stumbling back, while Feng Shui remained steadfast, unyielding as ever, feeling the numbing ache in his arm. Su's mind was thrown into turmoil. Even with his peak 7th level of body refinement, he could not withstand a single strike. "Sister Feng, have you already broken through to the 8th level of body refinement?" The audience erupted in astonishment. A genius had emerged among the new disciples who had barely entered the sect for half a year. "Do you still think you can flatter this little fairy?" "You wish." The girl inwardly scoffed, yet her expression remained as frigid as ever. Without hesitation, she unleashed another strike, an astonishing arc of sword light racing towards Su's heart. Despite his slightly lower cultivation, his reflexes were not sluggish, and he managed to block the blow once more. However, this only exacerbated the ache in his arm. Elder Meng Jie's somber voice resounded. Second battle, the third peak's feng shui, victorious. The audience erupted in cheers. A symphony of voices from the third peak, and many who merely wished to join in the excitement. Su descended from the stage in a despondent mood. While losing was somewhat disheartening, failing to win over Sister Fong was the greater regret. In the third battle, contender number 1 versus number 22. As Elder Meng Jie concluded, a rotund figure leaped onto the stage, followed closely by another. From the 29th peak, Luo San. This plump figure was none other than the cook who had prepared for Shen Xuan the previous night. From the 30th peak, Bei Mingkuan. The speaker was a slight man, seemingly fragile, yet with an air of menace rare among the disciples. Chapter 22. Did you eat my celestial crane? As Elder Meng Jie commanded, the third battle commenced. Yet at that moment, an elder with white hair in the spectator's box suddenly changed countenance. Rising to bellow towards the stage, "Stop!" His booming voice startled everyone, drawing thousands of gazes towards him. Wasn't he this Elder Mo Mozi from the 30th peak? What could have incited his ire? Those unaware might think his steed had been devoured. A buzz of speculation rippled through the crowd. Sect Master Yun Qingxian cast a stern look at Elder Mo Mozi, his face wrinkling in displeasure. Elder Mo Mozi, interrupting the martial arts tournament. What is the meaning of this? If Mo Mozi could not provide a reasonable explanation, he would face appropriate consequences. Several elders echoed Yun Qingxuan's sentiment. The elders were not always harmonious, often clashing over resource distribution. Seated nearby, Luo Xiaoxue swung her short legs, embodying the demeanor of an onlooker. Elder Mo Mozi was seething with rage, his hair standing on end, his gaze fixed with intensity upon the chubby contestant on stage, his teeth grinding audibly. He disregarded Yun Qingxuan's inquiry, unleashing a surge of spiritual power and rocketing towards the stage. His speed was so great that by the time others reacted, he had already arrived. With a claw-like hand, Mo Mozi lunged for Luo San's neck. Faced with this terrifying pressure, Luo San trembled, nearly paralyzed with fear. Utterly bewildered as to why a venerable elder of the sword sect would target an ordinary disciple. At that moment, a cold snort resonated. It was Elder Meng Jie, the tournament's presiding elder, intervening. Undoubtedly, even Mo Mozi, at the initial stage of spiritual alchemy, could not ignore this intervention and reluctantly abandoned his attempt to seize Luo San. Redirecting his palm towards Meng Jie instead, the two forces collided, resulting in an explosive clash of spiritual energies, creating a tempest of spiritual wind. Nearby disciples braced themselves, ensuring they remained grounded. Meanwhile, Yun Qingxian and others rushed in, encircling Mo Mozi. Should he make any further moves, they would not hesitate to suppress him. Impudent! Mo Mozi. How dare you attack a disciple of the sect? Flames of fury ignited in Yun Qingxian's eyes, for he held the sect's regulations in high regard. And Mo Mozi's actions were a blatant violation. First, ask this lad if he has stolen and consumed my celestial crane. Mo Mozi's gaze turned icy as he fixated on Luo San. The crowd gasped, their attention shifting to Luo San. Bei Mingkuan nearby appeared equally stunned. No wonder his master had not been flaunting his celestial crane today. It had been devoured. Yun Qingxian nodded, addressing Mo Mozi. Your celestial crane possesses spiritual foundation cultivation. How could it possibly be slain and cooked by a mere disciple of the 7th level of body refinement? What evidence do you have to substantiate your claim? Mo Mozi found himself momentarily speechless. Indeed, his celestial crane had reached the level of spiritual foundation, and it was implausible for a lowly body refinement disciple to have consumed it. Yet, I distinctly sensed the aura of my crane emanating from his mouth. Mo Mozi retorted, unwilling to concede. From a distance, Shen Xuan raised an eyebrow, then discreetly transmitted his voice to Luo San. Did you forget to wipe your mouth after devouring that meat yesterday? Upon hearing Shen Xuan's voice, Luo San felt a surge of excitement. His elder brother was indeed a master. Shen Xuan. He felt as if his worldview had been entirely reshaped by this rotund figure. Dog Senpang. Do you realize you are the finest delicacy in the world? Chapter 23. The distressed Luo San noticed Shen Xuan had fallen silent, and anxiety gripped him. Brother, you must help me prove my innocence. I may have stolen a chicken or petted a dog, but I absolutely did not consume any celestial crane. The little fatso was on the verge of tears, feeling overwhelmed under the scrutiny of these formidable figures. Shen Xuan pondered for a moment. deeming it necessary to grant the chubby disciple some insight. To be frank, the entire bird you devoured last night may very well have been the celestial crane he mentioned. Luo-san. Excuse me, please continue to keep that from me. And I only ate a leg. Brother, please do not place all the blame on me. Shen Xuan's voice faded into silence once more. Elder Mo, do you truly believe you can apprehend my disciple based solely on an ethereal pretext? Elder Zhao Tianhai of the 29th Peak finally spoke up. Although he typically preferred to remain aloof from worldly disputes, he felt compelled to defend his own disciple against the implications of the corpulent figure before them. Upon hearing his master speak, Luo San's heart swelled with joy. Ah, my esteemed master, I was unaware you were still alive and willing to stand up for your disciple. He straightened his posture, no longer intimidated by the fierce gaze of the elder from the 30th Peak. Under the mounting pressure from the assembly, Mo Mosey recognized the fragility of his assertions. Without substantial evidence, it would be challenging to penalize the rotund individual. Just then, a voice rang out from the crowd. Respected sect leader and esteemed elders, I remember this individual. He is the petty thief who has been pilfering chickens from the spirit bird garden. The assembly turned toward the source of the voice. A white-clad female disciple, her delicate features marred by an unmistakable fury. Luo San trembled at the sight of her, recognizing her as the very disciple who had pursued him the previous night. The girl continued, last night, this thief returned to steal chickens, brazenly shouting my name, in Xian, as he did so. His audacity is beyond measure, and I implore the sect leader and all elders to apprehend him. Upon hearing her declaration, the crowd nearly erupted in laughter, their expressions a comical struggle to suppress mirth. You truly are a talent, daring even to fabricate tales before the sect leader. The elder Zhao Tianhai turned his head away, unwilling to engage further. Luo San, I don't recall having such a disciple. It turned out that last night, this rotund figure had used his name, resulting in an embarrassing incident that left him chastised by his wife. Luo San, you are truly remarkable. Faced with the sect leader's murderous glare, Luo San thought, alas, am I to meet my end here today? Brother, do not merely observe, come to my aid. If you continue to feign ignorance, I will unearth you, even at the cost of my life. Shen Xuan considered whether he should resort to silencing the chubby disciple. His wavering resolve seemed to hint at a propensity for betrayal. However, recognizing the culinary talent of the rotund figure, he decided to intervene. Shen Xuan murmured to himself, approving his own benevolence. He focused his mind, sending waves of spiritual energy into the consciousness of several elders, manifesting as an aged voice. Esteemed elders, I trust you all enjoyed the roasted meat I sent last night. It was prepared by this little chubby disciple, utilizing the spirit-based crane demon, and was exceptionally delectable. Should you have found it enjoyable, do extend your gratitude to this young lad, lest he divulge everything later. Instantly, the expressions of a dozen elders shifted to one of peculiarity. Some appeared darkened, while others turned pale, and a petite girl exploded in indignation. Luo Xiaoxue was aware that the meat delivered the previous evening was indeed from her disciple, and had no connection to Elder Chen. This voice was undoubtedly a scheme devised by her mischievous disciple. Truly, you are an exemplary disciple, ensnaring even your beloved master in your antics. From a distance, Shen Xuan noticed the unusual expression on the petite masteress' face, and his heart sank. Oh no, when I took credit for the roast, she won't suspect me. Will she? But then again, with the blue-haired girl's intellect consumed by her long hair, she likely won't deduce I was the one transmitting messages. Convinced of his cleverness, Shen Xuan felt reassured. Following his transmission, the elders quickly understood that the delectable roast they had enjoyed was, in fact, the beloved pet of Elder Mo Mosey. The revelation that they had dined on an elder's cherished companion would be a significant blow to their dignity, and could very well lead to disciplinary actions from the sect. Thus, in a bid to identify allies among themselves, they silently communicated, "Did you eat last night?" Indeed, it was delightful. Those in the know nodded in agreement, while others looked baffled. Before long, the dozen elders who had sampled the roast had successfully paired off, while Luo Xiaoxue, aware of her disciple's trickery and typically on the periphery of the elder group, refrained from joining the alliance. Chapter 24. The rascally chubby one. The aim of this alliance was to ensure that Luo San would reveal nothing. They had two courses of action. Firstly, to silence him permanently, although it was likely he was under the protection of Elder Chen, thus making this option untenable. Secondly, to safeguard him until he could divulge no more. One elder cleared his throat and approached Xian, saying, "Sect leader, I believe this young chubby disciple merely stole a few spirit birds. There is no need for excessive fuss. If necessary, We could assign him to tend the spirit birds instead. Upon hearing this, a chorus of agreement arose from the other elders, who conveniently chose to forget the matter of the cranes being consumed. Luo Xiaoxue nodded vigorously, his small eyes wide with gratitude as he gazed at those who defended him. Indeed, there are still many good people in the world. Yun Qingxian regarded the elders behind him with a perplexed expression. Surely, the matter was not merely about chickens being stolen. Should they not focus on the impersonation of the sect leader's name for such nefarious deeds? While he was unaware of the cause behind this sudden shift in the elders' stance, he could clearly sense their desire to downplay the issue. Imomozi, struck dumb by their remarks, interjected, "Esteemed friends, However, he was cut off by a female elder who interjected. I propose that the sect leader assign him to oversee the spirit bird garden for a month. Should further thefts occur, he shall face heavier punishment." The elders raised the banner of the Roast Alliance, unanimously agreeing, leaving Imomozi no opportunity to voice his concerns. The assembly remained speechless. It was evident that they were covertly shielding Luo Xiaoxue. Yet, with the conversation diverted, few cared whether Elder Imomozi's cherished companion had indeed been consumed, especially since there was no solid evidence linking Luo Xiaoxue to the crime. At that moment, another elder raised his voice, proclaiming, "The martial arts tournament is an annual grand event for our sect and must not be disrupted by trivial matters. We implore the sect leader to reach a swift decision so that the disciples may resume their competition. Indeed, the fervor of our sword sect disciples must not be extinguished by such minor issues." The elders feigned righteousness, though a few discreetly glanced at Elder Imomozi. Noting his seething fury, they internally mused, "Better a dead comrade than a dead priest," before returning to their facade of virtue. The elders, seasoned and cunning, overwhelmed Yun Qingxian with their collective pressure, leaving him no choice but to gesture toward Luo Xiaoxue. "Very well, I hereby decree that you, Luo Xiaoxue, shall work in the spirit bird garden for a month. Should any further incidents arise, you shall be dealt with severely." In truth, he longed to discipline the chubby disciple thoroughly, but the unexpected support from the other elders necessitated this arrangement for the stability of the sect. A few elders breathed a sigh of relief, hastily aligning themselves with this decision, leaving only Ming Jie, who presided over the martial tournament, and Imomozi still on stage. Now facing Imomozi, Luo Xiaoxue felt emboldened, puffing out his round belly as he boldly declared, "Elder Imo, are you scrutinizing me with such intensity to assess my capabilities?" Even Shen Xuan was compelled to applaud the cleverness of his ploy. After all, who had sought his assistance earlier? "Elder Imo, please step aside and do not hinder the progress of the martial tournament," Ming Jie stated coolly. Suddenly, Imomozi burst into laughter, his gaze turning predatory as it locked onto Luo Xiaoxue. "Very well. Since you are to work in my spirit bird garden, you shall adhere strictly to the rules. I have high hopes for you." He turned his gaze towards Bai Mingkuan and advised him to take good care of his fellow disciple. After uttering those words, Imomozi departed from the battlefield, leaving Luo Xiaoxue in a daze. Had he just become a bit too carried away? After all, he would be laboring at the 30 Peaks for an entire month. If one day someone discovered that he had taken his own life out of guilt, it would hardly come as a surprise, would it? Before he could dwell on his thoughts, Elder Ming Jie once again announced the commencement of the match. Almost instantly, as the words left his mouth, Bai Mingkuan vanished in a flash, and the blade sliced through the air towards him. Luo Xiaoxue quickly raised his sword to deflect the attack, and in a remarkable display of agility, his rotund form darted behind Bai Mingkuan, his wrist twisting as he aimed to strike at his opponent's back. Bai Mingkuan sensed the danger, leaning forward just in time to narrowly evade the blow. Both had recently ascended to the 7th level of body refinement, although Bai Mingkuan had advanced earlier and had a more stable foundation. He lacked Luo Xiaoxue's experience of being relentlessly pursued in combat. As they battled fiercely, both bore numerous wounds, yet the outcome remained uncertain. "I shall not play with you any longer. If you can withstand my next strike, I shall concede," Luo Xiaoxue exclaimed, beads of sweat dotting his brow, his voice still filled with vigor. "If you can endure my blade, then you shall be the victor," Bai Mingkuan retorted, equally determined. "Then let us settle this with one decisive strike," Luo Xiaoxue declared, summoning his final reserves of strength and assuming an offensive stance. A cool breeze swept through, adding a touch of melancholy to the atmosphere of the contest. In unison, they charged at each other, a sight that moved the entire audience. No matter how exhausted they became, they would never concede. Such was the steadfastness of sword cultivators like us. "Brothers, I am overwhelmed. I shall weep in reverence." Unexpectedly, from their struggle, he saw the stubborn reflection of himself when he first joined the sect. Back then, When pursuing his senior brother, he too had held such resolute determination. Huh? Aren't you a man? A strange sentiment seemed to have crept in. In an instant, a tragic emotion enveloped the venue, and the images of the two fighters, battling with all their might, would linger in the hearts of the spectators for a long time. As Luo San noticed the distance between them narrowing, he suddenly shouted out the long-prepared revelation, "Bai Mingkuan, you were peeking at senior sister while she bathed last night." Bai Mingkuan gasped in shock. "How do you know?" His heart raced, and as his composure wavered, the sword in his hand began to tremble. Luo San's eyes sparkled with clarity, seizing the opportunity. He disarmed his opponent with a deft maneuver, sending Bai Mingkuan's spirit sword flying, followed by a swift kick that sent him tumbling off the stage. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly, a flawless execution. Having accomplished this, he sheathed his sword and wore an expression of serene triumph, akin to an unparalleled master. This, my friends, embodies my swordsmanship. The arena fell silent. Chapter 25. I, Shen Xuan, am once again the first, with a haughty demeanor and an air of arrogance. One might even find this rotund figure somewhat charming, yet there was an odd taste to it. So this is the way of the sword. I comprehend it now. Some disciples wore expressions of sudden enlightenment. So sword-like, so sword-like. Whether among the thousands of ordinary disciples or the higher echelons of the sect, most shared one thought: what an exceptional sword. This young man possesses remarkable skill in the sword arts. He is destined for greatness, chuckled an elder from the Barbecue Alliance. His face flushed. Imo Mosey's teacup shattered in his grip, his expression dark with frustration, nearly incensed by the outcome of the duel. It was well known that Elder Zhao Tianhai of the 29th Peak was merely a figurehead, allowing his disciples to roam free without guidance. Yet, even so, his carefully trained disciple could not best the opponents from the 29th Peak. It seemed only then did the audience realize the battle had concluded, and scattered applause began to rise, though the disciples from the 29th Peak remained notably quiet. It was inevitable, while your swordsmanship was indeed impressive. The audience's fervor had been ignited, and yet you presented us with this? Meanwhile, the disciples from the 30 Peaks dared not speak, as they were currently preoccupied with the fact that Bai Mingkuan was indeed being relentlessly pursued by his own senior sister. Bai Mingkuan, it turns out that you were the thief who fled so swiftly last night. You were doomed. The white-clad maiden's face turned a shade of fury as she brandished her sword, chasing after Bai Mingkuan with fervor. Senior sister, I was wrong. Spare me. Bai Mingkuan fled in terror, his speed matching that of his 9th-level body refinement sister. Yet, how did Luo San know he had been spying on his senior sister? Unfortunately, he was too busy fleeing to ponder the question. In stark contrast to the utterly flustered Bai Mingkuan, Luo San waved cheerfully at the audience, beaming like a flourishing flower, embodying the stance of a victor, completely devoid of the earlier air of poise. Thank you all. Thank you. The rotund figure continued to wave, showing no intention of exiting the stage. Behind him, Elder Ming Jie's expression grew increasingly grim, reminding him that the battle had concluded and urging unrelated parties to leave the stage. In high spirits, Luo San blatantly ignored the admonition. Elder Ming Jie. Chapter 3. The subsequent bouts were intense, yet typical. No instances of opponents kneeling in submission as in the first match, nor did any participant unleash an overwhelming display of prowess as in the second. After 18 matches, the top 18 contenders for the martial competition were finally determined. Elder Ming Jie announced the names of the disciples advancing to the next round: Shen Xuan, Fang Shui. With each name he called, the audience erupted in cheers, except for one particular rotund figure. Elder Ming Jie rattled off all 18 names in one breath, 3 of whom had already attained the 8th level of body refinement, while the remaining participants were at least at the 7th level. Of course, Shen Xuan was an exception, regardless of how one scrutinized. Shen Xuan's aura was indistinguishable from that of an ordinary person, leading everyone to believe his advancement was purely a stroke of luck. Yet among these individuals, the attention Shen Xuan received was hardly less than that of the most prominent contenders. As a mere mortal, qualifying for the second round of the martial competition was already a miracle. Coupled with his ethereal beauty, his name had spread like wildfire among the disciples. As the crowd's chatter began to subside, Elder Ming Jie announced the commencement of the second round. In the first match, contestant number 18 faces off against contestant number 16. Upon hearing his assigned number, Shen Xuan shifted his neck. Why am I the first again? Shouldn't a protagonist with an 18-centimeter stature be the last to enter? As a slacker, I truly do not wish to be in the spotlight. He sighed inwardly as he approached the edge of the stage, climbing up once more amidst the gazes of the crowd. Chapter 26, another one coming to grovel? Shen Xuan's effortful ascent onto the stage appeared somewhat desolate, imbued with a sense of finality. To advance to the second round as a mere mortal was already an achievement, and against Feng Shui. He feared he would soon find himself regrettably exiting the stage. "Oh no, I'm breaking down. My heart aches for you." A girl in the audience covered her mouth, tears welling in her eyes, and before long, the floodgates opened. "Shen Jr. brother, please don't fight. Come to senior sister instead. She will protect you." Various calls echoed from the crowd, but Shen Xuan remained unfazed, standing resolutely on the stage. His gaze drifted towards the pavilion, meeting Luo Xiaoxue's worried expression. "My acting is too smooth. I bet my master is feeling sorry for me right now." Shen Xuan felt a surge of pride. Perhaps he should pretend to be defeated, allowing the little girl to come to his aid, seizing the opportunity for an affectionate embrace. Luo Xiaoxue looked towards her beloved disciple, hoping fervently that he would not simply give up in this battle. 36 peaks, Shen Xuan. The young man spoke softly, his demeanor graceful and effortless, entirely incomparable to Su Xiong's fabricated elegance. Third peak, Feng Shui. It seemed the icy facade on her face had begun to thaw. What to do? What to do? He is too handsome. This fairy cannot bring herself to act. However, my master instructed me to protect 3 and seize 1. If I lose here, it will disappoint everyone. Faced with this ethereal and beautiful girl, Shen Xuan had no thoughts of romantic nature. Rather, he was devising how to win a hug from his master. Of course, he merely wished to engage in affectionate gestures to mend his dantian, and was certainly not a lolicon. Oh, by the way his master sat obediently on the stool, swinging her short legs, was simply too adorable. He longed to embrace her and snuggle against her. "Draw your sword." Shen Xuan endeavored to maintain an air of composure, lest anyone detect his bizarre thoughts. He swung his long sword, pointing it diagonally to the ground. Although it bore no trace of spiritual might, it emanated an inexplicable pressure. Feng Shui drew her sword as well, but was horrified to discover a sense of stagnation obstructing her connection with her spiritual sword. Gritting her teeth, she cast aside the vague feelings swirling within her, realizing that men only served to impede her sword-drawing speed. No wonder her master always advised her to keep her heart free of men. Only then could she draw her sword with divine clarity. Master truly possesses great wisdom. It must take countless encounters with men to distill such profound life truths. Feng Shui marveled inwardly, holding her master in high esteem. In an instant, the long sword in her hand flashed through the air, its dazzling silver light shooting forth with the force of a raging tide, aimed directly at Shen Xuan. This single strike, if all went as expected, should be sufficient to defeat him, thus alleviating her guilt. The onlookers seemed to foresee the outcome. With Shen Xuan's abilities, he could not possibly stand against Feng Shui, who had already broken through to the 8th level of body refinement. Surely, he should concede defeat. Even 100 Shen Xuans could not match the prowess of junior sister Feng Shui. As a disciple of the sword sect, how could one falter before battle? Why does that sound familiar? A disciple muttered in confusion, just as 2 ominous auras approached from behind. He turned to see 2 faces swollen like pig heads. The disciple suddenly realized that being slapped in the face could indeed result in swelling. On the battle stage, the sword light had approached within 3 feet of Shen Xuan. Yet he remained frozen in place, much like in the first match, his long sword trembling in sync with his arm. This familiar scene elicited laughter from the audience, all convinced that Shen Xuan's advancement to the second round had been sheer luck, and that no miracle could occur this time. How could Zhao Qifeng possibly lose to such a pale and unsteady youth? Tomorrow, his name would surely echo throughout the Qingyan sword sect. Ha ha ha, it won't take long. I suspect most people are already mocking him. Yet, with a dull thud, the laughter abruptly ceased. Feng Shui's eyes widened in disbelief. The cold touch of the ground against her forehead and nose, along with the pain, made her realize she was not dreaming. She had, inexplicably, taken a tumble just like Zhao Qingfeng. Even the manner of her fall was identical. The audience was left agape, wondering if yet another contender had come to kneel before him. Chapter 27. Master, your disciple is dying. Can you give me a kiss? I never realized that junior sister Feng Shui was also a member of our eager admirers. Not so, there exists a significant distinction. Junior sister Feng Shui admires grace and elegance, unlike you, who fawn upon anyone in sight. Listening to the comments of others, Feng Shui felt a surge of indignation. Who are you calling an admirer? Your whole family are the real admirers. Junior sister Feng Shui, are you all right? Did you step on a small stone? Shen Xuan hurriedly approached, his voice gentle and refined, feigning an intent to assist. Upon hearing this, Feng Shui felt a wave of gratitude. Shen Xuan had not seized the opportunity to strike. He was truly an upright person, deserving of her affections. As time passed, Shen Xuan continued to feign readiness to assist, while Feng Shui remained the girl waiting to be helped. Feng Shui, are you not going to help me up? Why aren't you doing anything? Junior sister Feng Shui, my hand is a bit sore, Shen Xuan murmured softly, implying that she was a mature young lady and should understand she could rise on her own. The innocent heart of the girl bore a heavy blow. She had not expected the first boy to awaken her tender feelings to be so pretentious. If you won't help, then don't pretend to be willing. Meeting the girl's murderous gaze, Shen Xuan cleared his throat awkwardly. I was merely being polite. Do not take it to heart, little sister. Feng Shui huffed disdainfully and climbed to her feet, harboring a silent grudge. This fairy will not help anyone but you. The spectators looked on in astonishment. Shen Xuan was truly a remarkable talent. It seemed this gentleman was a master of the sword, redefining my understanding of feigned offers of assistance. What a bold individual. I am smitten. A certain male disciple's eyes sparkled with fervor. Steadying herself, Feng Shui's expression turned icy as she gripped her spiritual sword tightly. Shen Xuan, let us continue. This time, she felt no hesitation. Although she was unsure of how she had fallen earlier, nothing could deter the sword in her hand. Shen Xuan nodded, stepping back a few paces to assume a battle stance. This little sister has sharp eyes. I still prefer my master's adorable big eyes. He appeared somewhat distracted, and Feng Shui, keenly perceptive, seized the moment to strike. The senior members of the sect, gathered in the loft, were intently observing the duel. It was peculiar how disciples facing Shen Xuan inexplicably fell, yet no cause was discernible. It was truly baffling. Elder Luo, your disciple is quite extraordinary, remarked a middle-aged woman with a stoic expression, the head of the third peak. She felt a twinge of concern. If her beloved apprentice were to fall 5 times like Zhao Qifeng, the third peak would be utterly humiliated. Hearing this, Luo Xiaoxue discreetly glanced at the deep ravine across the woman's chest before smiling sweetly. Elder Feng speaks wisely. My disciple is indeed quite eccentric. Elder Feng's expression soured. Who said anything about eccentric? Just as the crowd speculated whether Feng Shui would stumble again, she successfully approached Shen Xuan, delivering a decisive blow. Shen Xuan hastily raised his sword to block, but at the moment their blades clashed, his spiritual sword was knocked from his grasp by the overwhelming force. This moment ignited the audience's fervor. At last, the enigma of the stumbling curse had been unraveled. It was merely a coincidence after all. Shen Xuan would surely lose this battle. Go, junior sister Feng. The cheers erupted from the crowd. Shen Xuan, if this is all the strength you possess, it would be wise to concede. Feng Shui stood tall, exuding confidence. Yet, Shen Xuan donned a gallant expression as he replied, Junior sister, do not urge me to concede. As a disciple of the sword sect, my pride is akin to a longsword. How could I easily yield? Feng Shui raised an eyebrow, taken aback. You didn't say that when you battled Zhao Qifeng. However, she had no intention of leveraging her weaponry advantage. The girl lowered her spiritual sword and softly declared, Then let us use our bodies as swords and determine a victor. Very well. Shen Xuan chuckled, charging toward the oncoming figure. Moments later, their silhouettes intertwined. And before the audience could comprehend the events unfolding, the victor was already decided. Shen Xuan was struck in the chest and immediately spat blood, flying several meters away before collapsing to the ground, clutching his chest. Luo Xiaoxue gasped in shock, abruptly leaping from her seat. Disciple, on the battle stage. Feng Shui stood dazed. She had not exerted any force. How could she have caused him to bleed with a single strike? Just as everyone believed the outcome was settled, Feng Shui suddenly shrieked, twisting her ankle and rolling off the battle stage. Even Elder Ming, who was watching closely, wore a bewildered expression. What had just transpired? Although Shen Xuan lay on the ground, clutching his chest, he was still on the stage. Could it be that the final victor was Shen Xuan? After a moment of silence, Elder Ming finally recalled the need to announce the outcome of the duel. The winner of this match is number 18. The crowd erupted into a frenzy. No way. How could he win like this? I get it. Sister Feng is an actress. Blind student. You have truly discovered the brilliance of it. It does make sense, but does Sister Feng's acting need to be so exaggerated? The discussions among the onlookers were lively. While Luo Xiaoxue had already stepped onto the stage, gently lifting her pained disciple, who was still clutching his chest, Master Shen Xuan's brows were tightly knitted. His complexion as pale as paper, which made Luo Xiaoxue's heart ache. I knew Master would definitely come down. The little girl's eyes were red. Her disciple was now so weak that he could barely speak. He always boasted about his prowess, didn't he? What about the harmonization realm? What about being the emperor? It seemed it was all just empty bravado. Her dear disciple, merely a novice who couldn't even handle body tempering. Disciple, you must not be harmed. Let me see where it hurts. Tears streamed down her cheeks. She regretted allowing her disciple to participate in such a martial contest. Even if she were stripped of her position as an elder, it would not matter, as long as her disciple was safe. Shen Xuan grasped Luo Xiaoxue's small hand tightly. His voice barely a whisper. Master, the disciple may not last. No, you will be fine. Luo Xiaoxue was frantic, unsure of how to help, continuously caressing her disciple's cheek, hoping to offer him some warmth. Master, can you promise me one thing? Of course. Whatever it is, I promise you. Luo Xiaoxue said eagerly. A glimmer of light seemed to return to Shen Xuan's eyes. Master, I have never had the chance to kiss a girl. Now that I am nearing death, could you fulfill this wish of mine? Chapter 28, Shen Xuan's revelation, huh? Luo Xiaoxue's heart trembled. She had never experienced such a thing either. If Master does not grant my wish, I shall die with regret. Shen Xuan's brilliance gradually faded, the flame of life seemingly on the verge of extinguishing. Disciple, I promise you. This was her disciple's final wish. How could she refuse? Almost instantly, Luo Xiaoxue gently pressed her lips against Shen Xuan's cheek. Shen Xuan's body jolted. No. The kiss he envisioned was supposed to be mouth-to-mouth. Beep. The Dan Tian Restoration Super Accelerator has been credited. Super Accelerator successfully used. Current Dan Tian Restoration level, 0.001291. Shen Xuan's heart leaped in astonishment. There's a Super Accelerator. That's incredible. It directly advanced the restoration progress by 1 decimal place. If I were to kiss Master, would the system grant me even more? For some reason, Shen Xuan's thoughts were not heard by Luo Xiaoxue. Without hesitation, he continued to feign his imminent demise. Master, I want the mouth-to-mouth kind of kiss. Surely Master would agree. After all, her disciple is quite handsome. A kiss would certainly be a worthwhile endeavor. Oh dear, what am I expecting? Wouldn't it be too much to kiss my little loli master? But since Master is a legal loli, it should be fine, right? Shen Xuan's inner thoughts, however, were rather ill-timed and appeared in Luo Xiaoxue's mind. The little girl furrowed her brows. Why did it seem that her disciple was so full of vitality? Someone on the brink of death should not have such lewd thoughts. Why is Master looking at me like that? Has she figured out that I'm faking my death to get a kiss? Shen Xuan's heart raced. But he quickly reassured himself. No, with Master's innocent little mind, if she hadn't caught on by now, she certainly wouldn't now. Perhaps this is her first kiss, and she is a bit hesitant. But that's fine, I can wait. By the way, this is also my first kiss. I'm a bit excited to think about losing it soon. Shen Xuan, if Master discovers your true nature, you might just be in big trouble. Delighted. Shen Xuan hummed a cheerful tune in his heart, closing his eyes in anticipation of those soft lips. However, Luo Xiaoxue's expression grew increasingly grim. Tears ceased to flow. Her breathing calmed, yet the tension in her jaw and the beads of sweat on her forehead revealed the turmoil within her heart. It turned out this deceitful disciple was pretending to be dead. He had actually deceived his kind and adorable master. This wretched disciple. No one can stop me. I shall bite him to death. As Shen Xuan wondered why the blue-haired loli had not made any move for so long. He cautiously opened one eye and saw his master's cute little face drawing nearer. His heart filled with joy, and he promptly shut his eyes, awaiting the sweet kiss. Yet, something felt amiss. The approach seemed rather swift. Before he could feel the softness of her lips, a loud crack echoed, and an excruciating pain shot through his forehead. Master, what are you doing? Shen Xuan exclaimed, eyes wide with shock, clutching his forehead in disbelief as he looked at Luo Xiaoxue, perplexed by her sudden madness. Unexpectedly, Luo Xiaoxue opened her mouth, revealing her adorable little fangs, and suddenly bit down on Shen Xuan's face. A sharp bite landed squarely on his handsome visage. Master, let go. It hurts. Shen Xuan cried out, gritting his teeth, yet the little loli clung on like a stubborn leech. After a moment, feeling somewhat relieved, Luo Xiaoxue finally released her beloved disciple. Good disciple, weren't you on the verge of death? The little loli stared blankly at Shen Xuan. Shen Xuan, still holding his face where the bite marks were, paused at her words. Oh no, I've been found out. What now? What should I do if Master discovers I was faking? I'm anxiously waiting for help. He pondered for a moment. His explanation seemed overly forced. So he earnestly stated, this must be your doing, Master. Your deep affection has bestowed upon me the strength to survive. Oh, Luo Xiaoxue responded nonchalantly. I knew this method would be effective. Fortunately, I often read books and stumbled upon this ancient technique. Otherwise, I would have had to part ways with you. Indeed, it is a stroke of fortune for me to become your disciple, master. Shen Xuan exclaimed, his face brimming with emotion, almost on the verge of tears. Luo Xiaoxue, realizing he was still pretending, felt a surge of anger. The fact that Shen Xuan had successfully deceived her made her want to swallow him whole. What are you looking at? Next match. The little loli threatened fiercely, glaring at the onlookers who were staring in shock. With that, a powerful aura emanated from her petite frame as she led Shen Xuan away from the stage. Chapter 29, Master S. Sharp Tongue. Endurant Shen Xuan allowed the little loli to pull him into the crowd. Assessing the power within him, he realized that even among early-stage Spirit Sea Realm practitioners, few could match him, not even considering other factors. If I were to unleash my full strength in this lower realm, there would be no rivals. Moving mountains and filling seas would be but a flick of my wrist. Shen Xuan brimmed with confidence, yet to Luo Xiaoxue's ears, it sounded like the lamentations of a foolish youth dissatisfied with his circumstances. Moving mountains and filling seas. I've never seen a powerful individual so utterly shameless. The little loli cast him a sidelong glance, her heart scoffing. Unaware of the ridicule in his master's gaze, Shen Xuan remained lost in his own world. On a certain day, should I suddenly reveal my true capabilities, I dare say my petite master would be so startled that she might lose her twin tails. Perhaps she would even kneel and implore me to take her as my disciple. However, am I the sort to easily acquiesce to such requests? At the very least, she must indulge in a minute, no, an hour, of charming and playful antics before I would even consider it. While I daydreamed about a glorious future, I couldn't help but steal a glance at my master's chest from the corner of my eye. TSK, TSK, TSK. While my peers boast the grandeur of the East African Rift Valley, my master is but a mere trickle of a stream. Nevertheless, I, as her devoted disciple, find her beauty quite enchanting. Why does it seem that her grip on my hand has grown increasingly firm? Luo Xiaoxue halted her steps, gazing up at her disciple, who towered over her by a considerable height. Her large eyes squinted into crescent moons as she beamed sweetly and spoke in an adorably melodic voice. My dear disciple, you are simply too tall. I can hardly see your face. A look of realization crossed Shen Xuan's face as he comprehended her intention. Being the considerate person he is, he promptly bent down, leaning closer to Luo Xiaoxue's cherubic visage. Is my master seeking an excuse to have me bow down so she can steal a kiss? Shen Xuan felt a flutter of excitement. His master's boldness was rather disconcerting. The little loli continued to smile sweetly, her charm even causing the righteous protector and bane of evil, Shen Xuan, to feel his heart quiver. Suddenly, with a powerful push, Luo Xiaoxue lunged towards the unmarked side of his face and bit down. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Master, let go. Let go. Shen Xuan grimaced in pain, his handsome features contorting as he straightened up. Yet, the little loli clung to him like a fish caught on a hook, refusing to release her grip. A low growl akin to that of a small tiger emanated from her mouth, showing no sign of letting go. You insufferable disciple. Bear with it. My teeth are sharp, she declared. Do you enjoy my affection? She raised her head proudly, swaying her long blue ponytails to declare her victory over her disciple. Yes, yes. I absolutely adore it. Shen Xuan, sporting a cheek marked by her bite, felt utterly defeated. What on earth is wrong with this violent loli? How could she resort to biting her dear, considerate disciple? It is truly unforgivable. The day I no longer wish to lounge idly, the first thing I shall do is spank you, master. Luo Xiaoxue retorted, my dear disciple, I am keen to see whether you have any chance of turning your fortunes around. The competition continued, and Luo San was fortunate enough to face an opponent who had already exhausted most of their energy in the first round, narrowly claiming victory against them. After 2 rounds of battles, the list of the top 9 disciples advancing to the martial arts competition was announced by Elder Mingjia. Despite having anticipated the results, the spectators found this year's martial arts tournament to be quite surreal. Who would have thought that a disciple of indeterminate strength, likely a mere mortal, and a rotund individual who had just broken through to the 7th level of body refinement could enter the top 10? While the favored contenders like Fang Shui faced unfortunate defeats, Elder Mingjia paused before continuing, announcing that the disciples who had lost in the 2nd round would partake in a tiebreaker, with the winner securing the 10th position in the martial arts tournament. The remaining 9 would draw lots again for pairings in the afternoon, with one disciple receiving a bye into the top 5. Absenteeism without valid reason would result in disqualification and nullification of results. The morning session of the martial arts tournament concluded, But the fervor among the crowd remained unabated, with even greater anticipation for the afternoon finals. Who do you believe is most likely to secure first place in this martial arts tournament? It should be Dongfang from the first peak. He is one of only 2 disciples at the 8th level of body refinement to advance to the 3rd round. Having completed his breakthrough a month ago, he is likely stronger than Wang Wu, who just advanced to the 8th level half a month ago. No. I believe Shen Xuan will take first. Did you not see how he defeated Feng Shui, who was also at the 8th level? Don't be ridiculous. That kid is merely riding on sheer luck. If I were to face him, I could easily knock him down. Disciples from various peaks voiced their opinions, unable to convince one another, leaving the final outcome to be revealed only in the afternoon. As the afternoon approached, the martial arts arena was engulfed by an eager crowd, the sweltering sun failing to dampen their enthusiasm. Shen Xuan, adorned with 2 distinct bite marks on his face, was the last to step onto the arena. Although the marks detracted from his aesthetic appeal, they lent him an air of worldly charm that caused many young ladies' hearts to flutter. As the 9 participating disciples gathered, the sect leader, Yin Qingxian, stood atop the pavilion, surveying the throngs below. The finals of the martial arts competition were about to commence, and it was time to distribute the draw numbers. The disciple drawing the 9th number would receive a bye, advancing directly into the top 5. A murmur arose from the crowd below. Do you think Shen Xuan will draw a bye? Surely not. For a mere mortal to enter the top 10 is already a stroke of luck. If he draws a bye, I would suspect foul play. Amidst the hushed discussions, the process unfolded as it had in the morning, with 9 energy-infused drawn numbers soaring through the air toward the 9 disciples. Shen Xuan caught the number 9. Thus, he found himself exempt from this round of combat. He relished the unexpected leisure, estimating that as long as the competition concluded smoothly, he would accomplish the system task of ranking in the top 10. Curious about the rewards that might follow the completion of the task, Shen Xuan pondered whether the system would grant him a mid-tier accelerator or something equally eye-watering. Elder Mingjie, presiding over the martial arts tournament, swept his consciousness across the draw numbers held by the disciples. Upon seeing Shen Xuan's number, he momentarily froze. What is this? How did this boy manage to draw the 9th number? Does this mean that with the weakest strength in the arena, he miraculously advances to the top 5? Even Elder Mingjie couldn't help but marvel at Shen Xuan's extraordinary luck, wondering just how much good fortune he had stumbled upon. This martial arts tournament has surely turned out to be the most absurd one in history. Ahem. For this round, Shen Xuan has drawn number 9, granting him a bye into the next round. The typically stern Elder Mingjie now spoke with a hint of awe due to Shen Xuan's fortunate draw. The crowd below fell into a stupor. What is happening? Shen Xuan actually drew a bye. I refuse to believe it. He must be cheating, one disciple shouted, igniting the pent-up frustrations of many others, particularly among the male disciples who had long held grievances against Shen Xuan. If he possessed formidable strength, it might be acceptable. But with only a handsome face and insufficient power, his outstanding performance only bred more resentment. Suddenly, Yin Qingxian rose, his countenance icy, a formidable aura emanating from him as he unleashed the pressure of a mid-stage spirit pill cultivator across the martial arts arena. Even though his wrath was directed at anyone in particular, it still instilled a profound sense of trepidation among the spectators. To question the fairness of the martial arts tournament is to challenge my authority. Yin Qingxian's voice carried an undeniable authority, silencing those who dared to murmur against the rules. Although he held a less than favorable impression of Shen Xuan, he deemed the adherence to protocol far more significant. Under the weight of his fury, the earlier instigators quickly fell silent, hesitant to utter another word, with the sect leaders commanding presence. The 3rd round of the martial arts tournament proceeded as scheduled. The first match featured the first disciple against the second. The remaining participants awaited their turns off the stage. Upon hearing their numbers called, 2 individuals exchanged glances, their expressions sharpening with determination. As the arena was left with only these 2, an uproar erupted from the disciples of the 1st and 2nd peaks, with others joining in as they recognized the contenders. This battle would be a fierce contest between the prodigy Dongfang Zhe of the 1st peak and Wang Wu of the 2nd peak. The 2 individuals are among the only 2 disciples at the 8th stage of body refinement who have advanced to the 3rd round, standing as some of the strongest contenders of the new batch of disciples. Their battle promises to be utterly spectacular, and it signifies, to some extent, the contest for supremacy among the strongest of the new disciples. On the 1st peak stands Dongfang Zhe. On the 2nd peak, Wang Wu. Both of them are filled with fighting spirit, eager to prove their swordsmanship against their contemporaries in this rare combat opportunity. As the battle commenced, Wang Wu flicked his thumb against the hilt of his sword. With a resounding clang, a long sword adorned with crimson patterns leaped from its sheath and was firmly grasped in his hand. At the sight of this sword, numerous disciples gasped in astonishment. It was the Scarlet Flame Sword. Even among ordinary disciples at the Spirit Foundation stage, few possess enough contribution points to exchange for such a weapon, and yet Wang Wu, having only entered the sect for a mere half-year, had already acquired it. Meanwhile, Dongfangzhe also drew his sword, revealing a blade with delicate blue patterns that seemed to shimmer with a layer of frost, emanating a chilling aura even under the blazing sun. It was yet another spirit sword that rivaled the Scarlet Flame Sword. The two stepped forward almost simultaneously, the air filled with a piercing sound of breaking through the void. Soon after, one icy and one fiery sword clashed, generating sharp gusts of energy that grazed their faces, leaving behind fine streaks of blood. The audience erupted in cheers, reaching a euphoric crescendo. The combat between these two sword cultivators showcased the true essence of swordsmanship, starkly contrasting with those like Shen Xuan, who merely advanced to the top 5 through sheer luck. Shen Xuan lay nearby under an old tree, meditating, unfazed by the unexpected mention of his name. To him, this level of combat was rife with openings, hardly piquing his interest. He preferred to contemplate how to avenge the blue-haired loli. At that moment, Luo Xiaoxue sat atop the pavilion, her gaze fixated on the tree where Shen Xuan rested. For some inexplicable reason, she felt a sudden discomfort in her seated position. Chapter 31. The final battle approaches. The young girl furrowed her brow, wondering if her treacherous disciple was once again preoccupied with thoughts of her. Meanwhile, the duel between Dongfangzhe and Wang Wu continued, both exchanging blows with skill comparable to one another, making it difficult to determine a victor. Another clash of swords erupted, radiating dazzling light. The spectators watched intently, many nodding in silent acknowledgement of the prowess displayed by the two combatants. Shen Xuan opened one eye, glancing at the arena, muttering to himself about the prolonged duel. Just then, a figure approached beneath the tree, casting a glance at Shen Xuan's languid form on the branch, a spark of recognition flickering in his eyes. "Junior brother Shen, I did not expect you to be knowledgeable about swordplay." Shen Xuan turned his head downward, sensing a familiarity in the person's visage. Noticing the confusion, the individual smiled gently. "We met yesterday before the statue of the ancestor." "Oh, for heaven's sake. Look at this insufferable prince of swordplay." Shen Xuan immediately scowled. Had it not been for the crucial act of feigning lethargy, he would have slapped him without a second thought. Wei Xiaoxue laughed heartily. "I am thrilled to know junior brother Shen remembers me. Unless you have a pressing matter, I would appreciate some solitude," Shen Xuan replied, his disdain unmistakable as he perceived the individual as somewhat dim-witted. "Ha ha ha, you hit the nail on the head. I specialize in swordplay, yet I have recently hit a bottleneck, just one step away from breaking through to the Spirit Foundation stage. Unfortunately, I have been unable to find a suitable opponent. That day, I happened to notice the sharpness in your gaze, and I thought perhaps the opportunity for my breakthrough lies with you. Would you do me the honor of a duel? Are you completely unable to comprehend human speech?" Shen Xuan felt an overwhelming urge to explode with frustration. Stay calm, stay calm. I cannot let my leisurely life be disrupted by him." Little did he expect that one day, the one who had caused countless troubles would come across someone he couldn't handle. Shen Xuan leaped from the tree, vanishing into the throng of people, leaving the prince of swordplay staring blankly in the direction he had departed. Wei Xiaoxue thought, Master said my path in swordsmanship is destined to be a solitary one. He was indeed not mistaken. However, junior brother Shen, we shall meet again." As the battle between Dongfangzhe and Wang Wu approached its conclusion, both combatants were visibly exhausted, their forms swaying as if they might collapse at any moment. "Wang Wu, shall we settle this with one final strike?" "Ha ha, why not?" They exchanged a knowing smile, straightening their backs, their resolve unwavering. The grandeur of sword cultivators was vividly displayed between them, as they were about to determine who would emerge victorious. Excitement surged through the crowd. Who would prevail? "It must be our Wang Wu from the first peak." "Nonsense. It is undoubtedly our Dongfangzhe who will triumph." The disciples of the two peaks began to bicker, and had it not been for the watchful eyes of the higher-ups from the sword sect in the pavilion, they would have surely engaged in a brawl. Just then, the two combatants sprang into action, moving like a gust of wind, sweeping away the remnants of clouds. The spectators barely registered the swift movements before a resounding clash of metal echoed, resonating painfully in their ears. Wang Wu faltered, dropping to one knee, relying on the Scarlet Flame Sword to avoid collapsing entirely, while Dongfangzhe stood tall and unwavering as if unaffected. Did Dongfangzhe win? Many stared in disbelief, uncertain But the next moment, Dongfangzhe's body crumpled to the ground, unable to rise again. This scene left the supporters who had just celebrated stunned. While those backing Wang Wu erupted in cheers, Meng Jie stepped forward to announce the outcome of the first battle, victory to Wang Wu of the second peak. Soon, attendants rushed to assist them down from the arena. Dongfangzhe weakly lifted his eyelids, glancing at Wang Wu, who was not in significantly better shape, and chuckled, "Brother Wang, you performed admirably. Your final strike held such power." Through this battle, a mutual admiration blossomed between them, perhaps intertwined with feelings unspoken, but who could say for certain? In the subsequent 3 battles, none matched the fervor and camaraderie displayed in this one. Luo Xiaoxue, despite being one of the 9 participants in the third round with strength surpassing only Shen Xuan, ultimately fell short against those in the mid to late stages of body refinement. Nevertheless, for him, making it into the top 10 of the martial contest was an unimaginable achievement. As the third round concluded, Meng Jie stood on the stage, proclaiming the top 5 of this martial contest: Wang Wu, Tang Yanting, Huang Chaoer, Chen Tianyi, and Shen Xuan. With each name spoken, thunderous applause erupted. Marking a moment that transcended the rivalry of peaks, those who reached the top 5 were all prodigies of the sword sect, destined to become its backbone in the future. They deserved the accolades of all, except for Shen Xuan, who had truly entered the top 5 solely through luck, resulting in scant applause, mostly from infatuated youths in the audience. Meng Jie raised his hand to silence the crowd and declared that the next round of the martial contest would commence after a stick of incense, urging everyone to take a brief respite. According to the deliberation, this round would feature a 5-person battle, and those who remained standing would be deemed the champion of this martial contest. The updated rules left the audience somewhat perplexed. Wasn't it traditionally a pairwise duel? Why had it transformed into a free-for-all this time? A perceptive individual sensed something, uncertain whether it was due to Shen Xuan. After all, should another draw take place, no one could guarantee that he wouldn't again be spared. And allowing a disciple who had not even reached the body refinement stage to rank among the top 3 in the martial competition would indeed be a source of ridicule. Thus, it appeared that Shen Xuan's fortunate streak had come to an end. At this moment, apart from Shen Xuan, the other competitors were diligently recuperating from the exhaustion incurred in previous battles. The unpredictability of the melee heightened, as none could ascertain whether they might be targeted and eliminated prematurely. Hence, the only course of action was to quickly restore their peak strength to enhance their odds of victory. However, none paid heed to Shen Xuan. In the minds of the other 4, he was undoubtedly the first to be eliminated once the melee commenced. After all, based on Shen Xuan's displayed prowess, he was not even qualified to be considered an ally. If that were the case, why keep him around? As time gradually slipped away, the final showdown drew near. On the martial platform, the 5 stood apart, forming a pentagon. Apart from Shen Xuan, the other 4 bore various injuries, though their spirits had largely returned. Before the battle began, an invisible pressure emanated from the 4, with Wang Wu's aura being the most formidable. Shen Xuan, on the other hand, resembled a naive fool. Aside from his striking appearance that overshadowed the others, even Huang Chaoer, standing nearby, could not help but grind her teeth in frustration, as there was little else noteworthy about him. Tang Yanting, Huang Chaoer, and Chen Tianyi unanimously regarded Wang Wu as their primary opponent, considering Shen Xuan to be superfluous, and thus, he should be the first to be eliminated. In this contest for the top 5 positions, apart from Luo Xiaoxue and Luo San, it was unlikely anyone believed Shen Xuan could conjure another miracle. The martial showdown commenced. Elder Meng Jie hovered in midair, observing the battle stage, prepared to intervene and rescue if necessary. His greatest concern was undoubtedly the seemingly weakest Shen Xuan, for in a chaotic battle, a moment's inattention could lead to the lad's demise. As the decisive battle began, accompanied by the thunderous cheers of 1,000 spectators, Huang Chaoer and Chen Tianyi, positioned closest to Shen Xuan, almost simultaneously launched their attacks, their feet pounding the ground as they shot forward like arrows released from a bow. "Junior brother Shen, you should step aside and watch." Chen Tianyi cackled, sweeping his sword sheath toward Shen Xuan's chest. Huang Chaoer executed a similar maneuver, clearly intent on eliminating Shen Xuan first. Facing the impending assault, Shen Xuan remained motionless, akin to a statue. The 2 assumed he was merely stunned, their eyes betraying a mocking glint, as they could already envision the scene of their sword sheaths striking him. The watching disciples below could hardly bear to look. Even a half-hearted joint attack from the 2 at the 7th level of body refinement would be beyond the capacity of an ordinary individual to withstand. Clang! A resonant sound reverberated, and unexpectedly, the Shen Xuan, who should have been knocked off the stage, stood unfazed. As the crowd focused, they noted that, at some point, Chen Tiany's sword sheath, which was meant to strike Shen Xuan, had instead turned to block Huang Chao's attack. Huang Chao stared, bewildered. "What are you doing?" Chen Tiany, equally perplexed, failed to comprehend what had transpired. He struggled to explain, only to find himself the target of furious glares from all directions. "Why is everyone looking at me like that? Did I do something to deserve their wrath?" Chen Tiany muttered inwardly, feeling increasingly bewildered. Soon, he met Huang Chao's fiery gaze. Her voice laced with frost. "Do we look like fools to you?" He dared not respond, hastily waving his hands. "Yes." The onlookers were left dumbfounded, realizing that the true fool was none other than themselves. "Oh, Chen Tiany, you truly are a clever one, with your wit. Perhaps you should consider becoming a ghost instead." At this moment, Shen Xuan, who had remained silent, finally spoke, lightly patting Chen Tiany on the shoulder. "Brother Chen, you are mistaken. Some truths are better left unspoken." The crowd pondered, wondering why those words seemed better left unsaid. Chen Tiany, anxious, thought he had intended to say something different, yet it had morphed into something else entirely. If he failed to clarify, it would be difficult for him to survive in the sword sect henceforth. "I didn't mean it that way." "It's fine, brother. You need not explain. We all understand your character. You must have simply misspoken," Shen Xuan proclaimed with righteous indignation. "I knew you would understand me, junior brother." Chen Tiany's eyes glistened with tears. In these times, such earnestness in a junior brother was indeed a rarity. "Actually, what I meant to say was, anyone who disagrees can come and bite me." Chen Tiany's words stunned the entire Qingmen sword sect, including himself. The young man's mind went blank. What had he just said? "Don't hold me back. I want to bite him." "Wait, if you're going to bite him, just go ahead and do it. Why bite my groin?" In an instant, the crowd was in an uproar. Had it not been for Elder Meng Jie's overwhelming presence, the spectators might have surged forward to teach him a lesson. "Brother, you..." Shen Xuan seemed taken aback by Chen Tiany's words, momentarily stunned before shaking his head in disappointment, stepping back a few paces to assume the role of an onlooker. At that moment, a flash of sword light sliced through the air, aiming straight for Chen Tiany's arm. Chen Tiany was horrified, swiftly drawing his sword to block. But he was unprepared and had barely summoned 6 or 7 parts of his strength when he was forced to respond in haste. As the two blades clashed with a crisp sound, he felt his hands numb from the impact, nearly losing his grip on the sword. Chen Tiany flipped backwards, dissipating the remaining force, and then shouted in anger at the figure before him. "Huang Xiaoer, you little trash, can't you play fair and not resort to sneak attacks?" The young woman furrowed her brow, 2 puffs of smoke escaping her nostrils. "You're looking for death." Chapter 33. I truly didn't say that. Good heavens. I truly didn't say that. Chen Tiany nearly burst into tears. He had merely intended to say that she was lacking in martial ethics. Yet it had come out as an insult. Whether opponents or spectators, everyone felt that Chen Tiany was insulting their intelligence. "We all heard you say that. And now you claim it wasn't you? Do you think all the handsome men and beautiful women present are fools?" Shen Xuan stood at a distance, a subtle smile gracing his lips. With his strength, it was effortlessly easy to manipulate the words of a body refinement stage swordsman without anyone being the wiser. Finding Chen Tiany amusing, Shen Xuan decided to let him attract some animosity. Meanwhile, Wang Wu and Tang Yunting remained uninvolved, appearing as mere spectators while seizing the opportunity to recover from prior exertions. This won't do. Not a single one can be absent on the path to drawing hatred. Shen Xuan pondered for a moment, then focused his mind. Chen Tiany narrowly evaded Huang Xiaoer's frenzied onslaught, beads of sweat now dotting his forehead as he realized that it was unwise to provoke a madwoman. Though their strengths were comparable, Huang Xiaoer, in her rage, wielded her might with such intensity that he felt utterly constrained and could only dodge, unwilling to confront her head-on. While busy avoiding her, Chen Tiany was horrified to find his mouth moving uncontrollably, spewing forth brazen words. "Huang Xiaoer, what skill is it to hit me? If you have the guts, go challenge Wang Wu." "Oh, my apologies. I almost forgot you lack the courage." The words sent Huang Xiaoer into a fury, her gaze filled with a desire to rend Chen Tiany apart. By the heavens, this Chen Tiany is a wolf unleashed. Brother Chen is truly a paragon for us male swordsmen, unyielding and unafraid of authority. I wish to shower him with every commendation imaginable. As the presiding Elder Meng Jie contemplated whether to rescue the disciple, he was painfully aware that the situation was of the disciple's own making. What deepened his despair was the uncontrollable nature of his own words. "Tang Yunting, are you merely pretending to be dead over there? Do you really believe yourself to be a serene beauty? How can my sword sect harbor such a coward? Come forth and fight." Wang Wu, you vile creature. Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your secret attempts to regain your strength. Even if you have a day to recover, I, Shen Xuan, shall still defeat you with a single strike. You worthless cur, I cannot fathom whether the second elder has lost his senses to have sent you, a mere fowl, to participate in this martial contest. This remark even drew the ire of the elder from the second peak, whose forehead bulged with veins, nearly causing him to suffer a stroke from Chun Tiany's audacity. Ah, what a splendid disciple you have raised, 10th elder. Luo Xiaoxue, having seen through the entire charade, recognized that the ability to incite such fury was undoubtedly the handiwork of her troublesome disciple. Indeed, her student had a somewhat excessive talent for vexation. Just the thought of her disciple made her blood boil with indignation. On the stage, both Tang Yunting and Wang Wu wore expressions of icy resolve. Their intentions were alarmingly unified, to eliminate the despicable Chen Tiany. The indiscriminate barrage of insults sent ripples of excitement through the audience below. Today, Brother Chen wielded his words like a sword, transcending the confines of form and style, showcasing the profound depth of swordsmanship. Marvelous, simply marvelous. Your words resonate like a symphony, and I have been enlightened. After today, the valorous deeds of Brother Chen shall echo throughout the sword sect, and I shall offer the first incense in tribute to my admiration for him, as boundless as the flowing river. Shen Xuan observed the spectacle with great interest. Standing discreetly at the edge of the combat platform, appearing as though he had already been eliminated. If only I could have some watermelon right now, he mused lazily. Chun Tiany, shedding tears upon the arena, found it impossible to evade the combined onslaught of the three. Within mere breaths, he was sent flying by Wang Wu's blade. Before he even hit the ground, he weakly murmured, "It truly wasn't my intent." Chapter 34. The playful celestial maidens. As soon as Chen Xuan fell from the stage, 6 burly disciples with dark skin appeared to carry him away. Countless gazes of sorrow followed his departing figure, lamenting the tragic end of a prodigious disciple who had wielded words as his sword, finishing 5th, a truly lamentable fate. This also implied that Shen Xuan's ranking in the contest would be at least 4th. As the battle progressed, among the remaining 4, Shen Xuan's strength was nearly negligible, followed closely by Huang Qiaoer. With Chun Tiany's exit, the chaotic dynamics of the match shifted dramatically. Even if Tang Yunting and Huang Qiaoer teamed up, they might not surpass Wang Wu. To be honest, they had indeed let their tempers cloud their judgment, but regretting now held no value. Huang Qiaoer leaned closer to Tang Yunting and whispered, "Wang Wu is formidable. Our best strategy is to combine our efforts against him. As for Shen Xuan, he seems a bit peculiar. Let him be for now. If Wang Wu wishes to engage him, all the better." Tang Yunting nodded slightly, recognizing that their only hope of claiming victory lay in this union. Otherwise, either one of them stood no chance against Wang Wu. Thus, a clear division of power emerged on the stage, with Shen Xuan included. Wang Wu disregarded the seemingly harmless Shen Xuan, focusing his sharp gaze on the 2 women huddled together. "I shall deal with them first. With my strength, even if reduced to 1/10, it will suffice against Shen Xuan," he thought to himself. With a swift motion, Wang Wu unsheathed the Qian sword and launched an assault against Tang Yunting and Huang Qiaoer. 2 beams of sword light flashed as the 2 women almost simultaneously drew their swords, meeting the Qian sword with a fierce gust of wind. The impact caused all 3 to stagger back a step, indicating that none had gained a significant advantage, even facing 2 opponents. With Wang Wu's 8th layer of body refinement and the Qian sword's sharpness, it was only a matter of time before he would exploit their weaknesses and defeat them one by one. If all went as expected, victory in this martial contest belonged to Wang Wu. When the initial strike yielded no success, Wang Wu unhesitatingly summoned his full strength, the Qian sword glowing with an intensity greater than before, the heat distorting the air around them. Qian sword technique, 4th form. In an instant, the crimson sword light sliced through the void, striking fiercely towards Huang Qiaoer. "This isn't good. He aims to eliminate me first." Huang Qiaoer felt a surge of dread as she recognized the impending strike. With no time to evade, she gritted her teeth and raised her sword to meet the attack. Clang! Though Huang Qiaoer wielded a spirit sword, it paled in comparison to the Qian sword. The collision left a slight dent, and she was forced to kneel, blood oozing from her hands, staining the ground with crimson. In a critical moment, a streak of sword light surged towards Wang Wu's back. Anticipating his attack, Tang Yunting swiftly countered, barely managing to intervene. The force behind her strike was formidable, yet Wang Wu, quick to adapt, altered his stance, deflecting the incoming blow with a nearly perfect arc. Such remarkable reflexes. Even as a rival, Tang Yunting could not help but silently commend his speed. No wonder he possessed such hand speed after years of solitary practice. Wang Wu. Tang Yunting? Tang Yunting swiftly retreated, creating distance. She covered her mouth in shock, her beautiful face unable to conceal her astonishment. Had that last remark truly escaped her lips? But she had never intended such a thought, yet the voice had undeniably originated from her. What in the world? To her surprise, her usually composed and elegant demeanor concealed such a mischievous spirit. That remark was truly piercing, and Wang Wu must be silently shedding tears in his heart. Many disciples who admired Tang Yunting felt their previously serene image of her shatter, transforming her into a playful little demoness. Yet, strangely, this only heightened the thrill of the spectacle. Shen Xuan, feeling bored at the edge of the stage, stifled a yawn, finding the blazing sun unfriendly to his lethargic disposition. He waved his hand, and a refreshing breeze swept through, accompanied by a cloud that drifted to obscure the sun above the Qingyun sword sect. All of this went unnoticed. Perhaps only he, Shen Xuan, could summon the power of the spiritual sea for such trivial pursuits. On the other side, Wang Wu's expression was icy as he stomped his foot on the ground, leaving a white mark, and propelled himself towards Tang Yunting like a gust of wind. The Qi sword whirled in dazzling arcs, thrusting toward her heart without a hint of mercy. To him, women merely hindered his sword-drawing speed. Only through sparring with his brothers could he refine his swordsmanship. Thus, whether the opponent before him was male or female, they were all enemies. Tang Yunting had no time to speak. Her slender waist bent backward as she gripped her sword with both hands, angling it to deflect the incoming strike. Wang Wu pressed on relentlessly, shifting his grip. The Qi sword descended once more, aiming directly at the girl's heart. As the razor-sharp blade drew nearer, waves of heat emanated towards Tang Yunting, leaving her powerless to respond. Just as she was about to concede defeat, a surge of warmth unexpectedly flowed through her, swiftly coursing into her arms and veins. In an instant, the girl felt as though she had consumed a powerful pill, a formidable strength surging through her hands. Her arms suddenly gained immense power, pulling the spiritual sword back, and in that moment, she successfully deflected the crimson flame sword. Without a moment to ponder, Tang Yunting seized the opportunity to rise and create distance, the mysterious sensation still lingering within her. She clenched her fist, feeling the tremendous strength emanating from beneath her skin. And she believed she could continue. Strangely, where did this power originate? Although the girl was puzzled by her transformation, to onlookers, it was nothing short of spectacular. This little girl seemed to possess some hidden trump card. Meng Jie noticed Tang Yunting's situation and silently praised her, failing to detect any anomalies. If a spirit origin realm expert were present, they might have noticed an almost imperceptible thread of spiritual energy, finer than silk, swiftly penetrating Tang Yunting's body just as she was on the brink of collapse. Although she could not wield this spiritual power, it was sufficient to temporarily enhance her physical form, granting her the capability to contend with Wang Wu. This time, I should calculate to the finest detail. Shen Xuan mused, hoping that both girls could exhaust Wang Wu to the point of fatigue, thus making his own victory less astonishing. Although this course of action posed risks of revealing his identity as the Salted Fish King, he could always alert the sweeping monk, allowing any unreasonable occurrences to be attributed to the mysterious mighty figure. All of this transpired within a few breaths. Huang Xiaoer, barely recovering from the numbness in her palm, hesitated to join the fray between the two. From the earlier clash, she discerned that the gap in strength between the two was not as vast as initially perceived, implying that Tang Yunting could still hold her ground for a while longer. I am currently at my weakest. I must do everything possible to recover from my previous exhaustion to have a chance to compete with them. Huang Xiaoer conveniently chose to forget the weakest Shen Xuan. Noticing that Huang Xiaoer was idly floating beside Shen Xuan, Tang Yunting was filled with indignation. If you intend to spectate, you might as well concede the first place to Wang Wu. Sister Yunting, my hand is numb. If I go now, I can only drag you down. The moment those words escaped her lips, Huang Xiaoer felt a blankness in her mind. She meant to say back leg, yet it came out as dog leg. Did I mishear? Dog leg? You must not have misheard. Why suddenly resort to insults? Perhaps, hidden beneath this exchange lies an unknown love story. Though the term dog leg was indeed excessively spirited, the audience erupted in astonishment, realizing that the seemingly elegant little fairies were in fact full of amusing banter. Chapter 35, the first of the martial arts tournament. Tang Yunting was nearly driven to madness. Fine, Huang Xiaoer, if you choose to float. I shall take my frustration out on you. Wang Wu, the first place is yours. Do not obstruct me from dealing with her. The girl gritted her teeth. Her gaze towards Huang Chao filled with menace. This extreme turn of events captivated the crowd, akin to witnessing a melodramatic spectacle. It seems things have spiraled out of control. Shen Xuan shook his head and sighed, realizing that to secure the first place, he would have to utilize someone else's strength. Although the system task only required entering the top 10, if he could seize first place, would the enchanting master not embrace her dashing disciple in a fit of excitement? If not, it mattered not, he could take the initiative himself. Wang Wu silently stepped aside, relishing the discord among his opponents. As Tang Yunting advanced, the two brushed past each other, and a flash of sword light surged forth, aimed directly at Wang Wu's back. The crimson flame sword swept out simultaneously, cleaving through the attack. Indeed, you seek to lure me into a false sense of security, only to strike. A cold glint flashed in Wang Wu's eyes. Had he not been prepared, he might have struggled to evade this ambush entirely. It was that hand that acted on its own. It had nothing to do with me. Tang Yunting's expression turned to one of horror, but to others, it appeared as shock after a failed ambush. I said it. How could they possibly turn against each other at such a critical moment? In truth, I had anticipated this all along. No one understands the bond between the two junior sisters better than I. A disciple within the sect, known for his insights into Wang Wu, proudly proclaimed. Indeed, Brother Tiang. You have seen through all the illusions. Surrounding him, many echoed in agreement, and Tiang relished the attention, proudly lifting his chin like a rooster that had just gained mating rights. Tang Yunting recalled a similar situation occurring with Qin Tianyi, though at that time, no one believed his words. It seemed that, even now, no matter how she explained, she would likely face disbelief. Lost in thought, Wang would charge forth, prompting the girl to meet him head-on. With the aid of the mysterious power, she found herself nearly equal to him in strength. She unleashed several strikes, all of which were deftly parried by Wang Wu, who felt a jolt of surprise. How had Tang Yunting suddenly grown so much stronger? Clang, clang, clang. In a single breath, the two had engaged in nearly 10 exchanges, their surroundings filled with a dazzling display of interwoven crimson and silver sword lights, leaving spectators in awe. After nearly 100 exchanges, the two finally separated due to the recoil from their collision. Even the elders in the loft could no longer remain seated, with Tang Yunting's master undoubtedly the most astonished. Is this the aura of an 8th layer body refinement? Has that girl broken through during battle? From the aura sensed, Tang Yunting had indeed reached a level indistinguishable from that of an 8th layer body refinement practitioner. Yun Xingxian was equally elated, laughing heartily. Who would have imagined that in just over half a year, 4 new 8th layer body refinement disciples had emerged among the new generation of the Sword Sect? The revival of the Sword Sect is imminent. Wang Wu realized that if this continued, even if he could defeat her, Huang Chao would likely seize the opportunity. Thus, he resolved to unleash his full strength in a single decisive strike. With that thought, he no longer hesitated. The sword flashed in the void and split into 3, simultaneously thrusting forward. Heavens, it's the 5th form of the Qin Yun sword technique. Wang Shidi is actually using the 5th form at the 8th layer body refinement level. The crowd gasped in astonishment, for the 5th form of the Qin Yun sword technique marked a watershed moment. Many peak body refinement disciples struggled to master even the 4th form. Dongfang Zhe, who had narrowly lost to Wang Wu previously, wore an expression of awe. He had not anticipated that he still possessed hidden cards. Faced with such terrifying pressure, Tang Yunting remained unflustered, for it was not she who was directing her actions at that moment. At this time, Shen Xuan was channeling a sliver of his consciousness, controlling the girl's movements. Tang Yunting raised her jade arm slightly, and the long sword traced a perfect arc in the air. In the wake of her motion, 2 identical bright silver spiritual swords swiftly materialized, charging forward with ferocity. She too has mastered the 5th form of the Qin Yun sword technique. The crowd found it surreal. Within just half a year of training, 2 swordsmanship prodigies capable of executing the 5th form had emerged. The 2 contrasting sword lights clashed violently, an explosion of blinding brilliance obscuring the battle's details. As the commotion subsided, Wang Wu knelt on the ground, clutching his chest, his gaze fixed upon the girl who, though disheveled, still stood with resolve. You have won, he slowly uttered, propping himself against his sword before collapsing into unconsciousness. A bitter smile appeared on Tang Yunting's face. If I claimed that my hand acted of its own accord, would you believe it? Shock. Wang Wu has actually lost. This cohort of junior disciples has proven to be full of surprises. This scene was overwhelmingly surreal. Everyone initially believed that Wang Wu would undoubtedly claim first place, yet unexpectedly, Tang Yunting had emerged as a dark horse. As her gaze slowly shifted toward Shen Xuan, who had been quietly observing for some time. She sensed that the bizarre occurrences of this martial arts tournament may indeed be linked to him. If her suspicions were accurate, how formidable must Shen Xuan truly be? As expected, I have been suspected. However, I sincerely hope that your curiosity does not lead you to delve any further. If my true identity as a mere fish on the shore were to be discovered, I would have no choice but to resort to silencing them. From the girl's eyes, Shen Xuan perceived a hint of suspicion, causing him to brace himself for the worst outcome. As one can never be certain of whether the eyes of otherworldly beings are upon this realm. Just as Tang Yunting's doubts began to take shape, her hand, under the influence of a mysterious force, was pulled towards Shen Xuan with a fierce intent. Faced with the imminent threat, Shen Xuan hastily rolled aside. Yet he was still inadvertently grazed by the sword's energy, leaving a distinct gash on his arm. His panic-stricken demeanor did not seem feigned. This unexpected turn of events significantly diminished Tang Yunting's suspicions. Perhaps I have overthought this, she mused, as her wrist involuntarily twisted, redirecting the blade away from Shen Xuan and towards Huang Chaoer instead. Though puzzled by this sudden change of target, she had long wished to deal with this opportunistic ally. Within a few exchanges, Huang Chaoer was swiftly defeated. At this moment, only Shen Xuan and Tang Yunting remained on the stage, while the onlookers bore a complex expression. Wang Wu, who was most likely to seize first place, ranked fourth, while Shen Xuan, the weakest among them, had ascended to second place. As the mysterious force that had sustained Tang Yunting began to wane, an overwhelming sense of weakness finally erupted within her. Tang Yunting's complexion paled. Why did this happen at such a critical moment? Seizing the last vestiges of her strength, she drew her sword again, charging once more at Shen Xuan. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. She could see the panic on Shen Xuan's face, desperately concealed, yet her vision grew increasingly blurred, and her steps felt heavier. What is happening? With a loud thud, she collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. Shen Xuan mirrored the astonished expressions of the audience, both equally dumbfounded. Luo Xiaoxue, witnessing her disciple's exaggerated expression, felt a wave of exasperation. My dear disciple, you truly know how to act. Others might be deceived, but the little loli who had just suffered a significant loss was on high alert. Ming Jia stood in a daze for a long while before he finally remembered to announce the outcome of the martial arts competition. In this round, Shen Xuan emerged victorious. This caused the usually cold Ming Jia to stutter twice, marking a historical moment for Shen Xuan. However, the audience remained in stunned silence. Not a single person applauding or cheering. At this moment, Yin Xian rose to his feet. Although he found the result difficult to accept, the truth remained. Shen Xuan, the weakest disciple, was the only one standing in the finals. He had no choice but to declare loudly, the Qingyun Sword Sect's martial arts tournament concludes here. The champion is Shen Xuan. His resonant voice echoed throughout the venue, awakening everyone from their shock. Shen Xuan had indeed become the champion of the martial arts competition. Disbelief evident in the eyes of countless disciples. Good heavens, is it the world that is flawed, or is it I who am mistaken? The top spot of the martial arts competition has been claimed by a mere mortal. Shen Xuan found himself at the center of a storm, as it was hard for anyone to accept that a commoner had surpassed so many talented disciples to claim the title of champion. Seeing the growing anger among the crowd, Luo Xiaoxue feared for her disciples' safety and quickly leapt onto the stage, grabbing Shen Xuan and flying towards the 36 peaks. Chapter 36. Why? If I had to do nothing but eat, drink, and entertain my master every day, it would be a wonderfully delightful existence. Should I ask my lowly master for a reward of love right now? Well, before that, I ought to consider what would be most appropriate. Since I secured first place, perhaps a passionate kiss from my master would not be too much to ask. Oh dear, Shun 18, you seem to be drifting towards a perilous line of thought. Several strands of blue hair whipped across Shen Xuan's face, inadvertently brushing against the glistening liquid at the corner of his mouth. Luo Xiaoxue's tiny fists clenched tightly, bursting with indignation. Though she had not seen her irritating disciple showing any special interest in other female disciples during the competition, the moment they were together, his thoughts were filled with all sorts of wicked ideas. She truly wished to let her disciple experience the newly learned 18 punches of discipline. Shen Xuan felt that his earlier thought was quite valid, just as he pondered how to delicately present his reasonable request to his master. Luo Xiaoxue spoke up. My dear disciple, please loosen your grip a little. Shen Xuan looked puzzled, but as a dutiful disciple, he obediently released his hold, believing that a second would suffice. Just as he released his grip for less than a second and was about to embrace her again, the little loli suddenly sneezed. The force of the sneeze propelled her petite form backward, causing her to inadvertently knock the astonished Shen Xuan off the flying measuring tool. As he watched Luo Xiaoxue's figure recede into the distance, Shen Xuan's mind raced with confusion. What just happened? Master, your beloved disciple has fallen. Come save me. As he plummeted through the air, he suddenly noticed that his master was wearing a skirt. White. The young man gasped, and in that moment, it felt as if the world had opened a door to a fantastical realm. What Luo Xiaoxue never expected was that her troublesome disciple, even as he tumbled from hundreds of meters in the air, was still preoccupied with wicked thoughts. The little loli's cheeks flushed red, no matter how one looked at it. Being seen in such a state by her disciple was simply unacceptable. She maneuvered the measuring tool to reverse direction, racing towards the spot where her disciple was falling. Observing her small figure rushing toward him, Shen Xuan felt a swell of emotion, tears glistening in his eyes. My master truly cares for me, after all. How could someone as handsome, charming, and considerate as I am not be worthy of her concern? Hearing her disciple's inner thoughts, Luo Xiaoxue was at a loss for words. What kind of bizarre confidence did he possess to believe himself so exceptional? The measuring tool's speed suddenly increased. As the blue-haired loli drew near, Shen Xuan opened his arms, ready to welcome his master into his warm embrace. Wait, something feels off. Why is my master approaching me head first? Just as he began to wonder, something collided forcefully with his abdomen, nearly forcing out the lunch he had consumed earlier. In that unexpected moment, Luo Xiaoxue had delivered a heavy-headed blow to her beloved disciple. Why did you bump into me, you little loli? Shen Xuan felt utterly befuddled, the words nearly escaping his lips. Luo Xiaoxue's facial muscles twitched. She really did not want to be called a dog by her disciple. Apologies, dear disciple. My control over the measuring tool is lacking. Please bear with me. Master, could you please set me down? Shen Xuan felt it was undignified to be dragged by a little loli by his collar. It tarnished his image as a potential emperor. Oh, Luo Xiaoxue responded nonchalantly, loosening her grip. What I meant was for you to place me on the measuring tool, experiencing free fall once more. Though he knew there was no real danger, it was still quite frightening. Shen Xuan thought the trajectory seemed prone to accidents. If nearby sects were to discover that the martial arts champion of the Qingyan sword sect was a mere mortal, they would undoubtedly mock them mercilessly. As a result, impulsive disciples seeking fame through a challenge against Shen Xuan, the seemingly unworthy champion, soon came knocking, but were all stopped by Luo Xiaoxue. After all, this was the 36 Peaks. How could they challenge her troublesome disciple without her permission? Unable to enter, and with Shen Xuan remaining within the peak, the number of troublemakers gradually dwindled. However, numerous disciples are quietly waiting. The moment Shen Xuan steps out from the 36 Peaks, countless challenge letters will rain down upon him. And even if he chooses not to accept them, it would still serve as a severe humiliation. Shen Xuan remains indifferent, leisurely enjoying 3 days of idleness in his cozy nook, sleeping without a care, occasionally peeking at his adorable master, who is diligently practicing on the cliff's edge. Such a life is nothing short of bliss. Chapter 37. The little cart races swiftly. Observing her disciple's unprecedented laziness over the past few days, Luo Xiaoxue finds herself speechless. Who was it that vowed to diligently practice and never hold back their master? It would be one thing to be idle, but he also incessantly voices various wicked or narcissistic thoughts, making it impossible for her to concentrate on her own cultivation. As the sun rises high in the sky, Luo Xiaoxue can no longer contain her frustration. She pulls back Shen Xuan's covers and calls out in a crisp voice, "Disciple, rise and practice earnestly." However, the moment she unveils the blanket, the little girl's face flushes crimson, and she lets out a sharp scream. Ah! She quickly covers her face and retreats to a safe distance, leaving Shen Xuan utterly perplexed. What is this blue-haired little girl making such a fuss about? One would think I did something to her. Shen Xuan scratches his head, but when his gaze shifts downward, his expression suddenly stiffens. Ah! Isn't it already noon? No way. Wait, it can't be just this. It absolutely isn't mine. He swiftly lifts his garment, only to find a small sprout had somehow squeezed through the gap between the wooden slats, propping up his clothing. For a moment, Shen Xuan is at a loss for words, contemplating whether he should properly explain to his master. Yet, upon seeing the little girl's bashful demeanor, he feels a wicked thought take root. After all, it has been 3 days without the accelerator needed for his Dantian's recovery. Without a second thought, he springs from his uncomfortable nest, launching himself towards his beloved master with a fervor rivaling that of a devoted admirer. A moment later, Shen Xuan supports himself against the wooden wall, leaning in with eyes so gentle they could melt a girl's heart, locking gazes with Luo Xiaoxue. The little girl clenches her tiny fist against her chest, her large eyes shimmering with captivating light, exuding an aura of innocence that is utterly heart-wrenching. In an instant, Shen Xuan finds himself entranced. He senses a peculiar emotion stirring within him, reminiscent of that moment before a duel when he locked eyes with his master. Unconsciously, he begins to lower his head, inching closer. At this moment, Luo Xiaoxue resembles a little white rabbit, utterly still, under the gaze of a big bad wolf. They can both hear the rapid beating of each other's hearts. Why is it only the heartbeat I hear, and not my disciple's voice? Luo Xiaoxue's cheeks are aflame, wishing fervently to hear her disciple's infuriating voice, for only then could her nearly entranced heart awaken. Suddenly, a soft little hand pushes Shen Xuan's increasingly descending face to the side. Disciple, wake up. Quickly wash your face and brush your teeth. I will assign you cultivation tasks shortly. Once she finishes, she breathes a sigh of relief, but her heart refuses to settle. Images of her disciple's almost enchanting visage and warm presence flood her mind. What on earth does he intend to do? Beep. Intermediate accelerator for Dantian recovery has been received. Intermediate accelerator used successfully. Current host Dantian recovery progress 0.001402. After achieving first place in the martial arts competition, Shen Xuan received a high-level accelerator from the system. With the recovery over these 3 days, his progress has increased by 100 millionths. With the addition of this intermediate accelerator, his value now stands at 1.02. However, the path to restoring his peak strength remains arduous. Casting aside the system's information, Shen Xuan feels somewhat helpless. At his level, his body is already pure and free of any peculiar odors. She must be finding excuses to avoid me. What is she so afraid of? I am not a loli enthusiast. I have no interest in a master as flat-chested as her. He muses inwardly, though a hint of guilt tugs at him. Surely, he is not a loli enthusiast? No, absolutely not. It is merely his master's sweet demeanor that has temporarily captivated him. Luo Xiaoxue, hidden within her room, hears her disciple's thoughts and grinds her teeth in irritation. You insufferable disciple are the one lacking in curves. My curves are as deep as the chasms of heaven. Thank you very much. However, this thought does manage to calm her racing heart. She shakes her tiny fist, encouraging herself, vowing to give her disciple a proper lesson, perhaps by assigning him to thrust his sword 1,000 times. Though that seems excessive, let's settle on 100,000 instead. Chapter 38. How foolish is the master once her emotions settle. Luo Xiaoxue dares to step outside. At this moment, her obedient disciple has already begun to feign seriousness while practicing on the lawn. I am working so hard. Surely my master will be pleased? She shouldn't still be upset about what just happened, right? With this thought, he swings his basic sword with even more vigor. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead and gathering into droplets the size of mung beans cascading down. This scene would leave even the most fervent cultivation fanatic in awe. Exclaiming Grandpa. Indeed, Luo Xiaoxue is struck by his effort, astonished by her disciple's shamelessness. How did she end up with such a troublesome disciple? Disciple. I believe you need to elevate your cultivation quickly to ensure your self-defense, Luo Xiaoxue advises earnestly. Shen Xuan contemplates this, finding it quite reasonable. Remaining a mere novice is not a viable option. I will heed my master's teachings and devote myself to diligent practice. Luo Xiaoxue, as the master, lives a life far less comfortable than her disciples. How dare he indulge himself so? Disciple, I believe it is time to impart some knowledge upon you, she states solemnly. Do you know that to master the sword, one must be persistent and practice diligently? Shen Xuan nods in firm agreement. Yet, what exactly does the blue-haired loli intend to convey? Master, please enlighten me. I will consider whether to comply. Luo Xiaoxue, you dare negotiate with me? Nonetheless, she has no intention of acknowledging her disciple's personal opinions. Today's task is to wield the sword 100,000 times. I will be watching closely. Failure to complete it means no sleep. Shen Xuan's expression instantly stiffens, with only the frantic twitching of his eyelids betraying his agitation. Has this blue-haired loli gone mad? 100,000 times? That's only 86 for 100 swings in a 24-hour period. Did I really lounge about for half a day to deserve this from you? My innocent and kind-hearted disciple. Luo Xiaoxue silently corrects him. You clearly lazed about for 3.5 days. Master, have you scalded your tongue while drinking tea? Surely you meant for me to swing my sword 10 times? Shen Xuan's face appears quite strained. Upon hearing this, the little girl, with a playful grin, retorts. You are a master negotiator. turning 100,000 into just 10. How impressive. Disciple, you heard me correctly. It is indeed 100,000 times. Do not worry. I will be watching over you. There will be no unforeseen accidents, and I have even prepared recovery pills for you. Just focus on your swordsmanship. The little girl confidently pats her chest. Shen Xuan wears a smile that barely masks his discomfort. 100,000 times? Blue-haired loli. Why don't you demonstrate one swing for me to see? Taking a deep breath, he resolves. Since his master insists, he shall comply. Shen Xuan's eyes flashed with brilliance as he swung his sword. In the midst of Luo Xiaoxue's astonished expression, he slowly sheathed his blade. Master, I have completed my 10,000 sword strikes, he declared solemnly, his face betraying no hint of deceit. Do you take me for a fool? Luo Xiaoxue trembled with indignation. Is master trembling? Could it be my sword strike has astounded her? Surely she is not so dull as to realize I am deceiving her. Luo Xiaoxue, how dare you treat me like a fool? She exclaimed, suddenly leaping up and delivering a playful yet affectionate smack to her disciple's head. Are you jesting with me? Shen Xuan covered his head, a sudden inspiration striking him. Circling around the little loli, he remarked, Master, though it appeared I struck once, it encompassed 10,000 variations. Surely, a clever person like yourself can perceive that, right? Luo Xiaoxue was momentarily taken aback, unable to suppress her urge to mimic Shen Xuan's grip on the grass. You truly are astute, my clever disciple. How did you conceive such a cunning remark? If I claim not to have seen it, it implies I am a fool. Yet if I admit to seeing it, I would have to let you off the hook. Shen Xuan, you are indeed a genius. She continued. It would be a pity for such eloquence not to be showcased in the palace of the Qingyan kingdom. Shen Xuan felt a chill beneath him. Master, I acknowledge your insight, but I fear that such a rapid strike may yield little in terms of cultivation effect. Since you have performed 10,000 strikes, surely, executing 100 billion should not pose a challenge? Luo Xiaoxue nodded thoughtfully. After executing dozens of strikes, Shen Xuan realized he could not continue on this path. If he did not reveal his true capabilities, he might be at it until tomorrow. Thus, he exclaimed, Master, I can no longer continue. With that, he collapsed, feigning unconsciousness, unconcerned about the extravagance of his act. After all, what could she do? I am truly a genius. The vexing blue-haired loli will never be able to rouse me from my feigned slumber. Seeing her disciple fall, Luo Xiaoxue was taken aback and rushed to his side. Collapsing atop him, tears glistened in her eyes as she pleaded, My disciple, what has happened to you? Do not frighten me. Incredible, she actually believes it. Oh, how touching is her intelligence. Indeed, little lolis are the easiest to deceive. Feigning nonchalance, Shen Xuan decided not to reveal his ruse since Master believed him to be truly unconscious. 10,000 sword strikes were the work of a fool. He could easily remain in this position until noon tomorrow. Oh, but wait, he still needed to find the plump one for a special treat tonight. He hadn't had roasted meat in days, and the spirit birds must be missing him as well. Luo Xiaoxue, however, bore a slight smirk. How could my brilliance be so easily fooled by your little tricks? Shaking her disciple's shoulders, she found no response. It seemed she would have to employ her newly learned technique. By repeatedly striking his cheeks, she aimed to stimulate his meridians and reconnect his brain with his senses, thus saving him. Shen Xuan was taken aback. This technique felt oddly familiar, as a paragon of wisdom and beauty. Luo Xiaoxue wasted no time and promptly retrieved her heavy ruler to deliver a strike to her disciple's face. What the? You blue-haired fiend. Do you have no sense of fairness? Shen Xuan no longer had the courage to pretend. Who knew if this mischievous loli would truly strike him? He abruptly opened his eyes and rolled aside, narrowly avoiding a dark ruler that swept through the air where his head had just been. Witnessing the barren patch of grass left in its wake, Shen Xuan felt a chill on his forehead. Was this what she called saving him? It was akin to telling the earth, you are awake? Luo Xiaoxue exclaimed. Master, I felt a mysterious force surge into my mind, awakening me from my slumber. I believe that power must be your care for me. Shen Xuan replied thoughtfully. Oh, that is wonderful. Since you are well, let us continue practicing swordsmanship. Shen Xuan, the wretched blue-haired loli. Under his relentless persistence and self-sacrifice, Luo Xiaoxue finally agreed to reduce the task to striking out 10 billion times. According to Shen Xuan's standard of 10,000 strikes per one, he would still need to perform nearly 10,000 strikes to meet the mark. By evening, the lazy Shen Xuan had finally completed his 10,000 strikes. His arms were swollen, and his cheeks sunken, presenting the image of a man drained of vitality. Of course, this was all an act. If I truly applied myself, 1,000 swords in a second would be a trifling matter. Suddenly, spiritual energy converged around him, entering his body, and faint traces of a cultivator's aura began to emanate from him. Master, I have broken through. Shen Xuan thought it was an opportune moment to feign a breakthrough. Even a millennia-old ghost would not discern his pretense, let alone the adorably naive lowly master. With a face full of excitement, he approached Luo Xiaoxue. Master, I have now reached the first level of body refinement. I am indeed a cultivator now. Luo Xiaoxue wiped non-existent sweat from her forehead, feeling a strange embarrassment as she listened to her disciples' fervent declarations. Yet, she could not ignore her role in this performance. Luo Xiaoxue feigned utter shock, nearly sticking exclamation marks to her head. What? You have actually broken through to the body refinement stage? Good heavens. You are truly a prodigious talent. In all my years, this is the first time I have encountered a genius who could achieve such a breakthrough by the age of 20. The little loli rubbed her eyes. Though no tears emerged, she nonetheless endeavored to present a look of pride. Master, you flatter me. This is merely a small achievement. I hardly deserve the title of a prodigious genius, Shen Xuan humbly replied. What nonsense. You blue-haired loli are absolutely right. I too believe my talents are extraordinary, comparable to divine beings. Oh no, divine beings would have to kneel and call me great-grandfather before me. Luo Xiaoxue's lips twitched imperceptibly. Although she had heard such boasts numerous times, her disciple's arrogance still irked her. The little loli smiled gently. However, your swift breakthrough is largely due to my guidance. Therefore, tomorrow we shall double our training regimen. I believe that with your talent and perseverance, you will surely succeed. Shen Xuan's face contorted in dismay. No, I am but a simple fish seeking to laze about. Master, I have exhausted myself today. My arm is severely swollen, and I may need to rest for a year and a half before I can continue cultivating. His voice suddenly weakened, and under the moonlight atop the mountain, his already frail figure appeared even more fragile, as if a gust of wind could topple him. The little loli silently observed her disciple's grand performance, recalling how lively he had been just moments ago. You rascal, you are now lying without any preparation, setting aside the fact that you are perfectly fine. How is your swollen arm related to lying down and resting? Luo Xiaoxue, my disciple, cultivation is akin to rowing against the current. If one does not advance, they will fall behind. As the old saying goes, learn or perish. I know you resonate with this sentiment, so tomorrow's additional training is settled. Dismissed. Only Shen Xuan remained, bewildered in the wind. Which eye of yours saw my agreement? And where did you learn such a ruthless educational maxim? It is utterly inhumane. Chapter 40. The scenic little lake under the cover of night. Shen Xuan strolled leisurely along the mountain path after concluding his training. Yet, though he appeared to move slowly, his figure covered 10 strides with each step, as if the time between his movements had been inexplicably cut short. In the mountainous woods, some ferocious beasts, engaged in fierce combat, inadvertently witnessed this scene and were immediately struck with fear, mistaking it for an encounter with a ghost. Before long, Shen Xuan had arrived at the foot of the 30 peaks. He couldn't help but reminisce about his beloved dog, Sanpang. The young lad sighed, having not tasted roasted meat for several days and felt a strong yearning for it. At that moment, Luo San was busy cleaning the enclosure where the spiritual birds were active during the day. The odor of the spiritual bird droppings was rather unpleasant, and his shoes felt heavy, but after several days, he had grown accustomed to such a life. He had no choice. There was a certain white-clad senior sister keeping a vigilant watch over him. Luo San felt quite innocent, had it not been for the big dog. He would not have been caught red-handed. Moreover, the spiritual chickens and cranes were primarily for Shen Xuan, so why was he the one suffering such a dismal fate? Suddenly, the white-clad girl spoke, her tone laden with menace. As if she felt mere verbal threats were insufficient, she struck a thick tree trunk with her sword, instantly cleaving it halfway through, sending shivers down Luo San's plump face. Sister Songting, how could I, Luo San, be the sort to slack off? I assure you I will complete today as cleaning task. Luo San stood tall, responding earnestly. I hope so. Do not let me find any missing spiritual birds, or you know the consequences. The girl named Song Ting left him with this warning before turning away. Once the fearsome and menacing senior sister departed, Luo San breathed a sigh of relief. Although he had no intention of mischief, it was uncomfortable to be watched all day. Just as he turned back to continue his cleaning, a figure unexpectedly appeared behind him. Startled by this ghostly presence, Luo San nearly screamed, but upon focusing, he was met with an unmistakably familiar handsome face. Big brother. The pudgy boy suppressed his voice, astonishment etched across his face. He cautiously scanned the surroundings, relieved to see that the patrolling disciples had not noticed the commotion, allowing him to relax slightly. "What brings you here?" Luo San asked Shen Xuan, bowing and rubbing his hands together, embodying the very picture of a sycophant. Ever since he learned that the spiritual crane he had eaten that day belonged to Elder Mo Mosey's cherished pet, his respect for this elder brother had only grown. Though he often grumbled about Shen Xuan in private, he was certain he wouldn't dare speak out against him. Yet, a nagging sense of foreboding lingered in his heart. Shen Xuan patted Luo San's shoulder with satisfaction, pleased that this little brother had not forgotten him. "San Pang, there is something I need to discuss with you," Shen Xuan said earnestly. At these words, Luo San instinctively shivered. When this elder brother spoke, it was seldom good news. "Big brother, let us talk about it later. I still have to clean the spiritual bird garden, so I'll take my leave." Luo San summoned his courage to refuse first, fearing the wrath of Shen Xuan more than the possibility of being caught by the people of the 30 Peaks, particularly that old codger, Mo Mosey, whose gaze seemed capable of skinning him alive. After a moment of silence, Shen Xuan slowly spoke. "San Pang, if it were to be revealed that you had eaten someone's beloved pet, what do you think that old man Mo would do to you?" Luo San exclaimed. "How dare you use that against me? Big brother, I only ate one leg of that spiritual crane. You can't put everything on me." The pudgy boy lamented, tears streaming down his face. "Enough. If you keep whining, I might just take you down myself." Shen Xuan threatened impatiently. "Quickly pick out 2 of the fattest spiritual birds. I have great use for them." "Great use? You just have a craving for the flesh of those spiritual birds." Luo San sat on the ground, his small eyes shimmering with tears, pleading, "Big brother, please don't. If one bird goes missing, Elder Mo will skin me alive." "Humph. Why fear him?" Shen Xuan scoffed, retrieving a small orb from his possession. "Take this and see for yourself." Luo San was taken aback, accepting the silver orb that reflected the moonlight in its days. Soon after, a warm sensation flowed from the orb into his hand, and an extraordinary vision unfurled in his mind. Luo San's eyes widened in disbelief. "Holy cow! This old man has done something utterly outrageous behind the scenes. Big brother, where did you get this?" Shen Xuan remained silent for a moment before casually stating, "Those who die are often the troublesome ones." Luo San's heart raced, and he quickly fell silent. However, with this artifact in hand, he no longer had to fear that old man. Ultimately, though still somewhat reluctant, under the threat to his life, Luo San stealthily slipped into the bird enclosure and, without a soul noticing, quietly took 2 plump spiritual ducks. Tonight, they would feast on Qin Yuan roasted duck. It was settled. Shen Xuan grasped the pudgy boy's collar and quietly slipped into the woods. Near the stream at the valley's bottom, the occasional nightingale's song echoed. In this tranquil place, Luo San skillfully kindled a fire, skewering the 2 cleaned spiritual ducks over the flames. Before long, a rich aroma of meat wafted through the valley. However, an incongruous sound erupted, akin to the popping of firecrackers. Shen Xuan frowned, instinctively enveloping his mouth and nose with a surge of spiritual energy to isolate the scent. Luo San turned his face, awkwardly chuckling. "Sorry about that. Big brother, I have a bit of a stomach issue." Shen Xuan severely suspected that the gluttonous boy was doing this on purpose. After issuing a warning, he promptly kicked Luo San in his soft backside. "Damn it. I can walk just fine." Falling to the ground, but not dead, Luo San got up, rubbing his rear and muttering curses. With the moonlight illuminating his surroundings, he recognized the place as one he had visited before. He recalled that there should be a small lake nearby. Not paying much attention, he casually found a tree to squat beside. "What the heck? Even when I'm just relieving myself, there are peepers." Quickly tidying his clothes, he realized the sound seemed to be coming from afar. Following the noise, he ventured through the trees and soon found himself by the shimmering waters of the small lake he remembered. A woman was bathing in the lake, but she was not alone. 2 shadowy figures were lurking behind a large rock, peeking in on her. Chapter 41. The scoundrel Luo San bathed in moonlight. He could barely make out the 2 figures, one old and one young. The old man, clad in a striking blue robe, stood out under the moonlight. Having encountered them multiple times, Luo San recognized them immediately. "Holy crap! Old Mo, and that little brat from Biming," Luo San exclaimed, though his voice was not particularly loud. It resonated through the quiet mountains, easily audible even from dozens of feet away. Upon hearing the pudgy boy's voice, both figures behind the rock turned their heads in unison. Although their faces were obscured, one could easily imagine their expressions of shock. The girl in the lake, alerted by the noise from the shore, tensed and shouted angrily, "Who goes there?" The old and young figures behind the rock silently cursed, contemplating a hasty retreat, yet they dared not take to the skies. After all, they were hidden behind the rock, and should they attempt to flee, the girl would undoubtedly spot the old man's conspicuously blue robe. "Master, quickly take off your clothes," Bai Mingkun urged anxiously. "Oh," Mo Mosey exclaimed, startled by the sudden fright, and in his panic, his mind went blank. Thankfully, he had Bai Mingkun with him. Otherwise, they would have been in grave danger. Had he known, he would have worn white robes when leaving, but alas, it was too late for regrets. Hastily, Mo Mosey stripped off his eye-catching blue robe, revealing his gaunt, withered physique. Bai Mingkun watched as his master was left in nothing but a pair of underpants. His lips twitching involuntarily. Why take it all off? There is still a layer of white undergarment. Although it may seem somewhat disrespectful to think this way, your exquisite form has utterly extinguished the last flicker of excitement within me. Despite my inner grievances, Bai Mingkun wisely refrained from voicing any reminders. I could merely pretend that my esteemed master was adorned in garments visible only to the discerning. For now, I shall crouch in front, and you, my disciple, must stand and shield me, Mo Mosey advised. Though the female disciple, lacking the strength to enter the spiritual foundation stage, would likely not discern his appearance, it is always prudent to exercise caution. At that moment, a gust of wind swept through, and seizing the opportunity, Mo Mosey conjured his spirit sword to soar with his disciple, disappearing above the cliff, leaving behind a bewildered Luo Sanpang. Just then, a small white garment was lifted by the wind, and Luo San watched in astonishment as it floated toward him, landing atop his head. Luo San removed the small article from his head, scrutinizing it with a perplexed expression. Although it bore some resemblance to the trousers worn by male disciples, it was evidently of a different kind. What should this chubby fellow do? He was certainly not the kind of upright gentleman who would steal someone else's belongings. He quietly stuffed the garment into his pocket, deciding to return it to its owner when the opportunity arose. A thumbs up for my kindness, he thought. Dishonorable Luo San, I shall strike you. A white-clad maiden had appeared nearby, and upon witnessing this chubby man attempting to claim her intimate garment, she was filled with both shame and fury. Rushing toward him with a swift step, Luo San's hand, halfway to his pocket, froze in midair. The situation seemed dire indeed. Why did the voice of this woman sound so familiar? With no time to ponder further, he hastily exclaimed, "You misunderstand. I know nothing." "Misunderstand? Do you take me for a fool who cannot see what you hold?" The maiden continued her advance, undeterred. Luo San, in a moment of panic, hastily shoved the item into his pocket, which only served to intensify her ire. This audacious fat man was truly insufferable. Sensing the imminent threat, Luo San shivered and fled. But his speed paled in comparison to hers. Within 10 breaths, she had caught up, forcing him into a confrontation. Song Ting. At that moment, Luo San realized that the maiden before him was none other than the fierce senior sister supervising his work. Song Ting's sword gleamed ominously as it struck out. Luo San quickly drew his sword to defend himself, the clash of blades sparking a flurry of embers. Clearly, he was no match for the seasoned Song Ting. And after a single exchange, his hand trembled uncontrollably. "Luo San, quickly reveal the identities of your 2 escaping companions," Song Ting demanded, her voice ringing out. At the mention of this, Luo San suddenly recalled what he needed to say. "Senior sister, please hold on. How can one speak when you keep pointing your sword at my lower half?" Chapter 42. The shameless Mo Mosey Shen Xuan, noticing Luo San's prolonged absence, probed with his mind and discerned that the chubby fellow seemed to be in quite a predicament. Shaking his head in regret, he chose not to intervene. A clever individual like Luo San would surely navigate through any crisis, at worst losing a superfluous limb. Silently, Shen Xuan consumed the last of his duck leg. 3 pang. You wouldn't hold a grudge against your elder brother, would you? Seeing Song Ting temporarily cease her assault, Luo San breathed a sigh of relief. If they continued fighting, he would surely be overwhelmed. The 2 remained perched atop a small mound. "Speak quickly, do not even think of escaping," Song Ting chided. Confident that this chubby man could not outrun her, thus she was not in a rush to deal with him. Luo San awkwardly rubbed his hands together, humbly explaining, "Senior sister, the situation is as follows. I intended to find a place to relieve myself, and inadvertently discovered 2 individuals peering at you while you bathed. A person of integrity cannot tolerate such behavior. I immediately called them out, only to find one of them was Bai Mingkun. Indeed, that scoundrel." Upon hearing the name of Bai Mingkun, Song Ting was unfazed, After all, this was not the first time he had spied on female disciples. Her fist tightened, realizing that her previous lesson had not been sufficient. Just as Luo San was about to reveal the final name, an ancient voice echoed in his mind. "Chubby, try speaking it." This voice, tinged with age, clearly belonged to Mo Mozi. Though he and Bei Mingquan had temporarily concealed themselves, they had not departed. Luo San had evidently recognized them. Should he divulge everything, the consequences could be dire. That old rascal hasn't tea left yet. Mo Mozi's complexion turned ashen, his hair bristling. Just days ago, he had groveled like a dog, pleading for forgiveness. "All right, then speak it out loud and see who will believe you." Mo Mozi attempted to maintain his composure, knowing that in such a sudden turn of events, Luo San likely had not left any evidence regarding their identities. "Huh. Old Mo must think I lack proof," the chubby man surmised, quickly grasping the elder's thoughts. "Old Mo, do you think I lack evidence? Or do you wish for me to provide you with a first-hand account?" Mo Mozi's heart tightened. Did this chubby fellow truly possess evidence? What about the other person? "Speak quickly." Seeing Luo San's prolonged silence, Song Ting pressed further. "Senior sister, let me think. The other person seemed familiar, but I cannot recall at the moment." Luo San explained. While he voiced this, he was secretly negotiating with Elder Mo Mozi. This was an opportunity not to be squandered. How could he fail to exploit it after working so diligently these past few days? "What do you want?" Mo Mozi recognized the chubby man's intentions. If he were truly as righteous as he claimed, why would he pretend to forget the name in front of a female disciple? This individual clearly harbored ill intentions. Yet, despite his mounting frustration, he could not act out. Luo San appeared to possess some leverage. Endure. Endure. The greater good is paramount." Mo Mozi continually reassured himself. Luo San secretly chuckled to himself. Was that all? Did the old man think he could brush him off like a beggar? "Old Mo, I have vowed to speak for justice and uphold righteousness. Even in the face of legendary emperors, when confronted with principled matters, I shall never bow my head," the chubby man declared with fervor, his voice ringing with the conviction of a champion of justice. Mo Mozi, with a grim expression, conveyed through thought. "You may take the spirit birds from the spirit bird garden, as long as you do not get caught. I shall not pursue the matter. Initially, I truly refused, but the offer was too generous." The chubby man inwardly lamented, still attempting to maintain an air of righteousness. This nearly infuriated Mo Mozi. "You fat scoundrel. Do you think you can act the part of a virtuous person while engaging in such disgraceful conduct? If you utter another word, I shall deal with you regardless of face." Coughing slightly, the deal was struck, yet the chubby man did not hasten to agree, for a significant problem remained before him. "Old Mo, what about senior sister Song Ting?" Mo Mozi snorted, draping his blue robe around him once more and soaring into the air. Arriving above the two in mere moments, Song Ting immediately sensed the presence of her master and looked up to see Mo Mozi. "Master," she exclaimed, bowing respectfully, though she was puzzled as to why he appeared at this hour. This old rascal clearly had a wealth of experience in this domain. In response, Song Ting recounted the entire sequence of events, her face flushed with indignation. Mo Mozi's expression shifted from confusion to fury as he listened. As for the other individual, it seemed that he truly could not recall their identity. This matter would likely end here. Beside them, Luo San strained to widen his innocent eyes and nodded repeatedly, while internally berating Mo Mozi for his shamelessness in abandoning his fellow disciple without a second thought. The unfortunate Bai Mingquan stood atop the precipice, buffeted by the cold winds. Feeling an inexplicable chill within his heart, he remained unaware that his beloved master had cast him aside. However, that rotund figure had pilfered my garments. Song Ting pointed indignantly at a small corner of white fabric peeking from Luo San's pocket, a mix of shame and anger flooding her. "Mo Mozi, you truly are a remarkable character." Luo San coughed awkwardly. Even Mo Mozi found himself at a loss for words, so he unleashed a surge of spiritual energy, returning the white garment to Song Ting. "This must have been an unintentional act on his part. I shall discipline him on your behalf." With a swift motion, Mo Mozi conjured an ethereal hand of energy that propelled Luo San into the distance, vanishing into the night. Without granting Song Ting a chance to speak, he turned and departed, fearing that lingering for even a moment might reveal some flaw. Why did Song Ting feel something was amiss? She wondered if her master had retired for the night. In this lonely evening, surely her master would appreciate her warmth in bed. Chapter 43. A genuine kiss. As time flowed by, 2 months slipped away in the blink of an eye. Aside from the increasingly frigid weather, The Qingyan sword sect remained largely unchanged. Some disciples diligently practiced within the sect, while others ventured outside, wielding their swords to vanquish demons. By day, Shen Xuan toiled under Luo Xiaoxue's watchful gaze, honing his swordsmanship, and by night, he would wander to the 29th peak, dragging along the plump Luo San to engage in mischief on the 30th peak. Naturally, he would never admit to such antics. Poor Luo San had accompanied his older brother on numerous escapades, yet he hardly savored a warm roast, often finding himself caught and reprimanded countless times. Even Imo Mozi, who held leverage over him, would ultimately let him off, though some physical discipline was inescapable. During these 2 months, Shen Xuan made several breakthroughs. Although his acting nearly embarrassed a certain little girl to death, his outward prowess had reached the pinnacle of the body refinement 4th layer, rivaling the initial advancement speed of the sect's prodigy, Wang Wu. It was neither abrupt nor sluggish. Today, the skies were somewhat overcast. Yet the vivacious charm of the little girl infused vitality into the entire 36 peaks. "Disciple, look at me," Luo Xiaoxue exclaimed joyfully, bounding across the grassy lawn. Over the course of 2 months, she had gradually relaxed, no longer attempting to maintain the facade of her master. Of course, the thoughts of her mischievous disciple still vexed her repeatedly. Feigning practice with a sword, Shen Xuan turned to see his master, who typically wore her hair in twin tails, had surprisingly donned a single ponytail today. His cherished twin tails were gone. The boy felt as if he might suffocate. However, the sight of his master's singular ponytail was undeniably adorable as well. Shen Xuan's heart raced, his usually composed countenance now tinged with an unusual blush. "How exceedingly adorable my master is. She leaps about so delightfully. Will she suddenly tumble to the ground next?" He found himself unexpectedly anticipatory. "Humph, you foolish disciple. What nonsense are you thinking?" Luo Xiaoxue scoffed inwardly, her thoughts dismissive. How could a peak spiritual foundation cultivator like her ever stumble? Suddenly, Shen Xuan froze, realizing she had indeed fallen. Was his master truly that cooperative? "Oh dear, master, such a grand gesture towards your disciple. I cannot bear it," Shen Xuan exclaimed dramatically, rushing to help Luo Xiaoxue up. This time, he did not feign his intent. If it were his master, he would ensure to assist her no matter how many times she fell. More was indeed better. "How dare you offer me such a grand gesture?" Luo Xiaoxue retorted, her irritation palpable. The disciple's thoughts and words were increasingly exasperating. After helping his master, Shen Xuan suppressed his laughter. His master was undeniably adorable. "Master, allow me to wipe your face," he said, gently brushing the dirt from her cheeks, his eyes betraying his fondness. "What is that look in your eyes?" The little girl gazed up at him, her big, watery eyes meeting his tender gaze, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. "Master, what is wrong? You look so beautiful," he replied, his enchanting voice entwining itself around her heart. Despite her efforts to maintain composure, she found herself utterly captivated. "Should I kiss her? Should I kiss her? Shen Xuan, how could you even think of kissing your little master? If it's just a kiss, does that truly make me a loli enthusiast?" Luo Xiaoxue's heart raced, her thoughts tumbling chaotically. He wants to kiss me." Yet, as Shen Xuan hesitated, the sight of Luo Xiaoxue's dazed expression dispelled all doubt. "Surely, she longs to kiss me as well." The misguided disciple rationalized his behavior with a flimsy justification. No, I never thought of kissing you," Luo Xiaoxue protested silently, unable to voice her thoughts. Perhaps, deep down, she held a glimmer of expectation? Shen Xuan resolved not to emulate those detestable characters from his previous life, who, at pivotal moments, feigned innocence only to indulge in debauchery later. "My feelings for my master are truly pure. I am devoid of any ulterior motives." With a silent invocation of his naive intentions, Shen Xuan leaned down and gently pressed his lips to Luo Xiaoxue's soft, tender cheek. The warmth and softness sent her heart racing, nearly leaping from her chest. What? He truly kissed her. As she turned to flee in embarrassment, Shen Xuan couldn't help but chuckle, lightly touching his lips, savoring the lingering sweetness. Chapter 44. A new task from the system. Ding. The Super Accelerator has been credited to your account. The Super Accelerator is now available for your use. Current progress of the host's Danteon restoration, 0.002703. The system's voice echoed in Shen Xuan's mind, but he found himself lost in thoughts of that tender moment. Meanwhile, Luo Xiaoxue hid in her room, still in disbelief as she gently caressed her cheek. "Will I ever wash my face again?" she muttered, dismissing the notion that her mischievous disciple had led her astray. As she continued her daydreaming, the jade pendant at her waist emitted a faint pulse of spiritual energy. "Elder Luo, please come to the Sect Master's hall." came the voice of Yun Qingxian. Luo Xiaoxue quickly slapped her cheeks to regain her composure, steeling herself to exit her small dwelling. Glancing at her disciple, who feigned sword practice, she quietly patted her chest, relieved he hadn't noticed her. Taking advantage of the moment, she summoned her spirit to swiftly depart. Once he sensed Luo Xiaoxue's absence, Shen Xuan exhaled a sigh of relief, realizing he had been lost in thought, his mind a blank slate. A fleeting kiss was delightful. Yet now he pondered how to face his little Snow. Upon arriving at the sect master's grand hall, aside from the sect master Yun Qingxian, the remaining elders of the sword sect were already in attendance. Typically, such gatherings were convened for significant matters. As Luo Xiaoxue entered, Yun Qingxian gestured, "Elder Luo, please take a seat." Once everyone was settled, an elder spoke first. "Now that we are all present, what instructions does the sect master have for us?" Yun Qingxian pondered for a moment before solemnly stating, "I have summoned you all for two matters. First, a site near the eastern region of Qingyun Kingdom, bordering the Daha Kingdom, has revealed the remnants of a formidable being, likely from a peak spiritual infant. Therefore, the sect intends to dispatch 10 alchemical elders to investigate. Though this journey may require facing cultivators from the Dahu Kingdom and some nefarious individuals, you must all prepare accordingly." Yun Qingxuan's words had barely faded when several elders of the Spirit Pill realm eagerly voiced their desire to participate in the upcoming expedition. Among them were individuals who had been stagnating at the initial stages of the Spirit Pill realm for an extended period, yet their hopes of advancement remained elusive. If fortune favored them in the ruins of the powerful Spirit Infant practitioners, achieving a breakthrough to the mid-tier of the Spirit Pill realm was not beyond the realm of possibility. As for the dangers that lay ahead, each of them had weathered countless battles to ascend to their current status. Facing peril was as mundane as the daily acts of eating and drinking. Yun Qingxian nodded in satisfaction, and subsequently selected 10 elders, most of whom were at the peak of the initial stage of the Spirit Pill realm, requiring merely a catalyst to ascend to the next tier. Additionally, there was another pressing matter. A village in the eastern region of Qingyun country had recently been plagued by the emergence of the undead, leaving no survivors in its wake. This troubling phenomenon was spreading, and reports indicated that neighboring villages had also succumbed to the same fate. These reanimated corpses possessed astounding strength, comparable to practitioners of the body refinement realm, with some even rivaling those at the 8th level of body refinement. Ordinary military forces could not suppress this threat. Thus, Qingyun country had sought assistance from our sword sect. I plan to dispatch this year's top 10 disciples to investigate the source of this issue and resolve it, serving as a trial for them. However, we must also send an elder to ensure their safety. I wonder which elder would be willing to accompany them? Yun Qingxuan's tone was surprisingly casual, if it weren't for the need to arrange for powerful sect members to explore the ruins. Such minor matters would typically fall to the External Affairs Hall. As expected, a profound silence enveloped the assembly of elders. Being elders of a peak, they found little interest in such trivialities. Although the undead sounded peculiar, their strength was limited to the 8th level of body refinement, and dispatching an ordinary Spirit Foundation disciple would suffice to guarantee the safety of the trial. The collective reaction was anticipated by Yun Qingxian. In light of this, let Elder Luo lead the expedition. We shall depart tomorrow morning, and someone will be assigned to guide them. He had summoned Luo Xiaoxue, a peak Spirit Foundation practitioner, with the intention of entrusting her with this task. After some contemplation, Yun Qingxian added, "As for your disciple, I believe he is yet to reach the 5th level of body refinement. In that case, whether he joins or abstains is entirely at your discretion." Although he had reservations about Shen Xuan, the top contender in the martial arts competition, he still felt compelled to offer a word of caution. Luo Xiaoxue nodded in agreement. Given her disciple's notoriously lazy disposition, it was highly probable he would choose not to participate. With her absence, Shen Xuan promptly reverted to his lethargic demeanor, comfortably lounging in his little nook. Perhaps it's time to persuade my master to renovate my cozy dwelling. Otherwise, I shall have to endure living with her in tears. Beep. Host, please take note. A new system task has been issued. Shen Xuan's interest peaked slightly. After such a long wait, a second system task had finally emerged. I wonder if this task involves sharing a kiss with my master or perhaps sleeping together. Please, lowly loving host, exercise restraint with your nefarious thoughts. Shen Xuan, no way. Does the system really monitor such matters? Furthermore, as the pillar of righteousness in the world, how could I ever be a lowly enthusiast? Restore my dignity. Restore my dignity. Please refrain from unnecessary chatter. Shen Xuan. For this task, please accompany Luo Xiaoxue in the disciple trial activities. Successfully completing the task will grant you a high-level accelerator for restoring your dantian. Shen Xuan was utterly speechless. After all that talk, this was the reward? Just a high-level accelerator? For him, this paltry prize was akin to a mosquito's leg. It would be far better to remain at home, leisurely watching the clouds drift by. Host, your prattling is excessive. Interrupting the system's voice cancels the high-level accelerator reward. And completing the task will only yield one portion of the cleansing essence liquid. Shen Xuan was taken aback and abruptly leaped to his feet. The system has developed a personality. After a brief pause, he reluctantly accepted the reality that the system would engage in such banter with its host. However, he was well aware of the cleansing essence liquid's significance. It had scarcely appeared in the entire celestial realm over countless years. Each time it emerged, even the heavenly emperors would vie for it, not for the cleansing effect, but for the chance to seize a thread of opportunity to break through to the spirit emperor realm. Though Shen Xuan had never consumed the cleansing essence liquid, his cultivation speed was already unrivaled throughout the ages. While this item could benefit him, he mused that perhaps it would be better suited for. The image of Luo Xiaoxue's sweet smile flickered in his mind, warming his heart. This task he would undertake. Chapter 45. Seeking warmth. Typically, he would only put on a show of diligence when he first awoke. But he certainly wouldn't be practicing at this hour. Lightly treading upon the ground, the little loli gazed at her disciple, who was sweating profusely from practicing his swordplay. It had been a while since she had witnessed her disciple display such earnestness. Master must be astonished by my fervent dedication. Perhaps I might receive a kiss filled with encouragement later. Hearing these familiar musings, Luo Xiaoxue felt a wave of exasperation. Could her disciple not always equate diligent practice with affectionate gestures? Moreover, please do not trivialize the term fervent dedication. Dear disciple, come here for a moment. Luo Xiaoxue beckoned her disciple. Shen Xuan wiped the sweat from his brow and scampered over, curious about his master's instructions. Tomorrow, I shall be embarking on a journey. Luo Xiaoxue explained the circumstances surrounding her departure. Though she doubted her disciple would choose to participate, she still inquired, will you be joining the disciple trial this time? To her surprise, Shen Xuan proclaimed without hesitation, as the top martial artist, I must participate in this mission. What? You wish to join? The little loli thought she had misheard. How could her notoriously lazy disciple, who required mountains of salt to be pickled into action, possibly agree to work? Why does the little loli look as though she has seen a ghost? I am not merely a gluttonous slacker. Luo Xiaoxue pondered whether she would need to check if the sun had risen in the west. Her disciple was behaving unusually today. Very well. Although this journey may be perilous, I shall do my utmost to keep you safe. Upon hearing this, Shen Xuan felt a strange sensation akin to being pampered by the little loli. Surprisingly exhilarating. Master? Do you require my assistance tonight? Luo Xiaoxue was momentarily stunned, her face flushing a bright hue. What on earth is my disciple suddenly suggesting? Such an offer for evening services is rather abrupt. No. I must find a way to correct my disciple's unhealthy thoughts. Master, tonight I would like to give you a shoulder massage. Huh? Why is your face turning red? Master? Shen Xuan inquired innocently. Oh, the lowly master is blushing again. She must be imagining something inappropriate. TSK. Wanting to engage in wickedness with her pure and handsome disciple, Xiaoxue, you truly are a mischievous master. Luo Xiaoxue's face transformed from red to green at an observable rate, wisps of steam rising from her head. Of course, the little loli replied through gritted teeth. The night was draped in heavy clouds, obscuring the moonlight and plunging the surroundings into pitch darkness. From within Luo Xiaoxue's chamber, a symphony of pained yet blissful moans echoed. Xianer, please be gentle. Luo Xiaoxue sat upon a delicate pink bed, her blue hair cascading freely. Her expression fluctuated between torment and comfort. Xianer, ease up a bit. I cannot endure much more. A captivating blush adorned the little loli's delicate face, her eyes glistening with moisture, leaving her gaze somewhat dazed. Master, this is already very gentle. Shen Xuan furrowed his brow, exasperated. Very well, but your hands are too large. They simply cannot encompass my shoulders. Luo Xiaoxue turned her head, pitifully pouring out her grievances to her beloved disciple. Shen Xuan pondered how their exchange felt rather precarious. It is your shoulders that are too small, master. My hands simply cannot fit. With a brief explanation, Shen Xuan diligently resumed kneading her shoulders. I must say, the delicate shoulders of my master feel as though they possess no bones at all, yielding softly under my touch. It is my first experience of offering shoulder massages to a girl, and though it feels somewhat peculiar, I find I do not dislike it. All right, master. What do you think? Is my service satisfactory? Luo Xiaoxue quietly exhales, for she feels she may not be able to endure much longer. Just then, two strong arms stealthily slide around the slender waist of the girl, pulling her back against a chest that radiates warmth, even through the fabric of her clothing. Shenner, your voice is so sweet and soft. I wanted to convey a sense of refusal, yet it came out sounding rather enticing. Shen Xuan rests his chin on the girl's shoulder, his breath tickling Luo Xiaoxue's cheek. Master, it is cold. May I hold you for warmth? If it is merely for warmth, then it should be permissible, Luo Xiaoxue murmurs weakly, her gaze growing increasingly hazy. Chapter 46. Departure. Upon hearing that Master does not seem to object, Shen Xuan tightened his embrace. Master is truly soft, like, should I take a lick? Just a lick should not tarnish my glorious image, right? As long as I envision Master as a delicacy, surely it is permissible for me to lick? Luo Xiaoxue ponders what he means, and did he just suggest licking her? This simply cannot be allowed. She must devise a way to thwart his wicked thoughts. She cannot let him stray further down this misguided path of filial piety. She must assert the dignity befitting a master. Shenner, actually him? Shen Xuan gazes at the adorably flushed profile of his master, nearly leaning in to plant a kiss. Actually, you are quite warm. So there is no need to hold me for warmth. Huh? Thus, amidst his bewilderment, Shen Xuan is pulled by the little girl, dragged out of the room. Bang! The door closes. Though feeling incredibly shy, being held by Shenner is indescribably warm. Oh dear, Luo Xiaoxue, what are you thinking? The little girl tousles her hair into a chaotic mess and unknowingly drifts off to sleep. Time passed, and Shen Xuan gently pushes open the door, his movements deft. Clearly accustomed to this routine. Recently, he has been doing this nearly every night. Indeed, as soon as he enters, he sees his master lying in a sprawling position. Having kicked the covers aside, he shakes his head in exasperation. Truly, she is a master who will never grow up. After covering Luo Xiaoxue with the blanket once more, Shen Xuan extinguishes the light and quietly withdraws. Outside, the young man gazes up at the pitch-black sky, a hint of sorrow reflected in his deep, dark eyes. When his strength is fully restored one day, where will he go? Should he return to the celestial realm to seek vengeance, repelling the encroaching darkness and fulfilling the duty of saving the world, or should he strive to transcend to a higher level? No. None of these seem to be what he truly desires. In fact, if he could continue living like this, perhaps it would not be so bad. The cold wind lifts Shen Xuan's robes as if to carry this ethereal being to another world. The next morning, Luo Xiaoxue drags the still sleepy Shen Xuan to the summit. By the statue of the founder, a steward from the outer affairs hall and several disciples in blue robes await. These faces are familiar. Apart from the 9 who advanced to the 3rd round, Feng Shui, who was eliminated in the 2nd round, is also present. With her strength at the 8th level of body refinement, she easily claimed 1st place in the elimination group, ranking 10th, thus joining this mission. As the blue-haired girl approaches, they all perform a respectful bow. Luo Xiaoxue nods in acknowledgement, and since everyone is present, she declares, "Let us set off." At this moment, some disciples hesitate to speak. The little girl, puzzled, hears Huang Chao voice her concerns. "Elder Luo, why is Shen Shidi accompanying us on this journey?" Although the task is not particularly perilous, his aura seems weaker than that of a 5th-level body refiner. He does not appear suited to join us. Many others also express their reservations regarding Shen Xuan. Yet within the group, Luo Sen knows well that this seemingly unassuming brother is actually a wolf in sheep's clothing, capable of extraordinary feats. Determined not to allow himself to be disparaged, Shen Xuan steps forward, surveying the crowd and standing tall as he proclaims, "I am the champion of martial combat." Huang Chao scowls. "You must have stumbled upon some incredible luck to claim that title." Without allowing her to finish, Shen Xuan interjects, "I am the champion of martial combat." "No, you. I am the champion of martial combat. I am the champion of martial combat." Huang Chao is nearly at her wit's end. "You interrupt me without a care." However, after this brief exchange, no one dares to question further. They only hope that Shen Xuan does not end up crying out for help later. Thus, Shen Xuan successfully integrates into the martial top 10 team, embarking on his first mission since joining the sword sect. Once everything is ready, the steward from the outer affairs hall produces a miniature flying vessel and tosses it toward the sky, simultaneously chanting an incantation, "Go, cloud-soaring boat." As soon as the words leave his lips, the palm-sized vessel suddenly expands, transforming into a 3-zhang size in the blink of an eye. Shen Xuan marvels at the genius who conceived such a summoning incantation. Luo Xiaoxue waves her small hand, ushering everyone aboard the vessel. The flying boat, powered by spirit stones, activates in an instant, waves of spiritual energy radiating outward like ripples, enveloping the vessel in an invisible protective barrier that even Spirit Foundation cultivators or demon beasts would find challenging to breach in a short time. Under the steward's guidance, the flying boat swiftly ascends, roaring into the sky, soon leaving the Qingyun sword sect far behind. As they face the uncertainties ahead, Wang Wu, Tang Yunting, and others are filled with excitement and anticipation. Most of them, like Shen Xuan, are embarking on their first sect mission, a mix of nerves and exhilaration coursing through them. Finally, they can venture out like their seniors, wielding their swords against evil. Yet, Shen Xuan appears rather lethargic. How dull, this flying vessel is so slow. I wonder if I could take a nap and still arrive on time. Being at the sect is much better. I can enjoy my time with Master every night. Luo Xiaoxue disregards her disciples' lackadaisical thoughts and reiterates the mission details and safety precautions to the disciples. Although the task should pose minimal danger, reality often diverges from expectation, and no one knows what they will face upon reaching the village of the living dead. The flying vessel occasionally weaves through the clouds of the mountains, leaving a white trail behind, and throughout the journey, everyone is invigorated, gazing down at the earth below, marveling at the novel landscapes unfolding before their eyes. Occasionally, they witness male beasts clashing with weapons, causing the female disciples in the group to blush. Even the demon beasts seem to have a profound understanding of our sword sect swordsmanship. Luo San cannot help but exclaim in admiration. Even Dongfang Zhe and the other male disciples nod in agreement, recognizing the truth in Luo's words. Spreading the sword path across the world is a lifelong responsibility for us sword cultivators. Shen Xuan, sensing the atmosphere, refrains from commenting, feeling that he is the only normal male amongst them. By the way, where has Master wandered off to? I still want a hug. As the flying vessel carries everyone onward, it speeds toward the eastern region of Qingyun country. Chapter 47. Journey to Huang family village. Luo Xiaoxue stands alone at the back of the flying vessel, sensing an inexplicable premonition that this mission may not be as simple as it appears. As she is lost in thought, a pair of strong arms gently encircle her slender waist. She is startled but does not resist. The warmth and familiar scent can only belong to her disciple. Yet, why is it that she can no longer hear his thoughts? Inhaling the fragrance of her master's hair, Shen Xuan feels a sense of serenity. Being close to his master is far more delightful than any company of renowned swordsmen. Hearing his disciple's thoughts once more, the little girl's cheeks flush with warmth. In a tender embrace, Master has become remarkably adept at this. Master, the wind is quite strong, and I feel cold. Shen Xuan's voice trembled slightly. Yet it was as gentle as a spring breeze, quickening Luo Xiaoxue's heartbeat. What a pretense. I merely sought an excuse to hold Master. But she mustn't discover this truth. Luo Xiaoxue felt quite embarrassed, for Master seemed to know everything. Shinner, it's unseemly for others to witness this. After a moment's reflection, the little girl chose to voice her concern. Who would dare disturb the bond between me and Master? I would cast them off the flying vessel without hesitation. The most detestable were those who intruded upon the intimacy of others. Unfazed, Shen Xuan tightened his embrace, assuring, it's merely a matter of mutual warmth, Master. Everyone would surely understand. This sentiment made Shen Xuan blush slightly, realizing he resembled a strange uncle deceiving a little girl for candy. Surely, Master, being so naive, will unconditionally trust the words of this obedient disciple. Luo Xiaoxue scoffed. I am not naive. How I wish to strike him. Yet, in her current state of weakness, she found herself lacking the strength to do so. Very well. I shall let this one slide. With that thought, she leaned back subtly. If not for the chaotic thoughts in her mind, being nestled against his chest was quite comforting. It felt reminiscent of a mother's embrace. As night descended, the flying vessel landed atop a peak. After disembarking, the steward responsible for guiding them emerged from the vessel, pointing into the distance. Ahead lies Huangjia village, where the undead have yet to appear. Travel eastward for approximately 50 miles beyond this village, and you shall arrive at your destination. Here is a map with clear markings. With that, he unleashed 10 streams of spiritual energy, embedding them into the disciples' sect tokens, allowing them to access the map with a mere thought. After completing these tasks, the steward piloted the vessel into the night sky. Luo Xiaoxue turned her gaze towards the eager companions. Your next task is to eliminate the undead in the nearby villages before investigating the village where the undead first appeared. She would merely ensure their safety, intervening only if uncontrollable factors beyond the disciples' capabilities arose. Should any danger arise, call for help through your sect tokens, and I will rush to your aid as swiftly as possible. Now, You may commence your mission. With a gentle push of her short legs, she leapt onto the heavy scale and soon vanished into the night. Shen Xuan felt a pang of sorrow. His master had not included him in her departure. Alas, though I yearn to remain idle, I must complete this task. Nearby, the group approached a cliff, gazing towards the location indicated by the steward. In the darkness, only a few flickering lights adorned the village, rendering it quite desolate. Let us first head to Huangjia village for rest, departing at dawn. Perhaps we can glean some information from the villagers, suggested Dongfang Zhe. The rest agreed, for venturing into the village of the undead at night would be sheer folly. They immediately used their spiritual swords to carve a path down the mountain. It was worth noting that the steward could have delivered them directly to Huangjia village. Yet he chose to leave them atop the mountain. The woods were dense, and the night was filled with the eerie sounds of unknown beasts and the chirps of insects, adding an element of dread to the darkness. As they proceeded, a female disciple named Yunlinger began to breathe rapidly. She suddenly ran amongst the nine, exclaiming, "I feel as though something is watching us." The group halted, turning to her. "Surely, something is observing us." Wang Wu immediately held his breath, attuning himself to the surroundings. After a moment, he shook his head. "Junior sister Yun, this must be your imagination. I perceive nothing unusual." Gradually, the tension in the group eased. If the strongest among them, Wang Wu, felt at ease, then it must be so. Yunlingo could not articulate her strange sensation, so she continued alongside the group. Shen Xuan leisurely lagged at the back, embodying what it meant to be the straggler. At that moment, Luo San slowed his pace, quietly approaching Shen Xuan. "Brother, do you sense anything?" He too had felt an inexplicable chill, and unlike Wang Wu, he trusted this seemingly unassuming brother. Shen Xuan patted the pudgy man's shoulder, offering a smile without uttering a word, quickening his pace to catch up with the others. With his departure, Luo San remained alone at the back, terrified. As he glanced into the abyss of darkness behind him, feeling an inexplicable chill creep over him, prompting him to hastily follow Shen Xuan. Chapter 48. Encounter with the undead. Despite Wang Wu's assurances, the group's vigilance heightened after Yunlinger's remark, causing their descent to slow significantly. Wang Wu and Shen Xuan forged ahead, yet the sound of their clearing the thorns masked a faint noise that the group remained oblivious to. Luo San clung tightly to Shen Xuan, prompting the latter to consider kicking the rotund man away. "Do you think you are my little loli master? Do not cling to me." Suddenly, a rustling from the thickets flanked them, followed by a shadowy figure lunging from the underbrush, directly targeting the nearest Huang Xiaojun. Though the young woman had remained vigilant, the figure's speed was astonishing. She could only raise her sword in defense. It was swiftly knocked to the ground. A low, beastly growl emanated from the creature, sending chills down their spines. "What is that thing? Help me!" Huang Xiaojun screamed. Fortunately, Feng Shui reacted swiftly, delivering a kick to the figure atop Huang Xiaojun. As a robust adult male, he would surely be sent flying by her strike. Indeed, the shadow was sent sprawling. And Dongfang Zhe was the first to respond, stepping forward, a blue glow illuminating as the sharp blade glinted in the night, poised at the creature's neck. "Who are you? Why do you attack us?" To their astonishment, the creature, despite being confronted by the blade, continued to struggle, as if oblivious to the peril. The sword met a hard substance, likely a rib, causing Dongfang Zhe's expression to shift. What on earth is this? If this were a human, even a cultivator of spiritual essence would succumb to a deep cut to the throat, yet this creature remained undeterred, striving to rise. All attention was fixed on the relentless, howling monstrosity, failing to notice another figure darting from the foliage, lunging at Feng Shui from behind. Caught unawares, Feng Shui was knocked to the ground. As the group turned to witness, the figure had opened its maw, ready to bite down on her back. In that fleeting moment, no one could rush to her aid. However, a swift leg swept through the air, striking the creature's head with the force of lightning, nearly twisting its neck at a right angle. Shen Xuan had approached unnoticed, launching his attack, yet he refrained from exerting force, for otherwise, he would have likely decapitated the creature, a gruesome sight, unfit for young eyes. Hearing the distinct sound of teeth clashing from behind, Feng Shui felt a chill, realizing the creature that had tackled her sought to bite her. Anger flared within her. "You repulsive creature dare to bite this fairy? You seek death." Seizing the opportunity Shen Xuan had afforded her, she slammed her palm against the ground, causing a tremor that sent the assailant staggering backward. She rose to her feet, and with a flicker of her sword's brilliance, severed the arm of the man before her. Following this, she placed her foot firmly upon his chest, rendering him incapable of rising, despite this being her first experience with such a gruesome act. In her current state of anger, Feng Shui felt no discomfort. In fact, She was tempted to sever his neck as well. "Thank you, Brother Shen," Feng Shui said, taking a deep breath to express her gratitude. She had never imagined that she would be rescued by Shen Xuan, the weakest member of their group. "Well, he truly is a man who stirs my heart." "Not at all," Shen Xuan replied calmly, suddenly thrusting his sword down upon the struggling figure at Feng Shui's feet, the blade piercing through the skull and into the brain. "Brother Shen, what are you doing?" Feng Shui looked at him in astonishment. "This is a living corpse. It has long lost its consciousness. If you encounter one, simply pierce its head with a sword to kill it," Shen Xuan explained casually, citing the knowledge he had gleaned from apocalyptic novels in his past life. The others, though initially puzzled, found themselves silently admiring Shen Xuan's insight. Dong Fangze imitated Shen Xuan's actions, driving his sword through the head of the still struggling creature, and indeed, it fell silent immediately. He bent down to examine the corpse, noting its bulging eyes, covered with a film resembling white membrane, and its grotesque visage, which would surely frighten anyone who encountered it at midnight. His touch revealed skin as cold as the winter night, clearly indicating that it had been dead for some time. "Brother Shen, how did you know all this?" Dong Fangze approached him, seeking his wisdom. Hearing his earnest tone, Shen Xuan pondered for a moment before casually explaining that he had read about it in ancient texts a few days prior. "But why would there be living corpses here?" Shen Tianyi murmured, and his words cast a sudden pall over the group's atmosphere. As they continued their descent, the earlier tension weighed heavily on them, and they dared not let their guard down, moving in close formation so they could support one another in the event of danger. However, the remainder of their journey was devoid of further threats, and after half an hour, the 10 of them safely arrived at Huangjia village, situated in the center of a basin. Chapter 49. Huangjia village. At the village entrance stood an ancient wooden door, nearly rotting, with the characters Huangjia village faintly visible. Beyond the door lay an endless, dusty road, its destination unknown, flanked by numerous earthen houses, most of which emitted no light, perhaps indicating that the inhabitants had long retired for the night. A gust of wind swept in from the direction of the road, carrying a bone-chilling cold. "Why does this wind feel excessively sinister?" muttered a youth named Wang Hanyuan, rubbing his shoulders. "Let us enter," Tang Yunting said, taking the lead into the village, prompting the others to follow closely behind. Not far from their position, one house still glowed with light. "Everyone, shall we check that house?" Wang Wu suggested. The group nodded in agreement and hastened towards it. The surroundings were eerily silent. Not even a dog barked, leaving only the sound of their footsteps resonating in the village. "Brother, is there any danger here?" The rotund youth nervously glanced around, feeling as though something might leap from the shadows at any moment. Shen Xuan cast a calm gaze at him. "Why are you so timid?" "Don't worry, you won't die." Luo San's expression froze. "Won't die? Why does that sound even more terrifying?" He hurriedly followed Shen Xuan, seeking a semblance of safety next to him. Upon reaching the house that still had light, Tang Yinting knocked on the door. "Is anyone there? We are disciples of the Qinyan Sword sect and would like to request shelter for the night." A tall, robust male disciple stepped forward, inserting his sword into the door crack and effortlessly shattering the lock. "Luo Lei, you'll scare people like that," Tang Yinting chided. Though Luo Lei merely chuckled without retort. When the door creaked open, they were met with a simple room, partitioned by a coarse cloth into a kitchen and a bedroom. Various items were neatly arranged, yet the room was empty, save for the nearly extinguished oil lamp, indicating that someone had been there earlier in the evening. However, it was puzzling why the occupant had left the door locked yet failed to extinguish the lamp. "Let us check other houses for inhabitants," Wang Wu proposed. Departing from the vacant dwelling, they knocked on the doors of nearby darkened homes, but once more, no one responded. "Is anyone there? This is peculiar. Weren't we told this place was safe? We not only encountered 2 living corpses on the mountain, but now we find no one in the village," he complained. The group largely agreed with this sentiment, recognizing that their near miss with the 2 living corpses was primarily due to their unfamiliarity with such bizarre entities. In truth, as long as they remained vigilant, their strength would suffice to handle even a dozen similar living corpses. Before long, the group divided into 5 smaller teams. Luo San persistently attempted to accompany Shen Xuan, yet as the 2 possessed the lowest cultivation levels in the team, Shen Xuan was reluctant to carry the burden of a timid companion. Ultimately, Luo San was left to follow Wang Wu, while Shen Xuan partnered with Feng Shui. As they dispersed, only Shen Xuan and Feng Shui remained together. Feng Shui glanced at the handsome youth beside her, who oscillated between being talkative and reticent, unsure of what to say. His apparent indifference towards her, a delicate fairy in her eyes, left her feeling somewhat disheartened. "Brother Shen, where shall we go next?" she inquired softly, though she did not expect any profound suggestion from him. To her surprise, Shen Xuan fixed his gaze on a two-story building in the distance, from which faint light emanated. "Let us go there," he declared, proceeding without waiting for Feng Shui's response. With a resigned smile, she quickened her pace to catch up. Soon, they arrived at a door leading to a small courtyard, which appeared far more refined than the other earthen homes, suggesting it belonged to a wealthy family. Shen Xuan knocked on the door, and sure enough, they soon heard footsteps approaching. After a brief wait, the door creaked open, revealing an elderly man who peered out with a wary expression. "Who are you?" he asked, his voice trembling slightly. "Good sir, we are disciples of the Qingyun sword sect. The night has grown late, and we seek to borrow shelter for the evening." At the mention of their affiliation, the old man's expression shifted to one of astonishment, and he immediately adopted a respectful demeanor. "Ah, esteemed disciples of the Qingyun sword sect. Please, come in, come in." Without hesitation, they followed the old man inside. Chapter 50. Shen Xuan's cry as they walked. Feng Shui asked, "Old man, why did we not encounter a single soul along our way?" "Hee, I am Huang Fu. You may call me Huang Fu. As for the situation in this village, I will explain it in detail once we reach the main hall." After traversing a meticulously designed courtyard, they arrived in the front hall and took their seats. The army dispatched to suppress these living corpses was ultimately defeated, with only a handful escaping. As news of this reached the village, more residents fled. By now, the remaining villagers have also abandoned their homes, leaving only this old man to guard the place, Huang Fu lamented. While Shen Xuan quietly sipped his tea, he showed no inclination to speak. "But why did you not leave with them, Elder Huang? Why do you remain here alone?" Feng Shui inquired, perplexed. Upon hearing this, Huang Fu shook his head with a wry smile. "I am hindered in my mobility, and being alone, where could I possibly flee? It is better to remain on this land that has nurtured me, cherishing each day as it comes. By the way, may I inquire as to the purpose of your visit to our humble abode?" Feng Shui felt a twinge of sadness and reassured him, "Old Huang, do not worry. We have come to address the issue of the corpses that plague this area." Huang Fu's pupils subtly contracted, his voice trembling as he expressed his gratitude. "I am exceedingly thankful to you both. It is no trouble. Exorcising evil is the duty of us disciples of the sword sect," he continued, before entering the village. "We discovered 2 corpses on the mountain to the west. Might they belong to your village?" As he recalled this, Feng Shui casually inquired. Huang Fu's expression shifted to one of alarm. "Are they 2 middle-aged men?" "Wait, I did not state they were living corpses. How could you know?" Feng Shui suddenly sensed something amiss, reaching for her sword, only to find herself feeling dizzy, the scenery before her blurring into double. Before she could utter another word, darkness enveloped her, and she collapsed onto the table. Shen Xuan showed no surprise at Feng Shui's sudden fainting. Instead, he leisurely finished his last sip of tea. Huang Fu's gaze sharpened, a hint of spiritual energy gathering in his palm. "I apologize. My companion may be a bit fatigued. I will assist her to rest. Farewell." Shen Xuan set down the teacup and rose, speaking innocently. A cold snort escaped Huang Fu's nostrils. "Since you are here, why the haste to leave?" Shen Xuan feigned surprise, exaggerating his tone. "Old man, what do you mean by that? Is it not just a few sips of tea? Surely, it cannot warrant such urgency." An aura reminiscent of the Spirit Foundation realm erupted from him, rendering Shen Xuan, who appeared merely to be at the 4th or 5th stage of body refinement, utterly feeble in comparison. "Who are you?" Shen Xuan's face was filled with terror. "Hee, young lad. First tell me why the sedative in the chair and tea has no effect on you." Huang Fu, intrigued by Shen Xuan's fear, poured himself some tea and savored it, displaying no concern for being rendered unconscious himself. Shen Xuan pondered for a moment, his tone shifting from fright to calm. "To be honest, had you not mentioned it was a sedative, I would have thought there was sugar in the tea. It was quite sweet." Huang Fu was taken aback. Before he could respond, Shen Xuan continued, "By the way, did you feed that living corpse below?" Upon hearing this, Huang Fu's expression froze. "How do you know?" He suddenly rose, his bloodshot eyes fixed intently on Shen Xuan. Shen Xuan casually paced a few steps, stroking his chin in contemplation. "That living corpse is likely undergoing a transformation. At this rate, once it completes its evolution, even a typical Spirit Foundation practitioner may not stand a chance against it. If I am correct, the villagers did not escape, but were fed to this creature by you. As for the 2 men you mentioned who went to chop wood, they probably sustained injuries from it, and as it was on the verge of transforming, they were spared, only to escape to the mountains and become living corpses." Huang Fu remained silent for a long time, then then suddenly broke into a sinister laugh. Well, I did not expect you to deduce all that. Truly. Heroes emerge from youth. However, the laughter ceased abruptly, his eyes narrowing like those of a serpent, filled with malice as he regarded Shen Xuan. Since you know so much, I cannot allow you to live. With that, he bent his fingers into claws, enveloping them in spiritual energy and lunging for the boy's neck. Sighing, Shen Xuan remarked, "There are always unruly subjects wishing to harm me." He drew his sword with a casual flick, the motion appearing almost lethargic, as if a man unaccustomed to wielding a sword would have been swifter. Huang Fu thought this until suddenly, the sword light vanished, leaving only the young man in blue standing poised with his blade. Suddenly, a searing pain shot through Huang Fu's right shoulder. His eyes widened in horror as he watched his right arm slowly detach, plummeting to the ground before him. "Ah!" Huang Fu cried out in agony, his voice booming with vitality, utterly devoid of the frailty expected of an old man. At that moment, Shen Xuan also let out a scream, brandishing the sex token as he wailed, "Master, come quickly and save your beloved disciple. A villain wishes to harm me. I cannot hold on any longer." Huang Fu's cries, more passionate than his severed arm's shriek, caused him to question if all that had transpired was merely a figment of his imagination. And perhaps it was indeed this boy who had lost his limb. Upon hearing the familiar voice from the token, Luo Xiaoxue's heart tightened. What calamity could have befallen her disciple to elicit such a wretched scream? A fire ignited in the little girl's eyes. "Who dares to lay a hand on my disciple? Should any villain harm even a hair on Shinner, I shall ensure their demise is most dreadful." Chapter 51. Shen Xuan's tears guided by the sex token. Luo Xiaoxue summoned her flying sword, racing through the air like a tempest. Huang Fu stared, dazed, at Shen Xuan, who was raising his voice, seemingly desperate for the deaf to hear his escalating cries. "Thank you, my good sir," he thought. Shouldn't it be me, Huang, who was lamenting? After howling for some time, Shen Xuan realized he could not elicit genuine tears of fear and decided to cease his efforts. "It seems my acting skills have diminished of late, but that is of little concern. Deceiving my foolish little girl is sufficient. Well then, I have called for my master's aid, villain. Feel free to proceed with your intentions," Shen Xuan proclaimed, lifting his chin in a display of bravado. Huang Fu felt a surge of rage, his chest swelling with blood, causing the freshly sealed wound in his right arm to erupt with blood once more. One may kill, but never humiliate. Huang Fu suddenly knelt, his knees shattering the stone slab beneath. Having lost an arm to a single strike, he had not even comprehended the assailant's method. Realizing that any resistance against this unfathomable youth was futile, even summoning the living corpse below would not match him in combat. After a moment of silence, Shen Xuan approached, pausing before the old man, who was now groveling for mercy. "I suppose others have pleaded for their lives in a similar fashion before you?" His emotionless voice pierced through Huang Fu's heart like a blade. Sweat dripped from Huang Fu's brow as he disregarded the pain in his arm. Shen Xuan stomped the ground lightly, and the area within a meter of him sank as if struck by a meteor. As the rubble subsided, the young man waved his sleeve, conjuring a gust of wind that swept away the dust, revealing the dimly lit underground chamber, littered with dismembered limbs and reeking of blood. A figure was bound tightly against the wall by a spirit-binding rope, the very living corpse Huang Fu had nurtured. Why bring him here? A sense of foreboding gripped Huang Fu. As Shen Xuan approached the grotesque figure, it suddenly lunged forward, nearly reaching the tantalizing flesh, only to be thwarted by the restraints that held it back, leaving it to howl impotently at Shen Xuan. Such a heavy breath. "You have truly disgusted this emperor." With a glance, Shen Xuan lost interest in the living corpse. Aside from its slightly fearsome appearance, it possessed little of merit. He flicked his fingers towards the void, unleashing an invisible energy that struck the creature's head. With a resounding crash, the living corpse's head was thrown back, its body spinning through the air before crashing violently against the wall. Though not instantly vanquished, one could observe a distinct indentation upon its skull. With a wave of spiritual power, Shen Xuan summoned Huang Fu, turning to inquire, "Is the situation in Fonian village also your doing?" "Senior, I had no part in that. I have never even set foot in Fonian village. I merely captured a few living corpses from the nearby villages before arriving at Huangjia village." Noticing the sincerity in Huang Fu's expression, Shen Xuan nodded slightly, then shifted the conversation. "It appears it still lacks a bit of fortune to ascend. You have been offering so many living beings to it in hopes of its advancement. Why not make a noble sacrifice this time? Allow this creature to successfully evolve, fulfilling your wish. I imagine that in the underworld, you would find great joy in that." The faint smile on the youth's face now appeared to Huang Fu as the devil himself, baring his fangs. He had no desire to fulfill any wishes. "Senior, please. I am willing to serve you as a beast of burden. Just spare my life." Huang Fu wept bitterly, pleading. Shen Xuan's expression darkened. "You wouldn't dare feed it." "Do you expect me to do so?" Huang Fu was taken aback. Why must this topic be broached? Why the insistence on using humans to feed the living corpses? Who would have thought that in my good intentions, you would perceive me as easy prey, desiring my naive innocence? Every step I take, I must fear accidentally trampling a few kind-hearted youths of the heavenly emperor to nourish the living corpse. It is truly intolerable. Suddenly, a chilling current surged through Huang Fu's feet, swiftly coursing through his meridians. As he attempted to resist, he was horrified to discover he could no longer wield spiritual power. Just as he sought to call out to the youth beside him, a tremendous force struck from behind, propelling him forward. "Go roll away. What kind of idiot thinks he can slay an entire village and still plead for mercy?" Either he has lost his mind or suffered a stroke. Huang Fu crashed heavily against the wall, while several strands of spiritual energy shot from Shen Xuan's fingertips, severing the binding strings that held the living corpse. Upon seeing the approaching living human, the living corpse became frenzied, its gaping maw lunging forth. "Ah, I have nurtured you to this day. How dare you? You shall not die a good death. I will haunt you even in death." Turning away. As the screams mingled with the sound of flesh tearing, Shen Xuan felt a twinge of complexity in his heart. To cultivate a living corpse at the cost of an entire village's youth and elders, humanity often proves to be more terrifying than any monster. "Master is almost here," Shen Xuan sensed. At that moment, the living corpse abruptly ceased its feeding. A subtle wave of spiritual energy emanating from its body, it had leveled up. A living corpse of the spiritual foundation realm. It suddenly turned its gaze towards Shen Xuan, and with a stamp of its foot, it shot forward. "Master, help. There's a monster that wants to eat your disciple." Luo Xiaoxue had already arrived near the second-floor building. Hearing her disciple's piercing scream, her heart ignited with urgency. "Hold on. My disciple, I'll be there soon." With her silver teeth clenched, the girl dove down without a second thought, crashing through the building, creating a gaping hole in the shape of a dual ponytailed loli. Upon landing in the hall, the little loli immediately discerned that her disciple's voice was emanating from the hole in the ground. Ignoring the unconscious feng shui, Luo Xiaoxue charged into the hole. As she landed, she saw her disciple pressed against the wall, the spirit sword horizontally wedged in the mouth of the figure that had pinned him. Upon noticing her arrival, Shen Xuan turned his head, his face alight with joy. "Master, you've finally come. I thought I would never see you again." As he spoke, 2 tears streamed down his face, his genuine emotions causing Luo Xiaoxue's heart to tremble. What had transpired to transform her usually arrogant disciple into such a state? Anger surged within Luo Xiaoxue, her blue ponytails igniting into a fiery red. "Shen Xuan, wait, the blue-haired loli can actually change colors? How come you never taught me such a skill, master? You are too stingy." Luo Xiaoxue pondered. Why do I sense that my disciple's heartfelt words do not reflect concern? Chapter 52. The violent red-haired loli. Regardless, she needed to rescue her disciple first. Luo Xiaoxue tightened her grip on her heavy ruler, her petite frame darting to the side of the living corpse, swinging the ruler with precision. A dark arc cleaved through the air, a surge of spiritual power erupting forth, striking the living corpse's neck. Even for a cultivator at the pinnacle of the spiritual foundation realm, a blow to the neck like this could result in decapitation. The corpse's neck bulged grotesquely before the force of the strike sent flesh flying. However, despite the ferocity of Luo Xiaoxue's attack, it did not inflict fatal damage. The living corpse rolled twice on the ground before swiftly rising, emitting a terrifying roar akin to a beast, charging directly at the human who had struck it. Meanwhile, Shen Xuan had already retreated to a safe distance, cheering for his master. Given Xiaoxue's peak cultivation, she should theoretically be able to handle this ugly creature. As for sending an adorable loli to confront such a grotesque living corpse, Shen Xuan bore no psychological burden. It was only natural for his master to defend her disciple. Besides, with him present, it was impossible for his blue-haired loli to encounter any real danger. No, she should now be referred to as the red-haired loli. Surely master doesn't realize that all of this was a deliberate performance on my part? After all, having my disciple slay an old ghost of the spiritual foundation is quite astonishing. And with feng shui fainted. As long as Huang Fu's death is attributed to the living corpse, there should be no issues. Truly, I am a brilliant genius. Moreover, the earlier screams were performed flawlessly. With that silly loli's intelligence, she wouldn't be able to contemplate such deep schemes. By the way, the idea of a red-haired loli seems rather enticing. Perhaps I should. Shen Xuan hastily recited the sacred scripture, purging the fleeting wicked thoughts from his mind. He was devoted and filial to his master, and he could attest to that. Listening to her disciple's inner thoughts, Luo Xiaoxue was bombarded with questions. Though she did not understand the implications of enticing, her instincts told her it was something far from pure. Also, everything happening now was orchestrated by her disciple. Upon reflection, this was indeed plausible. Given her disciple's mischievous nature, such trickery was not surprising. Had she been aware of this earlier, she could have simply set up a table and chairs, leisurely sipping tea while watching her disciple put on a show. With a swing of her heavy ruler, she sent the charging living corpse flying. Luo Xiaoxue resolved to devise a plan. She could not allow her troublesome disciple such comfort. Shen Xuan instinctively shrank back, feeling an unexpected chill. Once more, the living corpse was struck by Luo Xiaoxue's heavy ruler. However, it did not crash into the wall, but instead hurtled directly towards Shen Xuan's position. Panic surged through Shen Xuan. They were just in that corner fighting so well. What was happening now? As the living corpse approached, he dashed away, screaming, "It's coming for me! Master, save me! Master, help!" Luo Xiaoxue, however, braced herself with the heavy ruler, her expression weary. "Disciple, I expended much energy rushing here. Allow me to rest a moment. You must hold on. I will cheer for you from here." The little loli gestured to her disciple with the hand sign he had used for encouragement earlier. Shen Xuan stared in disbelief, thinking, "No way. Do I feel like I've been sold out by the silly loli?" While he was momentarily stunned, a rancid mouth lunged toward his neck, which he narrowly evaded. Relying on agile footwork, he dodged the living corpse's deadly bites time and again, his nimble movements leaving Luo Xiaoxue in awe. Her disciple was truly extraordinary, daring to perform under such extreme circumstances. "Master, I can no longer run," Shen Xuan gasped for breath. Raising his sword to block yet another attack from the undead, only to be sent flying several meters by the force of the blow. Just as it seemed critical, Luo Xiaoxue intervened, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy that repelled the undead creature, which had nearly bitten Shen Xuan's shoulder. Seizing the opportunity, she leaped forward, positioning herself protectively behind him. Despite the stark contrast in their sizes making the scene somewhat amusing, Shen Xuan felt a profound sense of safety emanating from his master. "Although, master, your stature is rather diminutive, and your legs quite short, I shall not hold it against you. Were the circumstances more fitting?" He would have loved to lift his master joyfully into the air. Luo Xiaoxue exuded an overwhelming aura, creating a tempest around her. As her fiery twin tails danced wildly in the wind, striking Shen Xuan's handsome face repeatedly, although the fragrance of her hair was intoxicating. He wished she would refrain from hitting him. The fiery-haired little girl remained silent, her chubby hands raised, as her heavy staff sliced through the air towards the undead's jaw. This undead, having developed a modicum of intelligence, attempted to defend itself after enduring several blows. It raised its arms in a cross to block, successfully intercepting the chilling weight of the staff. However, it could not withstand the force transmitted through its arms and was sent soaring, crashing into the ground and creating a crater, only halting after breaking through the second floor of a building. Luo Xiaoxue then stomped firmly on the ground, her body bending slightly before launching like an arrow towards her target, engaging the undead in a fierce battle midair. In that moment, powerful waves of spiritual energy erupted from their clash, drawing the attention of several disciples who had been searching for survivors. Who was battling there? Shen Tianyi furrowed his brow. Tang Yunting, pondering for a moment, deduced that one of the combatants was Elder Luo, but the identity of the other remained a mystery. Elder Luo has actually made a move? The disciples recognized Luo Xiaoxue, their surprise evident. For only a practitioner of the spiritual foundation realm could provoke her to action, and it was highly likely that this unknown powerhouse was an adversary. If the arrival of this formidable entity was linked to their mission, their subsequent actions would certainly not unfold as they had anticipated. The undead, possessing a nascent flicker of intelligence, reached a vague conclusion: escape. Yet it sought to flee. Luo Xiaoxue snorted coldly, knowing that if it managed to escape, her foolish disciple would undoubtedly mock her in his heart. The young girl dashed swiftly towards the fleeing undead, channeling her spiritual energy through her palm into the staff. In an instant, the previously dark staff erupted with a crimson glow, a molten-like heat coursing through it. Inferno staff. Under Luo Xiaoxue's command, the staff struck fiercely at the undead's spine. The fleeing creature, relying solely on its childlike intelligence, had no time to contemplate a response before being engulfed by the scarlet energy. The staff penetrated its skull, cleaving it in two with such swiftness that it did not even have the chance to emit a final cry of anguish. As its head split open, a plump white worm tumbled out, also severed in two, almost the size of a fist when combined. Perhaps the red-haired form is merely Master's explosive state. After all, the blue speed type is quite popular. Perhaps a red attack type would be fitting. If I were to sleep beside Master, in that innocent kind of way, I wonder which form would be preferable? The youth mused contentedly. As for the white worm, he found it unremarkable. For the undead were merely corpses controlled by parasitic creatures. Chapter 53, Daily Mishaps, Shun Bao Bao, Master. What inferior dye did you use for your hair that faded so quickly? Tell me, and I shall dismantle the storefront of those selling counterfeit products. The youth exclaimed with righteous indignation. Indeed, sometimes, the sight of the red-haired girl was quite charming. Perhaps I should try dyeing my bangs pink with a bao sometime. Pink to black, Master is much more endearing when she is adorably naive. White could also be considered, as it matches the color of Master's undergarments perfectly. Speaking of white, I just happened to notice that Master is also wearing white today. Luo Xiaoxue's smooth forehead broke out in beads of sweat, her small chest rising and falling rapidly with her breaths. How could this wretched disciple harbor so many wicked thoughts? Even daring to peek beneath my skirt while I battle monsters? It is utterly outrageous. The little girl resolved to teach her disciple a stern lesson, ensuring he understood that Master was quite fearsome. Just as she pondered how best to discipline him, Shen Xuan suddenly squatted down and embraced her tightly. The grip, though firm, contained a tenderness that did not hinder her breathing. On the contrary, it felt quite comfortable. But Master, how fortunate you arrived in time. Otherwise, today I would have perished at the hands of the undead. Shen Xuan lamented, tears streaming down his face as he poured out his heart to his beloved little master. Whether this was truly heartfelt, Luo Xiaoxue was well aware. Her disciple was merely surviving. Even if he were to be whipped or tortured with wax, he would likely not perish. Furthermore, it was commonly advised not to wipe one's tears and snot on Master's clothing. Would you have me wash them? If Shen Xuan were privy to her thoughts, he would undoubtedly take great pleasure in accepting the task of washing his esteemed Master's garments. Assisting the little master with her skirts and undergarments was indeed the duty of a disciple. Luo Xiaoxue felt steam rising from her head, then raised her small fist and struck her disciple's head, who was still wiping his nose on her clothes. Although she did not apply much force, it was still enough to sting. Ow! Shen Xuan yelped, and anyone unaware might think that yet another sword saint had met a tragic fate. What is that blue-haired girl up to now? She must be envious of my intelligence, wishing to knock me senseless and make me as foolish as she is. The youth ceased his actions and stood silently. The little girl, puzzled, suddenly found herself enveloped in a pair of strong arms. Ah! Her petite nose collided with his solid abdomen, and the unique, subtle fragrance emanating from him filled her senses. Luo Xiaoxue glanced up to meet a pair of deep, affectionate eyes. Disciple, why do you gaze upon me in such a manner? Under the intense scrutiny of those soulful eyes, the little girl's mind went blank, her breaths growing increasingly rapid. At times, her disciple truly rendered her defenseless. It seemed that she had unconsciously changed, perhaps influenced by her disciple, gradually taking on his essence. Master, I was frightened by that monster earlier, and I wanted a hug, Shen Xuan declared, his earnest expression leaving little room for doubt. With such an excuse, coupled with my flawless performance, Master will surely not refuse. Moreover, the disciple harbored no ill intentions. Luo Xiaoxue remained unconvinced that he harbored no ulterior motives. Her wretched disciple had evidently mastered the art of self-deception. As a master of impeccable stature, character, and strength, she could not succumb to the sugary allure of her disciple's sweet words. Luo Xiaoxue felt as if she had suddenly grown taller. Her gaze now level with her disciple's. Disciple, you the petite girl had no means of resistance, her eyes pleading as she glared at him. Meeting her beautiful, expressive eyes, Shen Xuan's breath quickened. In the presence of his master, he found it increasingly difficult to restrain himself. Taking a deep breath, Shen Xuan felt his mind clear slightly. He leaned closer to Luo Xiaoxue's ear, resting gently on her soft, fragrant shoulder, inhaling the alluring scent of the young girl. Master, may I embrace you? He whispered, just a brief hug, okay? The little loli, almost entranced, reluctantly wrapped her delicate arms around her disciple's slender neck. The exquisite softness sent a shiver through Shen Xuan as he gazed at the obedient figure nestled in his embrace. The blush on her cheeks was captivating, drawing his attention like a moth to a flame. My master is so adorable, it melts my heart, he thought. aware that her occasional bouts of temper were understandable given the monthly visits from familial obligations that every girl faced. As the warmth of his breath enveloped Luo Xiaoxue's face, she felt as if her very essence was being drained, growing increasingly languorous. "Are you all right, disciple?" she asked, her gaze dreamy. Her voice soft and laced with an unintentional charm that sent Shen Xuan's heart racing. The youthful beauty of his striking face flushed with a faint hue, his earlobes reddening under the rush of blood. "Is my master hinting at something? After all, as adults, we should be fine, right? But I'm just a Navi boy, inexperienced in these matters." Shen Xuan's mind was a whirlwind of confusion. Chapter 54. The kiss. A flurry of actions akin to a fierce tiger left his record at a dismal 0-5, a fitting description for him. But what to do next? Fixating on the flawless beauty of his master's face, Shen Xuan felt his spirit drifting away. "Master, it seems you have something on your face. May I remove it for you?" The little loli, aware that this was likely a ruse, nonetheless nodded foolishly, her twin ponytails bouncing with each movement, while her heart seemed to have lost all rational control. As Shen Xuan inched closer to her face, he felt his throat tighten. "Shenner, weren't you going to help me remove what's on my face?" Luo Xiaoxue's voice was gentle and inviting, her eyes shimmering with a thin veil of moisture, her breath brushing against Shen Xuan's face, igniting a fire within him. "Right, I'll get it right now," he thought, steeling himself as he leaned in to kiss her. Suddenly, a soft sensation met his lips, and as warmth radiated from their contact, Luo Xiaoxue's eyes widened in disbelief. "He kissed me?" she thought, unable to articulate her surprise, only able to emit muffled sounds. Rationality urged her to push him away, but for reasons unknown, her arms tightened around him instead. Shen Xuan withdrew from her cherry-like lips after a brief moment, realizing that this was also his first kiss with a girl. "Shenner, I've removed the thing from your face," he softly declared. "But you clearly Clearly what?" he teased, playfully nudging her nose with his. In truth, he felt just as flustered as she did, maintaining a facade of calm while his heart raced uncontrollably. Luo Xiaoxue wanted to protest that he had misled her about removing something from her face, yet, under the intensity of his gaze, her words evaporated. Lowering her head, her cheeks blushed a deep crimson. "Elder Luo, Shen Xuan, what are you two doing?" A slightly hesitant female voice broke through the intimate moment. Feng Shui, having woken up unbeknownst to them, stepped into the courtyard and was taken aback to find Shen Xuan cradling Luo Xiaoxue as if she were his daughter. Her expression froze, questioning the propriety of their closeness. They were supposed to be master and disciple, yet this displayed an intimacy that felt inappropriate. Fortunately, she had missed the kiss, or the scene would have required an extensive cleansing to erase from her memory. Startled by the noise, Luo Xiaoxue quickly broke free from her disciple's grasp. "Oh no, it's all Su Enra's fault. We shouldn't have done this in such a conspicuous place. No, we shouldn't have done this at all." The little loli covered her flushed face, her mind racing to concoct an explanation. If misunderstood, the repercussions could be dire. Though the cultivation world lacked strict regulations against intimacy between masters and disciples, it would undoubtedly create a scandal. Ahem, master was injured during a fierce battle with a foe. "And that is why I was supporting her," Shen Xuan explained, sensing Luo Xiaoxue's embarrassment. Feng Shui raised an eyebrow. "Are you sure that's what you call support? Is there a misunderstanding about the term?" However, it seemed this wasn't the first time they had been so close. She chose to overlook that and asked, "By the way, where is that old man?" As soon as Huang Fu had spoken carelessly, she realized that the seemingly amiable elder was likely far more complex than he appeared. Before she could ponder further, he had already been subdued. He was devoured by a living corpse, with only remnants left in the secret chamber beneath the hall. Shen Xuan responded with composure. "A living corpse?" Feng Shui gasped, recalling her previous encounter with one and quickly accepting this grim reality. Shen Xuan then shared the narrative he had prepared, dispelling any lingering doubts in Feng Shui's mind. "Indeed, I anticipated this. Otherwise, it could have left incriminating evidence." Gazing at the still flustered Luo Xiaoxue, Shen Xuan mused that she likely hadn't considered the implications. Luo Xiaoxue. "Sister Feng, now that the situation in Huangjia village is clear, please notify the others to gather here. We shall proceed to our next destination tomorrow." He sought to discreetly dismiss the glaring presence of Feng Shui, which severely disrupted the intimate exchange between him and his revered master. Though he had stumbled earlier, it was inconsequential. He was ready to try again. Feng Shui smirked, her lips twitching with amusement. "Why do I feel like you're the elder sister here?" Yet she said nothing more, merely huffed and departed the oddly charged atmosphere. Once the bright light of feng shui had left, Shen Xuan was about to speak. But Luo Xiaoxue interrupted. Xianer, I'll take my leave first. If danger arises, seek me out. The girl fled in haste, leaving Shen Xuan alone, lost in thought. Beep, beep, beep. Host has unlocked the first kiss with Luo Xiaoxue, rewarding a Super Accelerator for Dantian Restoration 10. Super Accelerator 10 has been activated. Current progress of Dantian Restoration, 00. At that moment, Shen Xuan had no inclination to contemplate matters of strength. Instead, he pondered a far more significant question. What feelings did he harbor for Luo Xiaoxue? Watching her vanish from view, his heart was in turmoil. Initially, he was focused solely on regaining his strength. Gradually, he began to relish the companionship of living alongside his master. And now what was he feeling? Had he truly developed affection for this adorably naive master? But he did not wish to be a companion in the depths of a dragon's lair. With a soft sigh, he found himself chuckling to himself, as if mocking his own indecision and self-deception. The laughter faded, and the image of the girl's charming countenance filled his mind. He touched his lips, his eyes shimmering with tender affection. Unbeknownst to him, at some point, Luo Xiaoxue had become an inseparable part of his heart. Only he had yet to realize it. Luo Xiaoxue sat dazedly on the measuring stick, her small hand propping up her chin as she gazed vacantly into the void before her. Her first kiss had been so abruptly taken away, she ought to be furious. Yet, if it were her disciple, the soft radiance in the girl's eyes was captivating, shining as brilliantly as sunlight. Reflecting on the past, long ago, her disciple had fervently vowed that the essence of filial piety would never decay. But now, the girl suddenly smiled knowingly. The disciple's devotion had indeed transformed entirely. As a master, it was my duty to rectify his errors. For instance, the next time he misbehaves, I shall seize his mouth, making him aware that his master is not to be trifled with. The little girl stood up, her face still tinged with a hint of crimson, adorned with a wise smile. Chapter 55, untitled. On the following morning, a ray of dawn broke over the distant mountains, dispersing the mist in the forests and bringing warmth to the world. Dewdrops on the verdant grass reflected the rising sun, twinkling like dancing sprites. After a rather uncomfortable night, witnessing this vibrant scene lifted everyone's spirits considerably. Everyone is prepared, let us set off now, Wang Wu declared, standing at the forefront of the group. The other disciples nodded in agreement, and guided by the map, 10 young men and women clad in azure robes, swords in hand, continued their journey eastward along the earthen road that stretched from Huangjia village to the distant mountain boundary. At their current pace, they anticipated reaching the nearest village, Xin village, by noon. The other 3 directions harbored similar villages, Dongyin, Nanyin, and Beiyin, which surrounded their ultimate destination, Fengyin village. After walking for some time, Luo San wiped the sweat from his brow and remarked, "Have you noticed that the further east we venture, the eerier it becomes? When we departed from Huangjia village, we could still hear the chirping of birds in the woods. Perhaps it is related to the disturbances in Fengyin village. We must prepare ourselves," Tang Yunting said, her lips parting as her gaze turned serious. "Humph. Regardless of what monsters may emerge, I shall vanquish them with a single sword stroke," Shen Tian declared, brandishing his spirit sword with fervor. His audacious demeanor drew a swift reprimand from Tang Yunting. Ever since the martial arts competition, she could hardly restrain herself from wanting to teach him a lesson whenever he flaunted his bravado. With a pained expression, Shen Tian rubbed the bump on his head, remaining silent as they continued onward. At the back of the group, after observing Shen Xian's peculiar smile since their gathering, Luo San could no longer suppress his curiosity and asked, "Big brother, why have you been grinning since we started? Have you developed a case of hysteria?" Shen Xian, momentarily disrupted from his thoughts, froze, then swiftly delivered a playful blow to Luo San's head. "You dim-witted fool. Can't you see that I am contemplating something delightful?" The unfortunate Luo San felt quite aggrieved. He was merely concerned for his well-being. As the group approached a particular mountain pass, a sudden gust of wind surged forth without warning, howling like a wraith, bearing a chilling sound towards them. Upon closer inspection, they could discern that the wind was laden with countless tiny white particles, giving it a ghostly hue. "What on earth is this strange wind? I sense something ominous," Luo San exclaimed, his fear heightening his instincts towards danger. "Something is amiss. Everyone, cover your mouths and noses," someone cautioned. In an instant, the group held their breath. And as the eerie wind drew near, those with keen eyes discovered that the minuscule particles resembled tiny white insects. By then, it was too late to consume the insect-repelling pills they had brought along. They could only brace themselves. In the next moment, a swarm of insects surged forward, densely landing on several members, writhing upon their clothing and skin, a truly horrifying sight. Shen Xuan remained motionless. Even an ordinary practitioner at the body refinement stage could withstand these minuscule pests without harm, and those of a higher cultivation level could obliterate them with their spiritual energy. In the midst of the onslaught, a vacuum formed around Shen Xuan, though the others, blinded by the dense swarm, failed to notice this strange occurrence. Once the wind subsided, the group staggered to their feet. What in the world was that? Luo Xiaoxue cursed, brushing off the powdery insects within moments. Those that had fallen to the ground perished rapidly, transforming into a pool of white liquid, leaving everyone astonished. We are nearing our destination. Everyone, take your insect-repelling pills. The path ahead may not be easy, Wang Wu advised. They pressed on, traversing through the mountain path until a flat valley unfolded before them. However, this valley stood in stark contrast to the sunlit scenery outside. Ominous clouds loomed overhead, blocking the sun and plunging the entire area into darkness. This fog is quite peculiar. I recall the information from the sect did not mention such conditions, Yunling remarked, her expression fraught with concern as she faced the uncertainty ahead. Let whatever comes. Come. With a sword in hand, I fear nothing. Luo Lei chuckled, an aura of determination radiating from him. As the group stepped onto the land, an intense chill seeped up from the ground, threatening to envelop them entirely. Yet, having braved numerous dangers along the way, they were well prepared. With a slight exertion of energy, they dispelled the cold from their bodies. Not far ahead, nestled among lush foliage, lay a scattered array of lowly houses, shrouded in mist, giving the village an eerie aura. Strangely, there were no signs of the undead roaming about, and even the chirping of insects and birds had ceased, leaving behind a profound silence. As if it were a forgotten village devoid of life. Further in the distance, the view became obscured, beyond the reach of human eyesight. According to the map, directly ahead was Xiyin village. Based on the requirements of this sect trial, we must thoroughly eradicate the undead within the village. I propose we divide into 3 teams to expedite our efforts and ensure mutual support in case of an encounter with the undead, Wang Wu stated solemnly. After a moment, Feng Shui, Huang Chaoer, Luo San, and Shen Xuan formed a group tasked with clearing the undead in the area directly ahead. Big brother, you must protect me. The trembling Luo San pleaded, leaning against Shen Xuan. If given the choice, he would prefer to avoid participating in the disciple trial altogether. Yet some matters were beyond his control. The 2 girls exchanged puzzled glances, sensing an unusual role reversal between the 2 boys. Shen Xuan, noticing the suspicious gazes directed toward them, nearly lost his temper. This foolish fatso is going to expose me. Shen Xuan glared, suppressing the urge to abandon him in the village, and replied coolly, Brother San, you flatter me. Should we encounter any undead, I will still rely on you for support. A chill ran down Luo San's spine. Having pilfered spirit birds alongside Shen Xuan multiple times and endured countless beatings, he understood the underlying meaning of those words. Ahem, yes. Yes, we will support each other, the compliant Luo San responded, quickly shifting to ease the girl's suspicions. The village appeared sparsely populated, judging by the number of houses. It likely housed no more than 200 residents. Even if they had all turned into the undead, as long as no powerful entities of spiritual foundation emerged, their 10-man team should be more than capable of handling the situation. Chapter 56. The real and the false Luo Xiaoxue concealed her presence amidst the mist, safeguarding their safety. Yet she could not shake the increasingly unsettling feeling in her heart. She gazed towards the east, where the map indicated the location of Fengyin village, the ultimate destination of this journey. All the unforeseen events had commenced here and would culminate in this very place. The girl sensed, albeit faintly, that within the span of 2 days, something unknown might have transpired here, rendering the information she had previously gathered significantly divergent from the actual circumstances. Shen Xuan and his companions arrived at the door of the nearest small cabin, which remained eerily silent. Who among you will enter first? Luo San asked, glancing nervously from side to side. Hurry up and go. Just as he hesitated, a large foot appeared from behind and kicked him squarely in the rear, sending him flying into the cabin. The assailant was not Shen Xuan, but rather Huang Chaoer, though Shen Xuan had indeed contemplated a similar action. Upon hearing Luo San's thud on the ground, a cacophony of panicked cries erupted from within. Help! Help! Something is pinning me down. Upon hearing the distress call, Feng Shui rushed inside, only to find a wooden stick resting atop the hefty figure, who thrashed about like a drowning pig. Although she had come to understand just how timid this plump man was during their journey, she had not anticipated that a mere piece of wood could instill such terror in him. Whatever bravado he had previously displayed, proclaiming, "This is my sword path," seemed to have vanished entirely. With a swift kick, she dislodged the object, pinning the man down, and, aided by the dim light from the doorway, began to assess the situation inside the cabin. Outside, Shen Xuan waited with growing boredom, fully aware that this village harbored no living corpses. As for their disappearance, his gaze pierced through the dense fog, settling on a region several miles away. Setting up 5 focal points in the cardinal directions to suppress the lingering energy is indeed intriguing. Unfortunately, the one who arranged it lacks sufficient strength, resulting in its inherent flaws, Shen Xuan mused, shaking his head inwardly. After thoroughly searching the village, the 3 small teams regrouped at the village's edge. "We have not discovered any living corpses on our end. What about you?" Wang Wu inquired. The pained smiles of Dongfang Zhe and his group indicated their lack of findings as well. The houses throughout the village were barren, save for numerous darkened bloodstains that bore witness to the violent scenes that had unfolded here. "This place is undeniably eerie. Aside from the flora, we have yet to encounter any living beings," Fang Shui stated solemnly. Amidst this oppressive atmosphere, everyone appeared somewhat subdued, except for a boy at the back of the group who wore an inexplicable grin. As they traversed the mountainside, shrouded in thick fog, they arrived at the next village, finding it eerily similar to the last, marked only by remnants of what once was. "Let us proceed directly to Fengyin village. The other 2 villages likely mirror this situation." The group's patience had nearly waned, preferring to confront the living dead rather than wander aimlessly like headless flies. Upon the consensus of the majority, the 10 set forth once more. Fengyin village lay at the heart of the valley, unlike the 4 surrounding villages that could be reached by simply following the mountainside. Yet, even with the white fog obscuring their path, as long as they maintained a determined direction and followed the road beneath their feet, they should arrive without issue. However, reality dictated otherwise. Nearly half an hour had passed since their departure from Nanning village, and they had walked straight ahead, logically suggesting they should have reached Fengyin village by now. Yet, all that greeted them was an endless stretch of yellow earth. "Strange, why are we not there yet?" Wang Wu prompted again, having lost count of how many times he had checked the map. "Brother Wang Wu, you've got the map upside down," someone beside him pointed out. Wang Wu chuckled awkwardly, flipping the map around, and, relieved that no one else had further comments, he let out a silent sigh. In truth, he was directionally challenged. But such an embarrassing truth was one he would keep to himself. He scanned the surroundings again, still finding nothing. Just as anxiety began to mount among the group, a figure emerged from the mist. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Luo Xiaoxue. "Elder Luo, how did you?" The expressions of the group were a mixture of surprise and bewilderment. They were relieved to see her, as her presence meant the threat of sudden monsters was diminished. Yet they were puzzled by her unexpected appearance, given she was not supposed to arrive until a crisis unfolded. Luo Xiaoxue approached without uttering a word. But at that moment, Shen Xuan shouted, "Do not approach her. She is not my master." The others looked at him with curious expressions, while only Fang Shui and Luo San felt a chill run down their spines. The former swiftly drew her sword towards the advancing Luo Xiaoxue, while the latter hastily sought refuge behind Shen Xuan. Even the usually composed Luo San found the situation perplexing. "Isn't the fat man a bit too cowardly?" Fang Shui's sword struck down, yet the figure before them dissipated instantly, leading to a flurry of small white figures shooting towards them like projectiles. Forewarned by Shen Xuan, they reacted swiftly, drawing their swords and unleashing arcs of light, leaving behind only a field of white insect carcasses. Before they could catch their breath, another figure descended from above, this time clad in blue robes and resembling Luo Xiaoxue once more. Armed with the knowledge from their earlier encounter, several members sprang into action, and Luo San, fueled by an inexplicable surge of courage, was the first to charge at the girl. Shen Xuan facepalmed, realizing this time they were truly facing his master. The petite figure looked bewildered, wondering why these individuals were suddenly attacking her. With a swift motion of her hand, she unleashed a wave of spiritual energy directed at them, with Luo San being the closest target, who was struck squarely in the face, eliciting a cry of pain as he spun through the air before crashing down heavily. 3 hits. It cannot exceed that, Shen Xuan contemplated. Chapter 57. Shen Xuan's water-loving antics. Damn. Why are these monsters so formidable? Luo San grumbled as he rose, cursing yet unwilling to concede, his body instinctively retreating to the back, losing all semblance of bravery. Luo Xiaoxue glared at the plump man, indignant that he dared to label her a monster. Shen Xuan felt it was time for him to intervene. Stepping forward, he reassured, "Everyone, please do not misunderstand. She truly is my master." Upon hearing this, Luo Xiaoxue nodded in agreement. "Wait a minute. What did my disciple just say? Master?" The girl's expression shifted from pale to green in an instant. "I am only 23 this year, for goodness sake. How dare you call me old?" The petite girl gritted her teeth. If not for the crowd, she would have surely sought retribution on her disciple's face. It is said that in the distant West Spirit continent, a punishment involving a whip and a candle is popular for disobedient disciples. Perhaps I should arrange something similar for my foolish disciple. Shen Xuan suddenly felt a chill run down his spine and instinctively checked himself. Thankfully, he was unharmed. That previous incident had left an indelible mark on his psyche. Luo Xiaoxue forced a smile, asking, "Did something happen earlier?" Shen Xuan nodded vigorously and recounted the events. But as he observed his master's expression, a heavy weight settled in his heart. Why does Master's smile appear so stiff? Could it be a neurological issue? Could it be that she accidentally suffered a stroke? The thought filled him with despair. No matter what, even if Master is bedridden, I shall always care for you. Gazing at his diminutive master, Shen Xuan's eyes glistened, nearly moved to tears. "Oh, Master, how much virtue must you have accumulated in your past life to deserve such a commendable disciple as me?" Luo Xiaoxue chuckled, pondering whether selling her unfortunate disciple would yield enough to purchase a new dress. "Elder Luo, it seems we have become ensnared in a maze. No matter how we proceed, we cannot reach the end. It is likely that our strength alone is insufficient to locate the next destination," Xuan Tianyi interjected, subtly implying a desire for Luo Xiaoxue to offer guidance or direction. Though it may seem somewhat unscrupulous to ask this, faced with the current predicament, they truly find themselves lacking in viable solutions. When questioned by Chen Tianyi, Luo Xiaoxue recalled her objective. After a moment of silence, she spoke softly. "We may be encountering significant trouble. The fog in this region can disorient individuals, and even my perceptive abilities have been severely diminished. Had it not been for the guidance of the token, I fear I might have struggled to locate you all." Luo Xiaoxue's expression was grave. If even she, a practitioner of spiritual foundation, could become lost, there must be something peculiar at play here. Seeking assistance from their sect was clearly out of the question. Henceforth, no matter what challenges lay ahead, they could only rely on one another. At that moment, one individual anxiously scanned the surroundings. "Did you hear that? It sounds like something is approaching us. Wait, why does that sound resemble the swarm of insect winds we encountered earlier?" Gradually, a breeze began to stir their garments. And within just a couple of breaths, the wind whipped their clothes, accompanied by a foul stench that was utterly nauseating. The sinister wind howled like a chorus of wailing spirits, yet oddly enough, the dense fog did not dissipate. Instead, it thickened, rendering visibility beyond 3 feet nearly impossible. As the chilling cries emerged from all directions, their hearts raced, and they instinctively gripped their spiritual swords, uncertain if something might leap forth from the mist. With spiritual flames swirling around her, Luo Xiaoxue's aura surged to its zenith, akin to a top bowstring ready to unleash a deadly arrow. "It's coming." No sooner had the girl uttered these words than a figure burst forth from the white mist, a suffocating stench assaulting them. Upon closer inspection, it was a half-decayed living corpse. From the rotting segments, pale remnants of bone were faintly visible. As the corpse appeared, it opened its maw, filled with blackened teeth, and lunged at Luo Xiaoxue. The petite girl sprang into action, wielding her heavy ruler as if it were a mere toy, bringing it down with force. As her spiritual energy surged into the weapon, it detonated within the corpse like concealed explosives, instantly shattering it into pieces. The first living corpse had been effortlessly dispatched. But soon, countless more emerged from all directions, plunging the group into a fierce battle. Meanwhile, Shen Xuan, who had been following closely behind Luo Xiaoxue, remained remarkably untroubled. TSK, my master may appear to be just a diminutive and soft little girl, yet when she strikes, her ferocity is truly astonishing," Shen Xuan mused, stroking his chin and lost in thought. Luo Xiaoxue's small hands trembled slightly as she wielded the heavy ruler. She despised being called short. How infuriating that her disciple was hiding behind and mocking her instead of fighting. She made a mental note to remember this. Chapter 58. Sealing the Een village, a living corpse charged forth, only to be smashed into a pulp by the irate little girl. The corpse was grotesque and repulsive. No longer considered alive, so Luo Xiaoxue felt no moral quandary in vanquishing it. How curious. My master appears to be quite irate. Surely, nothing foolish has provoked her. Shen Xuan pondered. Luo Xiaoxue longed to inform him that it was indeed his foolishness that had provoked her ire. However, to prevent her disciple from realizing that his beautiful and wise master could hear his thoughts, she suppressed her fury. Suddenly, an invisible wave of spiritual energy sliced through the fog, targeting Luo Xiaoxue. Alarmed, the petite girl reacted almost instantaneously. Her heavy ruler swept out, colliding forcefully with the attack. In the next moment, a shadow shot forth from the mist like lightning, raising a hand to strike Luo Xiaoxue's chest. Humph! The girl met the attack head-on, her small, plump hand concealing terrifying power, and when she struck, the two forces clashed violently, sending shockwaves rippling through the air. In the midst of battle, she discerned that her opponent appeared pallid, with wrinkled skin and emaciated muscles, resembling a skeleton, albeit with a layer of flesh. Is this also a living corpse? The girl's mind raced with questions. Unlike the corpse she had slain the previous night, this one adeptly wielded spiritual energy rather than attacking instinctively, making it far more formidable. While Luo Xiaoxue engaged in combat with the powerful living corpse, the situation for the sword sect disciples was grim. Help! 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 The portly disciple cried out, having repeated the urgent plea thrice while being besieged by several living corpses. He fought valiantly, yet ultimately succumbed, two rancid claws grasping his throat, nearly choking him to death. Fortunately, he managed to grasp one of the corpses by the neck, preventing them from tearing flesh from his body. Though these living corpses possessed strength equivalent to the 4th or 5th level of body refinement, unless one could shatter their brains with a single strike, they remained a formidable challenge. One corpse, previously cleaved in half, suddenly pushed itself up, disregarding the puddle of filth beneath it, and lunged to bite at Luo San's ample behind. Ah, a sneak attack. It even bit my butt. The portly disciple wept, his cries nearly shattering the eardrums of his companions nearby. Just then, a flash of sword light severed the head of the corpse that had bitten him, while a wave of spiritual energy subtly infiltrated Luo San's body, annihilating the minuscule corpse insects that had entered through his wound. Although the big brother was still being gripped by 4 corpse hands, Luo San managed to cast a grateful glance towards Shen Xuan. Shen Xuan unleashed 2 more sword strikes, though they appeared light and lacking in force. They effortlessly pierced the skulls of 2 additional living corpses, turning the white corpse insects within into mush. The portly disciple finally broke free from his restraints, coughing violently as he clutched his throat, gasping for breath. Meanwhile, the pain from the wound on his rear and only fueled his rage further. He picked up his sword once more and began to slash at another living corpse, wielding it like a butcher's knife. Each person faced 2 or 3 living corpses simultaneously, except for Wang Wu, the strongest among them, and Dongfang Zhe, who seemed relatively at ease. The others found themselves in dire combat. Gather around me, form a circle, Wang Wu commanded, executing the Qingyun sword technique, cleaving through the 2 living corpses that had obstructed his path. With a loud voice, he declared, currently, Luo Xiaoxue is engaged in a fierce battle with a spiritual foundation living corpse. We can hardly depend on her. Our only option is to band together for maximum safety. Upon hearing this, the group fought while retreating, gradually surrounding Wang Wu. Once they formed a tight circle, each person only needed to contend with the living corpse before them, making the fight significantly easier. Fortunately, no particularly strong living corpses appeared next, allowing them to persist with their current strength. For a time, sword lights flickered. Countless severed limbs scattered across the ground, and the soil beneath their feet became stained a deep crimson. They lost track of how long they had been fighting. Their arms numb and weary, yet no end was in sight, despair creeping into their hearts. Someone think of a solution. I don't want to die here. Tears welled in Yun Linger's eyes. Had she known this would happen, she would have never participated in this trial. Wait, it seems like the white mist is beginning to dissipate. A male disciple suddenly exclaimed, his voice filled with surprise, as if to affirm his words. The once howling sinister wind began to subside, and the horde of corpses that had been pressing in on them became noticeably thinner. Wang Wu thrust out his final sword, waited a moment, and found no new living corpses emerging. Their arduous battle had finally come to an end, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Have you all noticed? It seems we are missing someone, someone suddenly remarked. Shen Xuan had, at some point, distanced himself from the group, unleashing countless waves of spiritual energy from his palms, piercing through the heads of one living corpse after another. He resembled a relentless killing machine, and in mere blinks of an eye, he had eradicated thousands of living corpses. You dare lay a hand on my master. A chilling aura emanated from the young boy as he stepped forward, suddenly vanishing from sight, without leaving even a trace. Time reversed. Luo Xiaoxue, concerned that the aftermath of the battle might harm her disciples, had no choice but to lead the undead to another location for confrontation. However, an astonishing event unfolded. The undead began to speak. Save me. Kill me. From the mouth of this undead creature came a few indistinct sounds. Yet Luo Xiaoxue managed to discern their meaning. Save me, then kill me? Reciting these words, the girl felt utterly perplexed. If help was sought, why also demand death? Suddenly, the undead emitted a heart-wrenching wail and lunged toward Luo Xiaoxue. Maintaining her vigilance, she would not allow the creature to succeed. With a sweeping strike, she met the pale hand that reached for her. The collision produced a sharp sound akin to metal clashing, revealing the terrifying strength of the undead. Before she could comprehend the situation, the undead abruptly turned and sprinted in a particular direction. After a moment's hesitation about whether to pursue, she recalled that her disciple, a master of survival, was among the 10 students. Resolutely, she decided to follow. Perhaps he could help unravel the mystery of what malevolent force had transformed so many living beings into the undead. Moreover, if the issue here remained unresolved, they too would be ensnared in the fog, unable to escape. Luo Xiaoxue bit her lip, firmly believing that the strange occurrences in Foaming Village were not solely caused by the insects that turned people into undead. Likely, an invisible hand was orchestrating everything behind the scenes. Venturing alone might be perilous, but as the elder in charge of the disciples' trial, she had to shoulder this risk. Regarding the safety of her disciples, despite not fully understanding her disciple-esque capabilities, his carefree demeanor suggested that the dangers here should not pose a significant threat to him. With him in the group, she could leave with peace of mind. Following the steps of the undead, Luo Xiaoxue lost track of time until she noticed that the surrounding white mist began to dissipate, revealing what appeared to be some houses not far ahead. Upon fully exiting the fog, a village reflected in her eyes, with the words Foaming Village clearly engraved on a stone tablet by the roadside. The undead staggered into the village, and she followed closely behind. Along the way, apart from their footsteps, there was no sign of life. Moments later, they arrived at a dirt platform constructed of yellow earth in the center of the village. The girl immediately noticed a peculiar black stone lying next to the platform, from which she sensed an inexplicable pressure that paradoxically brought her a sense of security. Chapter 59. The man in black robe. The massive stone bore a deep crack, as though it might shatter at any moment. Luo Xiaoxue stared at the black stone, when suddenly a gentle voice echoed in her mind. Come here, come here. She jolted, shaking her head to regain her composure. Although the voice instilled a sense of safety, everything here felt so abnormal that even with her peak spiritual foundation, she sensed an underlying unease. The undead had ceased all movement, standing still like a statue. You should not have come here. Luo Xiaoxue vaguely heard its voice, but it trailed off without further elaboration. Miss, what brings you here? A serene voice unexpectedly emerged from behind her, as if a specter had appeared without warning. Startled, the little girl turned around to find a strikingly handsome man clad in black robes standing behind her without her noticing. Who are you? Luo Xiaoxue stepped back a few paces, eyeing him warily. Unfortunately, she felt no attraction, having witnessed her disciple's extraordinary beauty. She had become immune to the charms of other handsome men. Does he think I'm as gullible as a 3-year-old? The little girl was displeased but dared not act rashly, having sensed that the man's aura was profound, rendering his true strength inscrutable. The man's expression darkened. After a moment of silence, he spoke, Let me tell you a story. Luo Xiaoxue looked at him in confusion, unsure of his intentions. Ignoring her willingness to listen, he continued, Long ago, in this village, a male infant was born with a third eye. Normally, this third eye is known as the heavenly eye. And according to records, those who possess it invariably have exceptional roots, as long as they embark on the path of cultivation. They are destined to reach the spiritual unity realm within a millennium. However, this infant's third eye was different. When it opened, it was as dark as a pit. And any villagers who met its gaze were doomed to madness, rapidly wasting away and dying within days. Yet, before his breakthrough, the demonic eye revealed everything that transpired during his infancy. Upon learning that his parents had perished because of him, his heart's resolve fractured. Without mending his heart, he would find it nearly impossible to ascend to the spiritual realm. And the only way to restore his heart was to kill all the villagers who once sought to drown him. A century passed, and those original villagers had long since passed away. Fortunately, their descendants remained, and by performing a secret blood sacrifice on the villagers, he could mend his heart. Unfortunately, during the blood sacrifice, a powerful cultivator discovered that someone was endangering humanity with demonic arts, intervened to destroy the ritual, and killed the one with the demonic eye. However, this individual's soul clung to the demonic eye, making it difficult to eradicate completely. The righteous cultivator had no choice but to extract the demonic eye and suppress it with a fallen star, relying on time to gradually erode its soul power. As you can see, this massive stone is that fallen star. The man pointed to the ominous stone nearby, speaking softly. Luo Xiaoxue frowned. What use is this information to me? The man shook his head in resignation. After many years, although the demonic eye has weakened significantly due to the seal, its soul has fallen into slumber. However, the suppressive power of this fallen star is also gradually waning. Just days ago, cracks appeared in the stone, allowing the power of the demonic eye to escape. In truth, the undead you see now are all controlled by this demonic eye through a parasitic insect that enters the brain, siphoning the vitality of the living. The demonic eye aims to regain vitality through these insects to hasten its recovery. If we do not eliminate this eye promptly, once it fully awakens, it could wreak havoc upon the world. I implore you to lend me your strength. Luo Xiaoxue regarded him quizzically. If, as you say, the demonic eye has been significantly weakened, why do you not eliminate it yourself? The man sighed. I am a villager here, and this demonic eye is imbued with the soul of that peak spiritual infant. If I approach too closely, it may sense my bloodline and awaken prematurely. The girl nodded slightly, half believing his words. She stepped forward to the fallen star, drawing her heavy weapon, ready to strike down. Do not. The gentle voice echoed in her mind once more. Luo Xiaoxue remained unfazed, her spiritual energy surging forth, unreservedly channeling into her palm. With a sweeping strike. Just as she was about to bring it down upon the stone, she abruptly redirected her aim, unleashing a swift attack toward the man behind her. The man in black robes turned cold. Though he had not anticipated Luo Xiaoxue's sudden assault, the speed and force of her strike were trivial in his presence. He easily deflected her full-force blow with a single palm. Luo Xiaoxue's pupils constricted. This was nearly her strongest attack, yet it had been effortlessly blocked by him, suggesting that his strength surpassed that of a spiritual elixir. What is the meaning of this? The man looked at Luo Xiaoxue with an increasingly icy gaze. Chapter 60. Do you dare to harm my people? The man in the black robe was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly burst into laughter, exclaiming, How amusing! I never anticipated that my concealment would be pierced so effortlessly. Indeed, I am the very one who sought to conduct a blood sacrifice and has been suppressed here. Luo Xiaoxue, stunned, realized that he had revealed his true identity without her uttering a single word. Should she inform him that she was utterly unaware of the situation? The man's smile gradually faded, and he declared, Since you have uncovered my secret, you shall meet your demise. The essence of my power shall intertwine with you, rendering it your honor. Luo Xiaoxue thought, Are you out of your mind? That statement is akin to telling a chicken, consume me, and become energy within my body. It shall be your privilege. The man raised an eyebrow, his expression darkening. Standing rigidly, he extended his right hand, and in an instant, a colossal hand of spiritual energy manifested, aiming to grasp Luo Xiaoxue. The overwhelming pressure emanating from this hand was nearly suffocating. The girl's expression changed dramatically. Realizing that even just the spiritual pressure was terrifying, she swung her weapon, but it merely dissipated against the giant hand like a drop in the ocean. Even if you do not assist me in breaking the stone to shatter the heavenly eye, in just 2 days, I shall escape on my own, he spoke indifferently. As she felt herself nearing the brink of being crushed, despair surged within Luo Xiaoxue. Suddenly, a beam of golden light shot forth from a crack in the dark stone, colliding with the terrifying spiritual hand. In an instant, the man's attack was shattered into countless fragments, dispersing into the air. Yet, rather than panic, he wore a look of delight. You actually intervened to save her? Ha ha ha, fate is on my side. That strike must have drained half of your strength, hasn't he it? If you had continued to reserve your power, I might have feared you, but now, you shall perish. The man laughed maniacally, launching several slightly weaker spiritual attacks. Even so, they were far beyond what Luo Xiaoxue could withstand. I'm sorry, my strength has been exhausted, a gentle voice echoed in her mind, filled with deep remorse. However, Luo Xiaoxue had no time to dwell on this. She could only stare blankly at the impending horror, gritting her teeth, attempting to raise her weapon for defense. Yet her body felt as if it were frozen, unable to move a single finger, awaiting the grim sentence of death. A wave of desolation washed over her. Am I truly to perish here? If my disciple were to know, would he grieve for me? In her final moments, the face of her disciple surfaced in her thoughts. She couldn't even close her eyes, as in the next second, she might witness her body being obliterated. But just as the situation became dire, a figure surged forward from nowhere, cradling Luo Xiaoxue in their arms while simultaneously striking out. In an instant, the imminent spiritual attack vanished as if it had never existed. A familiar aura radiated from this individual, causing her heart to skip a beat. She looked up, and it was none other than her disciple. Yet, unlike his usual gentle demeanor, a frigid frost enveloped his countenance. "You dare to harm my people?" His voice was icily resolute. Luo Xiaoxue realized for the first time that her disciple could exhibit such expressions and tones. Moreover, she thought, what nonsense was he spouting? Who belongs to whom? Yet, inexplicably, hearing those words filled her heart with sweetness, and her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. "Who are you?" The black-robed man fixed his gaze on Shen Xuan, a sense of impending dread creeping in. To be able to withstand his attack with a single strike, this individual's strength must be on par with his own, standing at the spirit infant realm. Shen Xuan dismissed him entirely, absorbed in his own thoughts. "I never imagined that the one who used their heavenly eye as bait, along with the 5 villages as focal points, could suppress you for a millennium. Yet you still cling to life. Your vitality is indeed tenacious." With a mere glance at the surroundings, he deduced the events that had transpired. It seemed the one who set the formation had defeated the man at the peak of the spirit infant realm. Yet the difference between the spirit infant and spirit god was insurmountable. He had paid a tremendous price to seal him here. The expression of the black-robed man grew increasingly horrified. These details were known only to him and the one who had originally suppressed him. And that individual had perished long ago. Only he retained the knowledge of such secrets. How could this boy be privy to so much? Luo Xiaoxue was equally astonished. This black-robed man was once a powerful spirit god. "Enough of this deduction. It is time to send you on your way," Shen Xuan stated coolly. The man suddenly erupted into laughter, his gaze turning cold as he addressed Shen Xuan. "You, knowing that I am a predecessor of the spirit god realm, still dare to speak so brazenly? After being sealed for a millennium, even with the life force of these villagers, you can only restore yourself to the spirit infant realm. Utilizing secret techniques will suffice to eradicate you here. If I say this, even if I expose part of my strength, my master shouldn't suspect me of being too powerful, right? Indeed, having a foolishly naive master is beneficial. I don't even need to consider the logic of my lies. I am not foolish." The little girl pouted, fuming, thinking that under normal circumstances, she would have certainly bitten her disciple's abs. Shen Xuan was oblivious to his master's ire. He drew his sword, casually slicing through the void. A terrifying sword aura, spanning 10 zhang, surged towards the black-robed man, infused with a sharp intent to eradicate all injustice. The boy had exerted every effort to restrain his power, fearful of inadvertently slicing the man into pieces. Fear was evident in the black-robed man's eyes. Could such a terrifying sword aura truly be wielded by a mere youth? 10,000 ghost palm. The man's hand weaved through incantations, and a mass of black mist rapidly coalesced, forming countless ghostly figures within the darkness. He struck out, accompanied by the wailing of 1,000 ghosts, meeting the descending sword aura. As the ghostly figures collided with the sword aura, they evaporated into nothingness, leaving only the echoes of their anguished cries. The sword aura easily pierced through the black mist palm. The black-robed man leapt into the air, but the sword aura relentlessly pursued him like a parasite, forcing him to unleash several more strikes. Yet, he could only diminish its power by a significant margin. As the attack closed in, he gritted his teeth, his face contorting in agony, then spat out a mouthful of black blood, his aura soaring to the peak of the spirit infant realm in the blink of an eye. With a powerful strike, he finally managed to withstand the sword aura with a force many times greater than before. Still not enough. Accompanied by his roar, the winds and clouds shifted. Spiritual energy from a 10-mile radius surged into his body, resonating with the sound of something shattering. His momentum surged once more, and in an instant, he reached the spirit god realm, exuding an overwhelming spiritual pressure that made him feel like the ruler of this realm. "You little beast, very well. You forced me to utilize secret techniques. This time, no matter the cost, I shall crush you and light your soul." He glared at Shen Xuan with a venomous smile. "What? You also have secret techniques?" Shen Xuan's handsome face was filled with shock. "Humph. Do you think you are the only one with secret arts? Unfortunately, even if you kneel and beg for mercy now, I will not spare you." The black-robed man was quite pleased with Shen Xuan's expression. However, the boy's next words nearly caused him to drop his jaw in disbelief. "Damn it. This is all you're doing. I shall invoke the ultimate secret technique. Shen Xuan's expression turned fierce, determination gleaming in his eyes. Balala cough, second explosive technique. The man was taken aback. Could one explode with power after already having done so? Was this for real? Where on earth did you learn such a technique? Amidst the bewilderment, the once tranquil sky suddenly erupted with a resounding thunderclap. Is it not that you have come specifically to target me? Sensing an overwhelming danger, the man in the black robe suddenly made his move, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy. In the midst of the shifting winds and clouds, a colossal hand of spiritual force materialized above Shen Xuan's head, crashing down with ferocity. Simultaneously, a mental attack imbued with murderous intent surged towards the boy's head. Luo Xiaoxue silently embraced her disciple, resolute that whatever transpired, she would share the burden with him. He had barely managed to elevate himself to the spirit god realm using a secret technique, yet he could not proficiently wield his consciousness to launch an attack. I shall witness how you will withstand this. The black-robed man, relying on his past strength as a spirit god, aimed to exploit this advantage to unexpectedly defeat his opponent. Alas, the gap between aspiration and reality is often as vast as the Mariana Trench. He could never have anticipated that he was actually facing a bona fide Quasi-Emperor, whose control over mental energy surpassed that of his half-baked prowess by an unfathomable degree. An utterly ordinary spiritual sword, wielded by Shen Xuan, traced a perfect arc as it cleaved toward the descending hand. The power contained within the blade nearly tore the very fabric of space asunder. At that moment, it seemed as if the cosmos itself trembled in awe of this magnificent strike. The spiritual hand disintegrated into nothingness before the might of the sword. In that instant, Shen Xuan cast a glance toward the black-robed man, unleashing an intangible force of mental energy from his eyes, shattering the incoming mental assault, its momentum unabated. It continued its relentless trajectory toward the man's pupils. This gaze sent shivers down the black-robed man's spine. And a singular thought consumed him. How could this person possess such overwhelming strength? Are you certain that you ascended to the spirit god realm through secret techniques and are not merely playing the role of a cunning predator? The mental attack afforded him no opportunity for reaction, piercing into his mind and effortlessly breaching layer upon layer of mental defenses, crashing against the boundary of his consciousness and fracturing it into irreparable shards. The black-robed man let out a wretched scream as his consciousness shattered, leaving his mental essence without a refuge, causing it to dissipate entirely. Although the fragmentation of his consciousness did not render him a fool, the likelihood of restoration had become almost non-existent. How could a mere wretch, temporarily elevated to the spirit god realm through secret arts, possess such formidable power? The black-robed man, once a harbinger of terror to others, now found himself engulfed in profound fear of Shen Xuan. He trembled, pointing a shaking finger at Shen Xuan. You are definitely not relying on secret techniques. Silence. The boy's calm voice reverberated. And the black-robed man was struck with horror as he realized he could not even utter a word. Shen Xuan, unwilling to squander time, swung his sword and sheathed it. The black-robed man widened his eyes, unable to comprehend how the strike had been delivered, before he felt agonizing pain seeping from every inch of his body. It was as if he were assailed by thousands of sword energies in an instant, his hands and feet transforming into countless minuscule shards of blood. He wished to scream, but no sound escaped his lips. This boy is the embodiment of true malevolence. Master, do not look. It is too gruesome. Shen Xuan tenderly pressed the curious little girl's head against his abdomen. Luo Xiaoxue huffed in discontent, but refrained from arguing. However, being patted on the head by her disciple felt rather pleasant. Yet, will it hinder her growth? Once he cleared away the remnants of blood and flesh, Shen Xuan turned his gaze toward the fallen meteorite beside the earthen platform, gently channeling a stream of spiritual energy into it. Arise, he has passed on, and you may release your attachment now. As Shen Xuan's words fell, the meteorite suddenly shattered completely, and a golden eyeball soared forth. This eye floated in the air, emanating a gentle golden glow that gradually coalesced into a figure. It was a striking man, seemingly in his 30s, and even as a mere apparition, his refined demeanor was palpable. Waves of mental energy surged forth, transforming into the man's voice within Shen Xuan's mind. Thank you, fellow Taoist, for slaying this demon. Had you not intervened, once this demon escaped, who knows how many innocent lives would have been lost in its wake. The handsome man bowed deeply to Shen Xuan, this bow representing gratitude for the sake of all sentient beings. Another bow followed, this time in appreciation for the preservation of his spirit. Shen Xuan waved his hand dismissively, uninterested in such superficial courtesies. Luo Xiaoxue, eavesdropping on their exchange, turned her head in surprise. Are you the eye of the demon? The illusory figure smiled wryly and provided a brief explanation. It was then that Luo Xiaoxue understood that the earlier voice had been this individual's warning to her. Your spirit, though hidden within the heavenly eye, remains indestructible, yet you have not attained the spirit god realm. After a millennium, even I can only slightly delay its dissolution. Shen Xuan pondered for a moment before offering a reminder. I am well aware of what you speak, but I was already a dead man. Preserving my spirit was merely to suppress the evil. Now that the demon is dead, I harbor no regrets. The illusory figure smiled gracefully, displaying remarkable composure. By the way, would you be so kind as to eliminate that creature? It points toward the animated corpse that had led Luo Xiaoxue here, which, devoid of the black-robed man's control. Now lay still. Shen Xuan nodded slightly, sweeping his sleeve, and the animated corpse disintegrated like dust in the wind, scattering away. Thank you. The lingering voice drifted from afar, serving as his final memory bestowed upon this world. Shen Xuan turned to the illusory figure and inquired, What about you? My spirit will dissolve in 3 days. I wish to take this opportunity to witness the changes of the world after a millennium. The figure seemed to plead. However, before Shen Xuan could finish, explosions erupted in 4 small villages miles away, and the colossal array that had suppressed the evil for 1,000 years was obliterated. The man in the illusion felt a wave of relief wash over him, for the array had bound the demon for a millennium. Yet it had also confined him for the same duration. Fellow Taoist, if fate allows, let us meet again in our next lives. The illusory figure once more bowed deeply to Shen Xuan, and soon, the heavenly eye stirred, vanishing into the distance. Thus, all came to a close. Ding, mission complete. The essence cleansing elixir has been credited. The host may awaken the system to retrieve it. Upon hearing the system's notification, Shen Xuan felt a surge of joy within. I must find an opportune moment to present this to Master. Luo Xiaoxue, puzzled by her disciple's words, suddenly heard a soft thud as he unexpectedly collapsed towards her. Chapter 62. Master is too alluring. Shen Xuan's body slid down, kneeling on the ground and leaning against the little girl. However, as a cultivator, despite her seemingly petite stature, Luo Xiaoxue possessed considerable strength and steadied her disciple with ease. Perplexed by his sudden behavior, she heard her disciple's voice reach her ears. Master, I feel unwell. Leaning against the young girl's fragrant shoulder, Shen Xuan spoke with a noticeably weakened tone. Luo Xiaoxue pushed gently on his shoulder and saw that his complexion had turned pale, and the sparkle in his eyes had dimmed significantly. Disciple, what is the matter? The girl appeared flustered, nearly frantic. Of course, this was all an act put on by the little girl. Her disciple was adept at performance, and she, as the master, could not fall behind. Indeed, the naive master has been deceived yet again. Yet, it is understandable. With my pallor, my gaze, and my demeanor, everything is utterly flawless. It would be strange if a small-brained girl like Master were not ensnared. Unaware of his master's collaboration in his performance, Shen Xuan remained immensely pleased with himself. Master, I have exhausted my energy from using secret techniques twice in succession, and I may need to rest for several years to recover. During this time, I must avoid physical labor and sword practice, and I need ample rest to prevent any lingering after effects. Additionally, I have a bad habit of kicking off the covers. So it would be best if I could share a bed with you, Master, for your convenience in caring for me. Oh, and Master, please blow my food to cool it. That will help me recover faster. Shen Xuan rambled on, oblivious to the increasingly darkening expression on the blue-haired girl's face. Disciple, do you have any other requests? Allow me a moment to ponder. Once I have made my decision, do remember to send me a dream message, Master. Shen Xuan remarked. The words of the blue-haired girl seemed off. Master, I lack the skill to send dream messages. Shen Xuan had forgotten to feign weakness. His voice was robust, entirely unlike that of someone who had just faced defeat. Rest assured, my disciple, you shall naturally learn how to send dreams after your demise. Luo Xiaoxue's voice, though somewhat frigid, was nevertheless melodious. Shen Xuan widened his eyes, instinctively retracting his neck. Yet today, Luo Xiaoxue, for reasons unknown, boldly pressed her delicate face against his, who was still in shock. Is Master's mind not quite right today? Why approach me so closely? Gazing at the adorable, exquisite visage of the little girl, Shen Xuan felt his heart race uncontrollably. Such indignity! When did he, a dignified Quasi-Emperor, become flustered by a mere child? Master's petite, finely shaped nose and cherry-like inviting lips were mere inches away. Shen Xuan swallowed hard. Something was indeed amiss today. Surely, she does not intend to kiss me? Though the prospect is thrilling, Being forcefully kissed by my little master would be rather overwhelming. Ah, I shall fulfill your request, Luo Xiaoxue declared, and, true to his thoughts, she lunged forward and kissed him fervently. Just as Shen Xuan anticipated the soft sensation, he was met instead with an excruciating pain. To describe it, it felt akin to being caught in a wild boar trap. Startled, Shen Xuan sprang to his feet, inadvertently lifting the little girl along with him. Yet even with her body off the ground, Luo Xiaoxue clung to him tenaciously, emitting sounds akin to a small tiger confronting danger. MMM. Shen Xuan attempted to speak, but his lips were ensnared by Luo Xiaoxue, rendering him mute. Ouch. This is unbearable. Am I doomed? Help. You bite everywhere. You truly are a little dog. He pushed against her shoulders in an attempt to detach her, but the youth underestimated her determination to bite. Regardless of how he shoved or turned her head, Luo Xiaoxue seemed as if she were affixed to his mouth, refusing to relent. After a moment, she finally released him, leaping down with satisfaction. Observing Shen Xuan's lips, now swollen like two plump sausages, he noted an unusual allure about them. Disciple, did you not claim to be weak? Why do you appear so lively now? Luo Xiaoxue inquired, hands on her hips, her voice retaining its childish lilt. Shen Xuan, having collapsed again, felt his face, once flushed with pain, turn pale in an instant. Do you truly consider me foolish, master? The little girl ground her molars in indignation, feeling her intelligence had been greatly insulted. Actually, I believe I can still be saved, Shen Xuan weakly suggested. Luo Xiaoxue cast him a glance, her thoughts a mystery. Suddenly, she crouched down, lifted his chin, and, to Shen Xuan's astonishment, gently kissed his cheek. Perhaps due to inexperience, she had intended only a light peck, yet it produced a resounding pop sound. In disbelief, Shen Xuan thought he must be dreaming. However, the warmth on his cheek was undeniably real. He had indeed been kissed by his little master. Though merely a kiss on the cheek, the thrill was no less potent than a kiss on the lips. After this act, the little girl turned and dashed away, leaving Shen Xuan in a daze. Moments later, Luo Xiaoxue halted, her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest, her cheeks flushed crimson. What had she just done? She had boldly kissed her disciple and made peculiar sounds. Luo Xiaoxue, you were simply expressing gratitude for saving you. It certainly bore no other sentiment. The little girl concocted a rational explanation, yet the heat in her cheeks would not dissipate, no matter how she reasoned. Chapter 63. What has been tasted shall henceforth belong to me. In truth, being kissed forcefully by his master had been quite exhilarating. However, the more Shen Xuan contemplated it, the more he felt embarrassed by the little master's brazen display. He silently vowed that as a Quasi-Emperor, he would not allow himself to be trifled with by a mere child. Stealthily, he approached Luo Xiaoxue from behind, covering her face with his hand, embracing the girl whose little head was still surrounded by steam. Startled, Luo Xiaoxue turned, her rosy face colliding with Shen Xuan's firm abdomen. This time, it was Shen Xuan who squatted down, an amused expression gracing his features as he regarded Luo Xiaoxue. The intensity of his gaze sent shivers down her spine. She sensed that her disciple was up to no good. What do you intend to do? Are you seeking revenge on your master? She stammered. Yet before she could finish, Shen Xuan leaned toward her shoulder, his warm breath tickling her neck, causing her to shiver involuntarily. Shen Xuan had no intention of letting his audacious master off easily. Luo Xiaoxue trembled as if struck by lightning. My obedient disciple, Shen Xuan had unknowingly seized her delicate earlobe with his teeth. It tickles, the girl protested, trying to push him away, yet her arms were powerless to resist. Do not move, master. A bug has crawled onto your ear. Allow me to remove it. His words were somewhat muffled, given the object in his mouth. Hurry. Luo Xiaoxue's breathing grew rapid, her mind beginning to cloud. Thus she failed to notice the oddity of using his mouth to catch a bug. Is it done yet? Please hurry. The girl's large eyes spun in circles before she fainted. The demon cultivator suppressed here was utterly vanquished, and the reversal formation he had set crumbled. As the mist began to clear, tiny golden halos descended upon the earth, dispelling some of the chill. Once the matter is resolved, I shall take my leave, concealing my merits and fame. Yet somehow, this sentiment felt somewhat irresponsible. Do not go. The little girl in his arms, lost in a dream, instinctively tightened her grip around Shen Xuan's neck. He paused, looking down to see her adorably sweet face so close. The youth found himself entranced, his brows curving into a crescent moon, a gentle smile gracing his lips, his eyes brimming with tender affection. He softly kissed her delicate, rosy cheek and murmured, Xiaoxue, I shall not depart. Contemplating further, He deemed it insufficient and leaned down to lick her cheek. What has been tasted shall henceforth belong to me. It was a statement that felt like a playful jest yet concealed the depths of his true feelings. The youth took his leave, leaving behind a confident silhouette. Yet, before long, they sensed the surrounding mist dissipating, and as sunlight pierced through the clouds to grace the earth, a figure appeared in the distance, cradling a girl in his arms. It was Shen Xuan. Ro-san exclaimed in surprise. Even if he turned to ash, he would recognize his brother. As they approached, the sight of the master and disciple intimately embraced evoked a mix of surprise and admiration. Ro-san discreetly gave a thumbs up. His brother was indeed exceptional. Whether in stealing glances or challenging the master, he was always at the forefront, a true role model. Some, however, looked on with disdain, particularly Wang Wu and Dong Fangzi, who valued brotherhood above all. Brother Shen, what is this? The fairy Feng Shui, who loved to play the light bulb, could hardly bear to watch. We know your bond is profound, but must it be so blatant? Faced with their peculiar stares, Shen Xuan could only explain. My master has just battled a demon cultivator for an extended period. Although she ultimately triumphed, she fainted from exhaustion. Upon hearing this, they finally noticed that Luo Xiaoxue had indeed lost consciousness, which aligned with Shen Xuan's account. The youth recounted the recent events, embellishing the narrative for the audience, naturally attributing all matters concerning himself to Luo Xiaoxue. The disciples exhibited expressions of astonishment, incredulous that a malevolent spirit of the spirit realm lay suppressed within Fengyin village. Fortunately, after millennia of confinement, the creature's strength had dwindled to such an extent that it was vanquished by Elder Luo. Had its power been even slightly greater, it is likely that their party would have perished in that place. In an instant, their sentiments towards the diligent Elder Luo shifted positively, as previously held prejudices began to wane. Upon hearing that the trial had concluded, a peculiar sensation washed over them. In truth, their only moment of true engagement had been during the onslaught of the corpse tide. It seemed that before they could act, everything had already reached its conclusion. The setting sun stained the clouds a crimson hue. Luo Xiaoxue groggily opened her eyes, and the first sight that greeted her was the profound gaze of her disciple. Startled, she instinctively recoiled. The scene of her disciple biting her ear flashed vividly in her mind, causing her cheeks to flush with warmth. If such an exhilarating encounter were to repeat, she might truly lose her composure. Disciple, where are we? Luo Xiaoxue hastily diverted her gaze from her disciple and surveyed her surroundings, which appeared somewhat familiar. Master, look at me. Shen Xuan gently grasped the girl's chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. Shinner, the young girl felt her heart race. Her disciple was becoming increasingly domineering, even forcing her to look at him. Moreover, why were they sharing the same bed? Lost in her musings, Shen Xuan's melodious voice flowed into her consciousness. Master, are you not curious about how I acquired such power? This question was inevitably destined to be posed. Even if the young mistress were oblivious, she could not possibly be without thoughts on the matter. It would be better for him to voice it. Yet, after a few breaths of silence, the girl smiled sweetly and replied, Shinner, you have your own secrets. Perhaps you encountered an old man, or perhaps you fell from a cliff and obtained an extraordinary technique. Regardless, I shall not pry. What a joke. Sooner or later, I will uncover every last secret of yours, leaving you with nothing to hide. Luo Xiaoxue thought mischievously. Shen Xuan looked momentarily taken aback. Was his master truly this understanding? Long live understanding. Why does it feel like master is holding a script from a fantastical tale? An old man, an extraordinary technique. Aren't these all tropes of fantasy? Fortunately, my talents are exceptional. How pitiful. Chapter 64. Dongwang City Master. You are truly too kind to your disciple. Shen Xuan's eyes glistened with unshed tears, as if he were on the verge of being moved to tears. Indeed, I have always treated you the best. Luo Xiaoxue nodded proudly. The little girl pondered for a moment and continued, by the way, disciple, why are we sharing the same bed? And why are we under the same blanket? Shen Xuan paused for 2 seconds and replied, Master, it has grown cold, and I feared you would catch a chill. So I decided to use my warm body to provide you comfort. His expression was sincere, devoid of pretense. If Master is as naive as I think, she might actually believe my words. After all, I have already established myself as a paragon of filial piety in her eyes, and it would not be easy to shatter that image. Luo Xiaoxue chuckled inwardly. Apologies, disciple, but in my heart, you have already become a prime example of betrayal. Should I ever write a tome titled The Compilation of Disobedient Disciples, you would undoubtedly grace the first page. Disciple, I am not cold. You may leave now. Luo Xiaoxue exerted all her might to push her increasingly close disciple away. However, for some reason, Shen Xuan suddenly felt an inexplicable chill, ignoring Master S's subtle rejection. He pressed forward unabashedly. Luo Xiaoxue's expression darkened. How could this audacious disciple be so shameless? The little girl tilted her head back, preparing to charge at him. Yet, before she could make a move, a large hand gently rested on her forehead, dissipating her momentum. Shen Xuan leaned in closer, their breaths intertwining in the small space between them. Master, do not engage in such perilous games. If you were to be injured, I would be heartbroken. His voice was soft, imbued with tenderness, and coupled with his gentle gaze, it wielded an irresistible charm over the girl. Instantly, the little girl's cheeks flushed. Was her disciple pushing the boundaries of propriety? In this moment of disruption, she momentarily forgot her initial intention of pushing him away. Shen Xuan's lips curved into a gentle smile, radiating warmth and sunlight that captivated the girl, ensnaring her in its allure. In the midst of the young mistress's dazed gaze, he cautiously pressed a kiss upon her adorable little nose, careful not to disrupt the beauty of the moment. Master, shall we continue to sleep? But I have just awakened. The little girl's voice was endearingly innocent, stirring something within Shen Xuan. He possessively drew her waist closer, holding her firmly against him. You must be obedient. Shen Xuan smiled gently, denying her any chance of escape. The following day, the group prepared for departure. Although the Qingyun sword sect's influence spanned across the Qingyun kingdom, they had not established a contact point in this remote location. At the horizon stood a towering city wall amidst the mountains. The eastern part of Qingyun kingdom was predominantly mountainous, hence most cities were built upon the slopes. Surrounding the city wall was a verdant expanse of forest, and from above, a crystal-clear river wove its way through the city, resembling jade embedded within the vast greenery. As they approached, the palpable aura of ferocity emanating from the city wall became evident. Clearly, to fend off beastly threats, human cultivators had set up numerous formations upon the walls. However, to Shen Xuan's discerning eye, these were mere rudimentary defenses, sufficient only against beasts below the spirit foundation realm. Should they encounter a more formidable creature, the city wall would struggle to offer any protection. Among the 10, most were disciples from humble backgrounds, and upon witnessing the grandeur of the colossal city, they could not help but feel a sense of awe. The innate potential of individuals with spiritual roots meant that the most populous common families would yield a greater number of promising talents. The Qingyun sword sect's branches, scattered throughout the kingdom, were thus able to recruit the most gifted disciples from various locales. A stone-paved road stretched from afar into the city, bustling with pedestrians and carts laden with goods. Heavens, that person is extraordinarily handsome. A girl, upon catching sight of Shen Xuan's nearly perfect profile, nearly swooned. Observing their attire, it was evident they hailed from a significant power. The 11-member group followed the wide avenue towards the city gate, and among them were numerous striking individuals, especially the ethereal Shen Xuan, drawing the gaze of countless onlookers. Shen Xuan remained unperturbed by the attention, preoccupied with devising legitimate means to flirt with his master, while Luo Xiaoxue unconsciously pouted, as if harboring a hint of jealousy. That is the token of the Qingyun sword sect. They are the pride of the sect. Someone recognized the tokens at their waists, igniting a wave of discourse among the crowd. As the foremost force in the Qingyun kingdom, the name of the Qingyun sword sect was known far and wide. Even the most ordinary disciple of the sect commanded great respect in public. This was due not only to the sect's formidable reputation but also to the practice of its disciples who traversed the world, aiding the weak and combating the strong. Faced with the accolades pouring in from all directions, individuals like Luo San, whose resolve was wavering, were already reveling in their own superiority. Though they maintained a facade of composure, unwilling to tarnish the dignity of being a disciple of the sword sect. Soon, they approached the city gate. Earlier, Luo Xiaoxue had notified the head of the Qingyun sword sect in Dongwang City through the sect's token, so several elegantly dressed individuals were already awaiting them at the entrance. As Luo Xiaoxue led her group of 10 closer, these individuals immediately greeted them warmly, though one particular steward from the sword sect maintained a more composed demeanor, respectfully bowing to Luo Xiaoxue. I am Luo Yunxing, the lord of Dongwang City. It is indeed an honor for us to host Elder Luo and the esteemed disciples of the sword sect, exclaimed a middle-aged man in a purple robe with a hearty laugh. However, he was somewhat taken aback by the youthful appearance of this sword sect elder. Despite having heard descriptions of Luo Xiaoxue's features, her youthful visage exceeded his expectations. She resembled his daughter, yet his own child did not possess such unconventional blue hair. Perhaps due to the many gazes directed at her, The little girl felt a bit displeased, leading her to speak rather bluntly. Luo Yunxing paid little heed to her tone. After all, it was quite natural for a sword sect elder to exhibit a degree of pride. I see. Thank you for your efforts in rescuing the common folk from peril. I invite Elder Luo and the distinguished disciples of the sword sect to my city lord's mansion, so that I may extend my hospitality. Luo Xiaoxue did not decline the invitation and followed Luo Yunxing into the city. Chapter 65. An invitation from the disciple to go shopping. As they entered the city, they were greeted by an exceptionally vibrant scene. Shops lined the spacious streets, and stalls offered a variety of delectable snacks. Although Luo Xiaoxue walked earnestly towards the city lord's mansion alongside Luo Yunxing and the others, her large eyes frequently darted toward the enticing treats and beautiful garments on display. As a devoted admirer of all things adorable, Shen Xuan keenly observed his masteress' actions, quickly realizing her unspoken desire. How adorable is Master when she wants to go shopping but feels shy about it. Should I take her shopping later? Shen Xuan pondered thoughtfully. Hearing this, the little girl revealed a faint smile. Xianer, you truly are the most thoughtful disciple in the world. I must commend you greatly. Despite her occasional grievances about his lack of diligence, there were indeed redeemable qualities to this disciple. Perhaps, let us wait until I discover more of his merits to discuss further. The girl continued to listen, as her disciple's thoughts were evidently still unfolding. I've heard that lollipops can entice little girls like Master, whose adorably naive demeanor gives a 99% chance of success. Let me see. Where can I find lollipops? Oh right, I almost forgot there are none here, but candy figures should work just as well. Luo Xiaoxue clenched her small fists in frustration. Elder Luo? Elder Luo. Luo Yunxing called out several times before Luo Xiaoxue jolted back to attention. I apologize. I was lost in thought. What can I do for you, Lord Luo? Luo Yunxing chuckled wryly. I dare not issue commands. Elder Luo, you truly humble me. As you have led the disciples of the sword sect to vanquish evil, I have prepared a generous gift to express my gratitude for saving the people of Qingyun. Additionally, my daughter has just turned 17, and as the sword sect will soon recruit new disciples, she has long aspired to join. Might Elder Luo offer some guidance? Clearly, the latter was the true intention behind his words. For him, it was a rare opportunity to have a high-ranking member of the sword sect present in Dongwon. Although the blue-haired girl seemed a bit unreliable, she was still an esteemed elder whose status rivaled that of the monarch of Qingyun. If she were to take notice of his daughter, even with a slightly inferior spiritual root, it would be possible for her to be accepted as a disciple of the sword sect. That is a trivial matter, Luo Xiaoxue replied, consenting to the request. While she was aware of his ulterior motives, she remained unbothered. Many elders from various peaks engaged in discreet dealings with prominent families or officials in Qingyun. As long as the spiritual route was not excessively poor, accommodations could certainly be made. The group soon traversed the bustling streets and arrived before a magnificent structure heavily guarded by soldiers, its gate prominently displaying the 3 characters for the city lord's mansion. Shortly thereafter, they settled in the reception hall. Luo Yunxing instructed his servants to present the banquet, which featured an array of exquisite delicacies. Though these dishes could not compare to the spiritual birds cultivated by the sect, their flavors were of the highest quality. After 2 days of consuming bland rations, the male disciples, including Luo-san, began to devour the sumptuous feast with abandon, while Feng Shui and the other young ladies, though salivating, made an effort to maintain an elegant dining posture. At that moment, at the call of Luo Yunxing, a girl in a yellow dress with flowing black hair and a strikingly beautiful face emerged, gracefully greeting everyone. This is my daughter, Luo Xiaoxue. Luo Yunxing announced with a cough. Isn't that the same name as Master? When did she secretly acquire a father without my knowledge? Greetings, esteemed father-in-law. As this thought crossed Shen Xian's mind, he was suddenly doused with a spray of tea from Luo Xiaoxue's direction, soaking him completely. 1. The unfortunate Shun could only lament internally. However, he discreetly licked the remnants of the tea from the corner of his mouth, finding it unexpectedly sweet, reminiscent of milk tea. The attention of the group shifted to Luo Xiaoxue, leaving Shen Xian's peculiar behavior unnoticed. I apologize. Please continue, Luo Xiaoxue said, her ears inexplicably tinged with a hint of crimson. The girl named Luo Xiaoxue spoke in a voice as clear as a nightingale, addressing Elder Luo and her elder brothers and sisters. If I have the opportunity to join the sword sect, I hope everyone will look after me. The lively and charming demeanor of this girl resonated well with both the female disciples, such as Feng Shui, and the boys, who were more passionate about swordplay. Luo-san, slightly tipsy, blinked his small eyes and patted his chest, saying, "Sister Xiaoxue, you're too polite. If you join the sword sect and wish for any spiritual birds, just stick with your brother San." The others erupted in awkward laughter. It was a well-known secret that Luo-san often indulged in snacking on spiritual birds. Yet for some unknown reason, Elder Mo Mosey from the 30 Peaks had never reprimanded him. Luo Xiaoxue approached to refill everyone's teacups, exchanging a few words to establish rapport with those who might become her future senior brothers and sisters. The bold style of the sword sect disciples was something she found quite appealing. When she reached Shen Xuan's table, the girl's hand trembled slightly as she lifted the teapot, a faint blush adorning her cheeks. From the very beginning, she had been stealing glances at this exceptionally handsome senior brother. Even after being splashed with tea, he remained so composed and elegant. Licking the liquid from his lips with such grace, she was utterly smitten. Not only is he handsome, but he is also the aloof, icy senior brother. How perfect! The excitement in the girl's heart filled the air with an unmistakable energy. Unfortunately, Shen Xuan's thoughts remained fixated on his own blue-haired little girl. As the banquet concluded, the 10 individuals were arranged to stay at the city lord's mansion, awaiting the arrival of the flying boat the next day for their departure. Shen Xuan, with a spring in his step, approached the door of his master's quarters. "Master, you are dashing and charming, a paragon of elegance. Your devoted disciple has arrived. Little master, be a dear and open the door quickly. I want to come in." Upon hearing the knocking accompanied by that exuberantly enthusiastic voice, Luo Xiaoxue immediately recognized it was her obedient disciple. "I must say, your singing is truly dreadful," she internally criticized, yet she obediently went to open the door. "Ah, it's you, Shinner." Upon opening the door and seeing her disciple's face, Luo Xiaoxue was taken aback. With a hearty smile, Shen Xuan feigned innocence, and the two were engaged in a delightful performance of their own. Naturally, Shen intended to enter the room, but was unceremoniously blocked by his petite master. Reluctantly, he proposed, "Master, I have heard that the night market in the city is quite lively. Might you have the time to accompany your disciple for a stroll?" Chapter 66. Strolling. Shen Xuan found himself bewilderedly being led by his little master through the brightly illuminated night market. So, what transpired? According to my plan, I should be the one guiding master through the market, right? How did it turn into me being dragged around instead? Pretending to be a gentleman while secretly remaining true to his nature, Shen Xuan underestimated a girl's enthusiasm for shopping. Even his master, who remained petite and childlike, possessed an innate talent for shopping. As they meandered through the streets, the extraordinary combination of the handsome Shen Xuan and the adorable little Luo Xiaoxue naturally captured the attention of countless passers-by. "Disciple, look, look, quickly buy this for me." Luo Xiaoxue pointed at a stall that completely obscured her, her voice sweet and innocent. The reason for her request was her lack of height. At her stature, she could only manage to poke a tuft of blue hair above the stall. This tuft seemed to serve as a sensory organ, swaying from side to side in pursuit of various delicacies. Despite her clever tactics, Luo Xiaoxue felt the harshness of reality. Why must the stalls be set so high? It was utterly unfair. She was genuinely upset. Shen Xuan, unable to suppress his laughter, purchased a skewer of candied hawthorn and bent down to lift the pouting little girl. Continuing onward. "Shen Xuan, there are so many people. Put me down." Luo Xiaoxue, easily picked up, was no longer angry, but her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, appearing even more alluring under the warm glow of the streetlights. "Master, it's no issue. No one knows you. They might just think you are my younger sister." Shen Xuan chuckled softly. Though his reasoning seemed sound, for some inexplicable reason, Luo Xiaoxue felt a twinge of displeasure. "But I am older than you." Luo Xiaoxue was quite irked by the sudden transformation into her disciple's younger sister. "Look, that father-daughter pair is so affectionate," exclaimed a passerby, their voice slightly raised. Shen Xuan burst into laughter, realizing he had underestimated the situation. Luo Xiaoxue's expression darkened. "Disciple, you're still laughing." "No laughing." The little girl puffed up her cheeks like an irate pufferfish. She was clearly the elder, after all. It was utterly ridiculous to be mistaken for a disciple or a daughter. Noticing her disciple's unending laughter, Luo Xiaoxue's mind raced, and her tone grew calmer as she said, "I didn't realize you appeared so mature in others' eyes." Shen Xuan's smile faltered, his lips twitching involuntarily. "Master, your tongue grows sharper by the day. Should I take you in hand for a little punishment?" Luo Xiaoxue's thoughts turned mischievous. The audacious disciple dares to contemplate punishing me. No, I must act first. I shall nip at his fingers to teach him that I am not to be trifled with. The master and disciple continued their playful mental sparring as they approached the next stall. That dress is lovely. Put me down so I can take a closer look. Luo Xiaoxue exclaimed upon spotting a dress that caught her fancy. Shen Xuan, however, lightly tapped her forehead. Those are adult clothes. You cannot wear them. I think the garments over there would suit you perfectly. Luo Xiaoxue followed his pointing finger to a store adorned with a banner for children's clothing. Her expression turned stoic. Hee. The sight of my master's displeasure is irresistibly adorable. I wonder if pinching her cheeks would make her cry instantly. Believing in the principle that practice leads to knowledge, Shen Xuan decided to test this notion. He held his little master in one arm while extending his free hand toward her soft, plump cheeks. He gave them a gentle squeeze, delighting in their softness. However, after a few moments, with a snap, the little girl suddenly bit down on the fingers that were playfully pinching her cheeks. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Master, let go? Shen Xuan's face contorted in pain. My cheeks are not something this little disciple can pinch. The little girl thought proudly. Suddenly, a commotion erupted ahead, accompanied by the sounds of neighing horses. Everyone, clear the way. It's the princess of Dongwang. An unknown voice shouted, causing the pedestrians to pale and hastily retreat to the sides of shops or against walls. Quickly, quickly. Don't block the way. Run. In an instant, the crowd became chaotic. Children cried out in fear, while their guardians scolded them or covered their mouths. Small vendors hurriedly gathered their wares, retreating into alleyways, desperate to escape the impending chaos. Luo Xiaoxue was perplexed, wondering what could have caused such panic. Good sir, please do not linger in the middle of the road. Move aside quickly. If you obstruct the princess of Dongwang, the consequences will be dire. The middle-aged man shook his head. The princess of Dongwang is the youngest daughter of the current ruler of the Qingshan kingdom. Who would dare intervene? Not long ago, a couple was caught off guard. The man was knocked unconscious by a horse. The pregnant woman sought an explanation, only to be met with the princess's wrath, who mercilessly lashed her with a whip, killing her on the spot. The man, upon awakening and discovering what had happened, rushed at the princess, only to be ruthlessly slain by her guards. The authorities did nothing. His voice dripped with despair as he implored Shen Xuan, please, quickly let me go. We must hurry. Releasing the man, Shen Xuan allowed him to flee. Meanwhile, Luo Xiaoxue trembled with rage, her hair igniting into a fiery hue. At that moment, a strikingly beautiful young woman in a flowing red dress rode a powerful steed towards them. Behind her, dozens of similarly mounted guards nearly filled the entire street, trampling vendors' stalls in their wake. Chapter 67. Under the protection of my master as they drew closer, an elderly woman, leaning on a cane, struggled to move aside. She didn't forget to warn Shen Xuan and Luo Xiaoxue, you two youngsters must be from out of town. Hurry, get out of the way, or you'll be in trouble with the princess of Dongwang. However, the girl in the red dress on the powerful horse was already approaching. The elderly woman was not in her path, yet the girl wore a cruel smile, brandishing her whip towards the old woman. Witnessing this scene, Shen Xuan and Luo Xiaoxue gained a clearer understanding of the princess of Dongwang's tyranny. Just as the whip was about to strike the elderly woman, a strong hand shot out, intercepting the lash and yanking it away. Caught off guard, the red-dressed girl screamed as she was yanked from her horse, falling unceremoniously to the ground. It was Shen Xuan who had intervened. Princess. The guards on either side leapt from their horses, brandishing their weapons, ready to charge at the one who dared to assault their princess. The princess of Dongwang clutched her face, which had scraped against the ground. Unable to believe that someone had the audacity to lay hands on her in Dongwang City, she gritted her teeth, her gaze ablaze with unbridled fury as she pointed at the handsome man wielding the long whip, venomously declaring, "How dare you lay hands on me? I shall annihilate your entire clan. All of you attack. Capture them, but do not kill." The guards rushed forward. The girl in the red dress rose, a sinister smile spreading across her face. "I shall sever your limbs and turn you into a mere walking stick. Then gouge out your daughter's eyes and beat her into a pulp before your very eyes. Master, call out to your father and let me hear it." Shen Xuan remained unfazed, even jesting with the little girl. Luo Xiaoxue shot a disapproving glare at her disciple. Her movements betrayed an unsettling familiarity with such brutality, suggesting she had indulged in it before. A cold glint flickered in Shen Xuan's eyes as he securely held the little girl in one arm while unsheathing his sword with the other. The blade gleamed like eternal ice, chilling enough to send shivers down one's spine. The sound of slicing flesh and breaking bones rang out, followed by the guards' agonized screams. Their arms, severed as easily as tofu by the blade, spurted blood, yet an invisible force prevented it from staining their clothes. Those who assist in tyranny deserve death, Shen Xuan stated coolly, striking again. The cries ceased abruptly, and several heads soared into the air, rolling at the feet of the girl in red. As the guards, who were merely at the third or fourth stage of body forging, fell so easily, the East Wilderness Princess finally felt fear. This youth's strength was likely on par with the seventh stage of body forging. The onlooking townsfolk erupted in chaos, elders shielding their children's eyes. Young men, inflamed with repressed frustration, cheered loudly, venting their long-bottled rage. The East Wilderness Princess had committed numerous atrocities, and her subordinates were equally arrogant, having caused countless deaths, igniting public outrage. Yet, faced with her noble status, the common folk had previously been forced to stifle their anger. Now, with someone standing up against her, how could they not feel exhilarated? But simultaneously, they worried for the safety of the one who had taken action. The young man had harmed the East Wilderness Princess. Surely, trouble would follow. What a shame for such a valiant figure. No one believed Shen Xuan could prevail, for he faced not only a princess but the entire court behind her. To confront a state single-handedly was an exaggeration of the youth's abilities. Shen Xuan paid no heed to the murmurs around him and strode toward the girl in red, causing the guards to hesitate, unsure of how to proceed. Having witnessed the youth's merciless strikes, they understood that rushing in would merely lead to their demise. However, failing to protect their mistress and allowing her to suffer harm would also seal their fate. "Where are you? Quickly, kill him!" the East Wilderness Princess shrieked, retreating while offering a bounty of 1,000 taels of gold to whoever could slay him. "Any who dare take a step back will face my wrath." The guards exchanged glances, ultimately gripping their spears tightly, gritting their teeth as they charged at Shen Xuan. With a disdainful glimmer in his eye, he reflected the cold moonlight on his silver blade, which flashed with suddenness. In an instant, the tips of spears were met with severed heads, the speed so swift that no one had time to scream. The young man's gaze remained icy. He slaughtered dozens without a flicker of emotion. The remaining guards were left pale with terror. What sort of adversary had they provoked? It was unclear who dropped their weapon first, but soon, others followed suit, abandoning their arms and fleeing. In a heartbeat, only the astonished girl in red remained standing. "You audacious commoner, do you know my esteemed lineage? The current ruler of the Qingshan Kingdom is my father. If you dare harm me, you will be hunted down across the realm." Confronted by Shen Xuan's advancing figure, the East Wilderness Princess began to tremble with fear, resorting to her status as a means of intimidation. "Do you not think that threatening me in this moment is an exceptionally foolish act?" Shen Xuan's voice bore no emotion, unsettling even the little girl in his arms. "Moreover, if your father were to commit such heinous crimes, as a disciple of the Sword Sect, I would not hesitate to slay him for the people." A commanding aura emanated from Shen Xuan, a presence that shook the very ground. "Slay the Emperor." The fervor of the crowd surged. But before the words could fully escape one individual's lips, another quickly stifled them. To call for the Emperor's death in the Qingshan Kingdom was akin to courting disaster. Alas, such youthful exuberance! No matter the circumstance, such words should never be uttered. Yet, some observant souls noted the mention of Sword Sect disciple. Was he truly a disciple of the Qingshan Sword Sect? With a long sword in hand, and his azure garments billowing, he resembled a celestial being traversing the mortal realm, embodying the image of a Sword Sect disciple. In the astonished gaze of the crowd, Shen Xuan swung his sword, and a line of blood appeared at the girl's neck, unbeknownst to her. The East Wilderness Princess clutched her throat, her eyes widening in disbelief. No matter how she squeezed, crimson liquid spurted from her fingers. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she comprehended her impending demise. Her once beautiful face contorting into a mask of rage, glaring at the young man before her. "No matter who you are, my father will not spare you." "Huh." A single syllable conveyed Shen Xuan's utter scorn. Those who watched felt that the youth exuded an aura of mastery, captivating many young women. Yet, the next words he uttered shattered that impression. "With my master shielding me, who dares to touch me? My master is one of the 36 elders of the Qingshan Sword Sect. Even the ruler of the Qingshan Kingdom would not dare to act against me." Shen Xuan's demeanor shifted, suddenly embodying the archetype of an arrogant villain, nearly causing those who had just praised his noble bearing to choke on their astonishment. Chapter 68. Nobility and Authority. Do they not have a conscience? Having uttered that brash, audacious line, Shen Xuan instinctively glanced at his master, who, despite being unimposing, seemed to lack the stature to protect him. "Well, perhaps my master's modest stature cannot shield me. However, hey, how can one hope to bring peace to the world without a formidable presence? Luo Xiaoxue's temples throbbed with irritation as she pinched her disciple's ear. Her voice sweet yet firm. Disciple, what are you staring at? Shen Xuan cleared his throat, hastily averting his gaze from his master's unimpressive bosom to the lifeless East Wilderness princess sprawled on the ground, her eyes wide open in shock. At this moment, many spectators had quietly slipped away. The public execution of a princess was undeniably satisfying, yet should the court investigate, while the sword sect disciple might escape unscathed, the wrath of the court could easily be redirected at the common folk. Shen Xuan believed it essential, as a responsible socialist successor, to sow the seeds of revolutionary courage and the pursuit of democracy among the populace. He surveyed those who remained, raising his voice. Comrades, the East Wilderness princess has ruled tyrannically. Today, her death is not merely my action but a manifestation of the will of the people. The crowd was bewildered, uncertain of what had transpired. Luo Xiaoxue also stared at her disciple in astonishment. After slaying the East Wilderness princess, why was he delivering a speech? Continuing under the astonished gaze of the townsfolk, Shen Xuan asserted, though she is the daughter of a ruler whose life is not precious, as long as we unite, the decayed rulers shall be submerged in the vast ocean of the people. A palpable excitement surged through the crowd as this youthful speaker seemed to transcend mere rhetoric, evoking the spirit of a peasant uprising. However, it seemed to possess a certain sophistication that surpassed the typical slogans of ordinary peasant uprisings. Some individuals gradually began to sense the long-suppressed fervor within their veins surging forth at that very moment. Shen Xuan observed the changes in the expressions of those around him, nodding discreetly while subtly employing his spiritual energy to influence their consciousness. He then raised his arm and proclaimed, why should they be deemed superior? Nobility and royalty. What makes them special? Nobility and royalty. What makes them special? Nobility and royalty. What makes them special? He chanted these phrases thrice, almost exclaiming for the decaying feudal ruling class to tremble before the communist revolution. Amidst this fervent revolutionary atmosphere, some impassioned men found their aspirations bubbling forth, joining Shen Xuan in raising their arms to shout, nobility and royalty, what makes them special? As more individuals began to chant, the sound resonated through the heavens. Luo Xiaoxue too was affected by the voices of the crowd, raising her delicate arm, ready to join in the uprising's call. Wait a moment. Luo Xiaoxue shook her head, her adorable twin ponytails immediately swatting her disciple across the face. Oh, my apologies, it truly wasn't intentional this time. Coming to her senses, she nearly dropped her jaw in astonishment. When had her disciple become so persuasive? However, there was a certain logic to his words. The little girl patted her disciple's head. Shen Xuan, bewildered, asked softly, Master, what are you doing? I was just checking to see if you had any rebellious thoughts growing at the back of your head. Shen Xuan thought to himself, regardless of the means, this time, the sowing of seeds appeared to yield satisfactory results. Though it relied on spiritual influence, it was of little consequence. Ahem, everyone, please quiet down. The crowd's voices gradually diminished, turning their gaze toward the youth, awaiting his next words. I hereby declare that the assassination of the Eastern Wilderness Princess is entirely the responsibility of my master, Elder Luo Xiaoxue of the Qingyun Sword Sect, one of the 36 elders. As he spoke, he inscribed several flamboyant characters into the ground with his spirit sword. I, Luo Xiaoxue of the Qingyun Sword Sect, slay this malignant tumor. Should the court send anyone to trouble you, simply invoke my master's name, and I assure you, the ruler of Qingyun country will not dare utter a word. Shen's tone was exceedingly arrogant, presenting a stark contrast to his previous ethereal demeanor. Elder Luo is magnificent. Elder Luo is formidable. The crowd erupted in cheers, feeling reassured with an elder from the celestial realm backing them. Luo Xiaoxue stood in a daze, feeling as though she had been used as a pawn by her disciple. After Shen Xuan had finished speaking, he swiftly departed the scene with the little girl in his arms. Once the matter is settled, I shall retreat into obscurity, for I am a humble individual. This feeling of performing good deeds without seeking recognition is truly delightful. No wonder it is encouraged to assist others. Shen Xuan walked away with a light-hearted stride in another direction. Luo Xiaoxue was furious, gnashing her teeth, while he may not have left his own name. He had certainly left hers behind. Though she was not overly concerned about the Qingyun country's reaction, after all, it was merely a mundane representative designated by the Qingyun Sword Sect. And even the ruler would not dare act recklessly toward a disciple of the Sword Sect, let alone someone of her esteemed status. Being used as a facade by her troublesome disciple was quite vexing. Moreover, How long would her disciple continue to carry her like this? As they walked, Shen Xuan suddenly recalled something and turned to Luo Xiaoxue, stating earnestly, "Master, I believe your attire is rather unsuitable. Shall we explore West Street?" Offering excessive kindness without reason is suspicious. My disciple must be plotting something wicked. Luo Xiaoxue frowned slightly, responding verbally while hearing her disciple's thoughts. I have heard that there are exotic garments for sale on West Street. I wonder if they have Lolita outfits, white silk stockings, or semi-transparent nightgowns. The youth wiped his mouth, striding toward the direction of West Street. Chapter 69. Daddy Luo Xiaoxue was left in a state of disbelief. While she did not comprehend the references to Lolita or white silk, the idea of semi-transparent nightgowns was vividly clear. How infuriating that her disciple wished her to wear such garments. Shen Xuan shivered inexplicably, his expression grave as he glanced around, finding nothing amiss. How strange. Could it be that some pervert is whispering about me? Perverts abound every year, but this year's crop is particularly abundant, especially among the sword sect. Shen Xuan, you must safeguard your innocence. Luo Xiaoxue ground her teeth in frustration. Although she understood that her disciple was merely rambling without intent, being labeled a pervert was still quite unpleasant. Upon arriving at West Street, it was noticeably less bustling compared to East Street. However, as had been rumored, West Street indeed showcased a variety of exotic delicacies and uniquely styled garments. Of course, the various essential outfits for certain individuals were conspicuously absent. It appeared this world had not catered to garments specifically tailored for those of Luo Xiaoxue's petite stature. Shen Xuan shook his head in disappointment, lamenting the absence of a dress-up game with his master, which would have been a great joy in life. Luo Xiaoxue proudly huffed, "There is nothing better. I certainly do not want to wear the bizarre clothing you suggested." As they strolled, it wasn't long before Luo Xiaoxue found herself laden with an array of delectable treats, leaving Shen Xuan astonished. "Master, who fears gaining weight just by breathing, are you not worried about consuming so much food and growing even larger? However, I do enjoy the feeling of soft, plump hands." Crack. The sound of bones shattering reached Shen Xuan's ears, and he froze, witnessing the little girl crush a pig's trotter bone effortlessly. As if that weren't enough, she continued to chew on the already crushed bone, producing a series of crunching sounds. Poor child, she must have been deprived of food for too long, even gnawing on bones. Shen Xuan's initial shock gradually transformed into compassion, and he silently vowed to nurture his master to be plump and healthy. Suddenly, a small shop ahead caught his attention. Eastern Wilderness Beauties? What is this? Shen Xuan's heart leapt with joy as he strode toward a store named Eastern Wilderness Beauties. Luo Xiaoxue's forehead twitched violently. It was evident that Eastern Wilderness Beauties was not a reputable shop name. Why did her disciple have such a plethora of mischievous ideas? The young girl felt compelled to devise a plan to thwart her rebellious disciple's intentions. Upon reaching the shop's entrance, they could already see a dazzling array of distinctive garments inside. Shen Xuan appeared unfazed, ready to step into the establishment. However, before he could enter, a strikingly beautiful female attendant blocked his way. Though astonished by the young man's handsome appearance, her professionalism prompted her to maintain a smile as she gently said, "Sir, I apologize, but please take a moment to read the sign." The attendant pointed to a nearby sign, and Shen Xuan turned to see it clearly stating that male patrons must be accompanied by a female companion, such as a girlfriend or wife, to enter. Shen Xuan frowned, feeling deeply insulted. Did he appear to be someone without a girlfriend? Oh, it seemed he indeed had no girlfriend, but he had his master with him. Wasn't that sufficient? He spoke with displeasure. "Am I not accompanied?" The attendant blinked, puzzled. "Where?" She awkwardly smiled. "Sir, if you are referring to your daughter, that won't do." Shen Xuan nearly exploded with rage at the attendant's blunder. How could someone as youthful as he possibly have such an old daughter? "She is not my daughter." Just as he was about to clarify the little girl's identity, he felt a tug at his collar, accompanied by a sweet voice reaching his ears. "Daddy, can we not go in? The clothes look too big for me, and they don't seem suitable for me to wear." Shen Xuan was momentarily thrown into confusion. The attendant's expression flickered, struggling to maintain her professional smile as she remarked, "Sir, you cannot possibly claim that she is not your daughter?" At that moment, a million thoughts raced through Shen Xuan's mind. Was that adorable voice calling him daddy? Who was he? Where was he? Where was he going? The youth stood like a statue in the wind, lost in thought. After a considerable while, he slowly turned his head to gaze at his blue-haired master. His astonishment still etched upon his face. Clearly, the term daddy had just escaped the lips of this girl. Shen Xuan shook his head, attempting to cast aside the perplexing smile of his master. Surely, he and T just imagined that, had he? Master, your words have left me utterly flabbergasted. While being called daddy is indeed an unusual stimulus, one that could make even a quasi-emperor's heart leap from his chest, the situation was compounded by the fact that they were standing outside a shop specializing in peculiar clothing. Being addressed in such a manner could easily lead others to perceive him as a deviant. He might even find himself apprehended by the authorities, thereby realizing his dream of becoming a fellow inmate of a Dragon King. In stark contrast to his dismay, Luo Xiaoxue was quite pleased with his expression of shock. Look at my disciple, daring to entertain wicked thoughts. Even if I must harm myself, I shall ensure you suffer even more. Daddy, I truly do not wish to wear such bizarre attire. The little girl tugged at Shen Xuan's sleeve, her pure and lively eyes sparkling with innocence. As she spoke, her cherry lips emitted an adorably sweet sound, clutching at his heartstrings. Shen Xuan bit his tongue, jolting himself back to reality. It had been a close call. He nearly succumbed to the charm of his master's adorable demeanor. Although he successfully evaded her endearing assault, he was still left reeling, nearly coughing up blood from the sheer intensity of the moment. What a pity you aren't pursuing a career in acting. If Shen Xuan were not the one involved, he would have surely wanted to eliminate the Shen Xuan person entirely. Meanwhile, the attendant and passers-by were casting him bewildered glances. Shen Xuan could already envision the scene of people proclaiming that the late Shen Xuan had once been a respectable man, before spitting and moving on. There's a conspiracy. That little girl has a scheme. She intends to ensnare me. His mind raced as he endeavored to formulate a countermeasure. Chapter 70. Administering medicine to the master. Though Shen Xuan did not care for the opinions of outsiders, wearing a label of perversion was unbearable, even for a celestial emperor. He had no desire to become someone's father. After a brief moment of contemplation, he declared, I must come clean. She is, in fact, my wife. Luo Xiaoxue. What nonsense are you spouting? Who is your wife? The little girl's cheeks flushed crimson, a mixture of embarrassment and anger flooding her. The attendant and the onlookers wore expressions of disbelief. The stark physical disparity between the two made them appear as father and daughter rather than husband and wife. Anticipating their skepticism, Shen Xuan dramatically retrieved a red booklet from behind him. This is the marriage certificate I obtained from the Civil Affairs Bureau a few days ago. I am 20 years old. My wife, Luo Xiaoxue, is 23. Does anyone have any questions? He brandished the red booklet, revealing a clear wedding photograph of himself and his blue-haired master. Well then, if there are no other inquiries, may my wife and I enter? Shen Xuan said nonchalantly. The attendant, momentarily stunned, stepped aside to allow them passage. Fortunately, I had already recorded our joint photograph with a recording stone and fabricated a marriage certificate. I intended to use it on some significant future occasion, but who would have thought it would come in handy now? Life is truly unpredictable. Upon entering the store, Shen Xuan silently commended his foresight. The marriage certificate had piqued the curiosity of the attendant and several passers-by. Wait, why have we never heard of a Civil Affairs Bureau in Qingyan country? Shen Xuan paid no mind to the idle speculations of the onlookers, focusing instead on exploring the store with his master. At that moment, Luo Xiaoxue grasped his collar, exclaiming, You wretched disciple, where did you procure that marriage certificate? Shen Xuan lowered his gaze to the pouting little girl, a mysterious smile playing on his lips as he replied, I won't tell you. Then why did you claim I am your wife? She retorted, her frown deepening. Well, if you can transform into the daughter of your disciple, then it is only fitting for me to be your husband, is it not? The youth blurted out without a second thought. Luo Xiaoxue was momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, she weakly countered, But you are the one who brought me to this peculiar clothing shop. In any case, I am not your little girl. The final few words were left unspoken, as if something had suddenly stifled her voice. Their eyes locked in close proximity, and Luo Xiaoxue could not help but realize that her disciple had once again kissed her forcefully. But why did he even dare to extend his tongue? She struggled momentarily, yet her body grew increasingly heated, soon rendering her unable to resist the overwhelming kiss. Within the kiss, a warm liquid seemed to flow down her throat and into the depths of her abdomen. After a moment, Shen Xuan, his face slightly flushed, slowly released his master. Leaning closer to her ear, he softly murmured, Master, this is your punishment. The little girl's ears burned with heat, and her mind swirled in confusion. How could he be so brazen? As they both calmed slightly, Luo Xiaoxue pouted adorably, looking thoroughly aggrieved. Shen Xuan could not help but chuckle, affectionately ruffling her little nose. How strange. Did I just consume something? It seems rather sweet. She furtively glanced at her disciple, only to find him lost in thought. So, Master really did swallow it. It appears this method is quite effective for administering medicine. But what a pity. Hearing her disciple's inner musings, Luo Xiaoxue snapped back to clarity. What? Did you indeed secretly feed me something? No wonder I feel so warm and sweet. Disciple, did you give me something to eat? She asked, eyeing him suspiciously. Indeed, Master has discovered my secret. You truly are a clever child. But I must not let her know this is the essence of cleansing liquid. The girl's lips twitched. It was evident to anyone that such sweetness was far from the taste of saliva. She mentally repeated the name of the essence of cleansing liquid. Although she had never heard of it before, she could infer from its name that it was indeed extraordinary. Yet, why had her disciple chosen to feed her this? And why in such a manner? But as she had anticipated, Shen Xuan merely wore a puzzled expression and muttered, I don't know, before falling silent. Just as she pondered this further, her expression suddenly shifted. Unbeknownst to her, within her dantian, a mass of spirit energy had begun to condense to its utmost limits. Slowly contracting, yet the intensity of the spiritual power did not wane. Instead, it surged higher. This was the harbinger of an advancement to the spirit pill realm. Disciple, put me down. Shen Xuan obediently complied, releasing his master before retreating to a safe distance. Chapter 71. Luo Xiaoxue's breakthrough. A radius of 100 feet was enveloped by an uncontrollable surge of spiritual power, emanating a formidable pressure that prompted the patrons inside the shop to flee in haste. Passers-by outside, sensing the invisible aura, instinctively cleared a path. It was evident that someone was breaking through, yet the pressure felt was markedly stronger than that of several spiritual foundation cultivators within the city. Faced with the sudden ascent, Luo Xiaoxue was initially taken aback, but quickly regained her composure. Given her current foundation, an advancement to the spirit pill realm would typically require at least 5 years. Even so, she was already a rare talent within Qingyan country. Should she successfully ascend to the spirit pill realm now, she would become the youngest elder of the spirit pill division in the Qingyun sword sect in recent years. Could the essence of cleansing liquid truly be so potent? The young girl remained somewhat uncertain, yet it seemed that this could be the only explanation for everything. No, I must concentrate and break through. The little lass shook off the bizarre thoughts swirling in her mind and quickly composed herself, striving to control her inner energy, compressing it repeatedly until it gradually coalesced into a pill. The shopkeeper, dumbfounded, thought to himself that he wished the young lady would refrain from leveling up in his shop. However, facing such overwhelming pressure, he dared not voice his thoughts, fearing that incurring the wrath of the immortal master might cost him his life. Hurry and leave. I have this place reserved. Shen Xuan casually tossed a small bag to the shopkeeper, effectively dismissing him. The shopkeeper, stunned, accepted the bag and, upon opening it slightly to glimpse its contents, was instantly overwhelmed with joy and hurriedly stowed it away before making his exit. Shen Xuan turned his attention back to the little girl seated in the air. Delicately inhaling the scent in the atmosphere, a sweet fragrance of cleansing elixir mingled with the comforting aroma of his master. Indeed, it was delightful. The impurities within Luo Xiaoxue's body began to dissipate gradually, carried away by this fragrant essence. However, the cleansing elixir is truly extraordinary, even in its half-activated state. It can refine the entire meridian system and even the cells, once fully absorbed in a few days. I fear that her cultivation speed will increase 100-fold or even 1,000-fold, Shen Xuan pondered, stroking his chin, contemplating how to explain this miraculous phenomenon. Perhaps he could suggest that a close bond with the master could significantly enhance her cultivation speed? This would allow him to engage in affectionate exchanges with her in a legitimate manner. Alas, how had he become a rebellious disciple? He had once been the purest disciple in the world. Truly, time is a merciless blade, eroding all innocence. While his thoughts wandered to such whimsical imagery, the youth remained vigilant, closely monitoring the fluctuations in Luo Xiaoxue's spiritual energy, with him by her side as a protector. He could not allow any mishap to occur during her breakthrough. Otherwise, he would be too embarrassed to claim the title of a prospective emperor. Fortunately, there were no unforeseen complications during Luo Xiaoxue's breakthrough. The energy within her dantian fluctuated rhythmically, continually solidifying, and a nearly transparent speck of dust began to form. Though minuscule, it seemed to harbor boundless energy. Is this the core of the spiritual pill? Luo Xiaoxue, having researched how to break through to the spiritual pill stage, instantly recognized the significance of this speck. She felt a flicker of joy and maintained her previous rhythm, using this speck as a nucleus to continue compressing the spiritual liquid. Wherever her spiritual energy reached, no ordinary person could tread, otherwise, they would likely perish in an instant. Suddenly, the dispersed spiritual energy surged back towards the East Wilderness beauty shop, and the previously oppressive atmosphere lightened in an instant. Luo Xiaoxue exhaled deeply, still feeling a dreamlike sensation at having ascended to the spiritual pill realm. Observing this, Shen Xuan eagerly approached, showering her with praise. Congratulations, Master. On entering the realm of spiritual pills, you are truly the foremost prodigy of the sword sect, radiating grace and charm that leaves your disciple utterly in awe. Shen Xuan, shedding his earlier devilish demeanor, spoke earnestly. The familiar tone warmed Luo Xiaoxue's heart, and she smiled sweetly. Indeed, this was not a dream. Dear disciple, it is good that you understand. You must strive diligently in the future to become a powerful being like your master, the little lass declared proudly, puffing out her chest. Even if it was a tad flat. Shen Xuan mused, when did this silly little master become so adept at putting on airs? He held back a thought he was unsure whether to voice. Master, you must be weary, right? After a brief pause, he suddenly inquired. Luo Xiaoxue blinked, momentarily taken aback. Why would my disciple ask such a thing? She eyed Shen Xuan with suspicion. No, that cunning disciple must have a scheme. Chapter 72. Luo Xiaoxue has also changed with a refined smile. Shen Xuan stepped forward. Luo Xiaoxue instinctively took a step back, resembling a timid rabbit confronted by a fearsome wolf. With each step he took, she retreated twice, as her short legs struggled to keep pace. Disciple, what are you planning to do? The little girl swallowed hard, retreating until her back hit the wall. Master, how could I do anything? Shen Xuan merely smiled faintly, reaching out to encircle her waist, lifting her delicate form effortlessly. Xianer, Luo Xiaoxue exclaimed, yet she could not prevent herself from being held in her disciple's embrace. As a master now at the spiritual pill level, you cannot be held like this anymore. Oh, your disciple didn't quite catch that. Would you kindly repeat it? Shen Xuan pressed his nose against the girl's petite one, his previously earnest smile morphing into a mischievous grin. At this moment, his towering stature contrasted sharply with Luo Xiaoxue's diminutive frame, creating a scene that was irresistibly adorable. The little girl felt his breath brush against her lips, her heart racing and thoughts scattering. No, I must not be swayed by my disciple. The little lass clenched her teeth, summoning the courage to defy his advances. Master said, you cannot hold me like this anymore, or else. Or else what? Shen Xuan inquired playfully. Or else. I would lose face. He couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, his little master possessed the ability to articulate the most endearing phrases with utmost seriousness. How utterly delightful. Master, please embrace me. Luo Xiaoxue said, dazed, wrapping her arms around his neck, uncertain of his intentions. Why should I heed my disciple's command? Shen Xuan chuckled, explaining now. It is you embracing your disciple. In that case, you need not feel embarrassed, right? Luo Xiaoxue blinked in confusion. As the saying goes, hugs are mutual. When your disciple embraces you, it is also as if you are embracing your disciple. At first glance, Shen Xuan's words seemed to hold some merit. However, upon deeper contemplation, it was evidently a fallacy. Xian, are you? Just as she was about to retort, her lips were once again sealed by his. Luo Xiaoxue felt something soft and agile forcing her lips apart, entwining with her tongue. Unbeknownst to her, she tightened her grip around his neck. It seemed she could no longer correct the morally ambiguous inclinations of her disciple. After a prolonged moment, their lips parted. The little girl's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Her face flushed. Cautiously, she glanced around, relieved to find no one had noticed their clandestine encounter. Now, Master, do you have any objections? Shen Xuan, suppressing his restless heart, gazed at the adorable figure in his arms with a half-smile. Luo Xiaoxue pouted, muttering her dissatisfaction. If she had any objections, that wretched disciple might very well take advantage of her again. Humph. With a sly grin of triumph, Shen Xuan casually selected a few attractive garments before leading his beloved master out of the clothing shop. As they stepped outside, they were met with a troop of soldiers approaching, setting up roadblocks and inspecting pedestrians. Observing this scene, murmurs began to ripple through the crowd. What happened? Why are there so many soldiers all of a sudden? It seems they are here to apprehend someone, a mysterious figure chimed in. Hey, did you hear? Not long ago, there was a major incident on East Street. What happened? Do tell. Rumor has it that the East Wilderness princess was killed on East Street. As soon as these words left their lips, the surrounding crowd erupted in shock. What? The East Wilderness princess, the most notorious bully in East Wilderness City, has been slain. One individual who had been on East Street excitedly recounted, "I know about this. The East Wilderness Princess was galloping down East Street when, for some unknown reason, she halted. Shortly after, I saw a young man dressed in blue, cradling a little girl, who unsheathed his sword and killed the East Wilderness Princess along with her guards. The elegance with which he wielded his sword rivaled that of a celestial being. Upon hearing the news, it seems he is still a disciple of the Qingyun sword sect. Although this statement may be somewhat exaggerated, it closely resembles the events that transpired moments ago." A nearby individual wore an odd expression. Why does it feel like the person you mentioned seems familiar? Could it be that you were referring to him?" This person pointed towards the direction of the Dongwang Liren store, where a young boy, cradling a blue-haired loli, floated gracefully as if he were not of this world. "Goodness, that's him." The former, upon spotting Shen Xuan in the distance, was abruptly struck with astonishment. Nearly at a loss for words. "Isn't this the youth who struck down the county princess with a single sword?" Just as the crowd began to stir, the officials arrived, suppressing the commotion. Several officers held a portrait and approached each individual for comparison. Soon, one of them stepped forward with the image in hand, scrutinizing Shen Xuan and his master. Upon glancing at the portrait, Shen Xuan noted a tall man holding a child. It seemed these officials were indeed here to locate him and his master. However, the image depicted a face with one eye larger than the other, a mouth as wide as a gash, and an exceedingly grotesque visage. Who could this possibly be? The child in the man's arms was replaced with a large bald head. Shen Xuan could not help but feel embarrassed. How could one portray his beloved master in such an unflattering manner? It was downright outrageous. With such a portrait, it would be a marvel if they could find the person. After a thorough comparison, one officer suddenly shouted to his companions in the distance, "The murderer is here." Shen Xuan, taken aback, questioned, "What?" Chapter 73. The incident. Shen Xuan seized the man by the collar, coldly stating, "Open your eyes wide and take another look. With my strikingly handsome, charming, and debonair appearance, do I resemble the person in that portrait?" To his surprise, the officer retorted defiantly with a sneer, "Do you think I'm blind? That vicious, hideous face can only belong to you. For some male creatures, anyone more handsome than him was deemed unattractive. There was no doubt about it." Shen Xuan thought to himself, "I truly wish I could slap this person into oblivion." Luo Xiaoxue, covering her mouth to stifle a laugh, found amusement in witnessing her troublesome disciple suffer, feeling happier than if she herself had advanced to the spirit pill realm. Meanwhile, other officers had already gathered around. Just as they were about to take action, a loud voice echoed from afar, "Stand down, all of you." At this bellow, the officers exchanged glances, hesitant to advance any further. Within a few breaths, Luo Yinqing approached. Upon seeing Luo Xiaoxue, his heart trembled. Her aura seemed significantly stronger than earlier. With his own foundation of spiritual energy, he could faintly sense that she could crush him with a single hand. Luo Yunqing immediately reprimanded the officers, "You blind fools. Who permitted you to apprehend anyone?" In truth, he already knew the answer. It was undoubtedly the doing of that old eunuch. However, he could not risk revealing that to Luo Xiaoxue, for if a senior elder of the Qingyun sword sect had taken notice, he would find himself in grave trouble. One of the leading officers appeared somewhat troubled. Luo Yunqing's voice turned cold. "Who is it?" "It is Supervisor Su. He sent us," the officer replied. Luo Yunqing scoffed and kicked the man away, then quickly altered his expression, smiling obsequiously at Luo Xiaoxue. "Elder Luo, I hope these fools have not offended you?" Luo Yunqing sighed. "That Supervisor Su is a palace official specifically dispatched to serve the Dongwang County princess. Upon receiving news of her demise, he has likely reported this information back to the palace. Elder Luo, forgive my impertinence, but may I inquire whether the Dongwang County princess was truly slain by you?" He hoped fervently that it was not Luo Xiaoxue's doing. Otherwise, capturing the murderer would be impossible. After all, who in the realm would dare to apprehend an elder of the Qingyun sword sect? Before the young girl could respond, Shen Xuan interjected, "It was I who killed her." Luo Xiaoxue looked at her disciple in astonishment. When did he learn to take the blame upon himself? Shen Xuan continued, "While it was indeed my hand that struck, my master was present to guide me, and everything remained within controllable limits." The little loli felt reassured. Her disciple had truly maintained his characteristic flair. Luo Yunqing's mouth twitched. "You killed the county princess, and you call that controllable? Elder Luo, you should not have allowed your disciple to slay the princess." Luo Yunqing lamented, "A matter of such gravity has arisen in the city, and I have no idea how to explain it to the palace." Luo Xiaoxue frowned. "Such scum wreak havoc upon the common people, and you do nothing to restrain them?" If the government will not act, then the Qingyun sword sect shall take over. Typically, the Qingyun sword sect would not concern itself with trifling matters within the Qingyun kingdom, but if it truly desires to intervene, the court must step aside. Faced with her accusations, Luo Yunqing could only respond with a bitter smile. He wished to restrain the unruly princess, yet she was the daughter of the national lord, holding a prestigious position. Even as the lord of a city, he had no authority to intervene unless he wished to forfeit his own standing. As they spoke, a powerful aura belonging to the spirit pill realm erupted from the young woman. Shen Xuan silently applauded, astonished that his master had also learned this impressive display. Master is truly growing more like me. Could this be what is referred to as a couple's resemblance? Luo Xiaoxue nearly lost her temper at her disciple's words. Who do you think resembles you? The crowd changed countenance, and Luo Yunqing was equally alarmed. Indeed, his earlier instincts had proven correct. Yet, in just half a day's absence, how had she broken through to the spirit pill realm? It was said that Elder Luo was merely in her 20s, and a spirit pill realm expert at such a young age was quite terrifying. Thus, a potential conflict was nipped in the bud. Since Luo Xiaoxue had declared her willingness to take responsibility for everything, what more could Luo Yunqing say? To arrest them? That would be akin to searching for excrement with a lantern in a latrine. He could not afford to offend either party. Other than reporting the situation regarding the Dongwang princess truthfully, he had no alternative. Chapter 74, The Return in the Imperial Palace of the Qingyun Kingdom, within the Zicheng Hall. A middle-aged man clad in plain attire, exuding an air of authority, sat upon a majestic chair, his expression solemn as he reviewed memorials. This man was none other than the current ruler of the Qingyun Kingdom, Zhao Lingtian. Suddenly, his brow furrowed, and the atmosphere within the hall grew increasingly oppressive. Mirroring his agitation, the ever-observant eunuch Qin noticed the change and silently deemed it troubling. He promptly approached, his demeanor exceedingly respectful. Your Majesty, may I inquire what troubles you so? Zhao Lingtian waved his hand dismissively. It is nothing, merely forget it. Summon the national master to see me. With Zhao Lingtian's words trailing off, eunuch Qin had no choice but to bow and retreat. Before long, an elder clad in a Taoist robe, with a flowing white beard, entered the hall and bowed. Your servant greets your Majesty. This man was none other than the newly appointed national master of the Qingyun Kingdom, Feng Hai. Zhao Lingtian quickly rose to greet him, gesturing for the national master to take a seat. As he observed the Taoist elder, Zhao Lingtian's previous unease seemed to dissipate significantly. Eunuch Chun, you may leave, he instructed, sending away the attending eunuch. Zhao Lingtian then enveloped the entire Zicheng Hall with his spiritual energy, preventing any eavesdropping. May I ask why your Majesty has called for me? Feng Hai stroked his long beard, exuding an air of ethereal wisdom at first glance. Zhao Lingtian furrowed his brow, National Master. I have a foreboding feeling that this is related to our plans. In conversing with Feng Hai, Zhao Lingtian no longer referred to himself in the third person, indicating that he regarded Feng Hai as an equal. Feng Hai chuckled heartily. Your Majesty worries too much. If the Qingyun sword sect were to detect anything amiss, we could simply expedite our plans. At this, his eyes filled with disdain. With the support of my Black Flame sect, even if we are not fully prepared, toppling a mere sword sect is as easy as pie. Upon hearing Feng Hai's remarks, Zhao Lingtian discreetly exhaled in relief. With the national master expressing such sentiments, he felt reassured. However, he hoped that once you acquire what you seek, you would refrain from interfering in the affairs of my Qingyun kingdom. Feng Hai smiled and replied, Naturally, Your Majesty, our interests do not conflict. We simply seek to fulfill our respective needs. As the last word fell, Zhao Lingtian clenched his palm, and the aura of the spirit pill realm erupted forth. At that moment, this emperor, who had long resided within the depths of the palace, exuded a murderous intent that was no less formidable than that of a battle-hardened general. Having ruled over Qingyun Kingdom for many years as the supreme ruler above millions, he had grown weary of the oppressive shadow cast by the Qingyun sword sect. He intended for the realm beneath his feet to heed only his commands. He alone was the sovereign of Qingyun Kingdom. Even the power behind the national master, should they dare to meddle in the affairs of Qingyun Kingdom in the future, would certainly face his wrath. Zhao Lingtian harbored a cold smirk within. He understood that allying with that mysterious force was akin to courting disaster, as it was highly likely they would become adversaries in the future. Yet, what did it matter? As long as he could refine that treasure, he would have no fear of either the Qingyun sword sect or the power behind the national master. The next day, The news of the Eastern Wilderness Princess's murder spread throughout the entire Eastern Wilderness city in the wake of a single night, and the populace could not help but applaud. It was rumored that an elder from the Sword sect had commanded his disciples to slay the princess, thus further enhancing the public's favorable impression of the Qingyun Sword sect. Shen Xuan and others, escorted by Luo Xiaoxue, made their way towards the city gates, burdened with numerous packages, while the streets were lined with citizens bidding farewell, a truly rare sight. Even though the Qingyun Sword sect was renowned, few had ever received such a warm send-off. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Farewell to Elder Luo. Farewell to all esteemed immortals." After a brief silence, a chorus of similar voices erupted, as if they were releasing the grievances they had endured. Luo Xiaoxue's eyes brightened, faced with the crowd's affirmation. Her steps became noticeably lighter as she waved to the citizens flanking the road. "Indeed, my disciple speaks true. Assisting others brings joy," she mused. From the excited expressions of the people, Shen Xuan discerned a force potent enough to dismantle the decaying ruling class. History is forged by the masses. If the privileged class continues to act with impunity, the rulers will inevitably find themselves facing the guillotine. Perhaps one day, a crimson flag will rise, filling the world. Shen Xuan drifted into aimless reverie. The blue-haired little girl ahead, with her adorable tuft of hair, twisted it backward like an antenna, attempting to receive the thoughts emanating from her disciple's heart more clearly. Why does it feel like my disciple has become particularly refined these past 2 days? Even her inner musings are imbued with profound wisdom, though I sometimes struggle to comprehend them. Upon reaching the city outskirts, Luo Xiaoxue halted and said, "Lord of Luo City, this is sufficient. You have been most accommodating yesterday." Luo Xiaoxue chuckled heartily. "Elder Luo, you are being too polite. If that is the case, I wish you all safe travels." Some disciples gazed longingly at Eastern Wilderness City, undoubtedly aware that the city's nightlife was far more exciting than meditative practices on the mountains. Only Luo-san leaned against the edge of the boat, sighing to himself. Last night, he had intended to revel in the festivities, only to have his purse snatched by that scoundrel, Brother Dog. Thus, he found himself destitute, weeping alone in a corner of the city lord's mansion, deprived of the chance to savor the joys of mortal life. Noticing the unusual demeanor of some disciples, Luo Xiaoxue cautioned, "Do not let complacency settle in. We cultivators tread the path to transcendence. If we remain enamored with the mundane, we shall find it difficult to achieve greatness in this lifetime." The disciples straightened their expressions, realizing that they had indeed become somewhat distracted, and promptly nodded in agreement. The principles expounded by our esteemed master are truly enlightening. Yet, who is it that enjoyed themselves the most last night? Shen Xuan internally scoffed. Hearing her disciples' thoughts, Luo Xiaoxue's face flushed. However, she was reluctant to acknowledge the truth. "Cursed disciple, it was you who led me on such escapades last night. Indeed, most of the time, I was in your arms, with no chance to wander freely." The little girl nodded to herself, rationalizing her nocturnal jaunts. Chapter 75. This is not the flying vessel returning to the sect. On the journey home, perhaps due to the absence of the initial novelty, the group's spirits were somewhat subdued. "Shinner, do not. It is far too large for me to consume." "Be good, master." "Just one more bite," Shen Xuan coaxed, resembling a mischievous uncle persuading a little girl to eat her candy. "But its taste is rather peculiar. Fear not. You will grow accustomed to it after a few bites. You just said one bite would suffice." Suddenly, a noise from the rear of the vessel caught their attention. The group exchanged wide-eyed glances, each seeing the astonishment reflected in the other's expressions. "What is that?" Tang Yenting's face flushed with embarrassment. "What are Elder Luo and Shen Xuan doing?" Chen Tian was infuriated. "That cartwheel just rolled over my face." Their affectionate displays were commonplace, so further intimacy was hardly surprising. Feng Shui remarked coolly, her face betraying a blush she could not conceal. At that moment, Dongfang Zhe suggested, "Shall we go take a look?" "Yes." The group responded in unison. As diligent disciples of the Sword sect, they were naturally eager to delve into such intriguing matters. The group carefully approached the rear of the vessel, fearful of startling the couple. Just moments ago, Feng Shui had deemed their behavior unremarkable, yet now she was the first to peek over the cabin's edge, her cheeks flushed, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. The others quickly followed suit, their curious heads peeking out to observe the engrossed pair. At that moment, Shen Xuan's imposing figure completely obscured Luo Xiaoxue, rendering it impossible for them to discern what was transpiring. "Do not block the way," they muttered in frustration. The two continued their conversation, and the onlookers held their breath in anticipation. "Master, was breakfast delicious?" It seems that after a couple of bites. "The taste is quite acceptable," Luo Xiaoxue mumbled, her words somewhat unclear. Then master, shall we have another couple of bites? All right, but will my mouth not become too stretched? Breakfast? Can this even be classified as breakfast? They exclaimed, astonished. What an enlightening lesson, as they pieced together the scene. Feng Shui and the others could easily envision the petite Luo Xiaoxue attempting to consume a massive, pixelated morsel. What a wicked sight. Forcing such a diminutive figure to partake in such a dish, Shen Xuan, you were truly merciless. Shocked. Their hearts were filled with nothing but astonishment. Suddenly, someone cleared their throat, startling everyone present. Indeed, upon hearing this sound, Shen Xuan immediately turned his head, his gaze locking onto the curious onlookers. The group exchanged awkward smiles, silently pivoting to depart and avoid interrupting the profound exchange between master and disciple. Wait, everyone turn around. Shen Xuan called out to them. A few were taken aback. At such a moment, shouldn't he hastily tidy up rather than inviting them to witness the spectacle? Luo Xiaoxue gritted his teeth and turned back. Upon seeing the scene before him, his eyes widened in disbelief. What on earth? At his exclamation, the others also turned to look, voicing their own astonishment. Goodness! In Shen Xuan's hand was a grilled sausage from a street vendor, already bitten halfway through, while a certain little girl had her cheeks puffed up, as if she had stuffed something delicious inside. Luo Xiaoxue felt uncomfortable under the gazes of others, hurriedly chewing the morsel in her mouth before swallowing it with a stiff neck. Both parties fell into silence, creating a somewhat awkward atmosphere. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Xiaoxue took a small paper bag from her disciple and asked, "Would you like to eat? These are roasted sausages I bought in the city." The others immediately recalled how she had eaten this earlier, and they hurriedly waved their hands, thanking Elder Luo and declining the offer. This was truly a moment of embarrassment. After a brief pause to calm their racing hearts, Feng Shui suddenly inquired, who was it that first thought of it inappropriately? Upon hearing this, everyone unhesitatingly pointed at Wang Wu. Wang Wu looked bewildered, sensing the murderous intent directed at him from all sides, and raised his palms to shoulder height, twitching in agitation. Dong Fengze stepped forward to diffuse the situation, saying, "Actually, I believe we should all reflect on why we imagine such a pure exchange between master and disciple as something so indecent." The others blushed, pleading, "Please, let's not talk about it. It was our minds that were tainted." A grateful look emanated from Wang Wu's eyes. Truly, he had recognized his closest friend in the way of the sword. As their gazes met, their hearts drew closer. Something feels off about these two, Luo San remarked. Chapter 76. Luo Xiaoxue eating the wrong thing. Once the unrelated individuals departed, Shen Xuan continued to revel in the joy of feeding his little master. "Master, would you like more?" "Xianer, you should eat too." Never mind. The shape is a bit unappetizing." The little girl did not comprehend the implication behind his words, asking, "What shape?" Not dwelling further on the thought, she opened her mouth and took another bite of the roasted sausage. With the aura of the spirit pill realm, their journey home was smooth, free from danger. Finally, as dusk fell, the group once again stood on the summit. Soon, the others were taken away by the senior disciples of this peak, leaving only the unloved Luo San to silently accompany Shen Xuan. Luo San awkwardly chuckled, "Big brother, you still haven't returned my money." Shen Xuan furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment. "Are you sure I owe you money?" Upon seeing the fierce glare from the big dog, the chubby boy's face twitched in fear. "How can you be like this? Borrowing money and not returning it? And even threatening me? A clay figurine can only take so much. If you won't return it, then just don't. Why scare me?" The chubby boy muttered pitifully. Shen Xuan was disgusted by Luo San's demeanor. After a moment of thought, he said, "Fine, Dog San, I'll give you a free ticket." Before the chubby boy could grasp the meaning of a free ticket, he was swiftly kicked in the rear, soaring like a meteor towards the direction of the 29th peak. Experiencing free flight, Luo San deeply regretted asking this big dog for money. Shen Xuan waited for a moment, and soon, Luo Xiaoxue reported back, appearing in the distance with a pile of colorful stones. I advanced in my spirit pill cultivation and asked the sect for some materials to forge spirit weapons." Luo Xiaoxue joyfully swung her blue pigtails and skipped towards the young man. Bang! Shen Xuan thought to himself, this silly little master can trip over flat ground anywhere. He hurried over to help his blue-haired master up, while the blue stone slab that had been struck by the little girl's head shattered into countless tiny pieces. Tisk, TSK? TSK, has master practiced iron head skills? Xianer, the ground is so hard. My forehead hurts. Shen Xuan was taken aback. His master was actually acting spoiled? Goodness. What do I do if I die from cuteness? His eyes filled with tenderness. He scooped up the little girl and gently blew on her forehead. Shinner. Luo Xiaoxue's cheeks flushed, her lips parted slightly, and as she locked eyes with her disciple's gentle gaze, she gradually became entranced. Suddenly, her slim arms slithered like a little snake around her disciple's neck, pulling him close. Master, what are you? Burp. The little girl let out a burp. Carrying the cinnafruit wine. What did you just eat? I just had a fruit, but it seems to have a bit of a wine flavor. Luo Xiaoxue replied in fragmented sentences, her mind becoming somewhat clouded. Oh no, Luo Xiaoxue, you didn't eat a spirit fruit that fermented from being left out, did you? You silly little girl, why do you eat everything? Would you accept a lollipop from a stranger too? Shen Xuan's words were cut short as he was suddenly silenced. MMM. A soft little tongue darted into his mouth, stirring up a tempest within. Shen Xuan stood there in a daze, wondering what was happening and why his master was kissing him forcefully. Surely he must be dreaming. Yet the delightful sensation of that little tongue reminded him that everything was all too real. Though he often teased the little girl, in truth, he was still a complete novice in such matters, and soon found himself ignited with desire by Luo Xiaoxue's advances. Master, you are tempting your disciple to commit a crime. Come on, she's just a mature little girl. What's there to be afraid of? This is it. As they kissed, their bodies grew increasingly heated. Luo Xiaoxue, like a fish deprived of water, fervently sucked on Shen Xuan's tongue, nearly leaving him breathless. Shen Xuan would never have imagined that he would be outmatched by this blue-haired little girl. Suddenly, Luo Xiaoxue's movements faltered, as if she had lost her strength. Her once tight embrace loosened. As Shen Xuan pondered this, he realized that the little girl had actually fallen asleep against his chest. Wait, master. You seduced your disciple to this extent, and then just fell asleep? After all was said and done, he gazed at his master's adorably foolish sleeping face with a complex expression. After a long time, he sighed helplessly. He truly had no resistance against this girl. Chapter 77. Dreaming of chicken legs. Shen Xuan stood outside, braving the cold wind. Ding. Detecting that the host's heartbeat has returned to normal, issuing rewards. Reward for Master Luo Xiaoxue's initiative, 2. Unlocking the first forced tongue kiss, gaining a super accelerator for Dantian recovery, 20. Super accelerator 20 has been used. Current Dantian recovery progress, 003522. Shocked. So it turns out Master comes with her own perks. Shen Xuan was slightly astonished. In that case, he must cultivate her initiative well in the future. Inside the room, the little girl slept soundly, even a glimmer of drool trickling from the corner of her mouth. She had no idea that she had almost detonated her disciple. Uncertain how much time had passed, in her dreams, Luo Xiaoxue envisioned a chicken leg soaring above her head. Humph! A mere chicken leg dares to act brazenly before me. She immediately exerted herself, leaping up to seize the chicken leg in a fierce bite. Oh! Suddenly, the chicken leg emitted a wretched scream. How strange! Why did that sound so familiar? Wait a moment. Could it be her disciple's voice? In her confusion, she felt the chicken leg attempting to escape her grasp. Luo Xiaoxue could not allow a chicken leg to slip away from her mouth, and she bit down even harder. The wailing intensified, nearly tearing her eardrums apart. Master, let go. It's hurting your disciple. Are you a dog? Luo Xiaoxue abruptly opened her eyes, only to find her vision obscured by clothing. Speaking of which, why did it feel like her teeth were biting into something soft? And quite elastic too. Suddenly, Luo Xiaoxue felt something gripping her collar, pulling it upward. Who was attacking this elder? She released her bite, fuming. Master. Shen Xuan held the little girl up before him, gazing at her with an expression of bemusement. Xianu, what are you doing? Put me down. Luo Xiaoxue struggled, feeling utterly embarrassed to be held like this by her disciple. Shen Xuan placed the blue-haired little girl on the bed and turned his back to her, saying, Master, take a good look at where you just bit. Luo Xiaoxue, confused, glanced up and down at her disciple's tall figure. She had to admit, he was quite pleasing to the eye. Wait, what was she thinking? Soon, the little girl spotted a damp mark on her disciple's pert backside. Ah, my disciple. Your demeanor reveals a hint of hesitation. Indeed, the truth is that you just bit me there. I was merely turning to leave when you suddenly lunged at me and took a bite, Shen Xuan recounted calmly. The little girl froze, her complexion shifting from pale to crimson and then to a shade of green. What a disaster! How could she possibly maintain her authority as a master after having bitten her disciple's bottom? Moreover, the very act of biting, she felt utterly tainted. Yet, it seemed to have an oddly pleasant taste. Ugh, that is not the point. Just as the girl was enveloped in a whirlwind of confusion, Shen Xuan unexpectedly leaned down. One hand propped on the bed, gazing at Luo Xiaoxue from a dangerously close distance. How audacious of this blue-haired girl to dare bite my bottom. It appears she requires a lesson in discipline. Only then can you truly appreciate the weight of a master's authority. Luo Xiaoxue's heart raced at the thought of what her disciple might do next. With him so near, her heart pounded violently. Her petite hands adorably pressed against her chest as her body leaned back involuntarily. But Shen Xuan persisted. The more she reclined, the further he lowered himself until, finally, the little girl lost her balance and fell onto the soft bed. Thus, Shen Xuan successfully pinned her beneath him, surveying her alarmed expression with a playful glint in his eyes. "Master, do you realize what you did to me last night?" He spoke in a tone laced with temptation, each word seemingly teasing his beloved master. "What did I do?" Luo Xiaoxue replied, perplexed. Last night, after eating a fruit from the Lord's hall." Her subsequent memories grew hazy. "Humph. You kissed your disciple without restraint, did you not?" Shen Xuan thought to himself. However, gazing into his master's pure and innocent eyes, he found himself reluctant to tarnish that purity. "Very well, it shall remain a secret known only to me." He smiled gently, his usual mischievousness replaced by an ethereal grace. Yet, Luo Xiaoxue was too preoccupied to appreciate her disciple's transformation. Her mind was consumed by the implications of that prior thought. Chapter 78. Witnessing and being witnessed. Luo Xiaoxue's cheeks flamed, wisps of white vapor rising from her head. Could it be that she had indeed kissed her disciple? Impossible. Surely, this was merely her disciple's absurd jest. Thoughts are not always accurate. And there are always those who can deceive even themselves, such as her own disciple. After all, she had been single for 23 years and had never watched a romantic film. How could she be capable of such shamelessness? Nevertheless, her disciple's earnest words lingered in her mind, troubling her greatly. If it were true, the very notion was beyond her comprehension. Why is Master's face so flushed? Is it merely from being close to me that you become so agitated? Xiaoxue, you truly are a mischievous master. A loud, mocking voice interrupted, causing the blush on Luo Xiaoxue's face to instantly fade. How dare you speak ill of me before I even have the chance to defend myself? Do you want me to bite the other side of your bottom? The atmosphere at the Qingyan Sword sect had grown increasingly lively in anticipation of the annual enrollment ceremony. Banners for recruitment adorned the main peak, with red flags fluttering everywhere. In the Sword Sect Square, various peaks had claimed their spots, setting up booths to attract the soon-to-arrive new disciples. Today, Luo Xiaoxue brought her beloved disciple Shen Xuan to the main peak. They arrived at the square, which was already bustling, despite the formal ceremony being the following day. Other than the 36 peaks, all others had raised conspicuous banners, each with outrageous slogans that left Shen Xuan astonished. Junior sister shocking, senior brother bleeding. The 10th peak has many senior brothers, come swiftly to spar. The 30 peaks are overflowing with beasts. Do not miss out on the breeding opportunities. Birds leave the confines, tigers return to the mountains. The mediocre are but fish in a pond. On the first peak, dragons leap. While once humble, they now reign supreme. Shen Xuan could only scoff at the absurdity of the slogans. But why has Master brought me here today? Surely, she does not intend to recruit disciples? With her teaching level, she would surely ruin any potential students. Shen Xuan felt compelled to prevent his master from pursuing such a notion for the sake of preserving the future of humanity's blossoms. He would shoulder any hardship himself. Goodness, he was nearly moved to tears by his own selflessness. He would never admit that he simply wished to keep their two-person world uninterrupted. Luo Xiaoxue, infuriated, gripped her disciple's hand with more force than intended. What does it mean to ruin someone? I, Luo Xiaoxue, am a pillar of the education community. Well, a future pillar. Ahem, Master, you do not intend to recruit disciples, do you? Shen Xuan finally inquired. If his master truly had such intentions, he would have to consider ways to eliminate any potential junior brother or sister before they even had a chance to blossom. How could he commit such cruelty? At most, he would send them far away. Wait, would 1,000 miles be too distant, perhaps too unrefined for a dignified emperor? Perhaps he should simply send them 10,000 miles away. The little girl looked down upon her disciple's devious thoughts. Yet upon hearing that he did not even wish for a junior sister, a flicker of sweetness danced in her heart. Luo Xiaoxue quickly shook off such strange thoughts. After spending so long with this mischievous disciple, it seemed she too was becoming peculiar. Guess what? The little girl turned to smile at her disciple behind her. She suddenly wished to tease her infuriating disciple. She could not always remain in a passive role. I too must rise, transform into a hero, and defeat my wicked disciple. Shen Xuan paused, surprised that his master would engage in such playful antics. He abruptly halted his steps. Luo Xiaoxue turned back, puzzled by his sudden stop. What is the matter? But in the next moment, she was gently yet firmly pulled toward him. Shen Xuan wrapped his arm around the girl's slender waist, leaning down with a mischievous grin. Master, are you certain you want me to guess? The little girl blushed furiously. Xuaner, there are so many people watching. Her voice trembled with panic. Her first thought was not about the appropriateness of a hug, but rather the inappropriateness of such an embrace in public. Shen Xuan, keenly aware of the implication in his master's words, did not release her. Instead, he drew even closer, nearly kissing the little girl's sweet lips. At that moment, 3 disciples walked by. Brother Trank, this melon is truly sweet. One disciple exclaimed, holding a piece of an unknown melon, taking a bite and marveling at its flavor. I can't believe we can enjoy such delicious melon on a cold day, and it's free for everyone. Another disciple chimed in. No one understands this melon's sweetness better than I. Brother Trank declared proudly, until he noticed the 2 figures nearby engaged in something rather intimate. Turning his head, he suddenly dropped the melon, which shattered on the ground. The surrounding crowd turned their attention to the sound. The onlookers grew in number, drawn to the scene of the blue-robed elder and her beloved disciple openly displaying their affection, the aroma of melon wafting through the air. Kiss her, kiss her. Many disciples whispered encouragement, eagerly anticipating that kiss would surely make headlines in the sword sect. Some female disciples were already reaching a crescendo of excitement, gasping in anticipation. This scene was simply too enchanting. Was that not the legendary most handsome disciple of the sword sect, albeit the weakest in strength? The couple was a perfect match in height. The gossiping crowd buzzed with chatter. Luo Xiaoxue felt the countless gazes directed her way, utterly mortified. Having known this, she would not have teased her disciple. Oh dear, Master is now begging for mercy. Is it too late? Chapter 79, The Cross-Boundary Bald Warrior. Xuaner, let us speak calmly. There is no need for such behavior. Luo Xiaoxue trembled as she spoke. In truth, Master never intended to accept disciples. Being gazed at in such a manner by her disciple made her feel quite peculiar. Foolish girl, Shen Xuan chuckled softly, straightening up and gently pinching the small girl's pert nose, ceasing his playful torment of the adorable little master. He's pinched Master's nose again, but at least I've escaped this calamity. Luo Xiaoxue sighed with relief. Her disciple had indeed become increasingly audacious lately, and she, as master, found it nearly impossible to maintain her authority. The onlookers wore expressions of disappointment. After loosening our belts, this is what you show us. How dull, disperse. Yet, the playful gesture of pinching the nose was undeniably endearing. Hey, why are you digging in my nostrils? As the crowd began to disperse, Luo Xiaoxue seized the opportunity to swiftly lead her disciple away from the center of the plaza. At this moment, not only was the Qingyan sword sect enveloped in a lively atmosphere, but the entire Qingyan nation was also abuzz with excitement over the sect's recruitment of disciples. Countless youths eagerly awaited this day. As the foremost power in Qingyan nation, entering the Qingyan sword sect was akin to a carp leaping over the dragon gate, promising a transformative change in one's life. The sect recruited solely based on aptitude, disregarding one's background, presenting a path of ascension that was both accessible and daunting for many impoverished youths. If one possessed commendable talent, entrance was easily attained. However, for those lacking in aptitude, no amount of effort would yield results. The path of cultivation was indeed harsh. At this time, the various branches of the sword sect across the nation were systematically screening individuals of acceptable talent, arranging for them to be transported by flying vessels to the sect's gates for more precise assessments of their spiritual roots the following day. In Dongwang City, outside the sword sect branch, throngs of young men and women formed orderly lines, awaiting their tests. Many had traveled from nearby towns and villages to participate. Although the city was bustling with people, only about 100 would ultimately be selected based on aptitude. Over the years, the highest number of qualified individuals from Dongwang City had barely exceeded 200, while the lowest had been around 80. Even among these exceptional youths, it was likely that only a dozen or so would gain admission to the sect for cultivation. Exceeding this number would lead to resource shortages. Nevertheless, by year's end, the sect had already welcomed over 1,000 disciples. The head of the preliminary tests called out, Zhao Erniu, disqualified. Next. Li Maokai, disqualified. Next. Disqualified. Disqualified. Zhang San, qualified. Next. During the testing process, a few young men and women exuberantly howled at the sky, drawing envious glances, while the vast majority exited the testing area with forlorn expressions. After concluding her test, Luo Xiaoxue joyfully ran to her father, Luo Yunxing. "Father, I passed the test." Luo Yunxing chuckled heartily but then cautioned, "Do not celebrate too soon. Once you arrive at the Qingyan sword sect, there will be another round of testing, and the competition will be far more intense." The girl nodded gently. Fully aware of this, yet she brimmed with confidence. "The dashing senior brothers of the sword sect, I, Luo Xiaoxue, am coming." Unbeknownst to her, the senior brothers were far more focused on their pursuit of the sword path than on a junior sister's arrival. Simultaneously, similar scenes unfolded across various locations. The following day, the youths who passed the preliminary test boarded flying vessels, their hearts filled with trepidation as they journeyed to the Qingyan sword sect. After a day of rest, they would face the final assessment to determine their eligibility as disciples of the sword sect. In the imperial palace of Qingyan Nation, within the Golden Wang Hall, Zhao Lingtian sat upon the dragon throne, gazing ahead. In the center of the hall, a complex array radiated powerful fluctuations, shrouded in black mist that obscured the changes within the formation. Beneath the formation sat a massive wooden basin, roughly 2 yards in diameter, filled with a thick, red liquid that churned ominously, exuding a pungent, metallic odor. Unseen, a peculiar energy seemed to rise continually from the blood, replenishing the formation. The eyes of the civil and military officials were fixated on the formation, with some ministers displaying fervor. It was unclear when a significant reshuffling of court officials had occurred. As the current assembly was composed entirely of Zhao Lingtian's trusted subordinates, many of whom had not been seen before. The previously esteemed elder ministers had been replaced long ago. Though Zhao Lingtian could not yet control everything within Qingyan Nation, this court had become his domain. Outside the Golden Wang Hall, the formation isolated the palace from the outside world, preventing any clandestine transmission of information. Even if someone attempted to relay messages, the impact would be minimal. All preparations were complete, awaiting the arrival of the key figure. "National Master, it is already noon. Why has the individual not yet appeared?" Zhao Lingtian frowned. Having monitored the formation for an hour, yet it remained as tranquil as ever. National Master Feng Hai cleared his throat, somewhat awkwardly explaining, "When I contacted Elder Shi Tian, we did indeed agree for him to cross over at the hour of the snake. Perhaps he encountered some minor issue along the way." Suddenly, a bald head emerged from the black mist, startling everyone present. Upon recognizing the face, Feng Hai's heart leaped with joy as he hurried forward to greet Elder Shi. Seeing the National Master's actions, Zhao Lingtian stepped forward as well. "Elder Shi, I have long admired your reputation." This left Zhao Lingtian somewhat displeased. Yet it was evidently not the time to express his discontent. After a prolonged wait, for reasons unknown, the bald man remained reluctant to fully emerge, revealing only half of his body from the mist, while the lower half remained concealed. Zhao Lingtian, an elder of the Black Flame sect, pondered whether the man was feeling a bit shy. Could he possibly be stuck at the exit of the passage? Only the bald man understood the predicament. "Damn it. My precious bottom is caught at the passage's exit." At that moment, a voice echoed in Feng Hai's mind. "Damn, your impure bloodline has destabilized the cross-boundary passage." "Feng Hai, why are you standing there? Hurry up and pull me out. Remember, make it look graceful, so no one suspects a thing." Feng Hai was taken aback, a look of confusion on his face as he approached. "Pull you out? How do I do that?" Following his understanding, he placed his palms on either side of Elder Shi's head. "Elder Shi?" Before the elder could recover from his bewilderment, Feng Hai yanked with such force that he nearly dislocated his neck. "Feng Hai, you scoundrel, you are in big trouble." Chapter 80. Luo Xiaoxue wants to forge weapons. Amidst the astonished gazes of over 100 onlookers, Elder Shi was yanked from the black mist like a radish. As his lower body exited the mist, the hall was suddenly enveloped in a radiant light. In an instant, over 100 people were blinded by the white light. Murmurs of disbelief erupted among the crowd. Elder Shi felt a sense of foreboding. Why did his prized bottom feel a chill? Realizing something, his face transitioned from pale to red, then to green. "Damn it, my pants are still in the cross-boundary passage." Zhao Lingtian offered an awkward smile, wondering how the elder of the Black Flame sect had developed a penchant for running about undraped. Regardless, this individual was crucial to the plans of the Qingyan sword sect, a mysterious powerhouse equivalent to a mid-stage spirit infant cultivator, and it was essential to provide him a graceful exit. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Lingtian remarked, "Elder Shi, how refined." Elder Shi's expression darkened to that of a coal lump. Refined, my foot. Your entire family is refined. With a swift motion, he grasped Feng Hai, who was immediately propelled forward as if pushed by an unseen force, and in the blink of an eye, Elder Shi had him by the throat. Elder Shi, what are you doing? Feng Hai managed to choke out. Damn, how dare you ask me what I'm doing? In a fit of rage, Shi Tian's fury ignited, and he unleashed a barrage of slaps upon Feng Hai, leaving him battered and bruised on the ground. Only after this release did Shi Tian feel a semblance of relief. He turned to Xiaoling Tian and inquired, "You are the one in charge here, are you not? When do you intend to take action?" With a chuckle, Shi Tian acknowledged their intent to eradicate the formidable powers and elite cultivators of the nation, allowing the forces of their sect to sweep through effortlessly when crossing realms. However, such thoughts remained unspoken to Xiaoling Tian. To them, the emperor of a minor nation was merely a slightly stronger guide, destined to be discarded once his utility waned. At the Sword Sect, airships laden with carefully selected promising talents descended upon the main peak square. As these young aspirants disembarked, they gazed in awe at this entirely new world. The grandeur of the main peak and the majestic sight of distant peaks shrouded in ethereal mist left them utterly astonished, igniting within them a fervent desire to remain at the Sword Sect and alter their fates. The disciples of the Sword Sect welcomed these potential juniors with great enthusiasm. "Junior brother, I see you possess great potential in the sword path. If you can stay at the Sword Sect, do join us at the 16th peak to practice the chrysanthemum sword technique." In no time, the new male aspirants were inundated with warm invitations from senior brothers, while the female newcomers seemed to be overlooked. Fortunately, the senior sisters were there to provide affection. Among the newcomers was Luo Xiaoxue, who found herself momentarily stunned by the unfolding scene. Why does it feel like the atmosphere at the Sword Sect is somewhat off? Soon after, the youths participating in the final assessment were settled at the main peak for a day of rest, awaiting the official disciple recruitment ceremony the following morning. The members of the Sword Sect remained blissfully unaware of the impending crisis. On the 36 peaks, as they had no plans for recruitment, the master and disciple did not engage in preemptive efforts to entice newcomers. Luo Xiaoxue miraculously procured a large furnace. "Observe closely, my disciple, and learn how your master forges weapons." "Understood, master." "While forging, do not cling to me." "Understood, master." "Then release me." "Understood, master." "Are you a parrot, my disciple?" Luo Xiaoxue's forehead twitched in irritation as she glanced at her mischievous apprentice. However, as she turned, she regretted it instantly. Shen Xuan effortlessly swept Luo Xiaoxue into his arms, lifting her off the ground, and pressed his lips against hers, leaving her breathless. After a long moment, he finally released her. "Master, I read in ancient text last night that this can enhance the success rate of forging," he said earnestly. "Do you feel an abundance of energy within you?" Luo Xiaoxue pouted, her large eyes filled with indignation. "You were clearly bullying me last night. You weren't reading any ancient texts. And now my mind is all muddled. How can I forge properly? How adorable my master is." Shen Xuan teased, wiping the corner of his mouth and straightening himself, mirroring her pout. "This time, let master take the initiative for a kiss." "I shall not kiss you, you little rascal." A moment later, despite their lips swelling to sausage size, Shen Xuan clung to his little master stubbornly. "Humph. You should give up on that thought. I shall never yield to tyranny." The thoughts of one particular individual echoed in their mind, and if an outsider were to hear, they would likely commend their unwavering resolve. Luo Xiaoxue, too, huffed internally, raising her chin in pride. After tidying up her unruly disciple, her mood lightened considerably. Perhaps the success rate of forging would indeed improve. Seizing the moment, she tossed her beloved heavy ruler along with a plethora of colorful forging materials into the spirit furnace, adopting a straightforward approach. Before long, the ruler and materials glowed a fiery red, gradually softening. The next step was to wait for them to melt into liquid form and then control their fusion with spiritual energy. The latter determined the final quality of the weapon. The higher the degree of fusion, the stronger the spiritual tool produced. Warm winds blew against Luo Xiaoxue's flushed face, but she could not afford to be distracted. She needed to concentrate, as any lapse in focus could lead to failure. "Why is master so warm? You're sweating. Should I help you out of those clothes to cool down for better forging?" "Please, just be quiet." At such a crucial moment, she truly wished to silence her disciple's incessant thoughts. As she focused on controlling the flames, her hands trembled slightly, desperately trying to suppress her rising irritation. If only she had a free hand, she would have bound him with the newly purchased red string and spanked him soundly. Strange, does Master feel hot? Which is why I feel so cool. Shen Xuan pondered. But the core fire is rather underwhelming. It's been burning for ages just to begin merging. Should I secretly add more fire for Master? Perhaps also create a magical staff for her? Luo Xiaoxue paused momentarily, wondering what mischief her disciple was contemplating. What on earth was a magical staff? However, in that fleeting moment of hesitation, she lost control of her spiritual energy. Even though it was but a brief distraction, it caused the two slowly merging streams of molten iron to erupt with tremendous force. Panic surged within Luo Xiaoxue. The furnace was about to explode. This doesn't bode well. Master was careless. How could she lose focus at such a moment? Even if I obediently follow and do not cause trouble, the forging may still fail. It seems the outcome is independent of me. The little girl felt a strong urge to poke her disciple's forehead, declaring him the true culprit. But more pressing was the need to escape. Run. The furnace is going to explode. With a powerful leap, Luo Xiaoxue propelled herself and her disciple into the air. While she felt a pang of regret for the materials in the furnace, she reasoned that they could always be collected again later. Unbeknownst to her, at that moment, a stream of spiritual energy silently entered the impending explosion, swiftly suppressing the chaotic energies within and coaxing them into harmonious fusion. The fusion process, though seemingly slow, was remarkably swift. In the blink of an eye, the two high-temperature liquids melded seamlessly. Even a master of weapon forging witnessing such an exquisite technique would find themselves humbled. After a moment's wait, the furnace did not explode, but the earlier sensation could not have been mistaken. Now, the flames within had extinguished, revealing a heavy ruler adorned with vibrant patterns, resting quietly within, exuding an enchanting beauty. Shen Xuan imagined the little girl wielding the upgraded colorful ruler amidst the night. A perfect embodiment of a fiery spirit. Though he was oblivious to the meaning of fiery spirit, Luo Xiaoxue suspected that with her disciple's mischievous nature, he could hardly utter anything profound. Master, the furnace did not explode. Quickly, let us see what's inside, Shen Xuan urged. Luo Xiaoxue, uninterested in his enthusiasm, enveloped the heavy ruler with her spiritual energy, lifting it into her palms. Upon closer inspection, it did appear rather striking, emanating a luminous glow. She swung the ruler a few times, and whether by intention or accident, it executed a sweeping arc. Shen Xuan's heart sank. He immediately crouched down. And in the next instant, several strands of hair that failed to evade were effortlessly severed, cascading to the ground. What on earth? Are you certain this is a blunt weapon and not a spiritual sword? Shen Xuan thought, realizing that had he been a second late, he might have lost his head. Master, do you wish to take my life before seeking a new disciple? Shen Xuan rose, his face shadowed with displeasure. The little girl stuck out her tongue playfully and replied with a mischievous smile, not at all. Is that the kind of person I am? Shen Xuan's eyes brimmed with skepticism. Oh, it seems there is something else in the furnace. Luo Xiaoxue suddenly noticed an object emitting a kaleidoscope of colors from the spirit furnace. Simultaneously, she heard the lewd chuckle resonating within her disciple's heart. Bewildered, she retrieved the item, momentarily frozen in place. What on earth is this stick with a heart-shaped top? Chapter 82, The Catastrophe Caused by the Magic Fairy Stick Master. I recognize this item, Shen Xuan exclaimed hurriedly. I've seen it in ancient texts. It is an exceedingly rare companion spirit artifact, appearing only a handful of times throughout history. Another ancient text. Luo Xiaoxue clenched her teeth silently. She could somewhat believe in companion spirit herbs and stones, but companion spirit artifacts were a stretch. Surely, a 3-year-old wouldn't believe such nonsense from a disciple. What confidence does he have to think that his adorable and wise master would fall for this? Hee, you really have read a lot of ancient texts, haven't you? Luo Xiaoxue replied with a smile that barely concealed her sarcasm, embodying the essence of a cool, aloof little girl. Indeed, Master understands her disciple well. If you were to sleep on a few books daily for 10 or 8 years, you too would be as knowledgeable as I am today. Shen Xuan's wide grin was enough to almost infuriate the girl on the spot. Can't you tell I'm mocking you? Oh, how do we use it? Luo Xiaoxue inquired, feigning cooperation. She was curious to see what other mischief her disciple had hidden. Indeed, it is the naive and adorable little master who is the easiest to deceive. Shen Xuan chuckled inwardly, though his demeanor remained serious. Master, you must raise this companion spirit artifact and mimic my actions and chant to wield a mysterious power. Oh. Luo Xiaoxue lifted the vibrant stick, awaiting her disciple's demonstration. Shen Xuan suppressed his inner embarrassment, executing a mystical motion with his arm while loudly proclaiming, Goddess of Darkness, Ganara, unleash the black magic arrow. His movements were fluid, the result of countless secret viewings of television in his past life. After the demonstration, Shen Xuan stared at the blue-haired little girl with eager anticipation. A darkened little girl would be magnificent. Why does this chant feel so embarrassing? Luo Xiaoxue pondered, her little tuft of hair spinning as if contemplating whether to follow her disciple's instructions. In her moment of hesitation, Shen Xuan, the exemplary disciple, unexpectedly grasped her chin. He gently lifted her delicate face, leaning down to softly say, "Master, don't you want to give it a try?" As he spoke, his slightly swollen lips drew ever closer to the alluring little mouth of the girl. Luo Xiaoxue was utterly convinced that if she uttered a simple no, her rebellious disciple would surely kiss her. This is truly outrageous. For Master, Shen Xuan, step back a bit. The little girl surrendered in an instant. Shen Xuan chuckled in victory, releasing her. As long as they both felt awkward, it was as if the awkwardness dissipated, temporarily escaping her disciple's grasp. Luo Xiaoxue took a deep breath and, imitating her disciple's earlier movements, executed a wonderfully intricate gesture. This sequence seemed tailor-made for her, perfectly complementing the girl's grace. Goddess of darkness, Ganara, unleashed the black magic arrow. Her voice, as melodious as a nightingale, resonated through the air, her figure resembling a celestial fairy descending to earth. Ethereal and otherworldly, stirring Shen Xuan's heart. I almost forgot to add the special effects. Otherwise, Master might think I'm deceiving her. A pitch-black energy arrow materialized in Luo Xiaoxue's hand, aimed at the direction indicated by the magic fairy stick, before swiftly shooting forth. Master, see? Was I not right? Shen Xuan approached with a smile. Can Master hear the voice of your heart as I do? She remarked. Suddenly, Luo Xiaoxue gasped. Unbeknownst to her, warm hands had once again found their way to her waist, pulling her close into an embrace. The force was somewhat overwhelming. As if attempting to merge her being with his, Shen Xuan faintly sensed that his embrace had morphed into the shape of his master. A moment without holding Xiaoxue felt profoundly uncomfortable. Master, you are so adorable. Shen Xuan's gaze locked with the girl as beautiful eyes, the words spilling forth unbidden, rather than merely residing in his heart. Huh? The little girl stared wide-eyed, for although her disciple had entertained far more ambiguous thoughts in his mind, he had never vocalized them until now. How could this be? Is it so? Luo Xiaoxue's cheeks flushed with warmth, her head lowered to avoid meeting her disciple's fiery gaze. Fearing she might fall into the depths of his affection, the sight of her shyness only stoked the flames within Shen Xuan. Leaning closer to her ear, he inhaled the fragrance of her hair, and in a playful act, his tongue flicked out, gently enveloping her delicate earlobe. The little girl quivered uncontrollably at the warmth radiating from her ear. Xian, don't. What? Shen Xuan's indistinct voice brimmed with seduction. Because Master might become naughty. A piercing scream suddenly echoed from the Hall of the 35 Peaks. Hearing the commotion, several disciples rushed into the hall, only to find that apart from their master, the elder of the 35 Peaks, no one else was present. Master, we just heard a scream emanating from the hall. What has transpired? The woman seated in meditation slowly opened her slightly reddened eyes and replied coolly, I did not hear anything unusual. However, before the disciples could voice their concerns, she interrupted. If there is no urgent matter, you may all leave. The disciples exchanged puzzled glances, but since their master had spoken, they dared not question further. Bowing respectfully before exiting the hall, once they departed, the woman turned to examine her backside, where a black arrow had embedded itself, causing her to nearly burst into tears from the pain. Who on earth shot an arrow into my backside? She seethed inwardly. But to avoid letting her disciples discover her embarrassment, she had to suppress her fury. I must not find out who did this, otherwise, I shall make them experience the sensation of having their rear end crushed. Chapter 83. The Guardian of the Master Shen Xuan. As night fell within the Master's hall, Yunqin Xian held a letter urgently transmitted from the Foreign Affairs Hall. Opening the envelope, the contents flooded into his mind. Moments later, deep lines appeared on his forehead, and a shadow of sorrow flashed in his eyes. The ruins of the spirit infant had encountered unforeseen complications, with indications that traps had already been laid for them. Ultimately, among the 10 elders who entered, 1 had perished, and 4 were gravely injured. Although the remaining ones were not mentioned in the letter, it was likely that their circumstances were equally dire. Not only did the Qingyun sword sect suffer, but the spirit alchemists dispatched from the Great Hua Kingdom also faced significant losses, with 4 out of 15 casualties. Had it not been for both sides setting aside past grievances and joining forces, they would have surely perished within the ruins. However, even after their escape, The crisis had not yet been averted. A group of oddly dressed individuals appeared out of nowhere, launching a frenzied assault on both parties. The cultivators of the Qingyun sword sect and the Great Hua Kingdom were ultimately driven into the deep mountains, struggling to survive. Only the elder of the 26 Peaks and another cultivator from the Great Hua Kingdom managed to escape under the cover of others to seek aid from the sect. Regrettably, upon reaching the nearest branch hall and transcribing crucial information, the elder of the 26 Peaks succumbed to his injuries. Yun Qingxian's heart tightened. He had not anticipated that this exploration of the spirit infant ruins would cost the sect 2 spirit alchemist elders. Furthermore, the letter had been dispatched early in the morning. And now that a day had passed, no one could guarantee the safety of the remaining individuals. All elders are to gather at the Master S Hall immediately. Please invite Elder Chen to join us as well. A message was conveyed through the sect's token to each elder, including the most powerful hidden figure of the sword sect. Upon receiving this message, all the elders sensed that something significant was about to transpire. Under normal circumstances, even urgent matters would not warrant a meeting in the dead of night. Luo Xiaoxue finally found an excuse to leave her disciple's embrace. Though reluctant, she hurried to the main peak, fearing how her disciple might tease her if she lingered. In a short while, the elders gathered in the grand hall. Noticing everyone had arrived, Yun Qingxian nodded slightly and spoke of the pressing matter that necessitated their presence. He placed his index and middle fingers on his forehead, projecting over 20 strands of divine consciousness into each person's mind. This divine consciousness contained the entirety of the message. Instantly, solemnity enveloped the room. And some elders even had reddened eyes. "Who dared to ambush our sword sect elders?" shouted one hot-tempered elder, slamming his palm onto the table, which instantly crumbled to dust. "We must track down the culprit and offer their head as a blood tribute to our fallen elders," another elder said, his expression dark. While there might be minor frictions among the elders, they were always family matters. However, when faced with an external threat, they united swiftly. "Calm down." Yun Qingxian's voice was low and steady. "Before we discuss the events in the ruins, our priority is to rescue our comrades from those mysterious individuals. Revenge can wait." Though his heart burned with fury, as the sect leader, he knew he must be accountable for every decision and could not act impulsively. Yun Qingxian continued. "The enemy consists of 30 individuals, each possessing strength equivalent to the early stages of spirit pill cultivation. Moreover, 2 of their leaders have yet to reveal their abilities, likely placing them at the mid-level of spirit pill cultivation." The elders' expressions grew graver. How could there be so many spirit pill cultivators in Qingyun country? One elder voiced his confusion. In Qingyun country, aside from the sword sect, there were barely a dozen spirit pill experts elsewhere. The neighboring Dahou country was in a similar predicament, making it nearly impossible to gather such a number of unknown spirit pill cultivators. He glanced at Elder Chen, who sat at the far end of the hall, silent and still. "Elder Chen," before he could finish, Elder Chen interrupted. "I only guard the mountain gate and concern myself with nothing else." Years ago, he had promised his senior brother to protect the sword sect for life, which was why he had disguised himself as a humble sweeper for a century. He valued the tradition and legacy above all. The other elders looked toward Elder Chen, aware of his considerable strength but unclear on its exact measure. Yun Qingxian could only respond with a wry smile, even as the sect leader. He could not command this formidable guardian. "In that case, I, along with 20 elders, will proceed to the eastern region to rescue our brethren. Who will join me in battle?" This time, the sword sect was nearly emptying its nest, even though such action would leave the sect vulnerable to assaults. And there was a possibility that this upheaval was part of a larger scheme by an external force. Sometimes one must advance even when aware of the lurking dangers ahead. As Yun Qingxuan's words echoed, all the elders raised their hands in agreement. Luo Xiaoxue stood up, raising her small hand high to avoid being overshadowed. Yun Qingxian smiled with satisfaction, selecting 20 elders, and then turned to Elder Chen, saying, "As for guarding the sect and the disciple recruitment ceremony tomorrow, I entrust it to you and the remaining elders." With that, he tossed an ancient sword towards Elder Chen. "This is the array tool to control the sect's formation. With this and your strength, I can rest easy." Generally, the sect leader and elders would attend the ceremony in person, but given the circumstances, they could allow the chief disciples of each peak to act in their stead. Elder Chen accepted the array tool, stating, "This is my duty." Yun Qingxian declared, "Good. Time is of the essence. Let us prepare briefly and depart for the eastern region in 15 minutes. I have already sent word to Da's sect, as they too have elders trapped in the eastern region, and they will undoubtedly dispatch strong individuals to aid us. Everything has been arranged." and the disciple recruitment ceremony will be managed by others. Under the moonlight, Yunqing Xian and the elders set sail from the square. At the main peak, a disciple who had just finished practicing his swordplay in a small grove happened to see several high-ranking sect members gathering in the square, leaving the sect, prompting him to discuss the reason with a companion. Tomorrow is the disciple recruitment ceremony. Why are the sect leaders leaving at this hour? Unbeknownst to him, it must be a matter of utmost importance for the sect leader to take personal action. Back in his small room, Shen Xuan, feigning engagement in a book while seated at the edge of his bed, looked up at his master and noticed a hint of sorrow on her face. He elegantly closed the book and approached, gently ruffling the little girl's hair. "Master, what troubles you?" Shen Xuan's voice was soft, possessing a soothing charm. The girl raised her head, her eyes slightly red. In an instant, she seemed to find solace, wrapping her arms around his waist and leaning against him. Shen Xuan's expression hardened as a surge of anger arose within him. Who dared to bully his adorably charming master? Chapter 84. Shen Xuan's promise. Shen Xuan embraced the petite master. "Has someone been bullying you?" He struggled to keep his tone measured, not wanting to frighten Luo Xiaoxue. The master had just been summoned by the sect leader, and that person was evidently the prime suspect. It must be that scoundrel Yunqing Xian who has troubled my master. No, I must settle this score with him. In an instant, a terrifying divine consciousness enveloped the entire sword sect, but to his surprise, Yunqing Xian was not present within the sect. This only deepened Shen Xuan's suspicions that this rascal had indeed provoked his master. Is he hiding out of fear? Even if he runs to the ends of the earth, I will drag him back. Concern clouded Shen Xuan's judgment, and he ceased to ponder logical reasoning. Luo Xiaoxue felt warmth in her heart. Her disciple's worry for her was rather endearing. She wondered how Shen Xuan would feel if he knew he was seen as cute in her eyes. "No one has bullied me. It's just that 2 elders fell in the spirit infancy ruins." Luo Xiaoxue's voice was soft. Though her interactions with them were limited, they were still acquaintances, and she merely felt a tinge of sadness. After a brief silence, Shen Xuan lifted the little girl and sat her on his lap. He gazed into her beautiful eyes and earnestly said, "If one day I were to die or leave this world, would you mourn for me, master?" Luo Xiaoxue was momentarily taken aback and then urgently responded, "You must not say such things. If you were no longer here, I truly wouldn't know how to cope." As she spoke, tears welled in her eyes. Despite her disciple's constant teasing and rebelliousness, she had unknowingly grown accustomed to and fond of this life. She could hardly envision a day without him. Seeing the mist gathering in her eyes, Shen Xuan's heart trembled. He gently cradled her small face, his gaze filled with tenderness and affection. "Master, yes, I will always be by your side. Even if time stretches and memories fade, I will never depart." Shen Xuan linked their pinky fingers, a gentle smile gracing his face. "Let us make a promise." Luo Xiaoxue stared at her disciple's handsome visage, one that could captivate countless hearts. That statement felt like a promise. The following day, from afar atop the main peak, a resonant and profound bell toll echoed through the air. Luo Xiaoxue, like a daughter, pulled her still sleepy disciple to stand at the mountain's summit, gazing down at the sea of clouds. The gentle warmth of sunlight pierced through the clouds, awakening the slumbering earth. In an instant, a golden radiance blossomed around the master and disciple, shimmering brilliantly. A cold breeze swept by, lifting the girl's long blue hair, adding an element of vivacity to this enchanting scene, blurring the line between fantasy and reality. The only flaw was the handsome man standing behind the girl, who had inadvertently swallowed a mouthful of her blue hair. Shen Xuan endeavored to convince himself not to blame the blue-haired girl. After all, long hair could be troublesome. At worst, he could just seize her and give her a hearty kiss. Luo Xiaoxue turned around, gazing at Shen Xuan with a sweet smile. "Good disciple, lower your head. I have something to reward you with." "Huh? Why does master suddenly want to reward this exemplary disciple? Could it be an excuse to kiss me? Hee. This must be arranged." Shen Xuan obediently bent down, closing his eyes, awaiting the sweet kiss from his master. "Hee, my dear disciple, you truly have a short memory." Luo Xiaoxue thought to herself before decisively biting down. A quarter of an hour later, Luo Xiaoxue, with her sausage-lips disciple in tow, arrived at the main peak. At that moment, the newly constructed large testing square was teeming with people, with young participants eagerly awaiting the commencement of the spirit root test. Numerous disciples in white robes were scattered throughout the area, ensuring order was maintained. On the eastern terrace, 37 chairs were arranged, with the central position naturally reserved for the sect master. However, today it was occupied by Elder Chen. The remaining seats were filled with white-robed disciples assigned by the elders the previous night, with only a handful of actual elders, including Luo Xiaoxue, present. Disciple, I shall go ahead, Luo Xiaoxue announced before attempting to ascend the stage. Unexpectedly, Shen Xuan pulled her back, embracing her tightly. Master, let's have a hug first. Xianer, there are so many people here. Luo Xiaoxue discreetly surveyed the surroundings and, upon noticing everyone seemingly fixated on them, felt a rush of embarrassment, wishing to find a hole to hide in. How could she ask for a hug from her master in such a public setting? Did this mischievous disciple not feel any shame? Master, are you sure you won't hug me? Shen Xuan employed his usual tactic, lifting the girl's chin, preparing to steal a kiss. No matter the time, this approach was always effective with his master. Fine, a hug it is, she relented. And after granting him a significant embrace, the little girl swiftly darted onto the terrace, where safety could still be found. Below, the participants of the test murmured amongst themselves, questioning why it was predominantly senior brothers and sisters observing the proceedings from the stage. Who knows? I heard that in previous years, many prominent figures from the sword sect would attend the disciple recruitment ceremony, but this year seems different. Hee, you all don't understand. Earlier, I just happened to encounter the renowned brother Putlang from our sect, and he mentioned that many bigwigs couldn't make it today. The boy named Qiao relished the attention he was receiving. If he could successfully join the sword sect, he would surely follow Brother Pu, aiming to achieve a reputation akin to a young master in the sword path. In truth, the sect master and most elders were occupied with external affairs. As time gradually passed, the moment for the sword sect's recruitment ceremony drew near, and the young participants' hearts tightened in anticipation of the final moment. Out of the thousands, only about 1 in 10 would be granted entry into the sword sect. This was a straightforward yet brutal assessment, destined to see many eliminated from contention for discipleship, while a select few exceptionally talented youths would break through the ranks and embark on the path of swordsmanship. Chapter 85. The prodigy of superior spirit roots. Amidst the eager anticipation of the crowd, Elder Chen rose, proclaiming that the auspicious hour had arrived, and the Qingyan sword sect's recruitment ceremony officially commenced. Following this, Elder Mingjie, responsible for presiding over the ceremony, also stood, demonstrating his expertise. Mingjie leaped to the center of the square, where a circle of white-robed disciples had already formed, isolating the array beneath him from the rest. The previously dilapidated formation had been shattered by Shen Xian's might, but many elders were quite pleased, as it provided an excuse to construct a more advanced array. He subsequently produced a spirit stone, placing it at the core of the array, while simultaneously infusing it with a tremendous amount of spiritual energy, activating the grand formation. Suddenly, the ground illuminated with intricate and obscure patterns, and a luminous barrier rose, enveloping an area of about 4 to 5 zhang. Concurrently, a colossal ethereal leaderboard unfurled above the formation. Once the formation was activated, those holding jade tokens would be drawn into the array. There was no need to resist. As Meng Jie concluded his announcement, 200 young boys and girls were swiftly attracted upwards, soaring towards the spirit root testing array. Spirit roots are generally classified into 4 grades: inferior, medium, superior, and exceptional. Each grade is further divided into upper, middle, and lower tiers. It is said that there exists a heavenly spirit root capable of invoking celestial phenomena, but this remains merely a legend, as such occurrences are exceedingly rare, and none have been recorded in the sword sect's history. Of course, there are theoretically individuals with no spirit roots, but it is unlikely that anyone would entirely lack even a trace of them. Someone like that rebellious disciple could be considered a unique prodigy rarely seen in a millennium. Among the sword sect disciples, the majority possess medium spirit roots, while very few have superior spirit roots. Exceptional spirit roots have only appeared a handful of times throughout the sect's history, and the thought of a heavenly spirit root is far-fetched. Even the remarkably talented founding ancestor was not of that caliber. The array's barrier shimmered with a rainbow of colors, and soon, names began to appear on the ethereal leaderboard above. Look, the last name on the leaderboard is actually a medium-level spirit root, while the first is even a lower-grade superior spirit root. The waiting youths became increasingly anxious upon seeing the rankings of the 23 spirit roots. No one wished to be the outlier. However, as the sword sect raised its standards for discipleship, their chances of passing grew slimmer. With a wave of his sleeve, Mingjie sent the youths who completed the test away from the array, and the next group followed suit for testing. In the meantime, those who passed and became prospective disciples of the sword sect wore excited expressions, cheering with elation. Conversely, many others appeared despondent, awaiting their dismissal from the sect, with some emotionally unstable individuals bursting into tears and even questioning the test results, leading to conflicts with the law enforcement disciples. Such troublemakers were swiftly dealt with. Luo Xiaoxue, uninterested in the spirit root testing results, occasionally glanced at her disciple, but each time, their eyes met with his fervent gaze. Could he not stop looking at me? The little girl felt bashful, yet in such a public setting, she dared not reveal a hint of her emotions. Unbeknownst to them, noon arrived. The spirit root testing was nearing its conclusion, and as the last group of youths completed their tests, a sudden uproar erupted throughout the venue. Even the elders on the terrace and the senior brothers and sisters acting as substitutes stood up, their expressions filled with astonishment as they gazed at the leaderboard. Unbeknownst to anyone, within the array, a young boy's eyes gleamed sharply, as if shadows of swords danced within. After harboring his grudge for a decade, today he would finally take the first step toward revenge. Though the Qingyan sword sect may be inconspicuous, it was sufficient for him to use it as a springboard to soar into the heavens. The golden scales are not mere fish in the pond. When they encounter the winds and clouds, they transform into dragons. One day, the entire eastern spirit continent will tremble because of them. On the leaderboard, which had already revealed over 1,000 names, the boy who originally possessed a superior middle-level spirit root, ranked first, was unexpectedly displaced by another name. My heavens! Is that truly an exceptional spirit root? Am I seeing things? Wei Jian, that name sounds peculiar. Actually, I find it quite fitting, guarding the path of the sword. This person is destined to be a genius in swordsmanship. Everyone was speculating about the identity of this Wei Jian, after all. Finding a person among 200 based solely on a name proved quite challenging. Even the reclusive elder Chen, who seldom took on disciples, remarked that if this young man possessed a commendable character, he would consider taking him as an apprentice. Acknowledging his own advancing age, he pondered how many more years he could uphold the sword sect's legacy. Perhaps it was time to seek a successor to inherit his mantle. The other disciples clad in white and the elders dared not contradict him, observing the profound respect the sect leader had for Elder Chen. It was clear they were not to be trifled with. Among the crowd who had completed the spiritual root testing, a pale-faced, slender youth appeared somewhat displeased. Just as he was about to bask in the glory of being the first, the spotlight was suddenly stolen from him, which left him quite irked. Brother Huang Yuan, who do you think that Wei Jian is? A boy beside him inquired, stretching his neck to peer at the formation. However, Huang Yuan was in a sulky mood and had no desire to engage in conversation. In contrast to the astonishment of others, Luo Xiaoxue remained remarkably composed. Bored, she discreetly stretched her limbs, but when she glanced back at the stage, she noticed that her disciple had mysteriously vanished. Where's my disciple? She wondered, only to suddenly feel a pair of large hands wrap around her as she stretched. Startled, she turned to see her mischievous apprentice, Xianer. What are you doing here? Everyone is watching. Let go of me, she whispered, attempting to refuse him. Nevertheless, as nearly all attention was focused on the testing formation, few noticed the interaction between master and disciple. Unfazed, Shen Xuan scooped up the struggling little girl and began to retreat. Once they exited the elevated green passage from the testing square, he turned his gaze to the small master nestled in his embrace, a hint of mischief evident in his elegant smile. Little girl, you may evade me for a moment, but can you truly escape me for a lifetime? He mused, imagining the scene with a chuckle that nearly caused him to bleed from his nose. Luo Xiaoxue gritted her teeth in silent annoyance. What do you mean by spank? I wonder if my disciple prefers a whip with thorns or without. Considering his resilience, he likely favors the former. Chapter 86, Approaching Crisis. Master, be gentle, or it will break. Fear not, I shall exercise caution, Luo Xiaoxue replied, utterly bemused. What was she even doing? Somehow, she had found herself in this peculiar situation. Glancing at her disciple's blissful expression, she let out a huff, inadvertently applying too much force. Crack! The egg in her chubby little hand shattered. Master. The egg is broken, Shen Xuan exclaimed, his face shifting dramatically at the sound of the breakage. Luo Xiaoxue delivered a playful thump on her disciple's head, glaring at him. So what if it broke? Why are you so worked up? Oh, perhaps you have a point. Shen Xuan rubbed his now swollen head, feeling aggrieved. Master is rather fierce. If only you were as fierce with your heart. However, being overly fierce isn't ideal. I still prefer a gentle touch. What I meant was your temperament, dear officer. Please take note. In her moment of irritation, Luo Xiaoxue accidentally crushed the other egg she had been holding. Shen Xuan winced at the thought. That was his last egg. Master, I had planned to enjoy these 2 spirit bird eggs for lunch. Luo Xiaoxue haughtily snorted, showing her little pink fist to her disciple. Before standing up to cool off, Shen Xuan climbed off the bed, shaking off the remnants of the broken eggs, lamenting the shame of such wastage. These were the eggs gifted to him by the spirit birds of the 30 Peaks just days ago, meant for his master to knead on his back to invigorate his circulation. Who would have thought that the wasteful little girl would crush them outright? Rubbing his stomach, Shen Xuan contemplated what to have for lunch. Perhaps he might consider the blue-haired girl instead. Outside the imperial capital, Zhao Lingdian stood above the void, accompanied by a dozen other formidable figures in the realm of spirit pills. In the distance, a figure approached rapidly. Daoist sure. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Zhao Lingdian hastened to greet him. The bald giant, Shi Tian, nodded in acknowledgement. After a day of rest, he felt invigorated. No time to waste. Let us depart. Shi Tian commanded, eager to expedite their business. He had no desire to linger in such a minor locale. Before long, various sects would launch a full-scale assault on this domain, and he needed to rendezvous with other elders in the eastern region to secure a greater sphere of influence. Zhao Lingtian felt displeased by the tone of his companion, yet he concealed it well. Of course, he replied, casting his gaze over the vast assembly of 100,000 cavalrymen below. All elite soldiers at least of the 4th tier of body refinement, truly the entirety of the Qingyan nation's resources. Even if Zhao Lingdian had another decade, he would struggle to amass a second such formidable army to prevent ordinary disciples from seizing the opportunity to escape during the assault on the sword sect. Zhao Lingdian had wagered all his cards. By annihilating the majority of disciples, the few remaining stragglers would be but fleeting weeds, easily eradicated in due time. Of course, the ultimate outcome of the battle would depend on the confrontation between the top experts of both sides. Yet, with a mid-stage spirit infant from the Haiyan sect stationed, it seemed the sword sect's hidden cards would prove futile. Behold our Qingyun. All cultivation resources converge upon the Qingyun sword sect. The common folk have no path to enlightenment, languishing in the mundane for decades, only to become mere bones. Why should it be so? Why should the myriad citizens of Qingyun not seek the immortals? Why must we heed only one sect's doctrine, resigned to servitude? All soldiers, heed my command. March forth and obliterate the sword sect, restoring our celestial skies. Zhao Lingtian's powerful voice resonated across the 100,000 troops, prompting the generals to respond in unison, chanting, annihilate the sword sect. Restore our celestial skies. The collective roar of 100,000 voices shook the heavens. Zhao Lingdian nodded in satisfaction. He understood that given the sword sect's long-established reputation and influence among the common folk, many soldiers would be reluctant to stand against them. However, their families had been settled outside the imperial capital, and coupled with the previous purges, who would dare to rise against the tide of annihilation aimed at the sword sect? Move out. With a single command, the 100,000-strong army galloped forward, marching toward the sword sect. At this pace, it would take less than half an hour to arrive at the foot of the sword sect's mountain. In just half an hour. Even if the news reached the Qingyun sword sect, it would be too late to evacuate. Moreover, given the sword sect's pride, it was almost impossible for them to consider retreating before their gates were breached. Chapter 87. Master and Disciple in the Midst of Chaos in the Afternoon. The sword sect's disciple recruitment ceremony continued, though the venue had shifted to the Ancestor Square. Compared to the bustling crowd of thousands in the morning, the afternoon was notably quieter, with just over 1,000 prospective disciples present. Yet the atmosphere among them was vibrant, filled with engaging conversations. From this point onward, once they were accepted by their masters, they would truly become disciples of the sword sect. Elder Chen and the other elders faced the 1,000-strong assembly of disciples, with the statue of their founding ancestor looming behind them. Silence. Elder Chen's voice, though not loud, carried an air of authority. The gathered disciples fell silent, their hearts trembling. This is our sword sect's founding ancestor. Since you are now disciples of the sword sect, you must pay your respects to the ancestor with 3 kneels and 9 kowtows to enter our mountain. With a kneel and a bow, following Elder Chen's words, the thousands of youths knelt and bowed in reverence. 2 bows. After completing the ritual of 3 kneels and 9 kowtows, the assembly rose, and the formal acceptance of disciples by each peak commenced. Wei Jian, step forward, Elder Chen called out. Immediately, a slender youth with an aloof demeanor yet strikingly handsome features stepped forward, bowing respectfully to the elder before him. The youth lifted his head, his gaze piercing like a long sword that strikes directly at the heart. Many senior disciples in the vicinity turned their attention to him, their eyes ablaze with fervor. Just by observing his expression, Elder Chun was immensely pleased. His gaze was resolute and sharp, yet tempered with a hint of restraint, indicating a wisdom of knowing when to advance and retreat. This child is destined for greatness, he thought to himself. Wei Jian, do you wish to take me as your master? The young man scrutinized the elder before him. He had already inquired about the high-ranking members of the sword sect, and this elder was the most enigmatic among them. Initially, he was known merely as a gatekeeper, but he had recently made a name for himself by easily repelling the mid-stage spirit pill master, Yun Xian, on behalf of a disciple. Clearly, based on strength, taking him as a mentor would be the wisest choice. After a moment's contemplation, Wei Jian knelt down and declared, "Master, please accept my bow." Having been transported to this far western land, the arduous struggle for survival over the past decade had long since stripped him of any pride he held as the former prince of a dynasty. All he desired was vengeance. He would not hesitate to sell his soul or body for it, let alone merely take on a master. Elder Chen quickly helped the youth to his feet, laughing heartily. Good, good. The other elders, filled with envy, lamented the fact that such a promising talent was now secured. Fortunately, after taking Wei Jian as his disciple, Elder Chen had no intention of accepting another. The next disciple, with a mid-grade spiritual root talent, Huang Yuan, naturally became the center of contention among the various peaks. Meanwhile, the more ordinary disciples were eagerly led by enthusiastic seniors to the stalls at the edge of the square. Listening to their incessant boasts about how wonderful their respective peaks were, some less discerning youths were easily swayed and inexplicably found themselves aligning with certain peaks. Shen Xuan approached the solitary little girl and gently held her soft hand. "Master, what are you thinking?" Luo Xiaoxue turned her head and shot him a glance. "Rest assured, I have no intention of taking on disciples. Just you alone is enough to give me a headache." The boy smiled slightly, embracing the girl, and said in a voice rich with charm, "So, from now on, you shall be my only disciple." The little girl froze, momentarily forgetting that he was holding her in front of a crowd. "Disciple? Disciple? Did you just call me Xiaoxue?" Though she had often heard him refer to her as Xiaoxue or little girl in his heart, there was a vast difference when it was spoken aloud. Luo Xiaoxue felt as if she could evaporate on the spot. How could he address her in such a tone, reminiscent of lovers? Shen Xuan affectionately ruffled her soft, silky hair. Even when lost in thought, Master remained so adorable. As the square gradually quieted, more and more gazes shifted towards the statue of the founding master. If his senses were not mistaken, the pungent odor wafting through the air originated from that direction. Soon after, the newly arrived junior disciples noticed the exceptional, indescribable warm-hearted senior brother standing before the statue. In an instant, they collectively fell in love. However, this innocent infatuation was abruptly shattered. They witnessed the senior brother in blue kneeling down to kiss the forehead of the girl in blue robes. The boys, who had just eaten lunch, felt as if their stomachs were about to burst. Such blatant displays of affection. Could they not show some restraint? Moreover, the newcomers were puzzled. For the girl in blue was an elder of the sword sect, was she not? Chapter 88. The crisis of the sword sect. A sword sect disciple had dared to engage in such unconventional behavior with their master in public. Truly, the Qingyan sword sect is bold and unafraid to innovate. The notion of a mentor-mentee relationship evolving in such a manner seemed thrilling. Perhaps I could write a book titled The Secrets Between a Sword Sect Elder and Their Beloved Disciple, murmured Pu Telung, standing at the edge of the square with his newly recruited junior, Xiao Baiding. Once this book is published, it will surely shake the heavens and move the spirits. Xiao Baiding hurriedly flattered. Meanwhile, Wei Xiaoxue observed the duo, who had attracted the crowd's attention, with a heavy sigh. As if mourning the fall of a star of the sword path. Shun, is a woman truly less significant than the sword path? This is the disciple recruitment ceremony. Yet he understood Shen Xian's extraordinary status and refrained from speaking candidly, opting instead to cough lightly as a warning. However, lost in his romantic exchanges, Shen Xian paid no heed, his heart filled only with affection for his beloved master. Luo Xiaoxue, what do you mean by this? Are you attempting to disrupt the order of the disciple recruitment ceremony? A sharp reprimand rang out. The older, single female elders from the 35 peaks were grim expressions. The pain from an injury sustained the previous day still lingered, and now they were inundated with a deluge of love and affection. Feeling displeased, Shen Xian thought, does she not see that we are merely engaging in a display of master-disciple affection? This lady seems to be having a rough time, appearing as if she has been struck by an arrow, truly an unpleasant sight. As he silently criticized, Luo Xiaoxue seized the chance to step back, distancing herself from her ever-hungry disciple. Overwhelmed by the various gazes directed her way, the little girl felt on the verge of tears. At that moment, a steward arrived on a sword, his face etched with urgency. Elder Chun, esteemed elders, the ruler of Qingyun Nation, Zhao Lingtian, is leading an army of approximately 10,000 towards our sect, and they are now merely 30 miles away. All eyes immediately focused on the steward. Elder Chen's expression grew serious. Do you know their intentions? The steward shook his head, uncertain, but the imposing presence of the army suggested they meant to do harm. Humph. Do they dare to attack our sword sect? The elders from the 35 peaks expressed their disdain. Since the inception of the Qingyun sword sect, this land had always regarded the sword sect with reverence. The Zhao royal family was merely a puppet established by the sect to govern the mundane world. Even if Zhao Lingtian had 100 times the courage, he would not dare to challenge the master. A resonant voice echoed from the main peak, causing all disciples to tremble in shock, unsure of what was unfolding. He then turned to the steward, hurry and ring the alarm bell 9 times. The entire sect is to enter a state of emergency. All elders, follow me. As his words concluded, a terrifying aura surged forth from the elder's frail form, sending shivers down the spines of those present. He stepped forward, instantly appearing dozens of feet in the air. The disciples gaped in astonishment. Just this single movement was likely beyond the capabilities of even the sect master. How powerful could Elder Chen truly be? I believe only those in the spirit infant realm possess such might. Luo Xiaoxue and several elders followed closely, ascending into the air. At that moment, a thick black cloud appeared on the horizon, expanding at a visible pace, charging directly towards the Qingyun sword sect. An elder's face turned pale with fear. Confronted with such a sight, even his spirit pill realm strength felt utterly powerless. Elder Chen furrowed his brow, sensing multiple powerful auras emanating from the black mist. If that was all, even if 20 or 30 spirit pill realm experts arrived, with his strength and the might of the formation, they could manage. However, a blood-red gaze pierced through the mist, locking onto his own. In an instant, Elder Chen felt a chill run down his spine. Among the newcomers, there was indeed a spirit infant-level expert, and one whose realm was undoubtedly above his own. Below, among the disciples of the sword sect, Shen Xuan gazed into the distance, easily discerning several figures among the black mist. The foremost was unmistakably the bald man. Truly, bald men often possessed formidable strength. Thankfully, while Shen Xuan was powerful, he had yet to reach baldness. However, they were finally making their move to invade this lower realm. Shen Xuan sighed softly, his gaze growing increasingly frigid. Chapter 89. The Confession Mission. Before long, the advancing black mist halted a mere 2 miles from the sword sect's gate. The bald man emerged first from the mist, and it was none other than Shi Tian. Following closely behind him was Zhao Lingtian, clad in a striking black and red robe, exuding an imposing aura. Zhao Lingtian, what is your intention? Upon seeing Zhao Lingtian, an elder's face contorted with anger as he shouted at him. What intention? It is merely to rid the world of the malignant tumor that is your Qingyun kingdom. Zhao Lingtian replied with a cold smile, unabashedly revealing his objective. The time for pretense was over. It was now a matter of life or death. Following him, 17 others emerged. This assault on the sword sect was spearheaded by these 19 individuals, each a formidable master above the spirit pill realm. Their sheer numbers alone would overwhelm the few present from the sword sect, not to mention the imposing figure of the bald man leading them. Although the 100,000-strong army had yet to arrive, one could faintly hear the thunderous sound of galloping hooves. Despite the current display being considerably weaker than when facing the evil entities of the spirit god realm a few days prior, Luo Xiaoxue still felt a heavy sense of oppression. Shi Tian glanced at the elder leading the sword sect and remarked, a spirit infant at the initial stage. To cultivate a spirit infant in this desolate land of spiritual energy is indeed a rare talent. Are you truly intent on opposing my sword sect? Elder Chen said in a deep voice. Yet, Shi Tian paid him no mind, and instead focused on Luo Xiaoxue, his expression revealing surprise. A little girl like you possesses spirit pill cultivation? Ha ha ha, how interesting. Luo Xiaoxue's gaze was icy, her lips pressed tightly together in silence. In the distance, Shen Xuan observed everything, clearly hearing the words spoken by Shi Tian. What an insufferable fool. How dare he lay a hand on my master? At that moment, he had already condemned the bald man to death. Ding ding ding. Urgent notification. Host, please pay attention. A temporary mission has been issued. Speak, I am listening. He replied. Host is quite imposing. Final reward 50. System, please proceed. I assure you I will complete the mission. The temporary mission is to directly eliminate the enemies of the Qingyun sword sect. Upon completion, theoretically, the host may receive a super accelerator for Dantian Repair 10. Shen Xuan stroked his chin. Is that it? Seems rather too easy. However, he felt a sense of unease regarding the word theoretically. The mission likely wouldn't be so simple. Note: the host must act when Luo Xiaoxue is in peril, ensuring she is unharmed. Furthermore, if the host successfully confesses to her in front of the entire Qingyun sword sect after saving her, an additional reward will be granted. Indeed, the system seems intent on making me show off. Wait, what was that last part? Shen Xuan thought he had misheard. Confess? Could you please repeat that last sentence? The host may receive an additional reward, the system replied. Shen Xuan's face darkened. Fine. The system reiterated the previous prompt, and he confirmed he had not misheard. Confess to Xiaoxue? In an instant, his mind was in turmoil, his thoughts swirling like a muddled mess. He had never confessed to any girl before. The system was leading him astray. Grinding his teeth, Shen Xuan reminisced about his past as a righteous ally, a grave digger of evil forces. A FAOD for the righteous path of the universe. Yet since the system's emergence, he had gradually veered off course, embarking on an irreversible road of infatuation with Lolis. Dancing on the edge of being scrutinized daily. As a Quasi-Emperor, how could he proactively confess to a blue-haired loli? After struggling for a moment, he suddenly felt a wave of resignation wash over him, a bitter smile forming. No matter how much he deceived himself, it couldn't change the fact that his heart had long belonged to that girl. With his eyes closed, he took a deep breath. When he opened them again, his gaze fell upon the bald man. High above, Xiaotian suddenly felt a chill, as if someone were watching him from the shadows. He immediately released his divine sense to scan his surroundings, but found nothing amiss. Was this merely his illusion? Xiaotian mused. Yet he knew that delaying would lead to unforeseen consequences. He needed to resolve the situation swiftly. With that thought, he coldly declared, I offer you a chance at life. Those above the Spirit Foundation realm may self-destruct their cultivation and disband their sect, and you may preserve your lives. Elder Chen scoffed, his tone defiant. I want to see how you intend to destroy my sword sect. Chapter 90. The earth-shattering finger. As he spoke, Elder Chen activated the sword sect's great formation. Starting from the first peak, phantoms of swords surged forth from the remaining 36 peaks. Each sword shadow was 100 feet long, bursting forth with blinding white light, as if to cleave the heavens asunder. At that moment, the clear sky erupted with thunder, and dozens of lightning bolts suddenly struck, impacting each sword shadow. In the blink of an eye, 36 colossal sword shadows were shattered, disintegrating into countless fragments. Astonishingly, these fragments did not dissipate. Instead, they coalesced, reforming into myriad smaller flying swords, enveloping the entire sword sect. Should the enemy enter the killing zone, they would undoubtedly be assailed by thousands of flying swords. Even a typical spirit infant realm master would not dare to venture inside. The disciples of the sword sect watched in shock. Though they knew their sect was protected by a great formation, they had not anticipated the terrifying power of this sword formation. This array was primarily offensive, not defensive. No matter how you attempted to evade, I would meet you with the edge of my sword. Perfectly embodying the spirit of sword cultivators who can break myriad laws with a single strike. Having stood for millennia in the land of Qingyun, the sword sect naturally possessed profound foundations. Zhao Lingdian, witnessing this scene, wore a worried expression as he quietly asked Xiaotian, Do you have confidence? Xiaotian cast him a dismissive glance, merely a trivial skill. Then, an unmatched aura erupted from him, representing the unreserved release of his cultivation at the mid-stage of the spirit infant realm. An overwhelming black mist gathered, obscuring the sun, causing the heavens and earth to lose their colors. In the next moment, Xiaotian flipped his palm, and a small black flag fell into his hand. It appeared unremarkable. But the moment Zhao Lingtian and the others' divine senses brushed against it, an immense pulling force erupted from the flag, nearly drawing their consciousness inside. Realizing they could not resist this allure, they hastily severed that fragment of divine sense, narrowly preventing their souls from being wrenched from their bodies. Xiaotian sneered. This is the soul-devouring banner. If I truly activate it, even your so-called spirit infant realm cultivators, should you be careless, your souls would be drawn within. Hearing his explanation, Zhao Lingdian and the others were horrified, feeling an overwhelming sense of relief at having escaped. They could never have imagined that the seemingly small flag possessed such power. Xiaotian cast the soul-devouring banner into the air, and simultaneously, a massive black figure formed from the mist emerged, catching the flag in its grasp as it soared towards the sword sect. Large, large, large. Shi Tian murmured. And the black mist giant's soul-devouring banner expanded in an instant, growing to hundreds of feet in size, a colossal flag that blotted out the sky. Merely gazing at it made everyone feel as though their souls might be drawn within. The black mist giant raised the banner, summoning forth a tempest. As countless illusory heads manifested from the banner, opening their gaping maws to lunge at the Qingyun sword sect, Elder Qin's expression darkened, and with a wave of his hand, thousands of sword shadows converged into an ancient longsword. In an instant, the ancient sword seemed infused with life, erupting with blinding brilliance. The elder then slashed with the sword, the light merging into the sword energy, striking forth with the might of thunder. Each of the illusory heads merely brushing against a wisp of sword light rapidly disintegrated, soon vanishing alongside the sword energy into the void. The disciples on the main peak erupted into jubilant cheers. How dare they claim to shatter the sword sect? Yet, Shen Xuan discerned that this exchange was merely a test. Based on the forces both sides had employed, the sword sect was at a disadvantage. For instance, the enemy had only exerted 30% of their strength, while the sword sect had to use 40% to reach a stalemate. This point was also clear to the elder guarding the skies. Shi Tian gazed at the elders of the Jian sect, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "This formation is indeed intriguing. Yet I fear it may not suffice to preserve your lives." With a sweeping motion of his hand, the giant responded, abruptly embedding the enormous flag into its own torso. A thick, black mist enveloped the flag instantly, and the giant erupted with dark fog, its presence resonating ominously. From every point where the mist burst forth, a colossal visage materialized, silent, yet resonating with an unsettling hum that echoed in the ears of those who beheld it. Soon, the giant's body was adorned with countless gnarled faces formed from the black mist, resembling a monstrous conglomeration of human heads. "Let us see if you can withstand this finger." Shi Tian's voice, calm and measured, declared as he extended his index finger. The black mist giant mirrored his gesture, a massive finger extending forth, its tip seemingly ablaze with crimson flames, harboring a terrifying energy of destruction, akin to a meteor descending from the heavens, aimed directly at the main peak. The faces of the Jian sect disciples paled, especially the ordinary ones below, who felt a suffocating dread at the prospect of this world-shattering strike. Zhao Dian and his companions trembled even from their position behind Shi Tian. They felt like mere onlookers, utterly powerless. The sheer might of Shi Tian was staggering, leaving them to ponder the true terror of the force that backed him. Zhao Dian silently lamented his earlier decisions, realizing that even if he were to completely merge with that artifact, it would hardly be enough to contend with the Black Flame sect. Regret washed over him for having sought their aid in the annihilation of the Jian sect, yet he understood that even without the Black Flame sect's collaboration, this enigmatic force would surely eradicate the Qingyun Jian sect and annihilate the Zhao royal family. Elder Chun raised an ancient sword, and the white sword phantoms scattered throughout the Jian sect seemed to have found their focal point, converging towards this ancient blade. In an instant, a gigantic sword shadow spanning 1,000 feet coalesced. The swords of the Jian sect disciples trembled violently as if resonating with the sword shadow. The elder formed seals with his hands, and the ancient sword suddenly soared, the 1,000-foot sword shadow shooting forth towards the encroaching colossal finger. "Follow my lead." Elder Qin's voice rang out, prompting Luo Xiaoxue and her companions to rally their spirits, unleashing their full cultivation. A barrage of unmatched sword energies erupted, brilliant sword light cascading forth as they simultaneously struck against the impending titanic finger. However, the assaults of Luo Xiaoxue and the other alchemists were swiftly obliterated by the finger, their efforts barely making a dent. The Jian sect disciples felt their morale plummet. It's over. Even the elders at the alchemist level cannot halt the giant's attack. Are we doomed to perish? I do not wish to die. I have just become a disciple of the Jian sect. My future is bright. How can I face death here? In the face of impending doom, only a few remained resolute, especially the newly initiated disciples who had yet to begin their sword training. Silence. Elder Chun, the protective sword array still offers us hope. A senior disciple at the foundational level admonished. The newly initiated disciples, gripped by fear, fell silent, casting desperate glances at the sword shadow confronting the giant finger. Their fates now rested entirely in Elder Chen's hands. Meanwhile, the disciples stationed at various peaks gazed anxiously towards the main peak, their hearts racing. Even from a distance, they sensed a trembling power descending from the sky. The only source of comfort was the colossal sword shadow that seemed poised to pierce the heavens. Luo San, overwhelmed with emotion, stuffed his mouth with chicken leg. Mumbling to himself, Regardless of life or death, I must at least fill my belly first. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the razor-sharp sword met the black mist giant's finger. In an instant, a chilling wail pierced the air, reminiscent of malevolent spirits clawing their way from the depths of hell. The crimson flames swirling around the fingertip rapidly engulfed the sword's edge, where the two forces met, disintegrating into nothingness, as if corroded by a toxic substance. Before long, the once resplendent spiritual giant's sword dimmed, its sharpness diminished, emitting a shrill hum as if on the verge of shattering entirely. Kill. Elder Chen's face turned pale, and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of essence blood onto the ancient sword. In an instant, the blood merged with the sword's body, awakening it with a captivating crimson glow. With its might renewed, the sword shadow in the air regained its brilliance, its descent halted as it clashed against the giant finger. Some disciples glimpsed a flicker of hope, their eyes rekindling with the desire for life. Shen Xuan, taken aback by how fiercely a mere sect could resist, regarded them with surprise. Yet he mused, what could one individual change? With a sinister grin, he exerted force beneath his feet, launching himself forward like a streak of lightning towards the elder, fiercely resisting the giant finger. Stop him! Several elders cried out, fully aware that without Elder Chen's intervention, no one could withstand the might of that obscuring finger. Luo Xiaoxue and the others positioned themselves between Shen Xuan and Elder Chen. Fully aware they were no match for this bald-headed man, they could do nothing but risk everything, for should they falter, the thousands of Jian's sect disciples would lose all hope. Get lost. Shen Xuan unleashed a palm strike, conjuring a black handprint that surged towards Luo Xiaoxue and her companions. However, he tempered his power, intending only to severely injure them. As the attack approached, Luo Xiaoxue clenched her teeth, preparing to burn her essence blood to forcibly enhance her strength. Yet, just as she was about to act, she felt her spiritual energy inexplicably freeze, becoming utterly unresponsive. In the blink of an eye, the black palm descended, sending Luo Xiaoxue and the others flying. Aside from Luo Xiaoxue, the remaining elders spat blood, akin to kites severed from their strings, plummeting towards the ground. The little girl also fell, yet she suffered no harm. However, she could not access her spiritual power. If she fell this way, it would surely mean her demise. Shinner. She called out instinctively, as if uttering her disciple's name would grant her solace in this helpless moment. Master, I am here. A gentle voice reached her ears. Her heart fluttered, and in the next moment, she felt enveloped in warmth. Shen Xuan, having leapt into the air, caught her in his embrace. Chapter 92, Confession Shinner. The girl's small hand tenderly caressed her disciple's strikingly handsome face. It felt warm, not merely a figment of her imagination. At that moment, she was entranced by her disciple's alluring aura. Shen Xuan cradled his master's soft form, his heart softening in tandem. Some disciples observed Shen Xuan soaring into the air, confusion clouding their thoughts. Isn't he only at the body-refining level? How can he defy gravity? Even more perplexing was the sight of Shen Xuan nonchalantly swinging his sword at the massive finger that loomed like a mountain in the sky, devoid of any grandiose aura. His movement fluid yet seemingly inconsequential. What was he attempting to do? In the eyes of the onlookers, Shen Xuan appeared no more significant than a speck of dust compared to the vast finger. Yet, he paid no heed to the outcome of his strike, sheathing his sword and gazing tenderly at the person in his arms. Master, Shinner, he stammered, when I return victorious, will you agree to be my wife? His voice trembled. Though soft, it resonated powerfully, with nearly every disciple on the main peak catching his words. Even without leaning against her disciple, Luo Xiaoxue could hear the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. But the little girl's mind could not grasp the implications of the quickening heartbeat. Increasingly, more disciples gazed up at the pair suspended in the air, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. What? Someone wishes to marry Elder Luo. And it's her disciple? Wait. Regardless of the implications of your romantic entanglement, the sect is facing imminent destruction, and you still have time for such frivolities? Shen Xuan paid no heed to the thoughts of others. He merely tenderly clasped his master's soft little hand, with a multitude of unspoken affections lingering in the silence. The blue tuft atop the little girl's head drooped listlessly, much like its owner, whose delicate form rested in her disciple's embrace. Shen Xuan surprisingly declared his intent to marry her. Logically, she ought to have sternly refused, given their master-disciple relationship. Yet, she felt nothing but sweet shyness in her heart. Even if death were to come in the next moment, it seemed there would be no regrets. As the atmosphere between the two grew increasingly warm, a cacophony of insults erupted from below. However, as the crowd launched their verbal assaults on the pair for their apparent lack of decorum, a sudden voice cried out. Look to the sky. In the heavens above, Dark fingers appeared as if severed by some unseen force, splitting apart. Despite the dark mist's desperate writhing, attempting to mend the severed digits, an inexplicable power seemed to cling to the smooth cut. Whenever the surrounding fog approached, it would dissolve into nothingness, leaving only a faint sizzling sound. Soon after, the cut began to spread toward the colossal figure of the dark mist, and in no time, the fog that shrouded the entire sky was cleaved away, revealing vast stretches of clear blue. The giant's form began to disintegrate, and Elder Chen felt the terrifying pressure dissipate in an instant, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Witnessing the entire spectacle, Shi Tian appeared to have encountered the most terrifying event imaginable, his face etched with profound shock. The elders of the sword sect stood entranced. While the antagonists had temporarily retreated, a single phrase jolted the onlookers from their stupor. Some gazed at Elder Chen in the sky, while others recalled Shen Xuan's earlier peculiar actions, their gazes shifting to him. However, the disciples who looked toward Shen Xuan soon shook their heads with self-deprecating smiles. How could he, an ordinary disciple, possibly rival Elder Chen? People were far more inclined to believe this feat was the work of Elder Chen. For no one could accept that a mere youth, barely in his teens, possessed power that surpassed even the spirit infant level. Only Elder Chen quietly observed the boy and Luo Xiaoxue in their embrace. Indeed, his earlier decision was vindicated, and he felt immense relief in his heart. Yet, even he did not anticipate that the sword sect's imminent disaster would be so effortlessly averted, and that the one to act was none other than Shen Xuan himself. It was truly remarkable that such formidable forces could cultivate such exceptional talent. Elder Chen sighed inwardly, his gaze toward the pair imbued with both joy and concern. The joy stemmed from Shen Xuan's affection for Luo Xiaoxue, which would undeniably forge an inseparable bond between their sections. However, the concern lay in the fact that geniuses like Shen Xuan were often destined for alliances with other powerful factions. Although the Qingyan sword sect could dominate this remote western region, it was insignificant before truly formidable powers. The sword sect was utterly incapable of serving as a support for Luo Xiaoxue. Should the forces backing Shen Xuan not accept Luo Xiaoxue, their union would likely face insurmountable challenges. If Shen Xuan were privy to Elder Chen's thoughts, he would undoubtedly laugh until his sides ached, marveling at the elder's fanciful imagination. For he, Shen Xuan, was nothing more than a lone commander without any substantial backing. Luo Xiaoxue stared blankly into her disciple's eyes, her mind finally beginning to function. She noticed the fine beads of sweat forming on his handsome face. He, too, could experience such moments of anxiety. Shen Xuan was deeply flustered, fearing rejection from his revered master. This was his first confession, and if met with denial, he would not know how to confront reality. It was said that those who vowed to return triumphant received special blessings, and thus he chose to confess as he did earlier. After all, with his strength, he had no fear of unforeseen mishaps. Just as Shen Xuan's mind was in turmoil, the sweet voice of his master finally echoed, delivering the verdict, Xian. He stammered slightly due to his anxiety. It cannot be. Upon hearing this, Shen Xuan nearly gasped for breath. He soon bitterly smiled, thinking he had indeed been rejected. Observing her disciple's despondent expression, the little girl suddenly giggled, her delicate arms wrapping around his neck as she tilted her chin to rest on his shoulder. Skipping the girlfriend stage to marry the master directly. Don't you think that's a bit hasty, Xian? With that, she quickly buried her face into his chest. Her cheeks likely flushed to the point of near embarrassment. She wished not to reveal her bashful demeanor to Xian, for otherwise her illustrious image as a master would surely collapse in his eyes. In an instant, Shen Xuan was struck dumb. The words spoken by his master echoed in his mind, and it took a while for him to grasp their meaning. His emotions soared like a roller coaster, plunging to the depths and then soaring to the heights. So, his master had agreed? At this moment, Shen Xuan was filled with such excitement that he felt as though he could shatter the heavens. Perhaps I should compose a poem, he mused. For instance, morning dew slides from green leaves, longing not to fall. We are love's inverse. Luo Xiaoxue sensed that the poem her disciple recited was somewhat peculiar, yet she could not pinpoint what exactly felt odd. Suddenly, Master Shen Xuan lifted the girl's chin, his eyes meeting her enchanting gaze. Xian, what's wrong? Faced with the intensity of her disciple's gaze, the little girl's eyes flickered as she sought to avert them, only to find her chin firmly grasped by him, rendering her immobile. I like you. What followed was a kiss that sealed their fate. This time, the girl did not resist. After what felt like an eternity, their lips parted, a delicate strand connecting them momentarily. They gazed deeply into each other's eyes, and Shen Xuan gently caressed her face, softly declaring, Swear, let us be together. The little girl lowered her head, once more burying her flushed cheeks in shyness. Her response was as faint as a whisper. Yet Shen Xuan perceived it with crystal clarity. His master had indeed consented. Shen Xuan was so exhilarated that his mind nearly went blank. All he wanted was to embrace his beloved master and shower her with kisses. However, calculating the time, he realized the antagonist would soon return. "Master, wait for me here." The little girl nodded obediently, resembling a wife awaiting her husband's return. A sweet and blissful smile blossomed on Shen Xuan's face, causing the little girl to momentarily lose herself in awe. When her disciple was not causing mischief, every action and word of his was utterly enchanting. If this continued, she would surely find it unbearable. With reluctance, Shen Xuan averted his gaze from his master and directed it toward the horizon, landing upon Shi Tian. The bald man suddenly felt a chilling sensation permeate through his limbs, causing his body to shudder. This feeling, how familiar it is. Suddenly, he recalled that it was akin to the sensation of being targeted before a confrontation. He turned to face the source of the cold aura, locking eyes with Shen Xuan's deep gaze, reminiscent of the starry sky. Before he could even process the fear of why a mere youth would exert such a terrifying pressure, Shen Xuan was already striding toward him with grace. Each step seemingly compressing space, traversing dozens of zhang in an instant. "I, Shen Xuan, am willing to exhaust half my lifespan to protect my sword sect." His gentle yet resolute voice reverberated across the 36 peaks, bolstered by spiritual energy. As he spoke, his raven-black hair began to turn white at an observable pace. From the roots to the tips, yet his aura grew increasingly formidable. Within him lay the essence of a peerless demon, and every subtle movement sent tremors throughout the world. In the blink of an eye, he appeared aged with white hair, though his visage remained largely unchanged. All eyes were instinctively drawn to him. Wang Wu, Feng Shui, and others stood atop the mountain, gazing at the main peak, their expressions filled with astonishment. Upon hearing his elder brother's voice, Luo Xiaoxue was momentarily stunned, the chicken leg in his mouth falling to the ground as he suddenly burst into tears. On the summit, Wei Xiaoxue and the others gazed in astonishment at the figure that had just departed, their minds shaken. Could it truly be that Shen Xuan had shattered that terrifying finger strike? Those who had just insulted Shen Xuan felt as if they had been struck by an invisible hand, their eyes filled with stars, their faces flushed with shame and humiliation. Only Luo Xiaoxue remained largely unaffected, having already witnessed her disciple unleash fury and decisively slay the malevolent spirits of the spirit realm. At that time, he had not mentioned burning any lifespan, and afterward, he was still lively and teasing his master. Now, facing an enemy of the spirit infant realm, there would be no issue. The changes in her disciple, she surmised, were likely just a fade he had intentionally crafted. Not good, we must flee. Shi Tian's face turned pale. Merely confronting this unmatched aura had robbed him of all courage to resist. When Zhao Lingtian and the others saw their strongest ally fleeing, even in the haze of confusion caused by the extreme reversal of circumstances, the primal urge to survive began to compel them to escape. The 100,000 soldiers who had reached the foot of the mountain were bewildered upon witnessing the fleeing figures of Zhao Lingtian and the others in the sky. Why did the national leader and his entourage appear as desperate as a pack of lost dogs? Old Shen was about to pursue them when a hand landed on his shoulder, halting him. It was undoubtedly Shen Xuan who had intercepted him. The youth remained silent, merely drawing his sword. The blade glimmered with a cold light. It was not an exceptionally powerful artifact, yet it emitted a beam of silver light that pierced the heavens. One sword frost chills 14 states. Shi Tian felt himself locked in place by an overwhelming force, as if the sword energy behind him were tearing through the void. Rapidly approaching, his companions of the spirit pill realm, who had fled alongside him, were far slower and thus were the first to meet their demise beneath the sword. Aside from Zhao Lingtian, who sustained a grievous wound that left a gaping hole in his chest, the others were directly obliterated by the sword energy, leaving no trace behind. With a single stroke, over a dozen formidable spirit pill cultivators were slain. Thousands of disciples witnessed the eruption of blood mist in the distant sky, erupting into a chorus of ecstatic screams. Just moments ago, their arrogant foes had proclaimed intentions to annihilate the sword sect, and now they were either dead or grievously injured. While that godlike youth had merely wielded his sword once, Shi Tian was engulfed in horror. The despair that should have belonged to his adversary now surged within him. This power transcended his comprehension. Even the current patriarch of the Black Flame sect, a figure equivalent to a spirit realm powerhouse, had never instilled such dread in him. Why? In this remote corner of the eastern continent, how could such a monster emerge? He roared in frustration. as an elder of the Black Flame sect. A position of great authority, how could he perish here? Shen Xuan immediately channeled all his strength into his lower body, where a faint azure light began to shimmer beneath his garments. This was the only method he could resort to. He had refined his lower body for a century, preparing for such a critical moment to seize survival. Even though employing this technique would severely deplete his vitality, necessitating a transfer of essence to continue cultivating. Yet, it was far preferable to death. The instant the sword light approached, Shen Xuan's body trembled violently, his clothes tearing apart to reveal a stunning azure glow emanating from his exquisitely shaped lower body, akin to jade in its beauty, rightly named the jade buttocks. Shen Xuan's gaze traversed the distance, momentarily taken aback by the sight. Not a bad posterior. As the sword energy made contact with the bald man's exquisite rear, it momentarily faltered, producing a crisp collision sound. Immediately afterward, a shadow the size of a fist burst forth from the bald man's body, resembling Shen Xuan but significantly smaller. Freed from the constraints of flesh, this shadow erupted with a speed tenfold that of before, and due to the physical body's obstruction of the sword energy, Shen Xuan appeared to have a chance at escape. However, Shen Xuan merely smiled faintly, pressing down with one hand toward the void ahead. A colossal spiritual hand materialized from thin air, blocking out the sun, descending upon the rapidly fleeing figure like a mountain. No, Shen Xuan cried out in despair. Unable to alter his fate, under the might of the spiritual hand, everything was rendered null. Shen Xuan remained unfazed by the annihilation of such insignificant beings. His gaze was fixed ahead, his thoughts drifting. This assault was merely the beginning. Time would unveil a world steeped in blood and chaos. No one understood the thoughts swirling within his mind. They merely gazed at the ethereal figure standing aloft, akin to a celestial being, lost in reverie. Chapter 94. Returning home, old Shen, I leave the rest to you. Shen Xuan was referring, of course, to the half-dead Zhao Lingdian and the 100,000 soldiers. Old Shen nodded dully, stepping forward to grasp Zhao Lingdian, who was still in free fall. With the old man dispatched, Shen Xuan suddenly felt his body grow weak, losing control of his flight as he descended toward the ground. This performance should suffice, right? He mused. Luo Xiaoxue was exceedingly familiar with her disciples' antics. The more familiar she became, the more awkward she felt. With so many eyes upon them, she silently pleaded for her disciple to deliver a performance with a touch of depth and tension. What's wrong with you, junior brother Shen? Why are you dawdling? Those who can fly, hurry and save him. A body-tempering disciple shouted anxiously, wishing fervently for wings to take flight. If this hero, who had single-handedly rescued the sword sect from peril, were to fall to his death, how could they show their faces again? At that moment, Luo Xiaoxue took a decisive step forward, rushing toward Shen Xuan. Since her disciple wished to keep his so-called lazy king identity concealed, she would accompany him in this charade. Moreover, her disciple was not to be shared with other girls. Shen Xuan felt his descending body gently supported, the sweet fragrance of his master filling his nostrils. Weakly, he opened his eyes a fraction. At that moment, he felt a bit at a loss, unsure how to face his master and girlfriend. Calm down, Shen Xuan. It's just a romantic encounter, right? He thought, but his heart raced increasingly faster. Luo Xiaoxue quietly smiled to herself, noticing her disciple seemed to be growing more adorable lately. It must be the master's foolishness that has infected my disciple, causing him to act strangely. Hiki. Her disciple was, as always, infuriating. She should not have harbored any positive fantasies. The square was a bustling sea of humanity, a throng of disciples pouring in from all directions. Junior brother Shen. Undoubtedly, to preserve the lives of the sword sect's thousands, Shen Xuan had paid an immense price. They finally understood why Shen Xuan had disregarded the occasion to express his feelings to Elder Luo. He must have realized that this battle could be his last, which is why he chose that moment to confess to the one he loved most. He feared he might never have another opportunity to voice his heart. Such pure love, however, had been met with their scorn. Clearly, aside from observing the battle below, they had contributed nothing, with some even preoccupied with their own survival. Displaying disgraceful behavior in the face of crisis, unworthy of the honorable title of sword sect disciple. In comparison to Shen Xuan, their shortcomings were painfully evident. How could such pitiful individuals dare to criticize this hero, who had sacrificed half his lifespan to protect the sword sect? Woe is me, junior brother Shen, forgive me. I had just insulted you. I must have been blind. Curse be it. A disciple wiped away the tears and snot on his face, raising his palm to repeatedly slap his own cheeks, each strike echoing crisply and leaving deep red imprints. One began, and soon many disciples who had previously insulted Shen Xuan followed suit, slapping their own faces in a frenzy. Yet, the more they struck, the deeper their guilt ran. Wishing to find a hole to hide in, the remaining disciples observed the actions of these individuals without intervening, for they too felt unworthy. The vast majority, even if they had not voiced their disdain for Shen Xuan, could not help harboring discontent in their hearts. In truth, they were no different from those who were self-flagellating. Suddenly, a figure drew a long sword and pressed it against his own neck, lamenting, "I am sorry to the ancestors of the sword sect, and even more so to Brother Shen. In the next life, may I re-enter the sword sect and become a disciple of great renown." With that, he attempted to drag the blade across his throat. To be frank, Shen Xuan realized he had underestimated these disciples. To resort to such drastic measures over a trivial matter was rather concerning and indicated a need for enhanced education. "Stop." Shen Xuan's voice was weak yet resolute, imbued with an inexplicable charm that halted the blade's progress. Every life must come to an end, be it light as a feather or heavy as Mount Tai. If I, Shen Xuan, were to die for the sword sect, humbly speaking, it would be at least as significant as Mount Tai in this life. If you take your own life out of guilt, you will amount to nothing, and even in death, you shall find no peace. Upon hearing these words, the crowd felt a semblance of comfort, albeit not entirely. Nevertheless, it successfully dissuaded the more radical disciples from their suicidal intentions. The several injured elders, supported by disciples, cast complex expressions toward Shen Xuan. When this young man had secured first place in the martial arts tournament, even they, as elders, had been unconvinced, yet now, it seemed his victory was well-deserved. His strength and character were truly exceptional. Their own resolve paled in comparison to his determination to sacrifice his lifespan to activate secret techniques to save the sword sect. "Master, I feel unwell." Shen Xuan appeared like a helpless child, lacking the previous composure he had shown while slaying formidable foes. The onlookers felt their hearts shatter, wishing they could bear this pain in his stead. Luo Xiaoxue believed she should shed some tears to accompany her disciple's act. But knowing he was not truly in distress, she found it impossible to produce any. Reluctantly, she decided to employ her ultimate tactic. She lifted her sleeve to wipe her eyes, and soon, a few tears cascaded down, landing upon her disciple's lips. As the girl lowered her sleeve, her eyes were already red and brimming with tears. Shen Xuan quietly tasted the crystalline purity of her tears. Strange, why does it have a hint of garlic? However, there was no time to ponder, as the little girl leapt onto his chest, wailing, "Xuaner, do not leave your master." Her heart-wrenching cries seemed capable of shattering the hearts of all present. Shen Xuan felt a pang in his heart, realizing he had perhaps overacted and frightened his master into tears. "Master," he began, but before he could finish, Luo Xiaoxue pressed a finger to his lips. The little girl looked up at him, her gaze filled with sorrow. The crowd instinctively parted to make way, as Luo Xiaoxue cradled her disciple in her arms, soaring into the distance under the scrutiny of 1,000 eyes. As the enemies were vanquished, tranquility returned to the Qinyan sword sect. Zhao Lingdian, perhaps aware of his impending doom, self-destructed with a spirit pill before anyone could arrive, leaving behind only a mangled corpse. Elder Qin gazed at the remains, recognizing the unmistakable visage of Zhao Lingtian, yet a sense of unease lingered within him, inexplicable and profound. With a resigned shake of his head, he waved his sleeve to take the body away. The remaining 10,000 soldiers, while not having inflicted any real harm upon the sword sect, had nonetheless come with Zhao Lingtian to confront them. In truth, the ordinary soldiers who had narrowly escaped disaster were filled with gratitude and dared not revolt. Having witnessed that awe-inspiring sword aura, their hearts were already steeped in fear, cursing the deceased former monarch. Had he not obstinately opposed the Qinyan sword sect, they would not have encountered such turmoil. Luo Xiaoxue flew towards the 36 peaks with her disciple, leaving the various trifles, such as how to deal with the Zhao dynasty, to others to ponder. At such a moment, everyone knew to refrain from disturbing the two. Shen Xuan feigned unconsciousness throughout the journey, while the little girl, influenced by his tension, began to feel a bit anxious herself. As Shen Xuan contemplated how to navigate this newfound relationship with his master, the system's cold voice resounded. "Ding. The host has completed the temporary task. The super accelerator for Dantian repair level 10 has been credited to your account. The accelerator has been used. The current progress of the host's Dantian repair is 0.04763. Additionally, the host has fulfilled all task requirements and received a special reward, Dantian repair speed level 10 for the future, applicable only to automatic repairs and ineffective against various accelerators. Special reward 2 has been credited. Please check it yourself." Shen Xuan's heart raced at the thought of a Dantian repair speed of level 10. How generous of the system, although it was limited to automatic repairs over time. The cumulative effect would be quite remarkable. However, what could this special reward to be? The system was being mysterious, and he felt a little vexed. Upon accessing the system interface, Shen Xuan swiftly located the so-called special reward 2. It was a beautifully crafted dress dominated by red hues, with the system helpfully annotating it as Tang Dynasty Splendor Lolita. Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! Alas, Shen Xuan was not well versed in culture, and his only exclamation was a simple one. Within his consciousness, a miniature version of himself materialized, holding the illusory dress up for comparison. Well, this is rather small. It's not meant for me. However, this size is clearly custom-made for my master. Shen Xuan couldn't suppress a mischievous grin. Imagining his little master adorned in white silk Lolita, she would be absolutely breathtaking. Wait, it seemed to lack white stockings and little leather boots? Did the system not provide the complete set? Noticing the change in her disciple's expression, the little girl felt a sense of foreboding. Her disciple was undoubtedly concocting some wicked thoughts, yet she seemed unable to hear his inner voice at that moment. This situation had occurred before, but she could not comprehend why. Upon returning home, Luo Xiaoxue tossed the pretended unconscious figure onto the bed and turned to fetch a glass of water. Unexpectedly, a large hand suddenly grasped her wrist, and before she could react, she was pulled onto the bed. As if that were not enough, Shen Xuan flipped his body, pinning the little girl beneath him. "Xiana, what are you doing?" Feeling the heat radiating from her disciple, Luo Xiaoxue realized her own body was becoming increasingly warm. Shen Xuan remained silent, lowering his head to lick the girl's rosy earlobe. The warm, damp sensation sent electric shivers through her body, causing her breath to grow heavier. "There is nothing here on master to give you." Luo Xiaoxue pouted, realizing her disciple was becoming increasingly outrageous. "When you pulled me onto the bed just now, why didn't you call out that you were weak?" Seeing his master's adorably puffed cheeks, Shen Xuan's smile only widened. "I want to plant a kiss on master's tender little face." "Xianer, you're getting too close." The little girl pushed against the increasingly encroaching face with her chubby little hands. Despite being cruelly rejected, Shen Xuan was undeterred, finding every one of his master's movements utterly delightful. Suddenly, he stood up, effortlessly placing the little girl on his lap. His gaze toward her was filled with tenderness. When their eyes met, filled with affection, Luo Xiaoxue could only think, how can Xianer's gaze be so gentle? "Where?" Shen Xuan softly called. Luo Xiaoxue froze for a moment. Hearing her disciple call her that for the second time made her feel shy. Suddenly, a question struck her. "Xianer, why do you like master?" Shen Xuan was momentarily stunned, then burst into light laughter. He pulled the little girl tightly into his embrace, feeling the rapid beat of her heart, and gently said, "Call me husband, and I will tell you." What? She was to address him as husband? In the warmth of his voice, she dazedly opened her mouth, just as she began to utter the word. Luo Xiaoxue suddenly jolted awake. "No, what husband? That was close, almost fooled by your gentleness." "Humph. Master will not say it." The little girl proudly turned her head away. "You think you can deceive your clever and wise master? Dream on." Shen Xuan smiled knowingly, leaning close to the little girl's ear, and whispered the term wife. The moment the words reached her ears, a wave of warmth seemed to rise from Luo Xiaoxue's head after a brief silence. "Disciple, did you just call her wife?" The word wife fluttered in the little girl's mind like a swarm of butterflies, almost overwhelming her. 2 circles appeared in her eyes, and after a brief struggle, she collapsed into unconsciousness. Shen Xuan stared blankly at the girl in his arms, and after a while, he helplessly touched his nose, astonished by the power of that simple address. However, on second thought, if his master were to call him husband, he might also be unable to restrain himself, succumbing to his primal instincts. Shen Xuan chuckled at his own jest, holding the girl close as she peacefully slept in his embrace. "Silly girl, every smile, every word, every gesture of yours captivates me deeply," he mused. Chapter 96. The return of the elders near the main peak. Many trees lay broken and shattered, and the spiritual energy of each peak had diminished several levels. A clear indication that the protective array of the sect had been activated to confront the enemy, exhausting excessive spiritual energy. A heavy silence enveloped everyone. Indeed, on their return journey, the very concerns they had harbored had come to fruition. Not long ago, at the Spirit Infant ruins, they had arrived almost simultaneously with the reinforcements from the Great Transformation sect and quickly located the 2 exhausted elders from their respective sects after a series of fierce battles. However, there was no sign of the 30 mysterious figures. Shortly thereafter, the experts from the Great Transformation sect received a long-distance communication talisman from their sect, informing them that their sect was under attack by mysterious forces. At that moment, Yun Qingxian and the others immediately sensed something was amiss. The timing was too precise, almost as if it had been premeditated. Unfortunately, the Sword sect did not possess such divine artifacts as long-distance communication talismans, leaving them completely in the dark about the specific situation within their sect. In truth, I had anticipated this, remarked one of the white-clad disciples. After all, no one understands junior brother Shen better than I do. From the beginning, I have always believed in him. Another disciple in blue chimed in excitedly. Junior brother knows that nothing can escape your keen eyes, brother Trao. You are truly like a young cow riding a flying sword. The white-clad disciple paused, puzzled. What do you mean? It means you're amazing. The blue-clad disciple replied with confidence. After a brief silence, both erupted into laughter. Yun Qingxian and the others glanced at the flying sword beneath their feet, their moods suddenly shifting towards a more explosive state. Brother Bai Ding, I appreciate your rugged personality. Brother Trao, I too enjoy discussing the affairs of the Sword sect with you. Oh, junior brother, speak faster in the future, or else my belt might just fall off. One elder could no longer bear the banter and reached out, using his immense spiritual power to pull the two over, realizing they were being inexplicably yanked upwards. Both nearly panicked, calling out, enemy attack. Help! Silence! The elder, who had grasped them, barked in anger. As they spoke, tears welled in the eyes of the two disciples. Yun Qingxian regarded them. While he had never seen the lanky blue-clad disciple, he recognized the white-clad one, remembering that this disciple's master had perished in battle. Yun Qingxian felt a pang in his heart, and his initially stern expression softened. Speaking of which, Pu Telung was quite animated. Sect Master, you have no idea. He vividly recounted the arrival of Zhao Lingtian and others, how Elder Chen struggled to hold off the enemy with the sect's protective array, and how Shen Xuan, clad in blue with white hair and wielding a sword, had crushed the invading foes with unmatched prowess. The scene of crisis and iron blood seemed to resurface in Yun Qingxian and the others' minds. The more they listened, the more their astonishment grew. Impossible, one elder exclaimed. Shen Xuan is just an ordinary disciple. Even if he burned half his life force, how could he exhibit such formidable strength? Even if he were at the spiritual foundation stage, burning all his life force would only allow him to match the level of a spirit pill practitioner. There is no way he could overpower someone stronger than Elder Chen. Yun Qingxian waved his hand, signaling the elder to calm down. Regardless, if he truly saved the Sword sect, we all owe him a debt of gratitude. Truth be told, even Yun Qingxian found it hard to believe. But seeing the disciples' earnest demeanor, it didn't seem fabricated. The truth would become clear when they inquired with others later. Meanwhile, an elder was instructing his newly accepted disciple in the sword arts. Even upon sensing the presence of the sect master, he had no intention of greeting him. Yes, Yun Qingxian replied respectfully. He then sighed and said, Elder Chen, this protective array of the sect should be under your control. Elder Chen waved his hand dismissively. A single Shen Xuan is 100 times stronger than this protective array. Luckily, I intervened back then. Otherwise, the Sword sect might have already perished. This revelation left Yun Qingxuan's mind buzzing. So it was Shen Xuan. His expression grew complex. Since Elder Chen had said so, what reason did he have not to believe? Additionally, the relationship between Luo Xiaoxue and Shen Xuan was extraordinary. They must not treat her as they had before. Utmost courtesy was necessary. Hearing Elder Chen utter such words with a hint of flattery was difficult for Yun Qingxian to accept. Humph. Elder Chen's expression darkened. When you reach my level, you will understand that flattery to the utmost brings everything one desires. Back in the distant east, I encountered the daughter of a powerful leader. He sighed, shaking his head, signaling for Yun Qingxian to leave. Yun Qingxian departed in a haze of confusion. Wei Jian, listening to their conversation, reflected deeply. Flattery to the utmost brings everything one desires? Perhaps this is a viable path, but for now, I must focus on self-improvement. With this thought, he quickened the pace of his sword practice. Yun Qingxian felt it necessary to visit the elders of the 36 peaks, but seeing Shen Xuan seated at the cliff's edge, cradling Luo Xiaoxue while sharing sweet fruits, they tactfully abandoned their plan for a visit. Though the visit was thwarted, they still savored a moment of sweetness, feeling it was worthwhile. Despite most disciples not being taught by these two elders, the sorrow was contagious. Witnessing the grief of the two peaks disciples over the loss of their master, how could they, as part of the Sword sect, feel any joy? Moreover, a commendation ceremony was held solely for Shen Xuan. When the striking young man with white hair ascended the platform, countless disciples were moved to tears. It was this boy, of the same age as them, who had single-handedly saved thousands of disciples. And he had transformed from a black-haired youth into a white-haired one. Chapter 97. The fiery gaze in stark contrast to the fate of the Qingyun sword sect. The neighboring Great Transformation sect did not have a hidden genius to save the world. The strongest elder of the sect was merely at the late stage of spirit pill cultivation. After a brief resistance, they could only surrender to this mysterious force. When the Qingyun sword sect received news of the Great Transformation sect's defeat and capitulation, a wave of astonishment swept through the populace. For many years, the two sects had experienced friction, competing in the exploration of the spirit infant ruins. Yet, their long-standing rival had been overtaken by a mysterious force overnight, leaving many in disbelief. Everyone sensed that an unprecedented crisis was about to descend upon the western lands, perhaps even extending further east. In the main hall of the Great Transformation sect, a voluptuous beauty clad in a delicate red silk garment that exposed her snow-white shoulders gazed down at the gathered elders with eyes more enchanting than peach blossoms. However, her gaze was devoid of allure, replaced by an icy chill. "Are you saying Elder Shur has failed?" A trembling spine knelt before her, reporting, "Elder Su. Elder Shur's soul lamp has extinguished. If nothing unexpected has occurred, he is likely dead. What are you doing here?" The beautiful woman suddenly slammed her hand against the armrest, but inadvertently exerted too much force, shattering the chair beneath her ample figure. With a startled gasp, she plopped down onto the ground. Observant spectators, in that fleeting moment, noticed that beneath her skirt lay, could it be the elusive air undergarments that only the astute could perceive? Such a transgression. Perhaps it is indeed preferable to remain foolish. Noticing the lecherous gazes directed at her from below, the woman suddenly broke into a charming smile. With a graceful gesture of her delicate hand, she unleashed several invisible forces. Those who had just exhibited their lascivious expressions found themselves besieged by an unbearable stinging in their eyes. "Ah, my eyes." Several individuals clutched their faces in agony, crimson blood seeping through their fingers in a disturbing manner. However, these individuals were all elders who had surrendered to the Dahua sect, while the remaining alchemical cultivators accompanying the beautiful woman wore expressions of schadenfreude. With the cultivation level of the 10th elder, how could he possibly perish in a mere country like Qingyun? The beautiful woman questioned, unable to fathom that in this remote western land, where even the spirit infant realm had never been witnessed, anyone could pose a threat to Shi Tian, let alone slay him. Yet, the extinguished soul lamp of Shi Tian remained an undeniable truth. Furrowing her brow in contemplation, she pondered whether the sword energy might indicate the presence of some hidden ancient master within the Qingyun sword sect. If indeed someone had the capability to eliminate Shi Tian, she feared she might not stand a chance against them. For safety's sake, it was imperative to urgently seek assistance from her sect. Regardless, anyone who dared to slay an elder of the He Yin sect must pay a blood price. Within the Qingyun sword sect, the situation mirrored that of the Dahua sect. A formidable being of mid-spirit infant level was merely the 10th elder of the He Yin sect. Should the He Yin sect mobilize their forces, the scene would be nothing short of terrifying. Across the vast expanse of the extreme west, no faction could withstand the onslaught of the He Yin sect. Even in the eastern continent's central region or beyond, there were scarcely any powers stronger than them. Could the sword sect truly withstand the wrath of the He Yin sect? Despite appearing to be in a significantly better situation than the Dahua sect, the Qingyun sword sect was not vastly superior. Shen Xuan was the sole hope of the sword sect. Yun Qinxian sighed deeply, however, to kill Shi Tian. Shen Xuan had also paid a heavy price. What would they do when faced with an even more formidable opponent next time, bearing the weighty responsibility of saving the world? Shen Xuan exhibited no awareness of his role as a dragon-slaying hero, spending his days in affectionate companionship with his master. "Master, do try on this dress," Shen Xuan exclaimed, producing a delicate red gown from seemingly nowhere and gesturing excitedly towards Luo Xiaoxue. Perhaps due to habit or the allure of calling her master, they maintained their addresses for one another. The little girl cast a suspicious glance at her mischievous disciple before shifting her focus to the dress. The gown was uniquely styled, unlike anything she had seen before, yet it seemed to incorporate elements of Eastern continent fashion. It was certainly peculiar, but quite beautiful nonetheless. "Disciple, where did you acquire this dress?" the little girl inquired, recalling that there had been no such gowns in the shops of Dongwang City. Shen Xuan, of course, would not divulge that this was a special reward from the system. "Ahem, this is a dress meticulously sewn by your disciple last night." Infused with my profound love for you, he declared without a hint of embarrassment. Luo Xiaoxue merely chuckled. Last night, all you did was bully me. You hardly did anything else. Master, aren't you going to try it on? Shen Xuan softly placed his hand on the girl's perfectly flat abdomen, pulling her closer. If you don't wear it, then I might just have to devour you instead. Ever since confirming their relationship, this rebellious disciple had unabashedly revealed his wicked thoughts. The little girl's body stiffened. What was her disciple saying? Embarrassed, she was still too young to comprehend. Luo Xiaoxue shot a resentful glare at her troublesome disciple. But as she felt the increasingly fiery sensation behind her, she faltered. Fine, I'll wear it. Just let go of me. The girl failed to notice that. Due to her soft and enchanting voice, a flame had already ignited in someone's eyes. Master, are you playing with fire? No, I must endure. I cannot frighten her. Overhearing her disciple's thoughts, the little girl turned her head, looking at him quizzically. Their gazes locked, and she felt an ominous premonition. If Shen Xuan were to choose the most captivating gaze in the world, he would undoubtedly cast his vote for his master. Those dark, lively eyes resembled two crystal-clear springs. Brimming with innocence and purity, yet upon closer inspection, they seemed to exude a seductive allure. It's not that I wish to be a lowly enthusiast. It's just that my master is simply too enticing. Skillfully scooping up the little girl, Shen Xuan resembled a wolf poised to pounce on its prey. His eyes glowing with an unsettling intensity that sent shivers down the girl's spine. Shen, don't bully your master. The girl bit her lip. Her long lashes fluttering like delicate fans, her large eyes glistening with a misty sheen, coupled with her soft, mellifluous voice carrying a hint of pleading. Her pitiful appearance nearly drove Shen Xuan to the brink of losing control. Are you certain, master, that this is a refusal rather than an invitation? He mused, feeling an unexpected thrill. As the 3-year period had come to an end, a phrase suddenly flashed in Shen Xuan's mind. Welcome the Dragon King's release. However, if this continued, he feared he would be sentenced to 3 years of imprisonment, ushering the soon-to-be emperor into confinement. Lowering his head, Shen Xuan let his tongue gently caress the girl's fair, graceful neck, savoring the enticing fragrance. The little girl quivered like she had been electrocuted, desperately trying to restrain herself, but her body betrayed her, trembling uncontrollably. Shen, no, please. I can't. After what felt like an eternity, Shen Xuan finally released the blue-haired little girl, who appeared utterly disheveled. While his body remained heated, it was significantly milder than before, having engaged in mischief. Shen Xuan felt no remorse. Instead, he softly whispered into the girl's ear, Shui, shall I help you change? His voice seemed to tempt the little girl into a trap. However, he was well aware that she would undoubtedly refuse. He merely sought to tease her. In the current atmosphere, if he continued to play with fire, the likelihood of self-immolation was exceedingly high. He was a person of integrity. Devouring his lowly master could wait until they were both prepared. All right. Shen Xuan suddenly froze, feeling as though he had misheard. Surely, I must be mistaken. Xiaoxue must have meant to say no, right? After all, she has always been quite shy. Luo Xiaoxue chuckled inwardly, since she could hear his thoughts. Why not predict her disciple's predictions? Shen, didn't you say you would help me change? The little girl wrapped her arms around his neck. Her breath fragrant and soft, her words laced with a hint of charm, each syllable tugging at his heartstrings. Master isn't merely a passive defender. How had the once demure and adorable master transformed into a teasing little sprite? Luo Xiaoxue widened her sparkling eyes, tilting her head playfully to gaze at her increasingly flustered disciple. The girl exerted a gentle pressure with her dainty arms, climbing towards him like a koala, unknowingly bringing her rosy lips mere inches from Shen Xuan's own. Master, please don't. This time, the roles had reversed. The disciple who had playfully provoked his master daily never imagined he would one day be ensnared by her own charm. Shen, what do you mean by don't? Luo Xiaoxue's innocent voice combined with her pure, captivating gaze was utterly disarming. In a surprising turn of events, the girl extended her adorable little tongue, brushing it lightly against the boy's lips. Of course, it was merely a fleeting touch. Should it progress further, perhaps control would be lost. Shen Xuan mused that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the sun would indeed set in the east today. Given that the sun had set in the east, it was only reasonable to comprehend that his master had transformed into a charming little enchantress, in stark contrast to the playfully ruined Shen Xuan. As long as her mind remained somewhat clear, Luo Xiaoxue felt a pang of grievance, silently thinking, did Shen not promise not to act against me? Little did she know. Could the heart of a great wolf ever be trusted by a little white rabbit? Chapter 99. the white-haired loli in the midst of their kiss. Shen Xuan suddenly sensed something amiss. Why did it feel as though he were the one being drained? Truly, his master was remarkable. Her capacity for learning was astounding. After a moment, still yearning for more, Shen Xuan gently released Luo Xiaoxue from his embrace. They had only recently entered into a romantic relationship, and he feared that rushing to the final step might harm this innocent and endearing girl. Having resolved to walk alongside her in the future, he felt no urgency in this moment. Of course, if this little girl were to naively present herself at his lips, he would not hesitate to indulge. He pressed a light kiss upon his master's warm forehead, suppressing the surge of desire within him, and affectionately ruffled the girl's hair, offering a gentle smile. Be good, master, change your clothes. We shall go out and spread warmth to everyone with a pot of steaming dog food. Winter had arrived, and the community would surely appreciate the gesture. With that, he turned and exited, conveniently shutting the door behind him. The gentle sound of his disciple's voice lingered in his ears, and the air was imbued with her unique fragrance. In truth, his Shinner was a remarkably tender-hearted person. Despite often teasing her, perhaps this was simply his way of expressing love, and she did not entirely despise such feelings. Outside, Shen Xuan leaned against the wall, his picturesque white hair dancing in the cold wind, alongside his gentle gaze, together forming a breathtaking tableau. Were anyone to witness this scene, they would likely assume he was lost in thoughts of his beloved. Having completed her preparations, Luo Xiaoxue stepped outside with a light and dainty gait. Shenna, look quickly. Does this outfit suit me? Hearing the girl's playful and adorable voice, Shen Xuan turned his head, only to be momentarily stunned. Noticing her master's flustered demeanor, the little loli covered her mouth and giggled. Leaning slightly forward, she tugged at the sleeve of the still-dazed boy. Shinner, what's the matter? At the sound of his master calling him, Shen Xuan snapped back from his astonishment, yet his jaw nearly dropped in shock. How could his master be so utterly adorable? The long dress, primarily red with elements of Eastern attire, perfectly complemented Luo Xiaoxue's charming aura and petite frame. Were anyone else to don it, the impact would not be nearly as striking. Moreover, the little girl had even styled her hair into 2 cute little buns. Today, he was destined to be utterly enchanted. However, master, your hair. Shen Xuan's entranced expression suddenly faltered, and he hesitated to speak. Indeed, that hair, which had originally been blue, had transformed into the same striking white as his own in but a moment. Oh, you mean this? Luo Xiaoxue playfully flicked the stubborn tuft of hair atop her head and smiled sweetly. Now it's just like yours. So, what do you think, Shinner? Does it give you a sense of growing old together? The little loli seemed blissfully unaware of the weight her words carried, smiling brightly all the while. Growing old together? Master, I never imagined you were already thinking that far ahead. Shen Xuan felt a warmth blossom in his heart as he embraced her slender waist, lifting her above his head amidst her surprised exclamations. That's not allowed. I'm already a grown-up. Luo Xiaoxue protested with a pout. The youth burst into hearty laughter, planting a kiss on her rosy cheek before pulling the soft little loli back into his embrace. Master, I believe it's better if you don't grow up. Luo Xiaoxue looked at him quizzically. Why? Because I wish to hold you in my hands forever. If you grow up, you might become too heavy for me to carry. Shen Xuan teased gently, squeezing her chubby little cheeks. The little loli pondered for a long moment, seemingly arriving at a monumental decision. Since you've asked so earnestly, I shall reluctantly agree to your request. Chapter 100. The dog food from the sky. Shen Xuan smiled knowingly. My master is truly a proud little loli. Luo Xiaoxue huffed in her heart. You're the proud one. The girl playfully swayed her slender legs beneath her skirt, as if releasing her dissatisfaction. The winter wind was chilly, though cultivators had their spiritual power to shield them from the cold. The considerate Shen Xuan still wrapped the exposed legs of the girl in his embrace. This gesture made the little girl feel a touch of shyness, as since becoming an orphan and entering the sword sect, no one had treated her with such tenderness. After a moment of contemplation, she wrapped her arms around his neck, shielding him from the cold wind. Master, what is it? Shen Xuan tightened his hold on her, softly replying, I like you. Don't say such embarrassing things so seriously. Luo Xiaoxue suddenly pushed against his broad shoulders, and amidst Shen Xuan's astonished expression, she leaned in for a gentle kiss. How about we not go out today? After all, nothing is more important than receiving love energy from my master. On that day, an urgent report arrived at the Sword Sect. Several countries near the Qingyan Kingdom had faced assaults from the Black Flame Sect, either surrendering or being slaughtered after a fierce fight. Even the common folk of their own nation, after the annihilation of the upper sects, had their souls extracted to create soul banners and other magical artifacts. In just a day or two, the combined death toll reached no less than 1,000,000. Indeed, with neighboring countries already conquered, how could the Qingyun kingdom possibly evade such calamity? What remained was merely the calm before the storm. The more they resisted, the more terrifying the subsequent blows would be. It was inevitable that even if the matter was concealed, the fall of neighboring sects would soon spread through the sword sect as whispers. Very well. Let us convene the elders to discuss countermeasures, Yin Qinxian thought to himself, aware that they would likely reach no substantial conclusions. Yet it had become a habit to hold meetings when uncertain. With the looming threat of the Black Flame sect and the pressing concern of maintaining stability in the Qingyun kingdom after the Zhao dynasty's collapse, he felt more and more strands of gray hair appearing atop his head. Luo Xiaoxue sat on her disciple's lap, swinging her adorable little feet back and forth. Long ago, a celestial being descended to the mortal realm and happened upon a lawful loli. Shen Xuan began to share a story with the girl. What is a lawful loli? Well, it generally refers to petite, cute girls who have reached adulthood. Shen Xuan added in his mind, just like you, master. Luo Xiaoxue nodded, a look of realization dawning upon her face. Although she had listened intently to the heartfelt words for a long time and could roughly grasp the meaning of loli in context, hearing the formal definition for the first time felt different. So this was how her disciple defined her in his heart. Though she didn't entirely dislike it, she pondered. But I'm clearly quite tall. Being grand in spirit counts as being tall too. And then what happened? Luo Xiaoxue urged. And then, Shen Xuan suddenly grinned. Tightening his embrace around the soft little master, leaning closer to her ear with an enticing tone, he devoured the little loli. He grasped her chin, taking the opportunity to gently pry open her lips. The little loli feigned a few token struggles, demonstrating her determination to resist, before quietly succumbing, thinking, if he is not an enemy, then I shall join in. In the midst of the tender exchange between the two, an untimely beep resonated, causing the waist tokens of both Luo Xiaoxue and Shen Xuan to illuminate simultaneously. Shen Xuan furrowed his brow, irked by the disturbance interrupting his sweet moments with his revered master. Luo Xiaoxue hastily pushed her nearly wolfish disciple away. Her cheeks flushed as she explained that it was a message from the sect leader, indicating an important matter that required their presence. Reluctantly, Shen Xuan, who had intended to snuggle up with his master, followed her to the main peak. Clang, clang. In a small grove on a certain peak, an elder brother was diligently practicing sword techniques with a strikingly handsome junior brother who had just joined. The two engaged in a fervent display of skill, their swords shimmering and dancing with vigor, creating an exhilarating atmosphere. Besides them were several other senior brothers providing one-on-one coaching to their juniors. Since the astonishing battle that had erupted over the sword sect, all disciples felt their insignificance acutely. Except for a few who remained lethargic, everyone was striving to cultivate diligently, motivated by the desire not to watch their comrades fall helplessly in the face of impending danger. Suddenly, a whistling sound pierced the air, revealing a seven-colored, radiant heavy ruler soaring through the sky, creating a magnificent arc. Having witnessed Luo Xiaoxue's signature ghostly fire heavy ruler in the previous battle, the onlookers immediately recognized the two figures above. As the heavy ruler approached the grove, it abruptly halted, swaying gently in midair. Master, have a cherry, Shen Xuan said, biting into a bright red cherry and offering half to the little girl beside him. Xian or don't. Everyone is watching, she exclaimed, her adorable pigtails quivering in protest. Glancing down at the curious gazes directed at them. Is that junior brother Shen and Elder Luo? But isn't Elder Luo supposed to have blue hair? That girl clearly has white hair and doesn't he seem to be dressed like someone from the sect, one disciple pondered aloud. In midair, Shen Xuan wore a mischievous grin. Master, are you sure you don't want any? The little girl was on the verge of tears, feeling bullied by her naughty disciple. I can't eat, she replied, her expression one of feigned grievance as she hesitantly opened her mouth, quickly retreating after taking a bite of the cherry. Shen Xuan, aware of her intentions, smiled helplessly, surprised at how cunning his master had become. The heavy ruler resumed its colorful trail towards the main peak. Countless disciples were left in shock, puzzled by the sudden fullness in their stomachs despite not having eaten. Forget it, Brother Jia, I'll pass on this sword, one disciple lamented, looking utterly bewildered. Why is that? Brother Jia inquired, anxious. Seeing the pure affection between Elder Luo and junior brother Shen, perhaps I should also seek out my own better half. The youth sighed, his long sword drooping as if he had seen through the world's illusions. Brother Jia could only watch his departing junior in helplessness, unsure of what to do now that he was gone. Chapter 101. Shen Xuan, What is your perspective? After casually tossing out some heartwarming remarks, Shen Xuan felt quite pleased, assuming everyone was still savoring the moment. Inside the sect leader's hall, the gathered elders observed Luo Xiaoxue entering the grand hall, eagerly dragging her disciple along, each harboring their own thoughts. Some were curious about how she had transformed into a figure with white hair. Others reproached her for lacking the decorum expected of an elder. And still others were bemused by her odd attire. However, none dared voice their sentiments, especially not in the presence of the white-haired youth who now commanded their respect. Elder Luo, how should we address this young man? One elder inquired, uncertain. Disciple Shen Xuan, greetings to the sect leader and esteemed elders, he responded, cupping his fist in a gesture of respect, managing to ease the awkwardness without letting his recent accomplishments inflate his ego. Shen Xuan lamented internally that it would be harder to maintain a laid-back demeanor moving forward. Nevertheless, he understood that when the forces from beyond the realm invaded, his true strength would inevitably be revealed, and with his current recovery, he was well equipped to tackle various crises. Bound by the laws of the lower realm, the strongest invaders could only reach the peak of the Spirit Sea realm, mere minor characters that he could easily dispatch with a single blow. Having a system truly makes one the greatest being in the world. Clearing his throat, the elder called out, Elder Luo and Shen Xuan, please take your seats. At that moment, the youth leaned closer to the little girl and whispered, Master, it's a bit chilly. May I sit close to you? His whisper, however, was hardly softer than a regular conversation, perhaps even louder. Luo Xiaoxue's cheeks flushed, realizing the attention they were attracting. She shot her disciple a mock fierce glare. But to Shen Xuan, it seemed more like playful reproach. Several elders were momentarily taken aback, thinking they had misheard, only to find that the reactions around them mirrored their own confusion. Goodness, you've redefined what it means to whisper. Could you possibly make it any louder? Yun Xuan's expression darkened, feeling as though Shen Xuan was treating them as if they were deaf. Though displeased, he knew that Shen Xuan was no longer a mere youth he could reprimand at will. He could only muster a strained smile and invite everyone to take their seats, assuring them that there was enough room. Why does this old fellow look so lecherous? I've seen more dignified expressions on wilted flowers, Shen Xuan thought. Feeling a wave of nausea, the little girl beside him stifled a giggle, hastily guiding her disciple away. Their relationship had become common knowledge, and Luo Xiaoxue had loosened up considerably. Holding hands with her disciple was no longer an issue. As the meeting proceeded normally, Yun Xian solemnly announced, Today we received news that the Xianhai sect in the north has been utterly decimated by the Black Flame sect, with over 10,000 casualties, leaving only a handful of disciples who were away. What? The Xianhai sect, backed by the Western Sea, renowned for its martial prowess, with elders and disciples of considerable strength, is gone. An elder sighed. It's not surprising. Even spirit infant experts are merely larger ants before the Black Flame sect. Does this mean only our Qing Yun Sword sect remains unscathed? The Black Flame sect will likely turn its attention toward us next, another elder speculated. Be confident. Let us remove the likely from that statement, an elder retorted, plunging the room into silence. If you can't contribute anything meaningful, perhaps it's best to remain silent. Thus, all the elders turned to Yun Xian, awaiting his strategy. The atmosphere grew heavier. Luo Xiaoxue, hiding in the back, feigning indifference, knew that her beloved disciple Shen Xuan would align with her stance and remain silent. Respond? Just lie down and relax. I'll handle everything. Shen Xuan thought to himself. Dismissing the elders' discussions, he and his future wife would live within the sword sect, and anyone daring to act against them would have to brace for the consequences of his blade. Future wife? Upon hearing her disciple's thoughts, Luo Xiaoxue felt dizzy. Who is your wife? A charming blush adorned her face. Why is Master S' face so red? Shen Xuan mused. But her little hands are so soft. He thought as he held her hand, feeling her warmth. Luo Xiaoxue discreetly concealed their intertwined fingers beneath her sleeve, determined not to let anyone see their tender connection during such a serious meeting. Oh, Luo Xiaoxue, how have you transformed into this kind of master? The little girl gradually realized she was treading a peculiar path. Beneath her sleeve, her warm little hand tightened around Shen Xuan's, as if reminding him to behave, while also fearing the day he might suddenly leave. The girl flashed her disciple a sweet smile. Xianer, we must continue our journey together. Although Shen Xuan was unaware of the girl's thoughts, an inexplicable warmth filled his heart. Suddenly, Yun Xian emitted a dry heave, prompting curious glances from those around him. Master, could it be that you are expecting? Inquired a bearded elder with intrigue. Having conducted research on whether male creatures could conceive, she was well aware of the possibility, hence her question. Yun Xuan's face stiffened, nearly exclaiming in frustration, "You're the one who is expecting." He had merely overindulged in his meal and felt unwell. Nonetheless, he preferred to discuss how to confront the Black Flame sect. Naturally, he wouldn't admit that he was merely feeling queasy from consuming too much dog food. If not for Shen Xuan's tremendous contributions and unfathomable strength, he would have seriously considered incinerating the duo of master and disciple. The council of elders nodded, some in disbelief, when another elder slammed his palm onto the table, shattering it to smithereens, declaring with fervor, "Regardless of whether it is the Black Flame sect or the White Flame sect, our sword sect shall fight to the bitter end." Yun Qingxian chose to disregard this elder, as he tended to destroy tables during meetings, always invoking fervent cries of vengeance and blood for blood, leaving Yun Qingxian to ponder whether he was merely a performer among the elders. Shen Xuan, what are your thoughts? Chapter 102, The Prince of Nonsense. What do I think? I see that your forehead is darkened, which must indicate you have been disturbingly interrupting couples in their romantic exchanges. Take him away, behead him. Shen Xuan frowned. I believe this is feasible. This statement left Yun Qingxian utterly dumbfounded. The elders, after a moment of silence, erupted in exclamations. Goodness! Marvelous! Could it be that Ning is indeed the legendary Prince of Nonsense? You've truly revealed a gem. They mused, each expressing their opinions with enthusiasm. Yun Xuan's mouth twitched in annoyance. I asked you for a suggestion, not for you to ramble. Shen Xuan, noticing his confusion, felt compelled to clarify that the matter was not overly complicated. Oh? How so? Yun Xuan's eyes lit up, eagerly inquiring. Shen Xuan shook his head, stating in a calm yet deliberate manner, to call it simple would be an understatement, for it is rather intricate. In essence, the current situation is as follows. Everyone can see the specifics, and given my position, I must articulate a few words. You may not fully grasp the meaning, but the essence remains unchanged. Those who understand will do so through their own enlightenment, while those who do not comprehend will remain oblivious, and you cannot discern who understands. Those who do are often reluctant to impart their knowledge, for once they grasp it, they can reap the rewards from the ignorant. It is best to remain in ignorance, as knowing too much can be detrimental. The audience remained perplexed, pondering the meaning behind Shen Xuan's words. Suddenly, Yun Qingxian exclaimed, What? Luo Xiaoxue echoed, What? And the elders collectively gasped, What the hell? It seemed as though something had been said, yet nothing substantial had emerged, as one elder perceptively noted. Indeed, one could say that every word uttered was mere nonsense. Thus, after such extensive discourse, they had arrived at an empty conclusion. When the meeting concluded, they had failed to devise any useful strategies. Yun Qingxian stood on the platform, feeling utterly drained. Above, dark clouds gradually coalesced in the sky, as if heralding the impending darkness. He had contemplated sending the sect's talented disciples away in advance, for should the sect be breached, there would remain a flicker of hope. Yet, gazing across the lands of the Qingyan kingdom, was there truly a sanctuary for them to escape to? Other sects had faced similar fates. Even if the disciples sought refuge in deep mountains, the Black Flame sect would eventually hunt them down and annihilate them. The Qingyan Sword sect was left with no option but to fight to the last breath. A spectral, aged figure materialized through the formation, simultaneously appearing within several sects, including the powerful Dehua sect and Xianhai sect among others, along with many weaker sections. Presently, all these sects had submitted to the Black Flame sect. The elders and disciples dispatched by the Black Flame sect bowed respectfully to this apparition. The entity was none other than Wang Yan, the supreme elder of the Black Flame sect, a formidable being whose spiritual essence was equivalent to that of a deity within this realm. His hair and skin bore a striking half-black, half-white appearance, earning him the moniker of the Yin-Yang Elder, renowned far and wide. The Yin-Yang Elder's spectral form slowly spoke. The soul lamp of Shi Tian has been extinguished. Can you ascertain who is responsible? Though his tone was unremarkable, every elder and disciple of the Black Flame sect understood that the Supreme Elder was likely on the verge of furious wrath. No sect could endure the anguish of losing an elder, even if the Black Flame sect was currently the aggressor. Elder Su trembled slightly, responding respectfully. Elder Shi was slain by the sword energy of a white-haired youth during the assault on the Qingyan Sword sect. However, it is said that this young man also suffered grievously on the brink of death before the Supreme Elder. The once beautiful and fierce woman dared not show any semblance of seduction. The Yin-Yang Elder remained silent for an extended period, during which the hearts of all elders and disciples grew anxious. Even across a realm, they could sense the palpable, liquid-like murderous intent looming. Finally, he spoke. The crowd felt a chill run through them. Astonished by the rapid establishment of a fourth-tier formation capable of allowing peak nascent soul and even divine soul practitioners to cross realms. Elder Xiaobei even bore the sect's treasured artifact, the Black Flame Banner. Now at the peak of the nascent soul stage, combined with the Black Flame Banner, he would pose a significant threat even to the realm's divine soul experts. Although the Qingyan Sword sect was formidable in this sparsely populated, spiritually deficient Western region, how could such a small sect possibly give rise to a divine soul expert? One by one, they responded, their minds conjuring images of rivers flowing with blood. Far from being repulsed by the gore, they found themselves entranced by the prospect. Shen Xuan, who had initially intended to partake in other activities, resigned himself to amuse himself nearby. Sigh, why must there be such a thing as cultivation? Sometimes, I wish little Snow could have a love system like mine. If only she could lie beside me and focus solely on our affection, my strength would surely grow. Wouldn't that be delightful? Shen Xuan pouted. All I desire is little Snow's special service. You can play on your own. However, the implication remained. Could she only restore my original cultivation and not help me break through to the Heavenly Emperor realm? Indeed. What? Does that mean my beautiful vision of becoming a Heavenly Emperor and then re-emerging into the world cannot be fulfilled? What use are you to me? System. The host has a valid point. Therefore, this system will self-destruct as an apology. Note. After self-destruction, the host will be left with nothing but bones. Self-destruct countdown initiated. Stop. System Daddy, I was merely joking. Shen Xuan turned pale, realizing how sensitive the system was. Blind to your own worth. The host may as well do without. Shen Xuan found himself momentarily stunned. Why does that line sound so familiar? After finally calming the system, he found himself at the foot of the 30 peaks. It seemed. By some mystical force, he had been drawn to this location. Yielding to fate, Shen Xuan ascended the long staircase towards the mountainside, seemingly catching a whiff of the tantalizing aroma of meat wafting from the nearby growth. Chapter 103, Luo San's social anxiety upon reaching the mountainside. Shen Xuan noticed a plump figure lingering near the spirit bird garden. Who else could it be but Luo San? The rotund fellow seemed intent on consuming all the spirit birds in the vicinity. Just as he pondered this, a young woman in white approached the chubby figure, who was furtively glancing around like a little thief. Shen Xuan vaguely recalled that the girl's name was Song Ting. To his astonishment, the two of them walked side by side. Although they had yet to hold hands, the gradually warming atmosphere around them spoke volumes. The patrolling disciples were already accustomed to such sights, each engrossed in their own affairs. It was truly heartening to witness the transformation of San Pang. After a brief moment of silence for the loss of a good sparring partner, Wei Xiaoxue approached. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, causing the boy's flowing white hair to dance in the wind. His ethereal demeanor captivated the attention of all present the moment he appeared. Shen Xuan? A female disciple on patrol exclaimed. Shen Xuan turned his gaze towards her, causing her to blush and faint on the spot. While the other disciples did not react as dramatically, they whispered among themselves, discussing his heroic deeds, such as boldly confessing his feelings to their master and becoming the first in the sect to engage in a master-disciple romance, or fiercely slaying enemies that dared to invade. Yet, an air of chill emanated from Shen Xuan, and with his striking white hair, he resembled a beautiful ice mountain, causing the disciples to observe from a distance, hesitant to approach. Upon seeing his elder brother, Luo San's eyes immediately welled with tears as his hefty frame lunged forward. Brother. Shen Xuan, expressionless, deftly sidestepped, avoiding the embrace. Thud. The hefty boy fell to the ground, sending tremors through the earth and clouds of dust into the air. This cold rejection only heightened the impression of his unapproachability among the watching disciples. Luo San, however, remained unfazed. Spitting out the dirt he had inadvertently swallowed and quickly getting back on his feet, gazing longingly at Shen Xuan. Brother. A few days ago I wanted to come find you, but to my dismay, I encountered a sign at 36 Peaks stating that no one but Shen Xuan and his wife, Luo Xiaoxue, may enter. I had no choice but to turn back. Yet my heart has been constantly worried about you. Luo San expressed with fervor. Of course, he wasn't genuinely concerned for Shen Xuan's safety. The notorious elder brother was far too wicked to suffer any consequences, even if everyone around him perished. He merely yearned to cling to his brother's uniquely formidable presence. Shen Xuan regarded him for a moment before disdainfully instructing, "Wipe your mouth clean before speaking." Luo San froze, instinctively licking his lips. Ah, this. Shen Xuan's eyes widened in astonishment, as if he had witnessed the most shocking sight in the world. San Pang, you are this. At that moment, Even the elder brother felt compelled to give the hefty boy a thumbs up. Unaware of the gravity of the situation, Luo Xiaoxue tasted the substance on his lips, muttering to himself, Odd. What is this sticky stuff, mixed with the fragrance of the Spirit Valley and some strange odor? Ugh. Song Ting gagged and turned away, unable to bear such a horrifying scene. Luo Xiaoxue stared blankly as his senior sister's figure receded into the distance, his mouth agape. When he wiped his mouth and brought the sticky substance closer to his eyes, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over him. Although he hadn't been a spirit bird caretaker for many years, he couldn't help but think, how could this resemble the excrement of a spirit chicken suffering from indigestion? What the hell? Which damned chicken did this? I won't let you off. Shen Xuan shook his head, originally intending to take Luo Xiaoxue for a barbecue, but now reconsidered. Two newly initiated disciples tasked with guarding the entrance of the spirit bird garden were visibly excited upon seeing the white-haired youth approach. They straightened their backs and summoned their courage to call out, Brother Shen. In their hearts, they idolized Shen Xuan, each hoping to one day emulate him, slaying evil and upholding righteousness. To their surprise, Shen Xuan's icy visage softened slightly as he patted both of their shoulders, casually remarking, Do well. He then entered the garden. My goodness, Brother Shen just patted me. The two disciples were overwhelmed with excitement, silently vowing to cherish the clothing that had been touched by their senior. Luo Xiaoxue rushed over, eager to follow his brother into the garden, only to be stopped at the entrance by the two disciples. Unauthorized personnel are not permitted inside. The hefty boy's face twitched. What? Then how come he can go in? Do you think you are Brother Shen? At that moment, a handsome youth emerged from the chicken coop, clutching a hen. Luo Xiaoxue recognized him, disregarding the grime on his face as he approached, throwing an arm around the youth's shoulder. If my memory serves me right, you must be Wei Jian, right? The handsome youth halted, sensing the foul odor, and quietly removed Luo Xiaoxue's arm, replying coolly, Indeed. But I wonder what advice you seek, senior brother? Unfazed by his actions, Luo Xiaoxue placed his hand back on Wei Jian's shoulder, chuckling. No need for advice. I see you're holding a hen. I assume you're planning to make soup. I just wanted to ask if you plan to add some oil and salt and boil it? Wei Jian pulled Luo Xiaoxue's hand away again, coldly retorting, What of it? If you are merely inquiring about such trivial matters, please do not disturb me. Luo Xiaoxue slapped the hefty hand away and placed it on the young man's shoulder, exclaiming, I knew it. You won't be able to bring out the full flavor of the spirit chicken like this. Wei Jian's forehead twitched, stepping back 2 paces. Does this fat boy suffer from social anxiety? Can't he see I have no desire to engage with him? Listen to me. If you can't handle making soup with that hen, let me take over. That chicken is meant for my master to make soup. Luo Xiaoxue's hand, poised to rest on the young man's shoulder, suddenly froze in midair. Cold sweat broke out on his back. Did he just try to snatch food from Chen Lao? Shen Xuan emerged from the chicken coop, one hand holding a chicken, the other a duck, and his pocket stuffed with 2 warm eggs, freshly laid. Who are you? As he reached the entrance, Shen Xuan noticed the boy with the same resolute gaze as his own, piquing his interest. Chapter 104. Audacious Luo Xiaoxue Brother Shen. This is junior brother Wei Jian. Wei Jian bowed respectfully, acknowledging that Shen Xuan had saved his life during the previous sect extermination battle, which earned him his respect. At the same time, he curiously examined this profoundly enigmatic elder brother, who possessed the strength to slay those above the spirit infant stage at such a young age, even if it required the use of secret techniques. You are not from the Qingyun kingdom, are you? A sudden voice resonated in Wei Jian's mind. It was a telepathic communication, clearly initiated by Shen Xuan. Wei Jian's expression turned icy, and he remained silent. Rest assured, I have no interest in your origins. I merely find you reminiscent of my former self. As Shen Xuan conveyed his thoughts, he produced a chicken egg from his pocket and offered it to the youth. The egg contained his energy, sufficient to unblock the elder's meridians and restore his health. Wei Jian stared blankly as he accepted the egg. Before he could ask anything, Shen Xuan casually stated, Show me your sword. Although uncertain of Shen Xuan's intentions, Wei Jian handed over his sword, a mere basic spirit sword that could hardly be taken from him. He then tossed the chicken he had been holding to Luo Xiaoxue and departed from 30 Peaks at a leisurely pace, leaving the two behind in a state of confusion. Beside him, Wei Jian was taken aback. You can do that? Watching Luo Xiaoxue's retreating figure, he found these 2 senior brothers to be quite peculiar. However, he did not sense any threat from Shen Xuan. Examining the sword in his hand, Wei Jian felt it had transformed somehow, though he could not pinpoint exactly how. Upon returning to 36 Peaks, Shen Xuan stood silently to the side, waiting with the spirit duck he had knocked unconscious. I haven't seen the master practicing much these days. He is on the verge of breaking through to the mid-stage of spirit elixir. So it seems that being in a romantic relationship with a disciple indeed accelerates the cultivation speed, doesn't it? Amidst the tranquility of her meditation, the young cultivator Luo Xiaoxue found herself enveloped in an extraordinary surge of spiritual energy. As she sat cross-legged atop the spiritual platform, her aura expanded dramatically, manifesting in a colossal vortex of spiritual power above her head, spanning several dozen yards in diameter. The celestial energy of the universe flowed into her petite form with fervor, creating a phenomenon that could only be triggered during a breakthrough, a spectacle that drew the gaze of many. Was someone attempting to transcend to the spirit pill realm? No. Given the magnitude of the vortex, it seemed only a mid-stage advancement could incite such a phenomenon. Speculations ran rampant among the elders and disciples. Perhaps it was one of the elders from the 36 Peaks? It seemed implausible, as Luo Elder had only recently ascended to the spirit pill realm. The disciples closest to the source observed closely, confirming that the vortex indeed emanated from someone on the 36 Peaks. Could the Qingyun sword sect be on the verge of producing a second mid-stage spirit pill cultivator? Meanwhile, the girl at the center of attention maintained her focus. Her expression taut as she absorbed the swirling energy. Spiritual currents encircled her, entering her body in torrents through her pores, causing her meridians to swell to the brink of bursting. Yet, thanks to the refinement she had undergone with the essence of the spirit wash, her meridians were far more resilient than those of her peers. No matter how vigorously she drew in the energy, she was safeguarded from any potential explosion. Having previously experienced a breakthrough to the initial stage of the spirit pill realm, she was well versed in the process of refining a new spirit pill. The energy within her meridians was compressed continuously, transforming into spiritual liquid that underwent countless compressions within her dantian, gradually taking shape as her second spirit pill. Once all three spirit pills were fully formed, she would officially step into the mid-stage of the spirit pill realm. And her next objective would be to refine them to perfection, seeking an opportunity to ascend to the late stage. With her robust meridians supporting her, Luo Xiaoxue swiftly absorbed the spiritual energy, and in mere moments, 3 similarly sized spirit pills floated within her dantian. The instant the 3 pills reached their foundational form, the vortex of energy erupted, expanding at a breathtaking speed, tripling in size within a single breath. To an ordinary cultivator, such a condition would appear perilous. The growing vortex indicated a dangerous influx of energy that could lead to catastrophic consequences. However, Shen Xuan chose not to intervene. For someone with exceptional talent, such a scenario would only bring joy. If they could thoroughly refine the influx of energy, it would significantly hasten their progression to the next realm. Truly remarkable, my dear wife, Shen Xuan whispered in admiration. At that moment, the expanding vortex suddenly contracted and, in a matter of seconds, plunged into Luo Xiaoxue's body as abruptly as it had swelled. After a brief stillness, tempestuous currents erupted from the white-haired girl, radiating outward in all directions. Observing this, Shen Xuan smiled faintly, his thoughts stirring as he conjured a protective barrier of spiritual energy around the nearby dwelling to shield it from the violent winds, preventing a night spent outdoors with his master. Soon, the tempest subsided, and as Luo Xiaoxue opened her beautiful eyes, the first figure she beheld was her own disciple. With a sudden leap, she clung to Shen Xuan like a koala, playfully nibbling on his ear. "Master, what on earth are you doing?" Shen Xuan gasped, startled by the unexpected affection, realizing for the first time that even his ears could be a vulnerability. "Humph, what were you just saying, Xuan?" she murmured playfully, her voice muffled as she nibbled on his ear. Having caught wind of his earlier remark, her heart fluttered, but thankfully, the spirit pill had already formed moments before, leaving her unperturbed. It seemed the mischievous Xuan had calculated his timing perfectly to provoke her, as her ear was teased by the warmth of her gentle tongue. Shen Xuan's breath grew heavy. This girl is becoming far too bold, he thought, bemused. Does she truly believe I would let her off so easily? Dear wife, do you not fear that I might devour you whole? He leaned in, enunciating each word with a teasing lilt, his voice tinged with an enticing heat. Suddenly sensing the shift in atmosphere, and feeling an increasing warmth emanating from Shen Xuan, Luo Xiaoxue's instincts warned her of impending mischief. Drawing upon her experiences from their playful exchanges, she knew that such warmth heralded trouble. Quietly, she released her grip on his ear and unwrapped her limbs from around him, landing gracefully on the ground. Each movement appeared endearingly innocent in Shen Xuan's eyes. With a playful smile, she raised her face, revealing a cherubic grin. Yet, Knowing Shen Xian's nature, she realized it would be futile to escape his grasp so easily. Suddenly, the spirited duck in his hand awakened, squawking in annoyance. Clearly aware of his intentions, in a moment of irritation, Shen Xian tossed the duck away, and it vanished into the distance, squawking its displeasure before hastily fleeing. Shen Xian chuckled, pondering why he would crave roasted duck when the allure of his little master far surpassed it. He gazed at the petite girl ahead, pretending to stroll away nonchalantly, and smirked, knowing she was attempting to elude him. Before she could take a few steps, he scooped her up from behind. Despite her protests and the flailing of her small legs, there was nothing she could do to alter her fate. "Oh, my escape plan has failed once more," she lamented. "Xuan, can't you pretend not to notice me?" She pouted, casting him a pleading glance with her watery, expressive eyes that could melt anyone's heart. Such charm is irresistible, he mused, feeling the heat rising within him. "Please, master, let me down," she implored, shaking her two round pigtails innocently. "My dear master, not a chance," he replied, a hint of mischief in his tone. Luo Xiaoxue's lips twitched as she took a deep breath, striving to maintain her playful demeanor. "Then what must I do to earn my freedom?" Without a word, Shen Xian set her down gently, yet immediately, his hands found their way to her shoulders, turning her to face him. Once again enveloped in his embrace, Luo Xiaoxue realized that Shen Xian merely wished to hold her from a different angle. Shen Xian smiled gently, relishing this moment, as it allowed him to observe the myriad expressions of his adorable loli master. "Swear, if you call me husband, I might consider letting you go." He pinched her chin, leaning down to meet her gaze, ensuring that not a single subtle change in her expression escaped his scrutiny. "No matter how you look at it, master is undeniably beautiful and charming," he mused. Luo Xiaoxue felt his intense gaze, as if he were trying to see through her very clothing, causing her cheeks to burn with embarrassment. She quickly averted her eyes, unable to meet his stare. The notion of calling him husband was far too shameful for her, leaving her feeling flustered. Her cheeks were flushed with a rosy hue, delicate and inviting, and she bit her lip, struggling to articulate those two words. Noticing her dilemma, Shen Xian smirked, "If you don't call me that, I might resort to some strange antics." The threat in his words was unmistakable, after all. It was master who had initiated the teasing. The little loli bit her lip, imagining the blush-inducing scenario that would unfold should she refuse to comply. "Husband, husband." Her large, glistening eyes narrowed slightly, shrouded in a mist of allure, revealing a captivating charm. What a little enchantress. The perfect amalgamation of cuteness and seduction. Shen Xian's heart raced, a hunger evident in his gaze that only intensified, as if his very look could devour her whole. "Xianer, please don't look at me like that." Luo Xiaoxue's voice unconsciously took on a sultry tone. Under the fervent gaze of the boy she fancied, she found herself unable to withstand the intensity. "Can you let me go now?" she asked, her eyes glazed with a mix of confusion and desire, her voice trembling. Luo Xiaoxue's body quivered as she mustered the strength to lightly punch his chest with her tiny fist. Yet, it felt as if all her strength had been siphoned away by that passionate kiss, her feeble attack akin to a mere tickle, inadvertently fueling his mischievous fire. As their lips parted, she gasped for air, her voice laced with playful accusation. "You promised. You said you would let me go if I called you husband, but you're not keeping your word." In truth, he had only intended to tease her lightly. But this little enchantress was actively enticing him. "You're being unreasonable." Luo Xiaoxue pouted, her irritation evident. Gazing into her starry eyes, Shen Xian felt as though his very soul was being drawn in. It wasn't he that he was incapable of feeling for girls. He simply had never encountered anyone who could stir his heart until Luo Xiaoxue appeared. "Swear, shall we go to bed?" Shen Xian proposed with a smile. "Huh?" Luo Xiaoxue recoiled slightly. Although her pupil's expression appeared less wicked than before, his words sounded alarmingly suggestive. "It's still bright outside. It's not time to sleep." The little loli crossed her arms protectively over her chest, resembling a shivering rabbit. "Besides, who would want to sleep with you?" she thought, though she dared not voice her inner musings. "We could engage in some special warm-up exercises while we await the night's arrival." "What do you say, Xuan?" Shen Xian whispered playfully against her ear. "What are you talking about?" The very notion sent shivers down her spine. She was still just a child. "Such activities are said to be quite daunting," she lamented. Shen Xian reassured her. "At first, it might be a little painful, but after that, it'll be fine." Luo Xiaoxue's mind raced with the implication. Was her disciple suggesting they engage in such activities daily? How terrifying. Xianer is a devil, she thought, feeling the weight of anxiety. After a moment's contemplation, Shen Xian suggested, Let us share a kiss to alleviate the tension. Luo Xiaoxue froze, pondering how a kiss could ease her nerves. Yet, before she could further contemplate, her lips were captured completely by his. In the midst of their passionate kiss, Shen Xuan carried her into the room and gently laid her upon the bed. "Swear, would you like to?" The little girl shyly pulled the covers over her crimson face, contemplating her response. Maybe not. She hesitated, torn. "Are you sure?" Shen Xuan flashed a dangerously charming smile, using his spiritual energy to isolate their surroundings, ensuring no one could intrude upon their intimate moment. Soon, peculiar sounds filled the small room. The following morning, Luo Xiaoxue awoke, immediately clutching her sore waist and casting an annoyed glare at her disciple, who was closely observing her with wide eyes. She stealthily grabbed his waist, pinching him as a form of punishment. Shen Xuan chuckled softly, capturing her restless hand. "How does it feel, Xue?" "Not great. It feels like my waist is about to break," she retorted. Shen Xuan planted a gentle kiss on her forehead, chuckling, "After 999 of those. It's only natural to feel this way, but remember, Master, you chose this path. You can't blame your disciple." "Humph. It's all your fault for giving me such a choice," Luo Xiaoxue protested. Yesterday, she could scarcely fathom the outrageous things her wicked disciple had done to her. He had indeed crossed a line. Shen Xuan remained silent, his large hands soothing her aching back. "Master, which option do you prefer tonight?" he suddenly inquired. "Are you serious?" Luo Xiaoxue felt as if the world was spinning, utterly defeated. "Of course, consistency is key. If you give up halfway, all previous efforts will be in vain," Shen Xuan asserted matter-of-factly. "All right then," the little loli responded without hesitation. "I'll stick with the first choice. I'd be crazy to choose the second." Shen Xuan playfully pressed his nose against hers, his expression teasing. "If you choose the second option, it won't be nearly as arduous." Even while lying down, the little loli shook her head vigorously, refusing to be deceived by his cunning words. As a wise master, she would not fall for her disciple-esque tricks. Despite her aches, she resolved to complete 999 sit-ups. The memory of the previous day's events quickened her heartbeat. That was truly close to happening with Xianer. She pondered. In truth, if he truly desired her, she might not resist. Shen Xuan playfully pinched her adorable nose. "In that case, master, you must give it your all. If you fail to complete 999, then I just might." He licked her ear, teasingly adding, "Devour you." Had it not been for Luo Xiaoxue's hesitations, he might have succumbed to his desires yesterday, though he had almost lost control. It didn't deter him from continuing to dance on the precipice of temptation. Luo Xiaoxue's body stiffened, her tiny toes curling under the covers, feeling as if they had stumbled upon something. Why was Xianer looking at her like that? Noticing his peculiar expression, she suddenly realized something. No way. Recalling a certain morning from before, she finally understood. Under the covers, her previously playful feet went completely still, afraid to move. However, she noticed that her disciple's gaze had transformed entirely, as if he were about to consume her whole. Oh no, what had she been doing moments ago? Shen Xuan's breath grew heavy. So, it's truly not my lack of restraint. If anything goes awry, it's all this little loli's fault, he mused to himself. This girl truly believed he was incapable of teaching her a proper lesson? Shen Xuan, please don't come so close. I know I was wrong. The little girl lowered her head, her tiny fingers fidgeting adorably at her chest. Darling, do you think you can charm your way out of this? Shen Xuan mercilessly exposed her thoughts, one arm wrapping around the girl while the other roamed restlessly. No way. Please don't nibble my ear. It makes me feel strange. Luo Xiaoxue gradually lost control of her words, caught in a dizzying allure. Xian, how can you be so wicked? The two were so close, the temperature rising rapidly. Winter had arrived. How far could spring be? In the forests of the 36 peaks, various small creatures seemed to sense the impending arrival of spring, eagerly emerging from their burrows to greet the warm days ahead. Yet, what awaited them was merely a vast tire track. Chapter 107. The Arrival of the Black Flame Sect. Shen Xuan makes his appearance. Xian, it's hot, she exclaimed, and it's all because of your clumsy movements. Just as Shen Xuan was about to progress to the final step with his adorable master, a thunderous crack echoed through the sky, bringing with it an oppressive aura that descended upon the world. Luo Xiaoxue hurriedly pushed her disciple away, quickly adjusting her appearance, her eyes now filled with vigilance. Xian, it seems something has happened in the sect. Shen Xuan furrowed his brow, his consciousness unfurling, and he discovered that dark clouds had gathered ominously above the sword sect. On the main peak, Elder Chen's figure shot down from the sky, crashing into the plaza and creating a massive pit. causing several disciples below to be injured in the fallout. The elders and disciples were horrified. With just one move, Elder Chen had been defeated. What kind of terrifying enemy were they facing? In midair, several alchemical elders were entangled in battle with 2 or more figures cloaked in black robes. With the alchemical elders possessing only initial stage abilities, they were at a distinct disadvantage, barely holding on, and defeat was merely a matter of time. Moreover, this was only the result of their opponents not exerting their full strength. Yun Xian, unable to evade in time, took the brunt of an attack. His complexion turning red as he coughed up a mouthful of blood, staining the air crimson. Not only him, but other elders were also successively defeated, crashing heavily to the ground. Meanwhile, several black-robed figures remained suspended in the air, showing no intention of engaging the sword sect elders. In their view, battling with mere alchemical cultivators was beneath their dignity. The disciples of the sword sect watched this scene, despair settling in their hearts. The enemy's strength surpassed their understanding. Even if the strongest of the black-robed figures refrained from attacking, the sword sect's combat power had no chance of victory. But we still have Senior Brother Shen, a newly initiated disciple exclaimed, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. It was Shen Xuan who had once rescued them from despair when they had lost all hope. However, a senior brother beside him shook his head. In the last battle, Senior Brother Shen burned half his lifespan to slay the enemy. But this time, the sword sect is facing an even more formidable opponent. If the bald man from last time felt like a towering mountain, now they were confronted with several towering mountains, along with a peak that pierced the heavens. Another chimed in, even if Senior Brother burns his remaining lifespan, it would only be a drop in the bucket. Besides, if possible, I would prefer him to escape the sword sect. With his talent, perhaps one day he could avenge us. In the skies, among those who had not yet engaged in battle, a middle-aged man in a black robe, his hair standing on end with a sprinkle of white, stood out as the leader. This man was Zhao Bei, the second elder of the Black Flame sect, holding a banner that billowed with black flames. His gaze was cold as he looked down below. Besides that old man, who has a modicum of strength, the rest are nothing but insignificant minions. Wasn't it said that this small sect harbors a master capable of slaying mid-stage nascent soul cultivators? Why hasn't he shown himself? Hand over the one who killed my sect's elder disciple, and I might grant you a swift end. His indifferent voice echoed throughout the sword sect, chilling the hearts of all who heard. Yet, no one spoke. The vast majority of disciples glared at the intruders with overwhelming fury. You attacked our sword sect first. You deserve to be slain. A female disciple, overcoming her fear of the cultivation disparity, rebuked the black-robed figures. The moment her words fell, they ignited the anger of the other disciples. Indeed, why should you be allowed to invade other sects and slaughter countless innocent lives? Even ordinary civilians have been soul-harvested by your sect. Do you even consider yourselves cultivators? By what right do you demand we hand anyone over? Rumors had already spread that the Black Flame sect had annihilated every sect they occupied, sparing only the surrendering individuals. And even the common folk were not spared from their brutal killings. Hundreds of voices rose in condemnation of the Black Flame sect. However, Zhao Bei merely sneered. Just the impotent rage of a swarm of tiny ants. Beside him, Elder Su Mei covered her mouth with a laugh, her every motion exuding seduction. Brother Zhao is right. Survival of the fittest is the fundamental law of the world. As her enticing words fell, she pointed, and a thread-thin stream of spiritual energy shot forth, crossing 100 feet and striking the very first speaking female disciple. A chilling aura engulfed the girl, and when she sensed the impending attack, it was already too late. In the blink of an eye, her heart would be pierced by this spiritual force, leading to her immediate demise. Everything transpired too rapidly. Those around her had no time to assist, and the elders were too preoccupied with their own safety to protect these ordinary disciples. Am I about to die? The female disciple closed her eyes. She was Luo Xiaoxue, though she had only recently joined the sword sect. The warmth and camaraderie of her passionate and righteous seniors made her feel at home, and she had come to see the sword sect as her second family. Moreover, she understood that once the sword sect fell, the entire Qingyun kingdom would be engulfed in darkness, and her parents, along with her brothers and sisters in the sect, would be swept away in the tide of despair. What a survival of the fittest! A detached voice like thunder cleaved through the suffocating darkness. The anticipated pain of death did not arrive. Luo Xiaoxue cautiously opened her eyes to discover a tall, white-haired youth in azure robes had appeared before her at an unknown moment. In that instant, all the disciples' gazes converged on the source of the voice, landing on the white-haired youth. It's Senior Brother Shen. Senior Brother, run. They're here for you. a disciple cried anxiously. While Shen Xuan was indeed powerful this time, the enemy far exceeded their expectations. It's fine. Shen Xuan's expression was calm, devoid of panic. Hearing his composed voice, the crowd gradually found their own tranquility. Shen Xuan, unhurried, took the little white-haired girl's hand and walked slowly toward the elderly man who could barely stand without assistance. Luo Xiaoxue stared blankly at the retreating figure, her emotions a whirlwind. Had the other party not already found someone they loved, she would have undoubtedly pursued Shen Xuan with reckless abandon. Seeing Shen Xuan approach, Elder Chen forced a smile. Thanks to the egg Shen Xuan had given him a few days prior, he had barely recovered from his injuries, only to find himself heavily wounded once more. The white-haired youth sighed slightly. This old man truly had it rough, even he felt a twinge of sympathy. Then, placing a hand on the elder's chest, gentle spiritual energy flowed into him, and in an instant, Elder Chen appeared rejuvenated, his injuries visibly healing at an astonishing rate. You truly are. Shen Xuan shook his head slightly, allowing things to unfold naturally. No need for further words. Elder Chen nodded gently, choosing not to speak further. Chapter 108. Remnant Snow. Elder Chen couldn't help but reflect. He had long sensed that Shen Xuan was the mysterious powerhouse from before. But only at this moment could he truly affirm it. Such terrifying prowess at such a young age, one could only wonder which great holy sect could cultivate such a prodigious youth. In all of Eastern continent, there was likely no one who could compare. Why has Shen Xuan appeared in their modest Qingyan sword sect? Could it be that he has come for Luo Xiaoxue? That little girl is indeed the current Luo Xiaoxue. Perhaps she was his childhood sweetheart, but due to various circumstances, such as her family's destruction by enemies, Luo Xiaoxue found herself wandering to Qingyan country, ultimately joining the Qingyan sword sect by chance, in his quest to find his childhood companion. Shen Xuan has endured numerous hardships to arrive here, and at last, this pair of star-crossed lovers is reunited. Upon this realization, Elder Chen felt a profound sense of emotion in his heart. Truly, lovers destined for each other will eventually unite. Shen Xuan, however, remained oblivious to the melodramatic narrative conjured in the old man's mind. He glanced at the little girl beside him and affectionately ruffled her hair. Master, wait for me here. No, I want to fight alongside you. Luo Xiaoxue insisted stubbornly. Shen Xuan paused for a moment, then smiled gently. All right. He scooped her up into his arms. The little girl was taken aback. No, I didn't say you should carry me. How am I supposed to fight like this? Xuaner, let us discuss something. Please put me down, she requested. Yet, Shen Xuan, with a touch of possessiveness, pressed a soft kiss to her forehead and tenderly refused. No. I can only relax knowing I'm holding my master. But I am quite formidable too, she said, though even she did not believe her own words. Be obedient, or I shall spank you. Shen Xuan's voice was gentle yet resolute. As long as he drew breath, he would ensure this girl encountered no danger. Of course, such sentimental words would never be spoken aloud to his master. Little did he know, Luo Xiaoxue had heard every word clearly. Fine, I agree, she acquiesced. Partly due to his playful threat and partly because of the feelings she sensed in Shinra's heart. A charming blush graced her cheeks as she leaned against his sturdy chest, having discovered the happiness of being protected by the boy she cherished ever since meeting Shinra. In a tender embrace, Shen Xuan smiled knowingly, concealing the softness in his heart that he would only reveal to Xiaoxue. He stepped into the void, ready to soar into the heavens. At that moment, Wei Jian, who had been supporting Elder Chen, suddenly spoke. Senior brother Shen, I wish to avenge our master. Though he was merely at the body refinement stage, he declared it boldly. Elder Chen was taken aback, but soon felt a warm surge in his heart. He gently patted his disciple's head. Jianer, I appreciate your intentions, but let senior brother Shen handle the rest. Since Shen Xuan was indeed that enigmatic figure, the fate of the Black Flame sect had already been sealed. He felt no concern for Shen Xuan's safety. Instead, it was the members of the Black Flame sect who ought to be worried. Shen Xuan halted, turning to glance at the young man. The boy's gaze was sharp as a sword, filled with a thirst for vengeance. Since entering the sword sect, his master had given him warmth, allowing him to once again experience the affection he had lost in his childhood, having endured countless hardships as a prince of a fallen nation, reduced to begging for food. He cherished this hard-won bond of master and disciple. Those who harmed his master deserved death. Suddenly, Shen Xuan chuckled. You remind me of my former self. Stay here, soon. You shall have your chance to strike. He then stomped his foot against the battered ground and soared into the air. Zhao Bei had been watching the young man for quite some time and was in no hurry to act. In his view, no matter how strong this boy was, he could not surpass the realm of spirit transformation. No matter how he struggled, he was ultimately on a path to demise. This sect must be eradicated. However, Upon witnessing Shen Xuan heal a spirit infant cultivator's injuries within mere moments, Zhao Bei's vigilance grew. It was no wonder this boy had slain Shen Xuan. He indeed possessed remarkable abilities. Zhao Bei spoke in a low voice. A plump, long-bearded elder in black robes looked at the girl in Shen Xuan's arms with unabashed desire, temporarily suppressing his craving. He laughed heartily. This little beast, no matter how strong, cannot compare to Elder Zhao. They all understood that Zhao Bei, wielding the Black Flame banner, possessed strength comparable to that of a typical spirit transformation expert. Even when hunting a rabbit, one must use full force. There can be no carelessness, Zhao Bei remarked indifferently. As his spiritual power surged, and he unhesitatingly struck towards the young man's figure. Seeing the strongest black-robed figure strike, every elder and disciple of the sword sect felt their hearts tighten. Only a peak spirit infant, yet I, Shen Xuan, will burn half my lifespan to fight you. With a loud shout, Shen Xuan unleashed his spiritual sword, which instantly transformed into countless sword chi swirling around him. In that moment, he resembled the sovereign of sorts. No. Senior brother Shen is burning his lifespan again. If this continues, he will perish. Some disciples began to weep, for Shen Xuan had sacrificed far too much to save them. Having used that terrifying secret technique twice, even if he could defeat the enemy, he would ultimately perish. This was a scene all the sword sect members dreaded to witness. In the skies, thousands of sword shadows converged into a single point, unleashing unmatched sharpness as they fiercely pierced towards the colossal palm print. Crack! The clash produced a piercing sound, and the next moment, the myriad sword shadows suddenly pierced through, shattering the palm print. Cheers erupted from the main peak. Shen Xuan truly possesses the capability to contend with the strong of the Black Flame sect. Senior brother Shen, you must win. Many clenched their fists, silently praying. At the main peak, Wang Wu and Dongfang Zhe watched the figure in blue robes. A boy of their age who had once ventured out with them, now standing at an unattainable height. Yet, they felt no jealousy. They only hoped Shen Xuan could go even further. This battle should not mark his end. As his opponent, Zhao Bei showed no signs of panic. His earlier actions were merely a test. If he inadvertently defeated the boy in one strike, the ancestral elders would be displeased. Zhao Bei casually cast forth a wave of spiritual energy to meet the overwhelming sword shadows. Upon contact, as oil meets fire, a surge of black flames enveloped the sword shadows, incinerating them into nothingness in an instant. Unrelenting, he launched a punch imbued with flames capable of incinerating all. Striking towards Shen Xuan. Ninth style, remnant snow, Shen Xuan pronounced, as the temperature on the main peak plummeted. Tiny water vapor instantly condensed into delicate ice flowers, cascading down. The entire world seemed frozen at his utterance. Even those not in the battle zone trembled, their protective spiritual energy unable to shield them from the biting chill. Remnant snow. The final style of the Qingyan sword technique. Someone exclaimed in astonishment. For many years, countless exceptional disciples of the sword sect had faltered at this last move. Yet now, it had been executed by Shen Xuan. Unbeknownst to him, tears streamed down the cheeks of the elder. He had never anticipated that in his lifetime. He would witness the remnant snow technique reappear in the world, and in Shen Xuan's hands. Its power far exceeded that of yesteryear. For Shen Xuan had unleashed a complete and flawless remnant snow. Chapter 109, a forceful decisive blow slash. Shen Xuan spoke calmly. Each ice flower concealed a tremendous sword chi. And at his command, tens of thousands of ice flowers suddenly exploded, transforming into countless sharp, icy sword chi that surged towards Zhao Bei. Feeling a drastic shift in aura, Zhao Bei's gaze sharpened. It seemed that dealing with this boy required no mercy. He retracted his attacking arm, transitioning into a sweeping motion as he waved his sleeve, unleashing a torrent of black flames that formed a scorching barrier, blocking all the icy sword chi. Experiencing battle from Shinner's perspective for the first time, Luo Xiaoxue gained a deeper understanding. Shinner is indeed formidable. How did he manage to be both powerful and affectionate? The little girl quietly observed the battle in her disciple-s embrace, gaining insights from the clash of the strong. She stole a glance at her disciple. The boy's expression was as frosty as the ice flowers. When Shinner exuded coldness, he looked quite handsome. Noticing his master's admiring gaze, Shen Xuan felt a twinge of pride, though he maintained a feigned annoyance as he patted the girl's head. Master, watch closely. Luo Xiaoxue clutched her head, responding in a soft and gentle voice. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Bei's black flames suddenly expanded, melting away the surrounding ice flowers, and he unleashed a powerful palm strike aimed at Shen Xuan's chest. You dare to lose focus in battle? Are you overly confident in your own strength? Zhao Bei spoke as the attack approached. Shen Xuan swiftly retreated, and countless ice flowers surged towards his previous position, forming a magnificent, translucent ice flower. With a snap of his fingers, the ice flower exploded, unleashing sharp sword energy that sliced towards the now-closed Zhao Bei. Zhao Bei retaliated with a punch, shattering the attack. A mere trick, nothing remarkable, he remarked expressionlessly. In his view, although the opponent's strength was comparable to the peak of the spirit infant stage, it paled in comparison to his own pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. Little brother, if this is all the strength you possess, I advise you to surrender. Perhaps my sect will spare your companion's life, Xian Mei chimed in from a distance. Her alluring presence captivating even the other elders nearby, stirring a forbidden desire within them. Indeed, I shall plead with the ancestor to keep your lovely wife for myself, thus ensuring her survival. A corpulent elder in black robes leered. Luo Xiaoxue's brows knitted tightly. Merely being looked at by him made her feel nauseous. Shen Xuan's gaze had turned icy. Since you embrace the law of the jungle, I shall grant you your wish. I, Shen Xuan, will extinguish you all, even if it costs me 100 years of my lifespan. Shen Xuan felt a flush of embarrassment at his own words. Although survival was paramount, it had become a habit to declare himself as he burned his lifespan against formidable foes. He did not care if others believed him. No, brother is burning his lifespan again, cried a female disciple, unable to contain her sorrow. Wait, have you realized? Theoretically, Brother Shen should have no lifespan left to burn. A blind disciple excitedly pointed out. Oh, now that you mention it, that seems true. Shen Xuan had clearly burned half of his lifespan twice, theoretically leaving him with nothing to ignite. So where did this additional century of lifespan come from? Zhao Bei stared in shock at the youth before him, whose realm had rapidly ascended in the blink of an eye, his momentum now rivaling Zhao Bei's. He felt an urge to curse, wondering what kind of secret technique allowed repeated enhancements. Zhao Bei was unaware that a similar scene had once unfolded in Fomin Village, where even the malevolent spirits of the spirit realm could not withstand Shen Xuan's sword. A chill emanated from Shen Xuan as he suddenly thrust his sword, sending a blade of energy slashing towards the corpulent figure in black robes. My wife is not something you can covet. The silvery sword energy, as it was unleashed, was shrouded in layers of frost, exuding a bone-chilling cold that threatened to freeze the very air. In less than a heartbeat, the once modest blade of energy expanded to hundreds and thousands of feet. The fat elder, horrified, attempted to evade, but the overwhelming sword intent seemed to freeze the space around him, rendering him immobile. Zhao Bei, save me! The elder screamed in despair, never imagining this white-haired youth could unleash a second explosion of energy. Had he known, he would never have uttered those words, but now it was too late. The black flames swirling around Zhao Bei could not melt the frost on his face. Almost instantaneously, as the sword energy struck, it pierced through the elder's body. All eyes were fixed on him. They watched as the rotund figure was sliced cleanly in half, bloodless, with the icy cut revealing a grotesque bloom of blood-colored ice flowers. His expression remained frozen in shock and despair, his eyes wide open, refusing to close. You little beast! You seek death! Zhao Bei roared, outraged that a sect elder had been slain right before his eyes, an utter disgrace. Zhao Bei, a fitting name. I shall make you lose your way later. Which would be a proper tribute to it. Shen Xuan's countenance was cold and imposing, radiating an aura of dominance that stirred the hearts of many young maidens. Another sword strike against the enemy. Brother Shun is truly magnificent. Some disciples could no longer contain their excitement, dancing with joy. Who could resist such a perfect hero? Of course, except for his adversaries. The little girl obediently refrained from interrupting Shen Xuan, although she desperately wished to assert her claim over her disciple. Chapter 110. Borrowing 500 years from heaven again, Zhao Bei's fury raged like the flames surrounding him, impossible to suppress. He acknowledged his oversight. Had he activated the black flame banner earlier, he could have prevented the death of an elder. You are formidable. I hope you can remain so arrogant when I extract your soul. As he spoke, he quietly infused his spiritual energy into the sect's artifact, activating it. A whirlwind of black flames, capable of incinerating all, erupted from the banner in his palm, rapidly raising the temperature that had plummeted due to the earlier snow-like attack. Those observing felt the surreal contrast of ice and fire. The black flame storm quickly advanced, threatening to engulf Shen Xuan. However, a crisp sword chant soared into the heavens, and a sword light, brighter than the sun, erupted from Shen Xuan's hand, cleaving through the air. With a swift motion, the searing sphere of heat was easily bisected. And as the sword trembled, a violent wind surged forth, dispersing the heat and reclaiming the world for the cold. The unmatched sharpness of that sword lingered in people's minds, leaving them in awe. Even some spirit pill stage cultivators, still engaged in battle, paused to witness the peak confrontation between the two. For both sides, the outcome of the battle between Shen Xuan and Zhao Bei was pivotal in determining the victor of this clash. The members of the Black Flame sect had never anticipated that a mere nation could harbor an extraordinary powerhouse capable of contending with Elder Zhao. If that were not enough, the youth's appearance was terrifyingly youthful. Should he continue to grow, even the revered Wang Yin might not be his match. Zhao Bei narrowly evaded the attack, his face ashen, as the opponent's strength continually shattered his perceptions. This boy must be boasting. How could he sustain prolonged, intense combat while truly burning his lifespan? Zhao Bei felt as though he might explode from frustration. Even now, he had yet to discern Shen Xuan's limits. Since their confrontation began, the youth had effortlessly neutralized his attacks, offering in return sword energy that was no weaker than a full-force strike from a peak nascent soul, clearly not treating his spiritual energy as a consumable resource. Are you employing some sort of immortal technology? Zhao Bei was incredulous, unable to fathom how this youth could withstand even his most potent assault. Shen Xuan's previously calm demeanor suddenly darkened. What? The brother who has burned half his lifespan plus another century has not been able to injure this man? How strong must he be? Hearing Shen Xuan's words, the disciples of the sword sect felt their hearts tighten once again, fearing for their sect's fate. Just as despair threatened to engulf them, Shen Xuan spoke once more. In that case, I, Shen Xuan, shall burn another 2 cycles of my lifespan, pouring all I have into this battle with you. Cough. Luo Xiaoxue accidentally choked on her words, quickly covering her mouth. Her disciple's declaration had once again left her stunned. Still burning? Shinner, are you not afraid of slapping your own face? No. Brother is burning his lifespan again. A female disciple gasped, her heart shattered. Wait. Why does this phrase sound familiar? No. This time there was an additional again. A wise young man offered a reminder. Thus, the question arises, suppose Brother Shen's lifespan totals 300 years, ignoring his current age, after consuming 2.5 lifetimes and 120 years. How much lifespan remains for Brother Shen? In contrast to the astonishment of the disciples of the sword sect, Zhao Bei's shock was laced with profound fear. Shen Xuan's power soared to an entirely new realm almost instantaneously, leaving Zhao Bei no time to interrupt his ascension. Furthermore, he was almost certain that this individual had not merely burned his lifespan for strength. Rather, Shen Xuan likely possessed immense power all along, merely suppressed until now. You are formidable, exceedingly so. It seems I can only burn my lifespan to contend with you. Shen Xuan frowned as he spoke. At that moment, he radiated a brilliant golden light, dazzling enough to blind his opponent. Zhao Bei felt the terrifying aura that had surpassed his own, sending a shiver down his spine. Undoubtedly, Shen Xuan had now entered the realm of the spirit god. Zhao Bei was overwhelmed with the urge to curse. Is it truly amusing to flaunt such power? From beginning to end, I have gained not an ounce of advantage. Are you attempting to undermine me? Yet, facing Shen Xuan in the spirit god realm, Zhao Bei understood that he had ultimately lost. Should a true confrontation occur, perhaps he could protect himself with the Black Flame banner. But the other elders and disciples of the Black Flame sect would be in peril. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Bei addressed Shen. I believe there may be some misunderstanding between us. I have suddenly realized that the conflict between the Black Flame sect and the Qing and Sword sect is not one of deep-seated hatred. It would be better to reach an amicable resolution and avoid further bloodshed, Zhao Bei awkwardly asserted. Recognizing that yielding after the opponent had grown stronger was typically viewed as cowardice. However, lacking confidence in defeating Shen Xuan, he reluctantly proposed this tactic to buy time. Are you showing me this after I have already bared my soul? Shen Xuan's expression turned increasingly frigid, as if frost were about to form. Upon hearing these words, the room fell silent. Especially for those disciples who admired Shen Xuan, they gazed at his aloof figure, momentarily dumbfounded. It turned out that the seemingly stoic senior brother Shen could utter such audacious remarks. Though the image of the icy, handsome man in their hearts may have faltered, they found themselves inexplicably drawn to him. Shen, what do you mean by that? Zhao Bei's expression darkened. Of course, I mean to confront you. I concur with your perspective. However, your sect attacked mine first, injuring my elders and disciples. Surely, some form of compensation is warranted? Shen Xuan replied, his tone somber. Zhao Bei remained silent for 2 seconds before responding. My sect also lost an elder, which is a greater loss than yours. He understood that with the opponent's momentum surging, substantial compensation would likely be necessary to negotiate peace, and he intended to leverage the death of an elder to lower the bargaining threshold. 100 million spirit stones in a spiritual vein. If you agree, we can negotiate peace. Shen Xuan remained unfazed by Zhao Bei's losses and presented his terms. The expressions of the Black Flames sect members changed drastically. 100 million spirit stones and a spiritual vein? Was this person insane? The first demand alone could not be met even if the entire Black Flame sect were sold. Zhao Bei responded in a deep voice, "That is absolutely impossible." Shen Xuan shook his head, sighing, "Is this truly the extent of your sincerity? Brothers and sisters of the sword sect, what say you?" Upon hearing Shen Xuan's inquiry, the disciples fell silent for a moment before erupting in a resounding chorus of refusal. Shen Xuan nodded and raised his sword towards Zhao Bei. The sword appeared thin as a hair yet seemed like an abyss, capable of consuming even souls. Zhao Bei felt his life flash before his eyes at the sight of this sword. This little beast had never intended to negotiate. "If you insist on being our enemy, when my sect's ancestors descend from the God Transformation realm, we shall annihilate your Qin Yun sword sect." As he threatened, Zhao Bei cut his palm, letting his vibrant blood flow, which was absorbed by the Black Flame banner. His complexion paled, and his aura waned. Were it not for the overwhelming strength of his opponent, Zhao Bei would never have resorted to using his blood to fully activate the Black Flame banner. The cost was exceedingly high. The banner surged with sinister energy. The oppressive black flames almost palpable, accompanied by the anguished wails of countless specters. A ghostly visage coalesced from the black flames, colliding with the tip of Shen Xuan's sword, producing a cacophony of explosive sounds. The highly corrosive black flames were held at bay by an icy force, unable to penetrate the spirit sword. With a crack, the ghostly face shattered, intricate fissures spreading across its surface before it disintegrated completely. The silver blade, like a streak of light, sliced through the searing flames, aiming for the enemy's throat. Zhao Bei's expression twisted in agony. This sword was terrifying beyond measure. Even with most of its power dissipated in the collision with the ghostly face, the residual force left him gasping for breath. More despairingly, he felt his internal spiritual power inexplicably suppressed, rendering him incapable of resisting the impending blade. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Bei suddenly spat a mouthful of vital blood onto the banner, and his vitality swiftly diminished with the act. Summon the ancestor. Sume and others were struck with horror yet tinged with excitement. Suddenly, the heavens and earth shifted. The entire sky dimmed. A tremendous force erupted from the Black Flame banner, colliding with Shen Xuan's spirit sword, causing both the banner and Zhao Bei to be repelled, saving his life in the process. Was this akin to the story of the gourd baby rescuing his grandfather? One after another, the pattern repeated. This was the typical trope for villains, first confronting the weak, then the strong, ultimately leading to a complete rout. Zhao Bei's heart raced with dread. Had the ancestor arrived just a moment later, he might have been severed from his head. Next, an overwhelming pressure, far beyond anyone's comprehension, descended upon the world. The moment weaker disciples sensed this aura, their hearts raced, nearly bursting. Fortunately, Shen Xuan waved his sleeve, dispelling the deathly threat that loomed over everyone. Yet, this did nothing to alleviate their anxiety. A wave of crisis followed another, exhausting the disciple spirits. What on earth was happening in this world? Powerful cultivators, previously rare in the far west, began appearing one after another. Were it not for Shen Xuan, the Qin Yun sword sect would either have to surrender and become the next Dehua sect or fight to the death alongside the Shanhai sect. Turning to dust in history. "Shinner, protect yourself." Luo Xiaoxue tightened her grip on her disciple's collar. "You must prioritize your safety," she admonished. The young man nodded lightly. His heart softened. "Master, you are increasingly resembling a virtuous wife." "Not your wife." The little girl pouted, her lips twitching slightly as if trying to suppress a smile. From the roiling black flames emerged a hunched figure, with hair half black, half white, and eyes of contrasting colors. Upon this figure's appearance, all members of the Black Flame sect bowed in greeting to their ancestor. The hunched figure disregarded them and focused on Shen Xuan. "You. Who killed my Black Flame sect members?" The ancient voice reverberated across the expanse, instilling trepidation. "You are the Yin Yang Elder?" Shen Xuan scrutinized the figure for a long moment, furrowing his brow. "You have heard of my reputation?" The Yin Yang Elder seemed unfazed by the omission in Shen Xuan's words, interpreting it as a mere slip of the tongue. He felt somewhat astonished. Although he had gained some notoriety in another realm, how could anyone in this world know his name? Shen Xuan, however, wore a look of astonishment. This old man is genuinely called the Yin Yang Elder? So he must not be nailed down then? The straightforward truth is that this emperor wishes to see what a person without the constraints of the ding-ding is like. He cleared his throat, transforming the myriad thoughts within him into a more refined query, tentatively confirming, is Ning truly a eunuch? The elder of Yin and Yang fell silent for a moment, finally grasping the implication behind the youth's words. Haha. The elder of yin and yang suddenly erupted into a wild laughter, which gradually subsided. With a flick of his arm, he drew the black flame banner held by Xiao Bei into his possession. You are the first bold youth to act so arrogantly in front of me over the years. However, your idea is commendable. Soon, I shall grant your wish. An overwhelming aura surged forth, rendering Xiao Bei almost as feeble as a newly hatched chick before the elder of yin and yang. Under the pressure of the opponent's spiritual energy, the protective spiritual force surrounding Shen Xuan had been compressed to nearly cling to his skin. Feng Shui and the others exchanged complex glances at the solitary youth who bore the burden alone. At that moment, Shen Xuan resembled a lone boat amidst a tempestuous sea, as if he would be shattered into pieces by the next wave. Would he be able to create another miracle this time? Yet, even in failure, none could reproach him. Shen Xuan had already performed exceedingly well. Moreover, this was not a burden he ought to bear. In the air, the elder of yin and yang spoke coolly, transformation finger. He then pointed forward, and with the first strike, he held nothing back. In that instant, the very space surrounding Shen Xuan seemed to be shackled. Even with Luo Xiaoxue tightly enveloped in his embrace, she felt a sense of oppression. The opponent appeared far more formidable than the malevolent spirit he had encountered previously. The shadow of a finger, several zhang in size, descended. It seemed less powerful than the massive spiritual seal that encompassed hundreds of zhang. But the aura of destruction within it far surpassed those surface-level attacks. As Shen Xuan's sword met the finger's shadow in an instant, the onlookers beheld the youth's figure hurtling toward the ground like a cannonball, creating a deep, unfathomable pit in the main peak square. The spectators stood in stunned silence. Even the previously unmatched Shen Xuan had failed to withstand the elder's strike. The Qingyun sword sect is finished. I will fight them to the end. A disciple's eyes were filled with madness as he prepared to summon his sword to ascend into the skies. Although he possessed only the strength of an ant, he felt no fear. Kill. The members of the Black Flame sect scoffed, for without the fearsome white-haired youth, the remaining disciples were merely ants, easily extinguished with a flick of the finger. However, unlike the others, the elder of yin and yang's expression grew even graver after landing a strike. His gaze fixed intently on the deep pit below. Suddenly, a clear voice pierced through the despair of the crowd. I, Shen Xuan, shall borrow 500 more years from the heavens. I will exhaust my lifespan to annihilate you all. Chapter 111. The demise of the heavenly ghost to borrow 500 years from the heavens sounds incredibly imposing and passionate. I imagine everyone feels the same way I do right now, Shen Xuan mused to himself. Yet, at times, the feelings between individuals do not resonate. Luo Xiaoxue wiped away non-existent sweat from her forehead. Although she was reluctant to voice her thoughts, she felt as if she were already dead before the enemy even fell. Master, is it hot? Shen Xuan asked curiously in a low voice. It's nothing. Continue, Xianer. Came the response from a tall figure holding the girl as they soared into the sky, stirring up winds and dust. The white-haired youth was surrounded by sword shadows, his robes pristine and unharmed. It's senior brother Shen, he's unharmed. The disciples exclaimed, some even shedding tears of joy. However, but senior brother has burned his lifespan again. He will die. I can assure you, I heard this phrase not long ago. No, this time, there is an extra again. In truth, I believe that with senior brother Shen's strength, he could easily borrow a few hundred years from the heavens when his lifespan is exhausted. So we need not worry about his departure from us, someone remarked after some contemplation. The crowd turned to the speaker in astonishment, acknowledging him as a clever strategist. The members of the Black Flame sect, however, fell into a deep silence. Who exactly was Shen Xuan to withstand the elder's full force strike without a scratch, protecting even the girl in his arms so well? It is worth noting that the elder's cultivation had long surpassed the mid-stage of transformation, making him a formidable presence among transformation practitioners, equivalent to a mid-stage spiritual being in this domain. Such a level of power is among the elite in the eastern continent's middle region. The elder of yin and yang furrowed his brow. He had initially intended to descend into the middle domain to claim a territory for the Black Flame sect, but did not anticipate encountering such a formidable opponent in this small, extreme western land. Although he had only descended as a mere avatar, his power was limited to 70% of its full capacity. Yet Shen Xuan's performance still left him astounded. Since this enmity had been established, he could not allow this youth a chance to rise again. Otherwise, he would become a significant threat. The elder of yin and yang pondered. If he were Shen Xuan, he would undoubtedly not spare the Black Flame sect once he gained power. The elder of yin and yang clasped his hands in a seal and then struck fiercely toward Shen Xuan. The withered palm, ablaze with black flames, radiated a terrifying heat, as if it intended to melt a hole in space itself. When the frenzied spiritual energy made contact with the sword shadows surrounding Shen Xuan, countless silver lights erupted, meeting the withered hand. After a moment of stalemate, a thunderous explosion of spiritual energy erupted between Shen Xuan and the Elder. The Elder of Yin and Yang was abruptly propelled backward, retreating several hundred zhang due to the recoil. Remarkable. My avatar cannot be sustained for long. It seems I must resort to this. Having made up his mind, he focused his intent, and the banner before him surged with power, conjuring a fierce wind and a scorching aura that surged toward Shen Xuan's face. Heavenly Ghost. The Elder of Yin and Yang's thunderous shout echoed, and the black flame banner transformed into a massive canopy enveloped in black flames. From within, a ghostly hand measuring several dozen zhang emerged, followed by a grotesque head, its visage so terrifying that it was rarely seen in the world. A large character Tian was emblazoned on the forehead of the shadow, corresponding to the title of Heavenly Ghost. As the ghostly figure completely emerged from the banner, its body stood over 100 zhang tall, not quite reaching the level of obscuring the sky, and it paled in comparison to the enormous black mist giant summoned by Shi Tian not long ago. Yet its solid form exuded far greater pressure than the black mist giant, tenfold or even 100-fold. The onlookers gazed in sheer terror at this scene, merely locking eyes with it threatened to shatter their spirits and summon forth demonic shadows. The Heavenly Ghost murmured softly. It was a spirit sealed within the black flame banner, forged through countless generations of black flame sect cultivators. Only the mightiest of transformation realm experts could summon the Heavenly Ghost from the black flame banner. Otherwise, they would be devoured by the Heavenly Ghost soul, never to reincarnate. Among the current elders of the black flame sect, few had ever beheld the visage of the Heavenly Ghost, and it was unexpected that today the elder would resort to it in the battle against a mere youth with yellow hair. It was evident how much pressure Shen Xuan had imposed. Go. The Elder of Yin and Yang commanded the Heavenly Ghost to attack the white-haired youth. The Heavenly Ghost let out a wailing cry, seemingly attempting to resist the Elder's control. As expected of a spirit in the Unity realm, even after millennia of refinement, it still sought to rebel. The Elder of Yin and Yang grunted, exerting all his effort to control the black flame banner. It was now the only means to restrain the Heavenly Ghost. A millennium ago, had it not been for the involvement of a Unity realm expert from the Black Flame sect, it would have been impossible to seal such a powerful spirit within the Black Flame banner. Under the Elder's control, the Heavenly Ghost struggled a couple of times before being forced to attack Shen Xuan. The disciples of the Sword sect watched anxiously as the situation unfolded in the sky. Even with Shen Xuan's spiritual energy protection, they sensed an immense threat emanating from the Heavenly Ghost, far more terrifying than the Elder of the Black Flame sect. Senior brother will not lose. Some disciples declared with determination. In a short span of time, Shen Xuan had created too many miracles, and this time would be no exception. Shen Xuan silently regarded the approaching Heavenly Ghost. Although there were no fluctuations in spiritual energy, the mental pressure was terrifyingly intense. Interesting. To have obtained a spirit from the Unity realm. Oh no, in the outer realms, it should be referred to as the Unity realm, right? The little girl expressed surprise, questioning whether her disciple truly disregarded a spirit from the Unity realm. As she pondered, it seemed that every boast made by her disciple ultimately came to fruition. With this thought, her worries dissipated. You may be liberated now, Shen Xuan's cold voice echoed. Just as the Heavenly Ghost approached within 3 meters, an unknown force caused the ghostly figure, over 100 feet tall, to split in two, as if severed by a sword. The Heavenly Ghost paused, frozen like a statue. The Yin-Yang Elder, eyes bulging with rage, frantically urged the black flame banner, attempting to reunite the severed spiritual bodies. Yet the connection between the black flame banner and the Heavenly Ghost appeared severed as well, rendering him powerless to control it. Impossible! Impossible! He screamed in madness. How could the Heavenly Ghost not withstand even a single sword strike from this boy? That is a soul of the combined realm. At that moment, no one paid heed to the Elder's breakdown. All eyes were fixated on Shen Xuan and the Heavenly Ghost. Even split in two, the Heavenly Ghost did not immediately disintegrate into ashes. Its eyes bore down on the lone, proud figure, and it suddenly spoke. Thank you, friend. You may go. Shen Xuan did not mind the ghost's address, pondering whether it was too audacious for a Quasi-Emperor to speak so. The two halves of the ghost nodded in gratitude, and then transformed into countless ashes, scattering with the wind. Was it truly that with merely a single utterance from Shen Xuan, the seemingly fearsome Heavenly Ghost was reduced to dust? One word kills a man, leaving no trace behind. Could it be that Brother Shun is the legendary sword saint of words? The female and male disciples of the sword sect were ablaze with fervor. Perhaps this was indeed the legendary power of speaking into existence. A hint of excitement appeared on Elder Qin's aged face. Such power existed only in tales. Perhaps only at the ends of the 4 continents, in the legendary Tianzhou, could such a formidable being arise. Chapter 112. Journey to another realm. The disciples of the Black Flame sect were engulfed in a tempest of shock. How could even the formidable ancestor, who had released the heavenly ghost, be unable to contend with Shen Xuan? What manner of monster was this? Zhao Bei felt a chill run down his spine. Cold sweat pouring down. Had Shen Xuan displayed this level of power earlier, he would have perished countless times over, with no chance to summon the ancestor. Meanwhile, Shen Xuan suddenly stomped down, distorting the void beneath his feet. However, the large hand supporting the little girl tightened its grip even more. As her bottom was pinched. An odd sensation nearly made the little girl cry out. Luo Xiaoxue gritted her teeth, suppressing the urge to scream. She needed to be a good audience and not cause trouble for Xian. Surely, he did not mean it, right? For some reason. Shen Xuan's speed seemed to have slowed significantly. Soon after, she noticed that the restless hand seized the opportunity to pinch her pert rear once more. Unable to hold back any longer, she let out a soft whimper, irritation flashing in her beautiful eyes. Shen Xuan glanced down at the girl's expression, feigning innocence as he raised his head. I truly did not mean to, master. You wouldn't think I intended to, would you? No, surely not. Yet, despite her being just a little girl, Master S bottom is indeed so soft and bouncy. Luo Xiaoxue quietly sharpened her long and used little teeth. How dare that scoundrel Xian take advantage of her in such a manner? This was already unacceptable, but to claim she was flat, unforgivable. After teasing his master a bit and replenishing his combat energy, Shen Xuan's speed surged, and he aimed a sword strike directly at the Yin-Yang Elder's head. In a flash, he prepared himself. Without a second thought, the Yin-Yang Elder activated the Black Flame banner, drawing all the elders and disciples within, simultaneously causing his internal power to collide, making his body swell rapidly. Luo Xiaoxue noticed this change and felt a tightening in her chest. Could he be attempting to self-destruct? If he self-destructed, the force generated at the explosion center would exceed the limits of a cultivator's power by several times, if not cautious. Even those at a higher realm could be gravely injured. Within the Black Flame banner, the feelings of the gathered crowd were unspoken. What they had thought would be an easy victory over the small sword sect had turned into a nightmare, especially the boy's invincible form, forever etched in their minds. In an instant, a flash of silver light. No one noticed that where the sword passed, even the fabric of space was sliced open with an imperceptible seam. The defenseless Yin-Yang Elder, after the sword swept by, was instantly decapitated. A thunderous cheer erupted from the crowd below. Senior Brother Shen, invincible, with the enemy's head already severed. They believed Shen Xuan had achieved a complete victory. However, from the point of decapitation, no blood gushed forth, and the spiritual body continued to swell, showing no signs of halting despite the loss of its head. Elder Qin slowly spoke. This is merely a spiritual body clone, not the true self. Yun Qingxian and the others gathered around, quietly listening to his explanation. This was something Shen Xuan had already understood. If allowed to self-destruct, given the Yin-Yang Elder's realm, the entire main peak and even the nearby peaks would likely be leveled. Shen Xuan remained unfazed, extending a palm outward, as if casting a net of spiritual power that enveloped the realm, surrounding the body poised for explosion. The severed head of the Yin-Yang Elder suddenly bore a strange smile. Kid, we shall meet again. Next time, you won't have such good fortune. He intended to promptly report Shen Xuan's situation to the Heavenly Fiend sect, a first-rate sect of the Yuan realm, boasting numerous mighty beings of the combined realm, with its sect master being an unparalleled powerhouse of the Great Ascension stage. No matter how agile Shen Xuan was, before those top-tier cultivators capable of reshaping mountains and filling seas with a mere gesture, he would find himself on a path leading only to death. The Yin-Yang Elder's spiritual body suddenly exploded, yet under Shen Xuan's spiritual power suppression. The force of the explosion was confined to a minimal range, not spilling over even slightly. Even Luo Xiaoxue, who was closest, felt nothing. However, it was precisely this explosiveness, compressed to its utmost, that tore a gaping, pitch-black rift in space. The Black Flame banner, crafted from heavenly materials, remained undamaged in the explosion, instead carrying the elders and disciples of the Black Flame sect into the spatial rift, fleeing to another world. You think you can escape? Shen Xuan scoffed. then gently patted the little girl's head, speaking softly, "Master, prepare yourself mentally. I shall take you on a day tour of another world." Yet, upon mentioning another realm, Shen Xuan could not help but think of the scoundrels who had sown chaos in those lands. A pure-hearted man like him could hardly endure it. Huh? Luo Xiaoxue was taken aback, not yet understanding what her disciple meant, when he swung his sword towards the already closing void. A wave of sword intent, more immense and terrifying than even the forbidden powers of the Western Sea, manifested into the world. The void, under this strike, offered no resistance, splitting open a gap as tall as a person. Without hesitation, Shen Xuan embraced the girl and stepped into the rift. Swiftly, the spatial tear closed, leaving behind only emptiness in the once bustling sky. The disciples of the sword sect stood dumbfounded. Were it not for the traces of battle remaining on the ground, they might have thought the recent events were merely a dream. Chapter 113. The package has arrived. Please come out, and signed. Shen Xuan had the ability to retrieve the black flame banner from the spatial rift. Yet in his desire to directly dismantle the Black Flame sect stronghold, following them seemed the more pragmatic choice. After all, this makeshift spatial passage lacked precise indicators of location. No one knew where they would materialize next. Perhaps they would land in the midst of a heated battle between two men, or perhaps stumble into a forbidden zone. Encased in a barrier of spiritual power, the two entered the darkened space. The predominant theme here was darkness, the purest form of darkness. Were it not for the tangible warmth emanating from her disciple, Luo Xiaoxue might have thought she had descended into hell, a place of terrifying solitude. For the first time, she experienced what it felt like to traverse through space. Specifically, it was an overwhelming sensation of nothingness beyond darkness. Of course, it could also be attributed to the meticulous protection provided by her master. "Do not be afraid. We will be out shortly," he reassured her. Shen Xuan's large hand ruffled the girl's hair playfully. "Xianer, do you think your master is a pet that you can pet indiscriminately?" The little girl retorted fiercely. "Indeed. Moreover, isn't it natural for a disciple to pat her beloved master's head? How could that be? I have always held you in the highest regard, master." Shen Xuan chuckled, his heart and words at odds. "So arrogant. Truly too arrogant. You rascal Xianer. I will add another note to my little ledger and punish you with 520 deep squats." Luo Xiaoxue thought, gritting her teeth. If Shen Xuan could glimpse the notes in Luo Xiaoxue's mind, he would surely be terrified, begging for mercy. Various punishments awaited him. 10 lashes, 20 wax treatments, 50 durian penalties, and multiple sessions of egg torture, all intended for a full-body service from head to toe. How can this be? Despite the protective spiritual energy surrounding me, why do I still feel the chaotic currents of space blowing beneath? Shen Xuan thought uneasily, realizing that this wind was indeed troublesome. He hastened his pace to keep up with the black flame banner. Soon, Luo Xiaoxue noticed a flash of light ahead, which quickly subsided. This must be the place. Shen Xuan came to a halt, and with a flick of his sword, he split the darkness, unveiling a radiant expanse. He quickly shielded the eyes of the girl in his arms from the blinding light. Standing in the void was a white-haired youth, holding a little girl. His gaze indifferent as he looked down. Beneath him lay an unending range of spiritual mountains, the most striking being a towering peak that reached the clouds, atop which stood a magnificent palace. Centered around this mountain were numerous opulent palaces scattered across a 50-mile radius. As for the sky, although it had initially seemed glaring when emerging from the spatial passage, upon acclimatizing to the light of this world, one would observe that its hues were rather muted. Even tinged with yellow, the once verdant forests appeared withered and brown. "Xianer, is the sky about to darken?" Despite her inquiry, Luo Xiaoxue sensed that it was not quite so simple. Shen Xuan gently shook his head. "It is still midday." He drew his sword, slicing through the clouds thousands of feet above, revealing a blinding sun hidden behind the layers. The sun's color appeared strangely off. A tremendous noise from the sky drew the attention of those below, prompting them to look up. "Did you see that? That person cleaved the sky with a single sword." Someone exclaimed. "Who among our elders could it be?" Another wondered. The youth beside him shook his head. "This person looks quite young. He should not be one of our elders. Could it be one of the senior brothers?" Someone murmured. But even the most formidable disciples of their sect could not possess such strength. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from the palace atop the mountain, accompanied by a familiar ancient voice. "Who dares to act recklessly in the territory of the Black Flame sect?" Upon hearing this voice, all disciples of the Black Flame sect felt a chill run down their spines. Several recognized it as the voice of their ancestor. Who could this be to provoke such a reaction from the ancestor? The disciples whispered among themselves, their eyes betraying their astonishment. Yin-Yang Elder, your delivery has arrived. Come forth to sign for it. Shen Xuan spoke coldly, feeling as though he was being underestimated by this old man. The disciples were even more shocked to hear a youth converse with the ancestor in such a manner, while they were still struggling with basic practices. Yin-Yang Elder? Delivery? The elder's figure that flew out from the palace paused momentarily, realizing only now that this white-haired youth was the one who disrupted his plans in the spirit realm. It's you. The voice of the Yin-Yang Elder was filled with incredulity. How did this boy manage to cross from the spirit realm to the material realm? Even with the strength of a great ascension cultivator, it would be nearly impossible to traverse realms without the aid of formations. If not for the black flame banner being forged from divine materials and carrying a trace of spatial power, returning across realms would have been unfeasible. A slight smile crept across Shen Xuan's lips. It seems you have some memory left. Indeed, I am Shen Xuan, borrowing another 1,000 years from the heavens, burning away my lifespan for a chance to eradicate you. Such a proclamation feels exhilarating. Just saying it makes one feel formidable, likely enough to intimidate my opponents into a substantial reduction of their strength before I even strike. The girl in his arms quietly pressed her tiny feet against the sole of her shoe, unable to resist sealing her ears with spiritual energy. Whether it was frightening or not, she couldn't tell, but it seemed likely to leave opponents speechless. In her lifetime, it was the first time she had been left in such a state of speechlessness. The Yin-Yang Elder was enraged to the point of smoke billowing from his ears. I would believe you if I were foolish. The heavens must be deranged to lend you several hundred or even 1,000 years of lifespan. Taking a deep breath, though he was reluctant to admit it, Wang Yin understood that his true form was no match for Shen Xuan. The latter was a formidable individual capable of traversing the void alone. The Yin-Yang Elder felt a bitterness in his heart, overwhelmed with regret. If it were not for the need to account for the deceased Shirtian, how could the Black Flame sect have gradually offended this fish that hides in a small sect? All disciples, channel your spiritual energy and activate the sect's protective formation. Wang Yin bellowed, his voice echoing throughout every corner of the Black Flame sect. Some men and women hiding in the woods were puzzled by the sudden turn of events, but they quickly pulled themselves together, channeling their energy into the sect's jade tokens. The energy from these tokens would automatically flow into the underground formation, providing a continuous source of power. Although one person's spiritual energy was limited, the collective strength of thousands of disciples and elders would converge, even causing peak entities at the integration stage to retreat in the face of the fully activated protective formation. This was the legacy of the Black Flame sect over millennia. Why has the ancestor suddenly activated the protective formation? Could it be that a righteous sect is attacking our sect while a large number of our elders and disciples are in the spirit realm, leaving our defenses vulnerable? Some disciples wondered as they infused their jade tokens with energy. Surely not. Aren't those self-proclaimed righteous sects also heading towards the spirit realm? Activate. The Yin-Yang Elder waved his hand, and in an instant, 81 black banners rose from various parts of the sect, interconnected by strands of pitch-black spiritual energy, forming an impenetrable net to protect the Black Flame sect. The overwhelming spiritual energy flowed through the black strands, no matter where an attack occurred, even without anyone controlling it. The surrounding spiritual energy would quickly converge on the point of impact, forming an indestructible defensive barrier. Shen Xuan remained expressionless, not taking the protective formation seriously. With a simple motion of drawing and sheathing his sword, people were still puzzled by its meaning, but only Wang Yan's expression changed dramatically. Then came a sound akin to two iron spoons scraping against each other, piercingly loud. A slender white line appeared on the surface of the protective barrier. Crack! In the blink of an eye, it was as if glass had shattered, countless fissures rapidly spreading across the entire barrier. The next moment, the shield suddenly shattered. The invisible sword energy severing numerous black strands of spiritual energy, descending upon the head of the Yin-Yang Elder. Chapter 114. Temptation A Fine. Hair-thin line of blood appeared on the face of the Yin-Yang Elder, extending downward and penetrating through his entire being. But what was even more shocking was that behind the Yin-Yang Elder, the towering spiritual peak and the entire sect seemed to be cleaved in two by an enormous divine sword. Those hiding within the main palace, including Zhao Bei and others, were turned to ashes under the terrifying sword energy. Many disciples of the Black Flame sect were similarly caught in the wave of sword energy, meeting their demise. In that moment, the Yin-Yang Elder's body was utterly shattered, even the cry of despair failing to escape his lips. Not even his primordial spirit could escape the wrath of Shen Xuan's single strike. No, thousands of disciples, positioned far from the descending sword energy, were spared from fatal injury. Yet, they harbored no illusions of survival, only boundless despair. What formidable enemy had the Black Flame sect provoked? Even the protective array, which had shielded the sect from numerous calamities, was as fragile as a paper window, easily pierced by a single strike. The old ancestor, Wang Yin, perished in an instant. The wails of countless disciples intermingled, rendering the Black Flame sect a veritable hell. Shen Xuan felt no remorse upon arriving. He discovered that every disciple of the Black Flame sect was bound by soul-refining banners, the majority belonging to mere mortals. Clearly, the crafting of soul banners was a hallmark of the sect, and thus, he bore no qualms about transforming them into specters, feeling no psychological burden. Perhaps due to her nature, Luo Xiaoxue felt a flicker of pity upon witnessing the scene, but this sentiment was swiftly extinguished by reason. Had it not been for Shen, this could very well have been the fate of the Qing and Sword sect. Observing this, Shen Xuan tenderly caressed the girl's head, asking, "How about it, disciple? Am I not quite fearsome?" The little girl glanced at her disciple, paused in silence, and suddenly patted his head with her chubby little hand, offering a sweet smile. "Shen, don't think too much about it." Once again, she had executed her signature head pat. Shen Xuan stared blankly, though he found it oddly comforting. A gentle tenderness welled up in his eyes as he embraced the girl tightly, fearing she might slip away. Unexpectedly, he too found solace. Achievement unlocked. First time being comforted by Luo Xiaoxue. Reward. Super Accelerator X10. Super Accelerator has been used. Current progress of Dantian restoration. 0.09544. Shen Xuan was astonished. Thousands of miles away, within the Tiansha divine sect, two strikingly handsome youths in their early 20s sat facing each other. The more effeminate-looking boy suddenly frowned, gazing into the distance. The other youth, surprised, wondered what could trouble him at such a level. "Lin, what is it?" he asked, promptly finishing his tea. "Shen, you're holding too tightly," the little girl reminded in her soft, adorable voice. Shen Xuan reluctantly loosened his grip a fraction, discreetly glancing into the distance. Silently contemplating, his perceptive abilities are quite remarkable. Luo Xiaoxue found his remark puzzling but kept her thoughts to herself, unable to inquire further. "Master, since we're on this rare journey to another world, shall we go shopping?" With a playful pinch to the girl's cheek, Shen Xuan smiled. As for the remaining disciples of the Black Flame sect, he had no desire to deal with them. The upper echelons had been thoroughly wiped out, and the remaining minions would undoubtedly be disposed of by the sect's enemies or rivals. "That seems rather unseemly," the little girl exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with excitement, though her words belied her true feelings. TSK, your eyes are filled with anticipation, Xiaoxue. How disingenuous." Shen Xuan found his master utterly adorable. A sudden kiss landed on the girl's delicate cheek, leaving her startled. "How should I kiss you then?" "Teach me, master," she implored. Shen Xuan, undeterred, lifted her chin with a dangerously playful tone. As he spoke, his lips descended toward her cherry-like mouth. The atmosphere grew peculiar. The little girl's heart raced, her already rosy cheeks deepening in hue. "Oh no, Shen is coming again." At that moment, Shen Xuan, the instigator, felt a surge of heat at her enticing expression. Why did it seem that his little Xiaoxue was growing ever more alluring? Chapter 115. The little girl saves the beauty. The tips of their noses brushed together, their breaths mingling, warm against each other's lips, mirroring the fervor in their hearts. "Xiaoxue, you are so beautiful," Shen Xuan murmured, causing her earlobes to flush crimson as she longed to hide her face from him, feeling unprepared for such sudden praise. He had always been weak against his blushing little master. Unable to resist, he leaned in for a kiss, which was sweet beyond measure. The sweetness of kissing the little master is unparalleled. 00270027. At that moment, Shen Xuan felt as if he might lift off the ground in sheer bliss, albeit with a slightly sore tongue. The energy replenished from my master can sustain my Tao heart for at least a minute. Thus, I must continue to replenish it after 1 minute. Luo Xiaoxue pouted, her lips appearing even more lush than before. "You wicked disciple, you've nearly swollen my lips with your kisses." She pouted, casting him a glare and pinching his waist. Shen Xuan chuckled, "But master, your soft little hands are hardly painful." "Ouch, that hurts. Please, master, spare me." Moments later, Shen Xuan clutched his waist, resembling a man afflicted by a severe ailment. Luo Xiaoxue tilted her head back, wearing a proud expression. Suddenly, Shen Xuan's body swayed, his spiritual energy dissipating entirely, plummeting toward the ground. In that moment, the little girl seamlessly took control, grasping his collar to maintain their flight. "Shen, what is wrong?" she asked, her voice laced with panic. Shen Xuan hesitated momentarily before responding with clarity. It's the sky of this foreign realm. It refuses to lend me its longevity. The two exchanged glances and erupted into laughter. Some things need not be articulated. To an outsider, they appeared as a perfectly in sync father and daughter duo. So, silly little girl, what are you laughing about? For Master laughs at your inability to see through it. Unbeknownst to them, the duo had drawn near to a grand human city, nestled amidst a cluster of mountains. Suddenly, the sounds of a struggle echoed below. Luo Xiaoxue released her spiritual sense to investigate, discovering a girl surrounded by several men. Based on her experience, it was likely a scene of robbery and assault. In the woods, the girl wielded a sword in her right hand while clutching a fluffy white rabbit in her left. The trio of rabbits formed a stunning tableau. Yet, the girl appeared in dire straits, her white dress tattered in several places. Strangely, though her clothing bore bloodstains, no injuries were visible. A burly man with a hooked nose leered, "Little sister, hand over your rabbit, or don't blame us for being ruthless. You shall not have it." The girl's lips were slightly bloodied as she clutched the rabbit tightly. It had been her companion since childhood. Why did these villains want to seize it? If it were a rare spiritual beast, it might make sense, but it was merely an ordinary little creature, lacking even offensive capabilities. The burly man chuckled lewdly, stretching his hand toward the girl's chest. The girl summoned her last ounce of strength, swinging her sword at the wicked hand. Clang! A spirit staff forged from dark iron swept out with lightning speed, knocking the girl's sword from her grip and causing her hands to tremble painfully. The hand continued its advance toward the adorable rabbit. In that instant, the seemingly harmless rabbit erupted in a dazzling green light, enveloping both it and the girl, sending the man staggering back several steps. Even the young girl wore a look of astonishment. Was there truly something extraordinary about her little rabbit? Indeed. A man erupted into laughter, and the others displayed similar excitement. "Fifth brother, your keen eyes are remarkable. Otherwise, we would have missed this wondrous phenomenon." The diminutive man, known as Fifth Brother, licked his lips, admitting it was mere luck. Had I not previously encountered a similar being and sensed its aura during its evolution, I too would have remained oblivious. All right, brothers, let us first deal with this protective barrier. The burly man who had first reached for the girl shook his numbed arm impatiently. No worries. This little creature has likely only recently taken form and possesses limited strength. It should be easy to dispel its protective spiritual energy. Fifth Brother grinned wickedly, bringing his spiritual staff down upon the verdant light curtain, which shattered with a resounding crash in an instant. This girl has a fine physique. We can play with her a bit before finishing her off. The hook-nosed man leered at the girl's curvaceous body, lust igniting in his eyes as he reached once more for the large white rabbit. "I'm sorry, little rabbit," the girl murmured, lowering her gaze as she gently stroked the rabbit in her arms, contemplating severing her own meridians to preserve her purity. But at that moment, the hook-nosed man let out a piercing scream, followed by a warm liquid splattering across the girl's face. The air suddenly became eerily silent. The metallic scent of blood filled her nostrils, and as she looked up in confusion, she saw that the hand reaching for her had been severed, lying lifelessly on the ground. The other men, too, bore distinct gashes upon their necks, their eyes wide with shock and devoid of life as their bodies uncontrollably crumpled to the earth. The girl stood in a daze, her mind repeating a singular thought. Two figures descended from the sky, landing before her. They were none other than Luo Xiaoxue and Shen Xuan. "Are you all right?" Luo Xiaoxue asked with concern as she gazed at her. However, the next moment, her brows furrowed as her eyes fixated on the girl's chest. "Why is that rabbit so large?" Upon observing the girl's youthful and innocent face, she surmised that she was likely quite young. "I am fine. Thank you for saving me." The girl stammered, her cheeks reddening under Luo Xiaoxue's intense scrutiny. Although the other was merely a little girl, it felt rather peculiar to have her staring so intently at her chest. She instinctively clutched her obedient white rabbit closer, inadvertently accentuating her other two rabbits. A flicker of envy and jealousy flashed across the little girl's eyes. The girl's gaze drifted past Luo Xiaoxue, and upon catching sight of the white-haired man standing behind, her expression turned bewildered. It appeared she could scarcely believe her eyes. Rubbing them to confirm this was not an illusion, she gasped, "Heavens, how can there be such a handsome man in the world?" Had it not been for the lingering dread and despair, she might have screamed in delight. Shen Xuan's gaze, too, unabashedly lingered upon the girl's chest. "Quite impressive," he remarked. Luo Xiaoxue thought, how infuriating. "Shen, even with Master right beside you, you dare to look at other girls. Yet, this emperor still favors Master's little planes the most. After all, absolute control is the ultimate truth." Upon hearing this, The little girl suddenly exhaled in relief. Wait, why was she feeling relieved? Humph. If he wants to look, let him. It has nothing to do with me. Jealousy. And what a bizarre term little planes is. Oh. I'm so angry. Shen Xuan, of course, remained oblivious to the little girl's internal turmoil, which was brimming with jealousy. However, this rabbit is quite extraordinary. If I recall correctly, it's known as the essence of life, right? No wonder this girl bears no visible wounds. The essence of life is exceedingly rare. Only birthed in places of rich vitality, and can even take on a form after millennia of nurturing. Similar energy essences, such as the essence of water, are fiercely coveted by various factions, even in the celestial domain. He had no intention of robbing the girl. The essence had likely already recognized her as its master, and forcibly seizing it would be futile. Moreover, he held no particular interest in the essence of life, as Master's healing powers far surpassed its capabilities, both physically and mentally. With a wave of his hand, Shen Xuan conjured a sinister wind, clearing away the lifeless bodies beneath him. I truly appreciate your help, the girl exclaimed, struggling to rise while clutching her large white rabbit, and bowed deeply to the two. Luo Xiaoxue, having witnessed something she shouldn't have, quickly covered her eyes. Do you not realize that bowing like this is quite dangerous? My name is Baiyun, a disciple of the Songshan sword sect, the girl introduced. Cautiously, the little girl interjected, I'm Luo Xiaoxue, and this is my. Before she could finish, a large hand suddenly seized her from behind, covering her mouth. Shen Xuan tousled the girl's hair, calmly stating, Shen Xuan, this is my daughter. Baiyun's expression was one of shock as she glanced between Shen Xuan and Luo Xiaoxue, nodding thoughtfully. But why do you both share different surnames? She takes her mother's surname, Shen Xuan replied, his face betraying no hint of deceit. Ah, I see. You two indeed bear a striking resemblance. Baiyun felt a pang of disappointment. She hadn't anticipated that such a handsome young man was already taken, and even had a daughter as substantial as this. Well, whether big or small, it's all relative. Luo Xiaoxue appeared bewildered. You think I look like my disciple? If your eyesight is poor, perhaps you should consider donating your eyes. She then tilted her head and shot a fierce glare at her disciple. What daughter? I am your clever, beautiful, and well-endowed master. Under the fierce gaze of the little master, Shen Xuan's icy demeanor rapidly melted away as he affectionately patted her head. Xiaoxue, be good. Daddy will take you to the city for some delicious food. Luo Xiaoxue, with her chubby little hand, clung tightly to Shen Xuan's waist, squeezing with all her might. Shen Xuan gritted his teeth, leaning close to the girl's ear and whispering, Darling, every time you pinch, we'll have a treat. This startled the little girl, her heart racing as she almost withdrew her hand. Yet, upon reflection, she thought that yielding would be too undignified for a master. No, she would not submit to her wicked disciple. The little girl released her grip on her disciple's clothes, instead tugging at his collar, transforming into a charming little enchantress as she sweetly asked, Daddy, how do you know it was Xiaoxue who ate you? At that moment, a hint of mischief mirrored in Luo Xiaoxue's innocent face, reminiscent of a certain someone. But immediately after speaking, she regretted it 1,000 times over. Good heavens! Had she also become a mischievous child like her disciple? As for her mischievous disciple, she had already begun to question her own existence. Luo Xiaoxue's playful banter was a success. Host gains a Super Accelerator 20. Super Accelerator 20 for Dantian Restoration, used successfully. Current Dantian Restoration progress, 0. Shen Xuan paid no mind to the system's voice, feeling exhilarated. Whoa, my little Xiaoxue has grown up and knows how to tease her husband now. Not only did she call him daddy, but she also claimed she would turn the tables on him, a peculiar thrill that he found utterly irresistible. Shen Xuan, you must stay alert. You are already half ensnared in prison. Shen Xuan silently reminded himself. Thus, tonight, he must devour this girl to see who truly consumes whom. Xiaoxue. You said it. Shen Xuan fixed his gaze upon the girl, a blaze of desire igniting within him. Had it not been for the presence of others, he suspected he would have already succumbed to his impulses. The little girl felt a quiver in her heart. Slowly, she loosened her grip on her disciple's collar, smoothing out the wrinkles, then raised her little face, a naive smile gracing her lips. Hee, I was just joking. Baiyun watched the exchange with a perplexed expression. Although their voices were hushed, she could discern something amiss in their conversation. Why did it feel as though their dialogue had taken a rather strange turn? Shaking her head, she dismissed the thought, convincing herself that she was merely overthinking. In the next moment, as if witnessing something utterly unbelievable, her eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. There stood Luo Xiaoxue, inexplicably cradled in Shen Xuan's embrace, locked in a fervent kiss. The girl's jaw dropped in astonishment, and she rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Yet the sight before her remained unchanged. The two engaged in a passionate kiss, not merely a fleeting peck, but a deep entanglement of tongues. How could you engage in such an act that defies all moral boundaries? Bai Yun's head spun, her chest heaving violently, clearly taken aback. Shen Xuan lifted his face, a glimmering thread of mischief in his gaze, nearly blinding Bai Yun with its brilliance. Swear, it seems there has been a misunderstanding. Shall we share another kiss to deepen this confusion? And no, please, Xianer, spare your master. What did you call me, Swear? Shen Xian's face was adorned with a wicked grin. Luo Xiaoxue's cheeks flushed crimson, as if she might bleed. Finding it utterly shameful that Xianer would insist she address him so. Daddy, please spare Swear. The little girl nearly bit her tongue to utter those words. Shen Xian, thoroughly amused, nodded in satisfaction. Since you have said so, I shall consider it. Consider it? The little girl sensed impending doom. Every time her master spoke of consideration, it inevitably led to unfavorable outcomes.